Once, there existed 6 supreme beings who were evenly matched with the will of the heavens. Yet now, they all eagerly vie for a broken vessel, a mere remnant of what once was. Not only does it draw upon its own vital essence to forge an unparalleled sacred body for the youth, even the very essence of his own life force, the dragon bone, was relinquished to the young lad. At this moment, the youth lay within the dark coffin, carried by a young girl as she ascended towards the mountain summit. Even when she stumbled and fell to the ground, she did not relinquish her burden. Ultimately, she reached the peak of the mountain known as the Great Wasteland before sunset. Subsequently, the young maiden gently placed the wooden coffin down and knelt upon the ground, her hands clasped together in fervent prayer. "Oh, esteemed celestial beings, I implore you to rescue our noble elder brother, for he is a hero of our great Dayong dynasty." After a prolonged silence, the mountaintop remained enveloped in a profound stillness, devoid of any human presence. Her eyes, swollen and crimson, rested upon the coffin. Overwhelmed by helplessness and fear, I wept silently. Ultimately, I fainted from sheer exhaustion. Faintly, she beheld a delicate, pale hand emerging from the confines of the coffin. At this moment, at the end of the desolate mountain, 6 figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, observing with keen interest as one struggled to rise from the black coffin. The youth approached them step by step, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. It is inconceivable, I wager, that he is merely experiencing a fleeting resurgence. How could he possibly enter the Kunxu? What a bet on. Should he be able to set foot in the Kunxu, I would willingly relieve myself in an inverted position. One of the red-haired beauties scoffed, a hint of disdain revealed in her exquisite visage. Until that youth walked steadily to the end of the desolate mountain, he stepped into the abyss of 1,000 fathoms. Strangely, his figure did not plunge into the chasm. Instead, it manifested at a majestic mountain gate, resonating with an enchanting vitality. 6 individuals faced each other with striking appearances. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman, in a bid to evade, performed a handstand and, with a swift kick, sent the youth back to the desolate mountain. The sound of a cow echoed in the distance. "Huang Ruge, what on earth are you doing? It is not every day that a living soul graces us. Yet you have sent them away again. I find myself pondering whether to steam or braise." Another elder in a blue robe bellowed in anger. At that very moment, they witnessed the youth once again struggling to rise to his feet, swaying unsteadily as he approached them. His gaze had long since become vacant, yet the fervent obsession and resentment within it instilled a profound sense of trepidation among these seasoned beings. Soon, as the young man once again traversed the precipice and reached them, he ultimately exhausted the last vestige of his strength and collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, losing consciousness. "Quickly, heat the oil in the pan. First, chop it into 8 pieces. Add some ginger and scallions. Marinate for an hour." The elderly man in the blue robe spoke excitedly, his words tumbling over one another. He seized the youth from the ground, intending to drag him towards the depths of the forest. Have you ever pondered why he is able to behold the Kunxu and traverse it with such ease? Among the 6, he is the sole individual who appears to be normal. With a furrowed brow, the middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. His gaze is profoundly hollow, with strands of hair elegantly arranged into a bun. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might discern that within a radius of 3 feet around him, there exists a labyrinth of swirling winds, intricately intertwining to form a celestial realm of their own. The old blind man, despite his affliction, still perceives his surroundings with remarkable agility. The remaining 5 exchanged mocking smiles, yet beneath their exterior, a thread of gravity began to weave through their thoughts. Could it be that this young man harbors some hidden secret? Let me see. Another sinister-looking elder clad in a black robe approached the youth as ethereal light surged forth, encroaching upon the boy's very being. Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberated across the vast expanse, shaking the very depths of the ocean. And upon the bloodied bones of the youth, golden chains emerged, reminiscent of the sacred restraints of the divine king, imbued with an ineffable curse of the grand path. Before anyone could react, several ancient saintly figures descended from the heavens, bowing deeply to the young man before them. The guardians of the path were all revered saints of the human race. Who exactly is this young lad? A look of astonishment instantly appeared on the faces of the 6 individuals. Given their formidable strength, even beneath the multitude of holy phantoms, they could sense an immense pressure. I conceived a unique constitution for humanity, cursed by the heavenly Tao to remain eternally unaccepted. From the hollow gaze of a middle-aged figure, a sudden beam of sword intent surged forth, nearly shattering the very fabric of the heavenly Tao. I have finally come to understand why he was able to step into the realm of Kunxu. It turns out he too bears the burden of the curse of the heavenly path. The old man in the black robe let out a gentle sigh and slowly rose to his feet, the divine radiance surrounding him fading away. Had he arrived a moment earlier, perhaps he could have been of use to us. Alas, he is now utterly shattered, his spirit extinguished. Were it not for this ancient sacred body, he would have surely perished long ago. The crowd wore somber expressions, all turning their gazes towards the silent elder, who had remained voiceless throughout. Are you not renowned as the twin saints of Dan Poison? What has become of your alchemical prowess that can resurrect flesh and bone? Rescuing him is a simple task, yet I possess a bold idea. The elderly man then grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of uneven, dark teeth. Generally, audacious ideas are inscribed within the edicts of celestial justice. The crowd scoffed softly, yet a glimmer of anticipation flickered in their eyes. Since none of us can escape the confines of the Kunxu, why not take this young lad as our disciple and cultivate him into a divine being among mortals? Perhaps one day, he shall shatter the chains of heavenly decree and restore our freedom. The remaining 5 individuals instantly comprehended the intentions of the elderly man. Whatever he lacks, we shall provide for him. The bone shall be sourced from the old green-head one, and the bloodline shall be derived from Rugu. As for the spirit, the second soul, you have refined that supreme divine talisman over countless epochs. It should have reached its pinnacle, I presume. The elder's gaze swept across the assembly before him. You dare to pick at my bones? After all this time, what can you possibly offer him? The elderly man in the azure robe coldly snorted, his veins protruding ominously from his forehead. I shall refine his corporeal form to render him impervious to all poisons, and then impart to him the alchemical scriptures of a lifetime. The rest among them opened their mouths in anticipation in comparison to the extraction of marrow and blood. It was evident that the price they were required to pay was considerably less. Consider this deeply. Rather than being ensnared in the depths of Kunxu, it will be wiser to take a gamble. After all, none can escape this place. What use is it to retain one's extraordinary abilities if they remain unutilized? The elder continued to sway the crowd, for his lifelong aspiration was to craft a deity devoid of human, demon, ghost, or monster traits, an entity without flaw. This sudden appearance of the youth before him truly presented him with a chance to create a god, especially since this young man possessed the ancient sacred body. Once one breaks free from their own shackles, they are destined to become a true paragon of strength across the heavens and the earth. Since a gamble is at hand, one might as well wager grandly. Ultimately, the 6 reached a consensus, or perhaps it can be said that some were compelled by circumstances beyond their control. Old Qing too, cease your pretense. As a grown man, why do you weep so? Quickly reveal your fated dragon bone, and you Gidge, do not be stingy. The blood you shed each month far exceeds this. At last, as the ancient sage grasped the dragon's bone and phoenix blood, along with an ancient black talisman, a sinister smile once again graced his countenance. He first retrieved 3 vials from his bosom. A pained expression etched upon his face as he poured the elixir into the young man's mouth. In the next instant, radiant streams of spiritual light began to rise, and astonishingly, the injuries afflicting the youth were mending at an astonishingly visible pace. Now, it is up to your fortune, the elder remarked, taking a deep breath. A rare solemnity graced his countenance. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned forth a crimson alchemical furnace from the depths of his Chinquan ring. As his spiritual energy surged forth, the furnace expanded, swelling to an impressive 100 feet in size, and hovered majestically in the void above. Subsequently, he cast the youth's corporeal form, along with the ancient stone seal of dragon bones and phoenix blood, as well as countless toxic spiritual herbs, into the cauldron. Ultimately, at the sound of the elder's thunderous command, The elixir furnace plummeted with a resounding crash, standing tall before the mountain gate. The more I observe, the more I find it utterly untrustworthy. The elderly man in the azure robe clutched his chest wound, gritting his teeth in frustration. Surely, you cannot be contemplating refining this lad's ancient sacred body into a pill, can you? Refining the elixir is certainly not out of the question. Dear old companions, do not fret. Grant me a few days' time, and I assure you, I shall return a vibrant and spirited disciple. In the blink of an eye, 14 days have passed. A dreadful hum suddenly reverberates through the Kunxu, instantly igniting a spark of exhilaration upon the faces of all present. Countless celestial patterns cascade from the firmament, while the alchemical furnace, regarded as a treasure by the venerable Lao Yao, suddenly fractures with terrifying cracks. In the next moment, the entire furnace erupts with a resounding blast, unleashing a brilliance that soars to the heavens. The six figures stood before the ancient forest, their eyes reflecting a blend of tension and anticipation. At that moment, amidst the swirling smoke and mist, a figure entirely bare stands silently, its fair skin shimmering with a divine allure that stirs the heart. Though not particularly robust, it possesses a certain slenderness, yet the well-defined muscles are remarkably harmonious. Huang Rouge silently swallowed hard, her pallor gradually obscured by a blush of dawn, just as the six individuals cast scornful glances toward her. Suddenly, the youth's eyes flung open, revealing a startling intensity. Above his head, the sacred figures of a dragon and a phoenix manifested with a deafening presence, shattering the heavens into countless fissures. Where his gaze fell, the void itself was neatly torn asunder, evoking a shiver in the soul that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon it. The youth lowered his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his features as he gazed upon his own corporeal form, confusion evident in his eyes. "Congratulations, young one. You have been reborn. It was you who saved me." The youth's gaze trembled, for he faintly recalled how he had plummeted from the cliff, only to be rescued by a pair of a grandfather and his grandson. After that, everything became a blur. The six individuals before me possessed an eccentric appearance, unmistakably suggesting they were of dubious character. Where am I? Who are you? This is the Kunxu. We shall reluctantly assume the role of your mentors. Young one, should you not first reveal to us your name? The elder waved his hand, tossing a black robe to the youth. He surveyed this piece of art, the one he considered his life's greatest achievement. Although the youth's current state was as feeble as that of an ant, given time, he was destined to become extraordinary among mortals. Even in the most terrifying realms of heaven and earth, who throughout the ages possesses the primal sacred body, the blood and bones of dragons and phoenixes, the soul of the emperor, the divine seal, and numerous unparalleled legacies, there has been no predecessor, nor shall there be a successor. My name is Chu Xiao. I am immensely grateful to all the esteemed seniors for rescuing me. May I take my leave now? After a fleeting moment of shock and confusion, a profound and unyielding murderous intent gradually surfaced in Chu Qian's eyes. He suddenly recalled the events he had previously endured, and the hatred within him swelled to an almost unbearable intensity. It is not yet possible. You must fully embrace the legacy of the six of us before you can depart from Kunxu. The elder invited shook his head. Although he sensed the underlying fury within Chu Xian, the Kunxu was ethereal and elusive, lacking a definitive location. The very fact that Chu Xian could step into this realm proved that the fate he bore was not destined to be extinguished. However, once he departed from the mountain gate, returning would no longer be a simple matter. Surely, you do not wish to endure the anguish of the past once more. It is only through strength that you can safeguard all that you possess. Chu Xian clenched his fist, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually subsided. At this moment, he remained utterly unaware of the extraordinary prowess his current flesh possessed. This, after all, had far surpassed his comprehension. With his previous strength, seeking to dominate a dynasty and exact vengeance for his fallen comrades was nothing short of a fool's errand. Allow me to introduce you. This is your esteemed master, Qingji. The foundation of your abilities has been bestowed upon you by him. The deaf man in black has imparted to you an ancient soul fragment. He is your second master, Yen Wuxian. I am your third master. You may call me Elderine. The blind man in white attire is your fourth master, Jian Bailing. This fearsome figure, bearing a menacing visage, is your fifth master, Tu Tian. The individual connected to you by blood is your sixth master, Huang Ru. The elderly man gestured, introducing the individuals before Chu Chun. From this day forth, you shall accompany us in the cultivation of our profound techniques and divine arts. In the realm of Kunxu, where spiritual energy is scarce, the attainment of higher realms may be unattainable. Yet, you must earnestly remember every word we impart. Chu Chun slightly bent his body. With his discerning vision, he could naturally perceive the extraordinary nature of these 6 elders. Even though he regarded them as sexual powers surpassing the dynasty, he still did not anticipate that even the most venerable ancestors of those sects would pale in comparison to a single strand of hair from the 6. When has there ever been a Kunxu of such caliber within the great Yong dynasty? Have you beheld that stone temple? Yin Lao gestured towards an ancient edifice perched atop the mountain peak, yet he refrained from directing his gaze in that direction. At any time, do not venture near it. Otherwise, even we may be unable to rescue you. With a sudden jolt in his heart, Chu Chun slowly nodded. Following the direction indicated by the aged elder, he raised his gaze towards the ancient palace that stood majestically against the heavens. There, before the ancient structure, he beheld a figure clad in crimson with flowing white hair stands silently, gazing at him with an expression devoid of emotion. As their eyes meet, Chu Chun feels as though the world before him is suddenly unraveling. An endless chill envelopes him, reminiscent of the primordial era when ancient ice bound malevolent thoughts. Every inch of his skin and bone, even infused with the essence of dragon and phoenix, gradually withers beneath this pervasive cold. At this moment, an ancient stone talisman materialized at the center of Chu Chen's brow, barely shielding his soul consciousness from imminent shattering. Do you wish for your life to be prolonged? The faces of Yin Lao and others changed dramatically, and they all bowed deeply towards the stone hall, expressing their apologies for the intrusion. The woman in the red attire did not turn back, but instead, she turned and walked back into the ancient temple. Upon witnessing the tense expressions of Yin Lao and the others, a wave of relief washed over them. That was a close call. They nearly faced utter failure. The crowd shook their heads in unison, casting a fierce glare at Chu Chun. You should count your blessings, young man. She is merely a soul trapped within the Kunxu. Otherwise, your leader would be obliterated by now. She cannot escape that ancient palace, yet it does not imply she is incapable of ending your life. Remember, such forbidden entities must not be gazed upon directly. Chu Ching nodded anxiously, yet his heart grew increasingly perplexed. What manner of place was Kunxu? Why would it confine such terrifying individuals? And what sort of dread entity could possibly imprison them? I am aware that you harbor numerous uncertainties within your heart, yet the moment to divulge them has not yet arrived. Simply remember that we have been ensnared and imprisoned by malevolent forces. The disabilities afflicting your esteemed mentors are the result of a truly nefarious individual. The enigmatic elder Yin leaned closer to Chu Chun, his countenance grave, as if he was on the verge of imparting a momentous secret. Very well. From today onward, you shall first practice the swordsmanship under your fourth master. Jian Bailing extended his hand, grasping Chu Chen's shoulder, and led him soaring toward another mountain peak amidst the rising mist. Chu Chun experienced the sensation of flight for the first time. Soon, the figures of the two descended from the sky, landing before a magnificent waterfall. However, Jian Bailing did not immediately impart any sword techniques to Chu Chun. Go, he instructed. Seated beneath the cascading waterfall, Chu Chen's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a hint of bewilderment. The Dayong dynasty, of which he was a part, was equally renowned for its mastery of the sword in the eastern wilderness. Thus, Chu Chun possessed a considerable understanding of the art of swordsmanship. Now, he merely yearns to swiftly cultivate the supreme divine abilities, to emerge from the Kunxu and avenge the deep-seated blood feud that burdens him. Yet, he did not anticipate that his esteemed fourth master would merely instruct him to sit beneath the waterfall. Is this truly considered cultivation? Your heart is laden with too much resentment. You must find tranquility within. Jian Bailing, with an air of indifference, turned and stepped into the distant cavern, never to reappear. Chu Chen's lips quivered as he ultimately complied with Jian Bailing's instructions, settling himself in a meditative posture at the heart of the waterfall. The terrifying force cascaded down upon him, overwhelming even his current physical prowess. Yet, an overwhelming pain enveloped my entire being, as if my very bones were on the brink of shattering. In the midst of such agony, it was impossible to find tranquility. Even the act of sitting in meditation became an arduous endeavor. However, upon contemplating the weight of his transgressions, Chu Chen still endeavored to endure the suffering and seated himself beneath the cascading waters. There exists a certain resilience within him. Jian Bailing stands at a distance, a pair of hollow, dim eyes revealing a flicker of admiration. Though this youth's heart is clouded with distractions, it is accompanied by a tenacity that seems etched into his very bones. Even Jian Bailing finds himself somewhat intrigued, pondering what trials this young man must have endured in the past. Currently, Chu Chen has just begun to merge the dragon's bones and phoenix's blood. His foundation remains unstable. The force of this waterfall, weighing millions of pounds, presents an excellent opportunity to refine his physical body. Time has flown by in the blink of an eye, and within these 10 years, Chu Chen remains seated beneath the waterfall, as steadfast as a boulder, immovable. Yet now, his countenance bears a different expression. The anguish that once marred my countenance has long since dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled tranquility. Dust, come hither. It was only when the voice of Jian Bailing echoed from afar that Chu Chen finally opened his eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of terrifying vitality reverberated, violently tearing apart the magnificent waterfall before me. What I am about to convey to you are the two swordsmanship techniques that I have comprehended throughout my life. Suddenly, Jian Bailing raised his hand and snapped two azure branches from the ancient forest. One is named the 3,000 Sword Bones, forged into an unparalleled sword body. The other is called the immortal slaying sword technique, capable of severing true immortals. Another decade has passed. As Chu Chen wielded the green bamboo to strike down, the ancient forest mountain peaks before him abruptly descended into an eerie silence. Upon an ancient tree in that forest, a cicada with delicate wings fell gently. A faint smile finally graced the corner of Jian Bailing's lips. Shenya, what I impart to you is an unparalleled divine skill, known as the devouring heaven technique. Once mastered, it has the power to consume the very heavens. Master, why do you not consume the heavenly path and shatter this realm of Kunxu? Ahem, how splendid is this realm of Kunxu, free from worry and care, without the dread of being pursued by foes. Do you not agree, dear Xiao Chun? Today, it is the turn of Master Rouge to impart wisdom and bestow blessings upon you. The Master does not merely desire a connection through blood, rather. The Master yearns for a profound bond of spirit with you. Chu Chen gazed upon the enchanting figure of Huang Rouge, adorned solely in a crimson silk ribbon, her long, elegant legs exposed, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy allure. His eyelids fluttered gently, particularly captivated by her bewitching beauty, which starkly contrasted with the mortal maidens he had encountered before. In such an attire, she transcended the realm of humanity. Even the most resilient would find it hard to endure. Oh, mischievous little rascal, what are your intentions? Alas, your current state is far too frail. My esteemed master is indeed the true phoenix embodiment, capable of scorching your very essence. Devote yourself to diligent cultivation once your primordial sacred body fully awakens. Would my master not bestow upon you what you seek? Huang Rouge, with a captivating smile, gracefully tucked the strands of hair falling over her forehead behind her ear, utterly disregarding the embarrassment etched on Chu Chen's face. She took his hand and led him toward a distant cave. Come, let the master envelop you with the innate true flame within, aiding you in the fusion of your bloodline. Well done. You have made significant progress recently. Xiao Chun, you have worked hard. This week, master will take care of your health. Brothers, do you know how I have endured these past 10 years? Over the course of a decade, Huang Rouge has seemingly unearthed an abundance of nourishing treasures. Each day is filled with either a centuries-old ginseng and goji berry soup or a revitalizing donkey hide gelatin. Consuming these elixirs has invigorated Chu Chen's bloodline to such an extent that when Yin Lao arrived to escort him away, he was met with a figure radiating vibrant flames and a surging vitality. It seems that over the past decade, you have diligently followed your esteemed master and cultivated numerous extraordinary skills. This Tai Xian Jing is not of my own creation, rather. It is a legacy bequeathed by the ancient Dan master Zhou Di, which I have taken the liberty to supplement and refine. You must dedicate yourself to its profound study. 50 years have flown by like an arrow. In this fleeting moment, Chu stands before the mountain, as if it were just yesterday that he first arrived at Kunxu. Within his gaze lies an intricately complex expression. When you have grown sufficiently powerful, we shall meet again. Remember, the techniques and divine abilities we impart to you, along with your primordial sacred body, must not be carelessly wielded. Should you choose to unleash them, ensure that no survivors remain. The old man of darkness gestured with his hand. The physical endowment of Chu Xiao now possesses the stature of an emperor. Yet, whether he can ultimately transcend the boundaries and manifest in their universe hinges upon his own fortune. The path to immortality, as one's heart is tested, reveals that the brightest of lights often conceals the deepest shadows. Caution is paramount in all matters. Chu Xiao bowed deeply and intended to proceed towards the exit of Kunxu. Halt! Yet at that moment, from the ancient temple atop the mountain, a sudden, ethereal voice resonated. Upon hearing the sound, not only did Chu Qian's body tremble, but even the 6 formidable figures could not help but shudder, their entire beings seemingly tensed in response. Chapter 4. The Reawakening of the Soul Lantern atop the Kunxu, the ancient palace stood majestically. A figure clad in red appeared before the gathered crowd. Her bare feet untainted by dust. Her gaze remained profoundly indifferent, ethereal, and transcendent, unlike that of any mortal being. Young lady, may I inquire what your command is? Elder Een and the others felt a tremor in their hearts. It had been 1,000,000 years since they had witnessed this woman speak voluntarily. Yet, her silver-white eyes were fixed solely on Chu Xiao, disregarding Elder Een and the others entirely. In the next instant, she pointed a finger, and the order of the great road in Kunxu seemed to come to a standstill. The vast void vibrated with turbulent winds and clouds. A familiar chill enveloped Chu Xiao once more. Yet this time, neither the mark on his brow nor the dragon bone and phoenix blood within him offered any resistance, or perhaps they were simply too weak to do so. Young lady, please show mercy. The expressions of Elder Een and the others transformed dramatically. Despair filled their eyes, and they dared not harbor even a flicker of anger. Crack! Just as they stood in bewilderment, a sudden, crisp sound of shattering resonated from within Chu Xiao. Immediately after, an ancient and desolate aura surged forth, sweeping across the heavens. Above Chu Xiao's head, a saintly apparition manifested, and divine patterns descended, intent on obliterating that holy figure. The 6 formidable beings trembled in disbelief as they gazed at the phantasmal void, their lips quivering slightly. The ancient sacred body, the curse of the heavenly path. Historically, whenever such a physique emerged among humanity, it heralded change and disaster. This was due to the 9 shackles of the great road within the ancient body. Should anyone break these shackles, it would signify the breaking of the heavenly path's restraints. Consequently, every appearance of the ancient body was accompanied by tumult across the 9 heavens. Those who resided atop the celestial peak would never permit such unpredictability to exist. Now, this woman in red had merely pointed a finger and shattered the first of Chu Xiao's heavenly path shackles. Buzz! As the 6 individuals' minds trembled, they beheld the red-clad woman slightly part her lips, exhaling a breath of chaotic spiritual energy that flowed into Chu Xiao's mouth. It exuded a faintly cold and fragrant essence. Swish! Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the 6 great powers were further astonished, their disbelief growing. With their level of insight, they understood that this woman was aiding Chu Xiao in concealing the aura of the ancient sacred body. Yet, the chaotic energy, such an exalted substance, was beyond their reach. Destiny. The transcendent destiny. To truly break the shackles of the sacred body, one must locate the 9 divine embryos to suppress the curse of the heavenly path. The woman's voice was indifferent and clear, imbued with an ethereal resonance. Do not hesitate to express your gratitude to the young lady, Elder Een urged, his expression fervent, as he and Chu Xiao bowed in unison toward the woman in red. However, upon rising, they found that she had already returned to the palace, vanishing without a trace. It seemed that the wheels of fate had begun to turn from this moment onward. Young man, I find myself increasingly eager for your emergence in the 9 heavens celestial domain, a chuckle echoed ominously. Een Lao smiled faintly. retrieving a Qianquan ring from his bosom and handing it to Chu Xiao. Within lay several elixirs that would enhance his cultivation upon his exit from Kunxu. Xiao Er, take this sword with you. Jian Bailing also produced an ancient sword, tossing it to Chu Xiao. This blade severed 3 tribulations in the past, should the opportunity arise. You may restore it. Little rascal, do not forget our pact, as Master Gu awaits your arrival in Kunxu. Master, how can I rescue you all? Chu Xiao hesitated, finally voicing his deepest confusion. What exactly is Kunxu? The expressions of the 6 masters suggested that this parting might stretch into an indefinite future. In the struggle against the heavenly Tao, amidst the ever-changing void, all you can do is strive to ascend. There are certain things we can teach you, but some truths you must grasp for yourself. Without further elaboration, Yin Lao and the others waved their hands gently, and the world before Chu Xiao became a blur, shattering into fragments. Suddenly, his figure appeared before an ancient city, a hint of a cold, weary demeanor crossing his face. Sword City, I have returned. Chu Xiao's gaze turned icy, a surge of murderous intent simmering beneath. He gazed up at the towering, weathered walls, noting the fissures and dried blood that had long since been mended. His hand clenched tightly, digging into flesh and bone. 50 years in Kunxu had not diminished an ounce of his hatred. With that, he stepped forward, striding straight into the city. Meanwhile, in the great Yong Palace, an elderly eunuch with a haggard visage, crimson lips, and white teeth stumbled into the hall, collapsing to his knees with a thud. This act immediately drew the ire of many ministers, even causing the figure draped in the dragon robe upon the throne to furrow his brow, his eyes flashing with an overpowering majesty that commanded respect without a word. Bold, for guards clad in golden armor stepped forward, their aura fierce, hands gripping their swords at their waists. What is the cause of such alarm? Yet, the young emperor merely waved his hand, his voice low and devoid of emotion. The old eunuch, named Zhao Go, was the guardian of the ancestral hall's spirit tablets, and it was uncommon for him to breach the sacred hall without cause. Moreover, he was no weakling. As a close attendant of the royal family, he adhered to decorum. However, the cold sweat beading on his forehead and the panic in his eyes indicated he faced an exceedingly urgent matter. Your Majesty, the Qinglian soul lamp left by the grand sacrificial priest has lit up. What? Even the young emperor, steadfast in his composure, rose abruptly, his expression transforming dramatically. The ministers looked on in astonishment, their brows furrowed in confusion. The Qinglian soul lamp, what of it? Did you see it clearly? The young emperor's lips quivered, the dragon aura surrounding him rippling uncontrollably. It was unimaginable that even a ruler of his caliber could exhibit such a lapse in composure. Your Majesty, this old servant saw it clearly. How could this be? After 5 long years, the emperor, in a state of utter disarray, slumped upon his throne, his eyes revealing an extraordinarily intricate expression, one of astonishment mingled with an inexplicable absurdity. Just then, a crystalline eagle's cry resonated through the palace skies. A woman clad in white gracefully alighted upon a pure white bird, her figure ethereal as she soared northward towards the great Yong. The wind caught her flowing tresses, rendering her otherworldly and transcendent. Her mere silhouette invoked an indescribable chill, stirring the depths of one's soul. Chapter 5, the unyielding spirit of the heroes. Continuing from the previous chapter, 5 years ago, the war god of Dayong led 8,000 dragon riders to their tragic demise outside the Sword City. Fortuitously, the Dayong dynasty was under the protection of celestial beings. Even though the war god perished in battle, the Sword City remained unbroken. In the grand tavern at the heart of the Sword City, an elderly storyteller, adorned with a round hat and possessing a sharp visage, struck his wooden block, instantly capturing the attention of many. Speaking of the war god, my heart trembles with pain and anger. If he had not been so obstinate in pursuing the enemy, how could he have led the 8,000 dragon riders to obliteration and allowed the 13 cities north of the Sword City to fall, rendering our Dayong a laughingstock among the 4 dynasties? What do you know? The war god achieved fame in his youth, having fought countless battles without a single defeat. Even a storyteller knows that one should not pursue a retreating enemy. How could he not be aware of this? However, just as the storyteller finished his words, a mocking laughter suddenly erupted from within the tavern. Upon hearing the sound, the faces of the crowd displayed expressions of surprise as they turned to look. In a corner, a corpulent young man with a shiny face was holding a wine jug. His complexion flushed as he closed his eyes and scoffed. Who is this drunken fool? Even the emperor has decreed the disgrace of the war goddess' name. How dare you speak so boldly here? Indeed, the decree had been issued, yet, why must we waste our precious time here? The plump youth continued to drink, speaking in a tone that was both inexplicable and dismissive of the anger evident on the faces of those around him. Only the young man in black by the window discreetly glanced at the sword hilt protruding from the back of the rotund youth. Before lowering his head to take a sip of wine, the war god of Dayong had served in the military for 13 years, triumphing in countless battles without a single defeat, earning the title of war god. Behind him followed the elite army of Dayong, known as the silver-masked dragon riders. As the name suggests, these 8,000 dragon riders presented themselves with silver masks, never revealing their true identities. Even the young war god donned silver armor and a silver mask, dominating the battlefield. Yet, 5 years ago, an unexpected force of 30,000 northern iron cavalry appeared at the borders of Dayong, swiftly traversing 13 cities and poised to lay siege to the Sword City. As the foremost stronghold of the Dayong dynasty, should the Sword City fall, the path ahead would be clear. In this moment of peril, the war god of Dayong personally led the 8,000 dragon riders, as if descending from the heavens, to confront the 30,000 northern foes at the gates of the Sword City. However, inexplicably, the usually composed war god pursued the enemy after a significant victory and never returned. At that time, the Sword City had already evacuated its common populace. Thus no one knew the horrific nature of that battle. It was said that, in the aftermath, the northern battlefields were drenched in blood for thousands of miles, and the 8,000 dragon riders were left without a complete corpse, their horses trampled into the mud. Since that day, the Dayong dynasty began to decline, with the 13 border cities falling into the hands of the north, leading to a loss of national fortune and military defeat. Curiously, ever since the fall of the war god, the crown prince has also faced punishment from the emperor, confined within the Eastern Palace. What conspiracy lies entangled in this matter? Stay tuned for my next installment. With a clap of his wooden block, the storyteller drew forth a collective sigh from the audience. Alas, you storyteller, each time we reach a moment of intrigue, you choose to withhold the narrative until the next occasion, leaving us sleepless in anticipation. It seems you are deliberately enticing us to return to this tavern for further indulgence. The crowd erupted in protest, entirely disregarding the cold demeanor of a young man clad in black in the corner. The god of war has fallen, and the crown prince is ensnared? My dear father, you remain ever so cautious. Yet, after a lifetime of scheming, have you foreseen that within our great Yong dynasty, conspirators have already allied with the northern wilderness, corrupting the court? A chill flickered in Chu Xiao's gaze, though a fleeting realization crossed his mind. 5 decades in Kunxu, whereas merely 5 years have passed in the mortal realm. Pray, storyteller, continue your tale. Regale us with the account of how the 8,000 dragon riders, in their arrogance and overestimation of themselves, were utterly vanquished. Just then, a sudden derisive laugh echoed from outside the tavern. Upon hearing it, the patrons' faces paled, and they hastily buried their heads in their arms, no longer daring to utter a word. Even the elderly storyteller's eyes widened, his mouth twisted, as he trembled with a bamboo stick in hand, making his way towards the back of the hall. The tavern fell into an eerie silence. At the entrance, a robust middle-aged man clad in a golden robe and adorned with a jade crown strode in with a commanding presence, hand resting on his jeweled belt. Behind him followed a retinue of elegantly dressed young attendants, each exuding vitality and evidently possessing some martial prowess. They pushed through the crowd, positioning themselves before the old storyteller, their arrogance instantly suffocating the atmosphere within the tavern. Old man, where do you think you're going? Did you not hear our Lord Tiger instruct you to recount the tragic fate of those 8,000 dragon riders? One burly attendant grinned as he stood protectively in front of the elder. Though the 8,000 dragon riders have perished, they remain the valiant spirits of our great Yong dynasty, celebrated for their achievements. They were not arrogant, they merely followed the wrong master. The storyteller pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. The imposing Lord Tiger was the leader of the Jiaolong gang, a figure of significant influence in Sword City, notorious for his bullying and market dominance, and no one dared to provoke him. However, as a citizen of Great Yong, how could he dare to insult the souls of the fallen heroes? Those who gather the flames of the people must not allow them to perish in the wilderness. But just as the elder's words fell, Tiger suddenly struck, his palm connecting with the storyteller's face and sending him sprawling to the ground before Chu Xiao. What nonsense about heroic spirits! I see nothing but 8,000 worthless fools, puffed up by empty praises, who truly believed they were divine warriors descended from the heavens, a mere band of arrogant showboaters. Tiger bellowed with laughter, stepping closer to the elder, bending slightly as if to seize his hair. Old man, today I am in good spirits, so even if you fabricate a tale, let it be called The Chronicle of 8,000 Useless Riders. Ha ha. Buzz. Just as Tiger's words echoed, A delicate, pale hand suddenly pierced through the air, gripping his wrist. Tiger's expression faltered, and beads of sweat began to cascade down his forehead, his demeanor transforming into one of rage. Around him, a trace of purple energy swirled, and the very bones in his body seemed to resonate with the thunderous roar. One may criticize the god of war for his folly, yet one must not insult the 8,000 dragon riders. At the dining table, Chu Xiao tilted his head back, downing the contents of the wine jug in one swift motion. Within his deep, ebony eyes, a flicker of bloodlust emerged. In the next instant, before Lord Tiger could react, Chu Xiao exerted a sudden force, pulling him down to the ground with a single motion, his foot striking decisively. The air was instantly filled with a pungent scent of blood, as Lord Tiger's head shattered beneath the youth's foot, scattering crimson and ivory across the floor. Gulp. This scene plunged the entire tavern into an abyss of silence. Even the storyteller fell into darkness, collapsing on the spot. Only in a corner, a corpulent figure remained, the intoxication fading from his face, his small, bead-like eyes glinting with a cold light. Chapter 6. The Divine Guardians of Dayong in the Vast Realm of Jiuzhou. The classification of martial arts and the celestial path is meticulously delineated. Within the martial arts, there exists a division into 9 bodily realms: the white martial, the green martial, the purple martial, the golden martial, the Shen martial, the spiritual martial, the earthly martial, the heavenly martial, and the divine martial. Beyond these realms lies a transcendence of the physical form, entering the true domain of the celestial path, touching upon ancient sects and sacred lands of great teachings. The Dayong dynasty, as a terrestrial power, stands at the pinnacle of the northern region of Qingzhou. However, it shares this dominion with the northern wastes, western Chu, and Liyuan, forming a quadrangle of power, wherein each dynasty engages in frequent skirmishes. Dayong is renowned for its swordsmanship and is esteemed for its profound heritage. The northern wastes are home to numerous celestial masters, adept in talismans and formations, while Liyuan is known for its cunning strategists, skilled in divination and turning misfortune into fortune, often refining spiritual treasures to quell countless foes. The warriors of Western Chu possess extraordinary physical prowess, capable of feats that even women can match. In recent times, the relations between Dayong and Western Chu have grown considerably intimate, with frequent intermarriages. It is said that the current crown prince is betrothed to the princess of Western Chu. Presently, the prince is imprisoned, leaving the fate of this matrimonial bond uncertain. Yet, the northern wastes have grown increasingly audacious in recent years, often raising armies and employing formations to vanquish adversaries, causing immense suffering for the other 3 dynasties. Just moments ago, Lord Hu demonstrated his might, enveloped in a radiant purple glow, clearly indicating his mastery of the 3rd realm of martial arts, the purple martial. Within this sword city, he was deemed a formidable expert. However, this black-clad youth, without revealing his own realm, effortlessly extinguished him. Such prowess is truly alarming. Furthermore, from the words of the youth, the rotund young man perceived a profound respect for the 8,000 dragon riders. This individual is undoubtedly inextricably linked to the 8,000 dragon riders. Perhaps a remnant of the war god's former retinue, or perhaps a returee from the battlefield. In this era of the war god's demise, both the common folk and the court have expressed scorn towards the 8,000 dragon riders, attempting to sever ties with them. Yet, deep within his heart, the rotund young man retains a sense of reverence for that emblem of Dayong. Indeed, all soldiers of Dayong, especially those guarding the borders, regard the war god with divine veneration and unwavering loyalty. He is the true myth of the battlefield, the legendary figure of Dayong's military. The rotund young man, in his arrival at Sword City, is indeed on a quest to investigate the circumstances surrounding the war god's fall. Dare to slay Lord Hu? You shall pay dearly for your audacity. The remaining members of the Jiaolong gang, paralyzed by fear, fled in disarray, leaving a trail of distress behind them. Oh, I can see that there are few in this world more handsome than I, but your earlier kick might just rival my own prowess. Young master, you possess true courage. Inside the tavern, the rotund young man, holding a wine jug, audaciously sat across from Chu Xiao. I am Su Jibua. I wonder if I could have the honor of making your acquaintance? Su Jibua? Chu Xiao's expression remained indifferent, showing little surprise. From the moment he laid eyes on the rotund man's sword, he had already discerned his identity. His presence in Sword City could only signify that the royal family of Dayong had not relinquished their pursuit of the truth behind past events. Thus, this individual might prove to be of use. The name Su Jibua signifies a humble origin. My parents, of lowly birth and lacking education, whimsically assigned me this name after hearing a proverb. Su Jibwa chuckled, displaying a carefree demeanor. Just as his words fell, a sudden clamor erupted from the distant street. A middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe and wearing an official's cap strode purposefully towards the tavern, accompanied by a retinue of armored guards. Behind him, several members of the Jialong gang, their expressions filled with indignation, pointed accusingly at Su Jibwa and Chu Xiao. Commander, it was he, my lord, who was merely pretending to be a fool, and he was brutally slain by him. Please, seek justice for Lord Hu. Seize them. Commander Fu Xian barked, his voice cold and unyielding. The guards swiftly encircled the two young men, drawing their swords with a chilling swish. Remarkably, however, neither youth displayed an ounce of fear, provoking a stir among the onlookers. Was it not somewhat irregular for a commander to apprehend individuals without inquiry into the circumstances? Su Jibwa slowly turned, positioning himself protectively in front of the youth, his stout figure suddenly illuminated with an aura of determination. He intended to glean information regarding the 8,000 dragon riders from this young man, and felt compelled to demonstrate his sincerity. After all, in the realm of immortality, deception and self-interest were the order of the day. How audacious! Before the Sword City commander, you dare to act so arrogantly? What regard do you hold for the laws of Dayong? Fu Xian scoffed, his demeanor indifferent. Laws? In this Sword City, I am the law, he declared, his authority unassailable. Even the noble families within the city bowed to him. The root of his power lay in a single word, authority. Though the commander held considerable influence, he could not help but wonder how he would respond if Su Jibwa produced a certain decree. Fu Xian's expression shifted as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the black ancient token in Su Jibwa's hand, his complexion growing pale. The token bore the image of a golden divine eagle, soaring majestically. A palpable sense of dread spread throughout the tavern. Then, to the astonishment of many, the once haughty Fu Xian suddenly knelt, drenched in sweat. Commander Fu Xian greets the Lord of the Eagle Divine Guard. I was unaware of your arrival, and I am filled with trepidation. The Eagle Divine Guard. At this revelation, the members of the Jialong gang gaped in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in shock. The Eagle Divine Guard held a position within the Dayong court that was scarcely inferior to that of the Emperor's personal guards, directly under the imperial authority. But why had this enigmatic force, rarely seen outside the royal city, descended upon this remote sword city? Commander Fu, the Jialong gang has openly insulted the court and disrespected the former prince's faction. Should you offer them protection, you may invite calamity upon yourself, Su Jibwa remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Although the Eagle Divine Guard possessed immense significance within the Dayong court, this institution lacked any judicial capacity, serving more as a symbol of imperial power. Moreover, since the fall of the war god outside Sword City, the emperor had executed all officials within the city in a fit of rage. Thus, anyone permitted to serve in this formidable stronghold was undoubtedly a figure of considerable stature within the court. As the foremost stronghold of Dayong, Sword City constantly faces the looming threat of the Northern Wilderness dynasty. Nevertheless, its commercial and travel industries thrive, and the profits are evident to the naked eye. Though he harbors intentions to quell the turmoil, the intricacies of court influence are exceedingly convoluted. Without substantial backing, even the slightest misstep could lead to certain doom. Alas! Su Jibwa sighed inwardly, turning to summon Chu Xiao to depart, only to find that the youth had vanished without a trace. Capture all members of the Jialong gang and await further orders. The entire tavern descended into chaos, while the seemingly lifeless storyteller suddenly opened his eyes and stealthily crawled away. Chapter 7. The 8,000 Dragon Riders to the north of Sword City. A stretch of land 100 miles wide unfolds. This area, adorned with lush forests and interwoven hills, presents a formidable stronghold, easily defensible yet challenging to assault. A figure clad in black stands with hands clasped behind his back before the great abyss, gazing at the landscape before him, sorrow evident in his eyes. General, you must go. Leave now. General, the vast expanse, stained with blood, seems to stretch endlessly. The 8,000 dragon riders gallop forth. Yet they are not merely faced with 30,000 northern marauders, but a staggering 80,000 troops. To make matters worse, the skies above swirl with ominous sigils that obscure the sun, sealing off their escape routes entirely. The northern invaders dare to encroach upon us. Retreat is not an option. At the forefront, a youth clad in silver armor raises an ancient sword, his eyes now of vivid crimson. 9 consecutive edicts have emanated from the court, commanding him to lead the 8,000 dragon riders in pursuing the 30,000 foes from the north. Yet, in this borderland of Dayong, a trap of such magnitude lurks. General, We shall protect you. You must flee. The 8,000 dragon riders encircled the silver-armored youth, vowing to staunchly defend against the relentless assaults of the northern cavalry. Blood stains their armor, steeds whinny in distress, and the air is thick with the scent of impending doom. This battle is for the people of Dayong. Even if, at this moment, all are acutely aware that this is a conspiracy aimed at the war god. However, retreat is not an option. For behind him lies the ravaged Sword City in the open plains, home to countless innocent lives. Even if reinforcements are dispatched from the court, by the time they arrive, it is feared that devastation will have already claimed the land. Thunderous roars fill the air. As the echo of his words fades, the 8,000 dragon riders fall silent, their initial fear gradually dissipating. Indeed, their general, the war god of Dayong, has never retreated. For the people of Dayong, fight, fight, fight. The chorus of fierce roars, mingled with the mournful clashing of weapons and the cries of steeds, culminates into a battle hymn, resonating across the endless azure sky. The 8,000 dragon riders wield their long swords, following the shimmering figure, cutting through the chaos. In that battle, the heavens darkened and the earth was drenched in blood. Even the fallen bodies of horses were trampled into the mud beneath countless boot prints. Yet, throughout it all, not a single dragon rider faltered in their resolve. Nor did any leave their comrades unavenged. Blood-soaked sands, horse hides wrapping the fallen. The 8,000 dragon riders perished upon the battlefield. General, we vow with our blood. Should there be a next life, we shall follow you again. General, take care. Laughter echoed, yet unbeknownst to him, Chu Xiao's fingers had sunk into flesh. Blood dripping, a silent release of anguish. The radiant, innocent faces before him loomed like a haunting nightmare, penetrating to the very marrow of his soul. He survived, bearing the name of the war god, leading the 8,000 dragon riders to repel the 80,000 northern forces, yet emerged broken, his body shattered, plunging into the great abyss. However, even now, he cannot comprehend how, beyond the 30,000 northern cavalry, the remaining 50,000 troops managed to surreptitiously appear outside Sword City. As the foremost bastion of Dayong, Sword City is flanked by towering mountains, with only a single gorge leading to the cities beyond the pass. If the formidable army of 50,000 wishes to breach the pass, they can only proceed gradually. It is utterly impossible to circumvent the 13 cities beyond the pass, unless they descend from the heavens. Although the celestial master of the northern wilderness excels in talismans and formations, he cannot conjure 50,000 men into the realm of Dayong out of thin air. Otherwise, the northern wilderness dynasty would have long since absorbed the three kingdoms, becoming the singular sovereign of this land. And who issued those 9 edicts from the court? Was it the Emperor of Dayong? A figure of significant merit threatening the sovereign? Most would presume this to be a conflict between monarch and minister. The emperor merely capitalized on the turmoil of the northern wilderness to eliminate threats to his authority, orchestrating the demise of the illustrious Dayong war god in the borderlands. However, Chu Xiao knew that despite numerous individuals in Dayong wishing for the war god's downfall, the emperor alone would not. Because he is not only the war god of Dayong, but also the prince of Dayong, who is currently imprisoned. This secret is known only to 3 individuals in the world: the emperor, the high priest, and her. When Chu Xiao was born, the high priest of Dayong observed the celestial phenomena, witnessing the rise of the imperial star and the descent of the true dragon, a sign of great auspice. Yet, above the true dragon, 9 shackles were entwined, known as the dragon-locking formation, to safeguard Chu Xiao's well-being. Even the high-ranking ministers of the court have never beheld the true visage of this prince. However, when Chu Xiao turned 13, he wagered and entered the military camp alone. In merely 3 years, he quelled the barbarian tribes and achieved remarkable military exploits. During the first invasion of Dayong by the northern wilderness, when 1,000,000 troops surged forth, at the moment of peril, the gates of Sword City opened, and a figure clad in silver armor galloped forth, leading 8,000 dragon riders and 300,000 Dayong soldiers, battling until the heavens trembled and the sun and moon dimmed. The northern wilderness army was routed, retreating beyond the borders, never to dare invade Dayong again. One battle secured his divine status. The youthful war god thus became the emblem of Dayong. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely 3 years later, this war god would be entombed alongside the 8,000 dragon riders beyond Sword City? Therefore, the 9 edicts from the court could not possibly have been issued by the Emperor of Dayong. But who, aside from this sovereign, could so easily lay hands upon the imperial seal? In an instant, myriad speculations arose within Chu Xiao's heart. It is well known that the 8,000 dragon riders are under the prince's command, and the war god hails from the Eastern Palace faction. Should the war god's arrogance lead to the northern wilderness army breaching the city and slaughtering the common folk? Such culpability would be sufficient to strip the prince of his title. The royal family is merciless. Clearly, the individual colluding with the northern wilderness must covet the prince's position. Even if it were a brother or a cousin, Chu Xiao would personally sever his head and shatter his bones to appease the spirits of the 8,000 dragon riders. He cares not for hollow fame. He fears not the scorn of the world. What he desires above all is to vindicate his comrades and restore their unparalleled merit. What divine protection and everlasting prosperity for Dayong. Were it not for the dragon riders, Sword City would have fallen. With this thought, Chu Xiao took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, leaned forward, and once again plunged into the abyss. Chapter 8. A life-saving grace. Alas, brother, do not despair. At the edge of the forest, Zhenguo watched the figure leap into the abyss, his plump face trembling with distress. However, by the time he reached the precipice, the youth clad in black had already vanished into the vast, swirling mist below, and a sense of regret welled up within him. 5 years have passed since the fall of the war god and the demise of the 8,000 dragon riders at the Sword Pass. A full 5 years have elapsed. During this time, the Emperor Yongde had dispatched more than one eagle guardian to investigate the events of that fateful day, despite Zhenguo's confusion over why. After the emperor had ordered the war god's name to be abolished and thus vented his wrath upon the crown prince, he still felt the need to probe into the matter clandestinely. Was he harboring doubts, or had he sensed something amiss? Standing on the edge of the cliff, Zhenguo's round face bore a grave expression. Calculating the time, he realized he had been in Sword City for 10 months. In 2 months, he was to return to the imperial city to report. Yet, the 4 eagle guardians who had preceded him had all been executed upon their return. Now, having finally encountered someone connected to the 8,000 dragon riders, he had merely missed his chance, witnessing the youth leap into the abyss with his own eyes. Zhenguo gazed down at the sheer drop before him, curling his lip in frustration. Goodness! Even with his formidable 5 realms of physical strength, should he jump, he would surely be shattered upon impact. Beneath the abyss, Chu Xiao's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the deep pool before him, lost in thought. It was precisely because he had plunged into this very pool that he had managed to salvage his life. He vaguely recalled a girl in green discovering him and calling for her grandfather, who then brought him back to their village. It was due to this act of kindness that he later stumbled into the Kunxu and became a disciple of 6 extraordinary masters. Now that he had returned to life, it was only fitting that he seek out his 2 saviors to repay their kindness and resolve the ties of fate. Ah, someone approaches. It seems today will end in vain once more. Just then, a voice of discontent echoed from the entrance of the valley. Chu Xiao looked up to see a frail man in a coarse long robe, carrying a bamboo basket, shaking his head before turning to leave. Excuse me. Is there a village nearby? A village? Are you not from around here? How did you come to this place? The man in the coarse robe paused, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the youth behind him, and stumbled back a few steps. Yes. 100 miles to the west lies a mountain called the Great Wilderness Mountain, and beyond it is Qingshan village. However, I advise against going there any time soon. Why? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, a hint of an enigmatic aura swirling in his eyes. Recently, the village has been unsettled. A group of ruffians from the martial world has arrived, quite fearsome indeed. The man in the coarse robe shook his head, lamenting the state of the world, where the children of the affluent were born into luxury, while the offspring of the poor were left to be sold for a mere pittance. Ruffians from the martial world? Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and before the man could finish his lament, he found Chu Xiao had already covered 100 paces in mere moments. Oh dear. A little immortal. Qingshan village, as its name suggests, is a quaint settlement nestled amidst the mountains. Beyond the village, encircled by mountains on all sides, a narrow winding path leads to the outside world, resembling a secluded paradise. However, this so-called paradise is merely an ancient sacred site, and such remote mountain villages only grow increasingly impoverished and distressed. The villagers are trapped within, while those who venture in are often bandits and marauders. Today, however, Qing Mountain Village is unusually tumultuous. Old man, your granddaughter being favored by the Lord is a stroke of luck she has accrued over 8 lifetimes. Here's a couple of silver coins as compensation. Take her away. A burly man clad in a black robe, his face adorned with a thick beard, kicks a frail elder to the ground, tossing down a couple of silver coins and beckoning his attendant to drag the young girl in a green dress from the house. The surrounding villagers stand in a state of numbness, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and panic, yet none dare to assist the fallen elder. Alas, old Li is surely doomed today. A mere 2 silver coins, The girl is not even his own flesh and blood, merely a prize taken without cost. Grandfather. Grandfather. The young girl weeps bitterly, but how can her small frame escape the grip of two adults? Chinga! Li Yukai cries out in despair, helplessly watching as she is taken towards the center of the village. No, you cannot do this. Suddenly, a thought strikes Li Yukai, and he rushes back into the house, emerging with a gleaming silver battle armor. We have saved a great general of Dayong. I implore you, spare us. Grandfather and granddaughter. To a commoner, the words Dayong general symbolize imperial authority, the only lifeline he can grasp in this dire moment. This is. The black-clad man's gaze sharpens, but as he recognizes the dragon insignia etched upon the armor, his expression turns momentarily blank. Then, a raucous laughter echoes throughout the village. Ha ha ha. I thought it was something significant. Is this not the dragon rider armor? Old man, if you can tell me where this dragon rider deserter is now, perhaps I might spare your life. It is widely known that the 8,000 dragon riders perished in their valiant stand against the northern wastes. If indeed a dragon rider is hidden within this village, he can only be a deserter. Capturing him would be a significant achievement for the court. What? You refuse to speak? The black-clad man strikes Li Yukai across the face with the hilt of his sword, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The silver armor clatters to the earth. Old man, you have chosen the wrong person to save. The 8,000 dragon riders, arrogant and ignorant, were slaughtered by the northern waste cavalry, leading to the fall of our 13 cities of Dayong. That so-called war god is nothing but a waste, a mere name. They are the sinners and disgrace of Dayong. I spit on them. With that, the black-clad man raises his foot and stomps on the armor, spitting contemptuously while glaring at Li Yukai. You save a dragon rider deserter. Your crime is compounded, deserving of the utmost punishment. And no, this cannot be. Li Yukai feels his body weaken, his last flicker of hope extinguished. The black-clad man, with a malicious grin, approaches him, drawing his long knife and swinging it directly towards him, just as the long blade was about to descend upon Li Yukai. A piercing sound of slicing air suddenly echoed through the distant mountains and forests. In the blink of an eye, all present witnessed a fleeting glimmer of brilliance, and the arm of the burly man wielding the knife was severed with precision. A collective gasp of horror erupted after a brief moment of silence, followed by a wretched cry of agony that resonated through the air. Every gaze instinctively turned towards the source of the disturbance. There, a strikingly handsome youth clad in black emerged, his frigid demeanor sending shivers down the spines of those surrounding him, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Who is he? The black-clad man, his legs trembling and weak, glanced down at the severed hand lying on the ground, his body quaking in terror. Yet, before he could react, the youth stepped forward with the grace of a dragon ascending from the depths, instantaneously appearing before him. In the next heartbeat, the youth merely extended his hand, resting it upon the man's head. Chapter 9. An unusual incident. The entire mountain village lay enveloped in a profound silence. All the villagers gazed in horror at the burly man in black, who was being held like a mere beast by Chu Xiao, their faces pale and their bladders at the brink of bursting. Then, in a moment that left everyone speechless, Chu Xiao unceremoniously dragged the man before the battle armor, granting him no opportunity to plead for mercy. With a sudden, forceful motion, he slammed the man's head against the armor. In an instant, the skull of the black-clad man shattered like a melon, blood and bone fragments scattering in a gruesome display. The crimson liquid stained the battle armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of fierce combat. You are. Before the thatched cottage, Li Yukai trembled as he rose, his aging eyes reflecting disbelief. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao bent down to retrieve the silver armor from the ground, meticulously wiping away the dust. It truly is you. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Yukai, causing his lips to quiver and his eyes to widen in shock. On that day, when Qingyo had sent Chu Xiao to the great wilderness mountain, he had not returned that night. Li Yukai had searched in vain until the following day when Qingyo returned from the mountain and revealed that Chu Xiao had been rescued by an immortal. Yet, Li Yukai could only smile bitterly, unwilling to shatter Qingyo's last glimmer of hope. Immortal? If there truly were immortals in this world, how could there be floods and tragedies, partings and deaths? People revere immortals, offering incense and prayers, but what they worship is merely the desires of their hearts. The poor seek wealth, while the rich pursue longevity. Once the incense fades, the world remains unchanged. Thus, in Li Youcai's view, that royal soldier must have known his time was limited and departed on his own accord. Yet, now, looking at the youth before him, feeling the vitality and vigor radiating from him, even Li Yukai found himself momentarily dazed. Could it be that immortals truly exist in this world? Otherwise, how could a man, whose bones were shattered and organs crushed, have returned to life? Young master, I implore you to save Xiao Er. Li Yukai fell to his knees, weeping profusely, a flicker of hope rekindling in his eyes. Old man, please rise, Chu Xiao said, placing the dragon armor into his ring before helping him back to his feet. He then produced a white spiritual pill and handed it to Li Yukai. Please take this pill. At that moment, Chu Xiao could sense that the elder's ribs had broken, and his life force was waning, without the pill to sustain him. It would be unlikely for him to survive until the morrow. Young master, Xiao Er has been taken by them. I beseech you to rescue her. Li Yukai hastily swallowed the pill, but his expression gradually became vacant. A visible aura of spiritual light began to rise from his body. Astonishingly, the skin of this nearly 70-year-old man began to transform, becoming smooth and firm. This scene caused the surrounding villagers to widen their eyes in awe. And they collectively knelt before Chu Xiao, their expressions filled with reverence as they bowed deeply. Rejuvenation. By the heavens, he is indeed a true immortal. Seeing this, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, recalling the 6 masters from Kunxu. The vastness of heaven and earth knows no bounds. In these contemporary times, the common folk merely glimpse at a single elixir and exalt it as divine. Yet, when he first descended into the Kunxu realm, did he not regard the 6 revered masters as deities? The dynasty subjugates the commoners, while the sects rise above the dynasty, but who governs over the sects? Such a rigid hierarchy resembles a shackle, confining all beings to their respective tiers. Had it not been for Chu Xiao's entry into Kunxu, he might have spent his life as an emperor of the Dayong dynasty, forever in awe of the sections. To the commoners, the exalted are supreme, and the practitioners remain nameless under their command. Fortunately, during this journey to Kunxu, Chu Xiao not only glimpsed the true power of the immortal path, but also gained their unparalleled legacy. Now, he seeks only to cleanse the injustices faced by the 8,000 dragon riders, to unearth the traitor from Dayong who conspired against him, and to behold the grandeur of the immortal path. As for the coveted throne of the 9-5, he harbors no interest whatsoever. Immortal, I implore you to bless my daughter-in-law with a robust grandson. Immortal, this is my humble offering. Please assist me in reclaiming the land usurped by the village chief. Chu Xiao paid no heed to the myriad pleas of the people. Throughout his 50 years of cultivation in Kunxu, the phrase most often recited by his 6 masters was, "In chaotic times, the benevolent perish first. The universe is merciless and impartial. Without ascending to the pinnacle, one becomes mere bones of the lost. All matters within this world yield consequences from their causes. One must not be overly sentimental. Old man, where has Xiao Er been taken? To the village chief's house, young master. The chief has colluded with men from the underworld, taking the village children away, claiming they will be taken to the city for a better life. However, some have seen them opening the children's chests, extracting their hearts. Let us go." Without uttering another word, Chu Xiao turned and strode toward the heart of the village. Behind him, several villagers hesitated briefly before following suit. Soon, as Chu Xiao's figure appeared in the village center, he spotted several brutish men standing with arms crossed before an imposing residence, constructed entirely of blue stone, towering walls, and spacious courtyard. Standing out starkly in this impoverished mountain village, clearly, the village chief of Qinshan had not been idle in attending to the welfare of the people. Upon seeing the approaching villagers, the ruffians exchanged astonished glances and barked, "What do you intend to do? Rise in rebellion? Beware, we might just kill you foolish commoners." However, Chu Xiao did not utter a single unnecessary word. His arms extended like the claws of 2 celestial dragons, swiftly tearing open the chests of 2 of the brutes, seizing their still-beating hearts. As he withdrew his hands, the 2 vibrant, pulsating hearts were laid bare before the astonished crowd, sending the remaining thugs scurrying back into the residence in terror. The villagers had never witnessed such a scene. Their faces turned pale, and their breaths quickened. Before long, several figures emerged from the courtyard, the foremost being a burly man with a fierce demeanor, exuding an unmistakable aura of a bandit. What is the intent of this young hero? I am Li Bao, the 6th hall master of the Jiaolong gang. Pray tell, how have I offended you? Another Jiaolong gang? With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Xiao was well aware of the notorious Jianghu faction, the foremost sect of the Dayong dynasty, which had prospered through the waterways of commerce. It was said that the leader of the Jiaolong gang, Xiao Er, rose from humble beginnings, mastering the arts of music, chess, and watercraft, with a profound love for melodies and formidable skills, navigating rivers and seas with the grace of a dragon. However, the Jiaolong gang had always been active solely along the river routes, what had compelled them to venture into these deep mountain valleys. Their deceitful dealings with the villagers and the trafficking of children raised unsettling questions. After eliminating Lord Hu, Chu Xiao had sought information about the Jiaolong gang's recent activities in the city. Approximately 5 years prior, before the fall of Sword City, the gang had inexplicably departed from their headquarters in the capital and made their presence known in Sword City, aggressively acquiring shops and taverns, as if foreseeing impending turmoil. Originally, Chu Xiao intended to resolve his own entanglements before investigating the Jiaolong gang further, yet fate had led him to encounter them in this desolate mountain village. Return the children, Chu Xiao commanded, his expression icy. The unusual circumstances hinted at deeper motives, particularly in Sword City, where the Jiaolong gang acted with impunity, surely bolstered by unseen allies. The collusion between the Jianghu and the imperial court was not a new phenomenon. The court wielded power while the Jianghu sowed chaos, each reaping their own rewards. Yet, Sword City was a formidable bastion of the Dayong dynasty, heavily fortified, and had never before been a gathering place for factions. Now, with 8,000 dragon riders brutally slain and Sword City changing hands, the Jiaolong gang capitalized on the chaos. Was there a connection behind all this? Oh, it seems the young hero is here to champion justice, Li Bao chuckled, but his demeanor shifted ominously in an instant. I've encountered many young men like you, merely seeking to impress these villagers, to gain fame and, in turn, attract the attention of influential figures, hoping for an ascent to greatness. However, this time, I advise you to mind your own business. The individuals I am associated with are not to be trifled with. Chapter 10. The emergence of conspiracy. Chu Xiao's expression grew increasingly grim. The individual who commanded such reverence from the Jiaolong gang could not be an ordinary city lord or estate master. They likely occupied a high position. Upon Chu Xiao's return to Sword City, he had contemplated, after the fall of the war god, who would reap the greatest benefit in the court. Undoubtedly, it would be the second prince, Zhiyong. This younger brother of his, with a temperament both eccentric and overbearing, held a disdainful view of others. Although he was not born of the empress, his mother was equally distinguished, being the sister of General Lu Quan, a prominent figure in the Yong dynasty, and the current favored concubine. After the empress gave birth to Chu Xiao, she suffered from a chronic ailment and soon passed away. Though the young emperor had not established a new empress, the current imperial harem was effectively under the control of concubine Lu. When Chu Xiao was named crown prince, concubine Lu had voiced her objections. In the grand court of the Yong dynasty, if anyone wished for the crown prince's deposition, Chuang and concubine Lu would be at the forefront. The war god's tragic demise in Sword City, along with the fall of 13 cities, would certainly raise suspicions in the young emperor, yet he could never fathom that beyond the Sword Pass lay 80,000 iron cavalry from the North Wilderness. Thus, the blame for this calamity would ultimately be attributed to the war god's incompetence. However, for reasons unknown, Chu Xiao harbored a premonition that the matter was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Clang! Just as Chu Xiao was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Li Bao pull a pouch of silver from his bosom and toss it at his feet. Enough. You've feigned long enough. Take the silver and leave quickly. With that, he turned and strode back into the courtyard, entirely disregarding the chill in Chu Xiao's gaze. Buzz. At that moment, Li Bao heard a sharp sound of wind slicing through the air behind him. Chu Xiao, enveloped in sword intent, instantaneously appeared before them. As he extended his hand, an overwhelming force crushed the skull of a Jiaolong gang member before him, splattering blood across 10 paces. With Chu Xiao's current physical prowess, not even practitioners of the first or second realm could compare, let alone those of the ninth realm. Although cultivation of spiritual power was impossible within the Kunxu, Chu Xiao's sheer physical strength was sufficient to sweep through 4 dynasties. Hiss! Witnessing the bloodied hand and the boy's indifferent countenance, Li Bao's lips quivered, and a chill surged to the top of his head. What are you waiting for? Attack him. In an instant, a throng of Jiaolong gang disciples drew their blades and charged at Chu Xiao. Yet, despite their overwhelming numbers, they could not impede the boy's advance. One by one, Chu Xiao's hand reached out, tearing the bodies of the Jiaolong gang disciples apart, blood and bone scattering, staining the ground before the courtyard at dark hue. Li Bao's mind reeled. Even after traversing the rivers and lakes of the Yong dynasty for 30 years, he had never witnessed such a scene of bloodshed and brutality. Overwhelmed with fear, he turned and fled towards the courtyard. As the last Jiaolong gang disciple fell, Chu Xiao's fist shattered his ribcage, causing a spray of internal organs to erupt from his mouth, leaving the surrounding villagers pale and unable to withstand their terror. Collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching, Chu Xiao, however, walked calmly into the courtyard, disappearing from sight. In the great hall of the courtyard, before her stood a woman shrouded in a black veil, clutching a blood-red talisman as she gazed coldly at the young maiden in azure attire. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, equally clad in black, his expression numbed, with grotesque black patches crawling across his visage, his eyes devoid of any glimmer. "Do not be afraid, little girl. Allow me to ascertain whether you possess the qualifications of a medium." As she spoke, the veiled woman pinched the young girl's face and pressed the talisman onto her forehead. In an instant, crimson spiritual patterns surged forth, akin to tendrils, invading the girl's very being. The excruciating pain contorted the girl's features, her silver teeth clenched tightly, yet she uttered not a single cry of anguish. "Some spirit," the woman remarked with a cold sneer. However, just as her words faded, the blood talisman affixed to the girl's forehead shattered abruptly, dissipating into ethereal light. "What?" The veiled woman furrowed her brows, producing another blood talisman from her robes and pressing it against the girl's forehead once more. Yet, the result was the same. Within mere moments, the talisman crumbled once again, as if it had encountered something dreadfully formidable. "This is peculiar. My master had previously stated that this talisman could probe the roots of spiritual wisdom. It should activate for those rich in spiritual essence. Yet it reacts not at all for this girl. What on earth is she?" The veiled woman scrutinized the girl, observing her feeble vitality and frail state. "Utterly ordinary. Only 3 more mediums are needed for my master's grand design to be fulfilled. Very well, I shall seek elsewhere." Just as the black-clad woman raised her hand to strike down upon the girl, the hall doors were suddenly flung open with a tremendous crash. In rushed Li Bao, his expression frantic, his face ashen. "Black Cloud, we are in grave danger." Before Li Bao could utter another word, a figure emerged behind him, trampling him underfoot. Black Cloud's gaze sharpened, yet her demeanor remained largely unfazed. "Who are you?" At her level of prowess, few could rival her even within the confines of the Sword City, let alone in this desolate mountain village. "Be big brother." At that moment, upon seeing the suddenly appearing young man in black, the girl's pallid face brightened with astonishment and excitement. "Oh, so you have come to rescue her." A flicker of malevolence crossed Black Cloud's eyes as she tightened her grip around the girl's neck, speaking calmly, "Release Li Bao, or I shall take her life." With a swift motion, the young man stepped forward, crushing Li Bao's skull beneath his foot as he advanced toward her. "You." Before Black Cloud could utter another word, a radiant light burst forth before her. She barely registered the sensation before her wrist was struck with pain, and her entire hand was severed at the joint. "You." Black Cloud's eyes widened in shock, while the young girl seized the opportunity to dash toward Chu Xiao, who embraced her warmly. "Big brother. I knew you were sent by the immortals. They said I was boasting." Xiao Er tilted her head to gaze at Chu Xiao, a radiant smile illuminating her pale face. "It's all right now." A rare gentleness flickered across Chu Xiao's features as he glanced at the shadow beside the woman in the black veil, his eyes narrowing slightly. The corpse. Though he had been in a state of unconsciousness, a fragment of his awareness lingered. Cognizant of how Xiao Er had struggled to carry him to the summit of the great desolate mountain. Without her, he would never have breached the Kunxu and would have perished long ago in this mountain village. "May I inquire which sword master of the great Yong you are?" The sword intent he had just encountered was unprecedented, even for the dark clouds that loomed above, utterly insurmountable. Little did she anticipate that such a formidable figure could be concealed within this seemingly insignificant village. Yet, disregarding the confusion radiating from the dark clouds, Chu Xiao paid no heed, gently lifting Xiao Er and advancing towards her step by step. Chapter 11. The schemes of the enchantress. Black Cloud's gaze trembled as she endured the excruciating pain in her wrist, once more clutching a talisman tightly. A dark radiance blossomed silently, while the black-clad corpse puppet behind her revealed a menacing crimson glint in its eyes. With a single step, it shattered the blue stone ground beneath it. "Are you afraid?" Chu Xiao glanced down at Xiao Er. "If you are, just lean on my shoulder and don't look." Xiao Er obediently nodded, pressing her small face gently against Chu Xiao's chest, her arms wrapping tightly around his back, her eyes firmly shut. Boom. In the next instant, Chu Xiao unleashed a punch that collided thunderously with the shadowy corpse. Then, Black Cloud's expression turned utterly blank, her entire being collapsing to the ground as a yellowish liquid streamed down her fair thighs. She beheld in disbelief as the corporeal body, whose realm was on par with the spirit martial realm, was obliterated by Chu Xiao's single blow. Countless fragments rained down, the stench of decay spreading like a noxious wave, inducing nausea. Xiao Er clung to Chu Xiao's arm with increasing intensity, her body curling into his embrace, her eyelashes trembling like a startled kitten, shivering uncontrollably. Gulp. Despite Black Cloud's fifth realm prowess, upon witnessing the coldness in Chu Xiao's eyes, her mind shattered, and she lost all control of her faculties in terror. She had initially believed that this youth, with his unparalleled swordsmanship, would have a frail physique. The ancient corpse was a protective gift from her master, capable of contending with 7th realm warriors. In the vast Dayong dynasty, unless the 2 9th realm divine warriors descended, no one could threaten her life. Yet, those 2 divine warriors, one remained secluded within the palace, while the other was elusive and detached from worldly affairs. Where had this youth emerged from? Capable of overpowering 6th realm individuals in both swordsmanship and physical strength? Talisman, corpse control, northern wilderness celestial master? With a cold smirk, Chu Xiao offered Black Cloud no chance of escape. The sword intent in his hand severed her limbs completely. He then stepped forward, removing the black veil from her face, revealing a strikingly beautiful and fair visage. Speak. Who sent you? What use do you have for these children? I do not know. I am merely a spirit slave, whose entire family was slaughtered by my master. Controlled by poison, he ordered me to seek out exceptionally gifted youths. I have never harmed the innocent. I beg you, spare my life. The intense agony twisted Black Cloud's features into a pale mask, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Chu Xiao with a pitiable expression. Where are you taking these children? Chu Xiao's gaze was sharp and unwavering. He had endured 10 years of torment at the hands of Huang Rouge and the Kunxu, and was thus immune to such charms. I am only responsible for locating the spiritual mediums and handing them over to Master Diao of the Jialong gang. I know nothing beyond that. The Jialong gang? Chu Xiao nodded slightly. Given Black Cloud's position, she was likely just a pawn in the hands of those behind the scenes, and could not possibly know much. Yet, the thought of the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master colluding with the Jialong gang within the borders of the Yang dynasty sent chills down his spine. My lord, I beseech you to show me mercy. I am but a victim of circumstance, willing to serve you as your slave to fulfill any of your desires. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiao gently nodded, his hand unexpectedly reaching out to caress the forehead of the dark cloud. In that moment of tenderness, the taut strings of the dark cloud's heart relaxed. However, in the next instant, her visage contorted in agony, her crimson lips parted, yet no sound emerged. Her entire being withered visibly, decaying until she ultimately dissolved into ashes, silently and without a trace. On the other hand, a look of enjoyment grazed Chu Xiao's features, as an ethereal light seemed to dance around his flesh and bones. He had transcended to the 5th realm of corporeal existence, the Xuanwu realm. Previously, his cultivation was at the 7th level of the martial domain, but as his bones shattered and his consciousness faded, the spiritual power within him collapsed, rendering him powerless. For 50 years in the Kunxu, despite consuming numerous elixirs and spiritual materials, he could not break the celestial laws of Kunxu to elevate his cultivation. Yet now, having utilized the devouring sky evil technique to absorb the bloodline and spiritual power of the dark cloud, his cultivation surged to the 5th realm, hinting at a potential ascension to the 6th. It was unfathomable that the arduous years of cultivation could be condensed into a mere moment. Strangely, a flicker of demonic patterns shone in his eyes, awakening a certain desire within his heart. Suddenly, from the depths of the hall, a subtle sound of excretion echoed. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he noticed a dog cage standing in the shadows. Within it, a rotund elder with tender skin huddled in a corner, his eyes wide with terror, desperately biting his collar while trembling uncontrollably. A gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's lips as he lightly traced his fingertips. Turning to exit the hall, the village chief of Qishan, merely immortal, holds no taste for me. If I claim he perished at the hands of the Jialong gang, I trust no one shall object. With that, the plump elder barely had time to emit a cry before a crimson mark appeared on his forehead. The expression on his face immediately froze, his eyes forever closed in death. Very well, you may open your eyes now. Outside the hall, Chu Xiao glanced down at the maiden in his arms, offering a slight smile. At that moment, Qing'er tightly pressed her lips together, her eyes firmly shut, too frightened to open them. Particularly, her delicate and fair visage had taken on a pallid hue. Clearly, despite her valiant efforts to suppress her trepidation, the circumstances of the day were overwhelmingly daunting for her. It was hard to imagine how, with her petite frame, she once scaled the peak of the great wilderness mountain. Big brother. Qing'er opened her eyes cautiously, glancing around, and upon seeing that they had exited the hall, her spirit relaxed. Big brother, did you encounter an immortal? You must help me speak to He Panger and Arya. Otherwise, they will surely mock me. Her small mouth pouted, as if bearing a great injustice. Do not worry. No one shall mock you any longer. Chu Xiao smiled gently, just as a commotion erupted from beyond the courtyard. Fear not, dear ones, for I am the vigilant sentinel of the court, untainted by the possessions of the common folk. Indeed, as long as I stand guard, I shall ensure your safety. Leave the handling of these lifeless bodies to me. The treasures they possess shall be returned as evidence. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting a profound depth. The reason for his visit to the Sword City Tavern after departing from Kunxu was to ascertain the current political climate of Dayong. The unexpected arrival of Su Jibua, to some extent, caught him by surprise. However, he had already uncovered a conspiracy concerning the northern wilderness in the court of Dayong. Until he could unveil the identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes, Chu Xiao had no intention of revealing his own identity, lest he alert the serpent in the grass. The Eagle God Guard, being the unwavering blade of the young emperor, is notoriously resistant to corruption. Su Jibua's presence here is surely no mere coincidence. He likely comes in connection with the fallen war god of yore. Thus, from the outset, Chu Xiao's public execution of Lord Hu concealed 3 objectives. First, the 8,000 dragon riders must not be dishonored. The slander they bear is akin to Chu Xiao's own sins. The valiant souls who safeguarded the people of Dayong must never be trampled upon. Second, he sought to attract Su Jibua's attention, leveraging his identity as a member of the Eagle God Guard to investigate the earth-shattering conspiracy lurking in the shadows. As for the third, Chu Xiao cast a glance at the young maiden in his arms, his eyes revealing a profound contemplation. Chapter 12, the 5-year deadline. Indeed. Burn these corpses and hand over all the silver and jade ornaments to me. Yes, these are pieces of evidence that I must safeguard properly. Outside the courtyard, a rotund figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, directing a throng of villagers as they busily gathered countless treasures. Suddenly, he drew a long sword from his back, his expression tinged with gravity. Everyone, step back. I am about to commence the enforcement of justice. However, just as he grasped the sword and strode forward into the courtyard, he noticed a figure clad in black, leading a young girl in green, who emerged slowly. It is you. Su Jibua's gaze fluttered, particularly stirred by the chilling bloodthirst emanating from Chu Xiao, which sent a tremor through his heart. Today, he had traversed the great abyss to its depths, yet had found no trace of Chu Xiao's body. Thus, he had searched and arrived at Qingshan village. Yet, who could have imagined that upon entering the village, he would encounter several members of the Jiaolong gang slain by Chu Xiao? Instantly, he transformed into the beacon of righteousness, eager to display his prowess in this remote, backward mountain village. With a leap from the sheer cliff, one could hardly expect to escape unscathed. Not even those at the 2nd or 3rd realm, let alone a 5th realm powerhouse, unless aided by magical artifacts or talismans. Who exactly is this youth? Since the moment he shattered the head of Lord Hu, Su Jibua had been filled with perplexity. If Dayong possessed such a prodigious young talent, the Eagle God Guard would certainly be aware of it. Qing'e, Liu, the god of wealth, exclaimed with excitement, rushing to Chu Xiao, ready to kneel before him. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Qing'e, go stay with your grandfather for a while. I will come to see you shortly, Chu Xiao said, a rare smile gracing his face as he gently ruffled the girl's hair before turning to Su Jibua. Follow me. I am a member of the Eagle God Guard. You would do well to refrain from irrational actions, Su Jibua replied, feeling a sense of unease as he regarded Chu Xiao. Until he fully grasped the identity of this youth, he knew he must tread carefully, lest he fall victim to treachery in this desolate village. Yet, at this moment, Chu Xiao said little more, turning and disappearing into the courtyard. Su Jibua's small eyes darted about, ultimately deciding to follow. After all, if he could not uncover the truth from that year, returning to the imperial city would be a path to certain doom. This enigmatic youth seemed entangled with the 8,000 dragon riders, representing the only lead he had encountered in the past year. Despairing, he thought, in any case, death is inevitable. I might as well take a gamble. Deep within the courtyard, Chu Xiao stood with hands clasped behind his back in a stone pavilion, gazing at the distant mountains. Despite the absence of any discernible aura, he exuded an overwhelming presence that seemed to dominate the very heavens and earth. A born emperor. In that instant, Su Jibua felt a flicker of realization. This young lord's origins likely transcended the realm of dynasties, connecting instead to those who truly stand above the thrones, disciples of the sections. Individuals of such caliber would warrant respect, not only from a mere Eagle God Guard, but even from the Emperor of Yongde himself. Young master, who are you? Truly? As Chu Xiao remained silent, Su Jibua made a decisive resolution within, his hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword. However, at that very moment when Chu Xiao turned, the imposing figure of the great Yong's eagle guardian trembled, a fawning smile appearing on his face. To be honest, I am not particularly curious. Today, I merely passed through this place. If I have disturbed you, why not? Give me a good beating. You have come to Sword City, I presume, to investigate the demise of the 8,000 dragon riders from years past? Chu Xiao paid no heed to Su Jibua's flattery. He had already witnessed this man's character in the tavern. Although he outwardly presented an unashamed facade, he still adhered to certain principles when it came to the greater good of his homeland. The fact that he was willing to publicly defend the reputation of the war god amidst the current political turmoil indicated that he was not a mere follower of the crowd. Yet, Chu Xiao was not particularly concerned with these matters. He simply sought to leverage the identity of the Eagle Guardian to uncover the interests entangled in this conspiracy. With the emergence of the Jialong gang and the tragic deaths of Li Bao and He Yun, the masterminds behind these events would undoubtedly take notice. By exposing Su Jibua as the Eagle Guardian, they would certainly become wary, but not to the extent of erasing him from existence. In essence, Su Jibua was likely to be viewed as a thorn in their side, when they would wish to remove swiftly. This presented Chu Xiao with an opportunity to gather more clues. How had the 50,000 troops from the northern wilderness quietly traversed the 13 cities outside the pass to appear before Sword City? Who, within the great Yong dynasty, was colluding with the northern wilderness? Indeed, upon mentioning the 8,000 dragon riders, Su Jibua's expression turned grave. Young master, you must have some connection to the 8,000 dragon riders, correct? I heard from the villagers that you seem to be wearing. I can assist you in investigating the events of that year, but on the condition that until the truth is revealed, you must follow my lead without question. Otherwise, Chu Xiao lightly waved his hand, and a thread of sword intent cleaved through the air, halting at Su Jibua's brow. In an instant, the complexion of this fifth realm guardian turned utterly pale. Young master, you underestimate me. Su Jibua swallowed hard, a flicker of resentment crossing his chubby face. As a dignified eagle guardian, do you think I would easily succumb to threats? Preposterous. My willingness to serve young master is solely due to your character. Young master, please allow me to bow to you. Rise, Chu Xiao replied, his expression indifferent, his gaze penetrating. The only lead he had unearthed thus far was the collusion between the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master and the Jialong gang, who were scouring for gifted youths. Yet, the whereabouts and purposes of these children remained a mystery, necessitating his personal visit to the Jialong gang's branch to inquire with the leader responsible for Sword City affairs. Young master, what shall we do next? I have an unsettling feeling about the Jialong gang. They seem excessively brazen. Continue your investigation into the events of that year as openly as before, without concern for anyone. With that, Chu Xiao said no more and strode towards the courtyard exit. Just as his figure was about to fade away, his footsteps abruptly came to a halt. Have you wed, Commander? A distinct look of surprise flickered across Su Jibua's face, his lips quivering slightly. Not yet married. At this moment, he felt increasingly certain that this enigmatic young man must possess a background from a significant sect. Otherwise, who in the vast Yong dynasty would dare inquire about the commander's marital status? This was clearly an indication of covetous intent towards her. How audacious. Just the thought of that cold, aloof figure clad in white sent a chill coursing through Su Jibua's spirit, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Oh, indeed. There had been discussions in the court regarding a suitor for the commander, but she had declined, stating that she would consider the matter only after investigating the circumstances surrounding the fall of the war god. Consequently, the high priest had specially visited the commander at the divine mansion, yet he was dismissed, with only a 5-year deadline established. I have heard that the matter of the commander's marriage is influenced by the Sword Inquiry sect in calculating the time. There are less than 2 months remaining until this deadline. Su Jibua approached Chu Xiao, his brows incessantly knitting together. You would believe the expression on the high priest's old face at that time. It was as if he had been drenched in water. Drenched in water? The young master today has rendered great service to the people by ridding them of evil. Su Jibua's expression suddenly turned serious as he leaned closer to Chu Xiao's ear, whispering with a mischievous grin, How about I take you to a place later? Young master, where you can enjoy some music and unwind. I know a spot where you can find pure maidens, neighborly wives, middle-aged matrons, and exotic women, all quite respectable. Hehehe. Only 2 months left, huh? Chu Xiao remained indifferent, his mind gradually conjuring the image of a graceful figure clad in white. Chapter 13. The puppeteer of the Sword City. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. A wisp of dark cloud descended from above, obscuring the sun. Countless commoners gazed upward, their eyes filled with confusion and terror. Picking up from where we left off, we spoke of the fallen war god and the imprisoned prince. What entanglements lay beneath these events? Perhaps it is hard to believe, but the war god hailed from the eastern palace. Look, what is that? A cacophony erupted from the Cloud Wine Tavern. Numerous patrons sprang to their feet, crowding the windows, eyes turned toward the void above. Even the aged storyteller, with his gaunt visage, displayed a hint of astonishment as he stepped outside the tavern to gaze at the distant heavens. There, a majestic white eagle spread its wings, resembling clouds suspended in the sky, casting its shadow over vast mountains and rivers. Upon the back of this snow-white eagle stood a graceful figure clad in white, her face veiled in silk. She exuded an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being inadvertently wandering into the mortal realm. Her beauty defied description, embodying a serene detachment that seemed to float effortlessly. Her skin was as flawless as snow, her demeanor frigid, and her elongated, slender legs, barely discernible beneath her flowing white dress, were breathtakingly exquisite. Her eyes, a deep amber, were indifferent yet profound, instilling a sense of awe and reverence that deterred any thoughts of impertinence. This was the commander of the Snow Eagle, Gu Qitang. An uproar swept through the entirety of Sword City. Even among the common folk, expressions of awe and shock emerged as they knelt on the ground, bowing in homage to the lady in white. It is well known that the Dayong dynasty boasts two formidable figures of the Ninth Realm, serving as its bulwark against the other three dynasties. Although this commander does not belong to the Ninth Realm, she is hailed as the foremost individual beneath that level. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, rumored to be entwined with the sword sect that supports the Dayong dynasty. Even the emperor and the grand priest of Dayong dare not act with too much audacity in her presence. Until today, the world had only heard whispers of the name of this Snow Eagle commander. Witnessing her in person, one could indeed see her unparalleled grace, standing apart from the mundane. City Lord Lu Tua pays his respects to Commander Gu. A commanding voice resonated from the heart of Sword City. A middle-aged man, adorned in a blue-green embroidered robe and a dual-eared black cap, stepped forward and bowed reverently toward the sky. The figure in white immediately descended from the heavens, her jade feet lightly touching the air, each step radiating brilliance. At this moment, she merely inclined her head, uttering no words, and proceeded into the city lord's residence, vanishing from sight. Caw! In the vast emptiness, the Snow Eagle let out a long cry, circling momentarily before descending into the desolate mountains beyond Sword City. The sudden arrival of this celestial maiden in Sword City surely heralded significant events to come. Inside the tavern, the patrons returned to their tables, whispering amongst themselves. The storyteller, lost in thought, appeared to be in a daze. Hey, old man, what are you pondering? Continue with the tale. Resuming from where we left off. It is said that the prince and the war god. Meanwhile, within the city lord's residence, Lu Tua gazed respectfully at the graceful figure in white standing with arms crossed in the hall, his expression equally perplexed. Logically, with Gu Qingtang's status, she would seldom leave the imperial city. What could be the purpose of her visit? Presently, the court was abuzz with rumors that the second prince, Chu Xiao, was about to take up residence in the East Palace, becoming the new crown prince of Dayong, and would marry the eldest princess of Shichu. Meanwhile, Gu Qingtang was to be wed to the third prince, Chu Lin, and would eventually inherit the divine sacrificial position, solidifying the imperial authority of Dayong. With the grand wedding imminent, her sudden arrival at the borders of Jianguan raised suspicions. Could it be an attempt to evade marriage? It stands to reason, for Gu Qingtang, with her ethereal beauty and unparalleled talent, would surely balk at the thought of marrying a cripple. Commander Gu's arrival at Jian City filled Lu Tua with trepidation. He was uncertain what her visit entailed. Has there been any disturbance in Jian City these past few days? He inquired. Gu Qingtang's voice was chillingly serene, akin to a clear mountain spring, ethereal and detached. Disturbance? None at all, Commander Gu, please rest assured. Although I, Lu Tua, lack great talent, I have diligently fulfilled my duties in Jian City and would never dare to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Lu Tua shook his head, shadows flickering in his gaze. Commander, could there be some rumors circulating within the court? Since the fall of the war god 5 years ago, after the 13 cities beyond Jianguan succumbed, the officials of Jian City were all tried and executed by the Emperor of Yongde on charges of dereliction of duty. Since that time, Jian City had become a coveted prize, sought after by various factions within the court. Ultimately, leveraging the power of the Lu family, he successfully took control of Jian City, becoming its new master. Lu Tua understood that a frontier stronghold of such significance, a hub of commerce, would inevitably attract envy from others. But why would such courtly strife beckon? Gu Qitang? Could it be that there was none? A flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Qingtang's eyes as she refrained from pressing further, instead striding toward the rear of the hall. Prepare a room for me. I shall remain in Jian City for a few days. 5 years. The blue lotus soul lamp has been reignited. Does this signify that he has not truly perished? What truly transpired back then? With his temperament and strength, how could he have been slain by the iron cavalry of Bei Wang? In 2 months. If she cannot uncover the truth, she will have to abandon her current identity. Contemplating this, Gu Qingtang's eyes grew colder, faint celestial patterns swirling about her. Yes, Commander. Despite his inner reluctance, Lu Tua dared not openly defy her. He watched as Gu Qingtang walked away, then waved his hand to summon a servant. Informed Yao Bangyin to keep a low profile for a while. Understood. Soon, Commander Gu Qingtang's arrival at Jian City became the talk of the entire Dayong dynasty, even shocking many powerful ministers and courtiers at the royal court. It was widely known that Gu Qitang was of a cold disposition, despite holding a prominent position. She had never engaged in social interactions. Even the grand sacrifice of Dayong was hardly regarded by her. Not only the people of Jian City, but even in the imperial city, few had beheld her true visage. The reasons behind her visit to Jian City spurred countless speculations within the court. However, according to the close attendants of the Emperor of Yongde, it seemed to be related to the upheaval in Jian City 5 years prior. Within the ancient confines of the imperial city, in a quaintly adorned chamber, several figures were seated in contemplative silence, savoring tea and inhaling its fragrant aroma. Although it was broad daylight outside, the room was shrouded in an oppressive darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, save for the flickering flame of a solitary candle that cast a pale, golden halo upon the columns. How does the young master fare these days? Indeed, I am feeling considerably better than before. However, have you heard? Gu Qitang has journeyed to the Sword City. Is the young master concerned that Gu Qitang may uncover something? With her formidable background and enigmatic methods, Gu Qitang remains unbound by the constraints of the court. Her visit to the Sword City is indeed a cause for concern. In light of this, shall we not simply keep her in the Sword City? Oh, Black Cloud has perished, having met his end before Gu Qingtang's arrival. Thus, I suspect that there are certain unsavory individuals concealed within the Sword City. Are you suggesting a massacre? You. Should the Sword City fall, the great Yong would lose its foothold. You once promised me that, in exchange for the 13 cities, we would never set foot beyond the Sword City. Young master, you would not wish for our current endeavors to be exposed, would you? The only course left to us is to eradicate the Sword City entirely, to shroud all secrets in obscurity. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the last 9 mediums have been located and are en route to the Imperial City. Upon hearing this, one of the youths, who appeared somewhat slender, exhibited a flicker of astonished delight across his face, which appeared exceedingly sinister in the dimness. The Sword City may be annihilated, but Gu Qingtang must not be harmed. Otherwise, the Sword Sect will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Moreover, those without value must be discarded. Chapter 14. Return to the Sword City. In the quaint village of Qinshan, Chu Xiao and Su Jibua emerged from the courtyard, making their way towards the thatched cottage outside the village. Along the path, the villagers regarded the two with an evident mixture of reverence and admiration. The recent upheaval had left the lives of these humble folk, dwelling at the bottom of the Jiuzhou realm, fraught with anxiety and unrest. Had it not been for Chu Xiao's decisive intervention in vanquishing the members of the Jialong gang, their children would likely have become sacrificial offerings, subjected to slaughter. Bereft of means to resist, they could only mourn their fate. Even though the formidable first pass of Dayong lay just beyond the desolate mountains, the treacherous terrain teemed with tigers, leopards, and wolves. For these ordinary villagers, merely traversing the mountains would likely lead to a grim demise at the jaws of feral beasts. And even if luck favored some to reach the Sword City, what chance would they have against the Jialong gang? The inevitable outcome would be awaiting an investigation by the authorities, during which the gang could send forth their minions to effortlessly extinguish them, leaving no trace behind. The farthest distance a commoner could aspire to reach was likely the Sword City itself. Beyond that lay the provincial capital and the imperial city, both distant and daunting. With the villagers unable to muster even enough funds for daily sustenance, let alone seek justice. The mountains are high and the emperor distant. The lives of the common folk are deemed cheap and disposable. How tragic, how lamentable. Big brother. In front of the thatched cottage, Qing Er beamed upon spotting the approaching Chu Xiao. She leaped joyfully into his arms, pressing her face against him and inhaling his scent. For reasons unknown, she felt an alluring fragrance emanating from this elder brother, evoking both fear and a desire to draw closer. Thank you, sir, for saving Xiao Er's life. Thank you. Sir Li Yikai, somewhat inarticulate, bore a simple smile on his face. In truth, his initial act of rescuing Chu Xiao in the depths of the great abyss was not born from a sense of reverence for the Dayong soldiers, but rather from fear that inaction would provoke the wrath of the dynasty, leading to the village's destruction. The lives of commoners are as cheap as ants. Their sole desire throughout life is merely stability in the absence of calamity. Were it not for Xiao Er, I too would have perished in the wilderness long ago. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, gently ruffling Xiao Er's little head, a rare softness in his gaze. Sir, I have a request seeing this. Li Yikai suddenly knelt on the ground, as if summoning all his courage, and bowed to Chu Xiao. Old man, please rise. Chu Xiao hastily extended a hand to help him up. What is it you wish to say? Sir, this girl Xiao Er is unfortunate. I found her in the mountains and still do not know who her parents are. Therefore, I wish to ask you to take her away from the village, to experience the world beyond. Li Yikai sighed softly. Despite his limited understanding, he recognized Chu Xiao's noble status. Such a general of Dayong enjoys boundless glory and wealth. Even if Xiao Er were to serve as a maid by his side, it would be a far happier fate than remaining in this dilapidated mountain village. Moreover, with the bloodshed caused by Chu Xiao, retaliation would surely follow. As long as he remains in the village, the Dayong gang may hesitate to act. But once he departs, the consequences are unthinkable. Do you wish to leave with me? Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of realization flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes, and he discerned Li Youcai's concerns. Xiao Er's large eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she turned to glance at the elder. Grandfather, will you come with us? The elder, weary with age, expressed a desire to remain in the village, waiting for Xiao Er's return. A gentle smile graced Li Youcai's face, for he understood that individuals like him, burdened by their own existence, had no right to accompany Chu Xiao, although he had once saved the life of this young man. From this day forth, he deemed his debt repaid and hoped not to overstep his bounds. Grandfather. Xiao Er's eyes shimmered with reluctance. Yet she ultimately could not forsake the opportunity to leave the mountain village. Slowly, she nodded. I will return often to see you. The weak must strive. Only through diligent cultivation can she grow strong enough to protect her grandfather and the villagers. How naive, one might say. If that is the case, let us depart. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiao dismissed the thought of offering Li Yikai any more elixirs. The world can be cruel. If the villagers were to discover that Li Yikai possessed a rejuvenating elixir, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, having saved his life today, their karmic ties were settled. My lord, this girl is merely a burden. How can you hope to conquer the world with her in tow? Su Jibwa sneered, casting a menacing glare at Xiao Er. I suggest selling her to the Dream Spring Pavilion. At least she would have a place to survive. I am well acquainted with the proprietors there. No, big brother. I don't want that. Xiao Er's complexion paled as she clung tightly to Chu Xiao. Do not frighten her. I have my own plans, Chu Xiao replied, shaking his head, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. He then looked up at the towering cliff before him, and suddenly, flames erupted around him. Then, to Su Jibwa's astonishment, he beheld a pair of crimson wings unfurling from behind Chu Xiao. In an instant, his figure soared, ascending into the skies and vanishing from sight. My lord. Wait for me. Su Jibwa stood at the bottom of the abyss, his round face quivering in disbelief. Though he had suspected the young man had a background in a sect, he had not anticipated his power to be so formidable. The release of spiritual energy indicated he was beyond the ninth realm. Strangely, a bold thought suddenly sparked in Su Jibwa's mind. Well, big brother, are we flying? Xiao Er exclaimed, dancing with excitement in Chu Xiao's embrace. At that moment, the verdant mountains and vast rivers, the ancient forests and hills, shrank beneath her, enveloped in swirling mists. This was her first encounter with the magnificent city gates that loomed at the edge of the world, leaving her utterly awestruck. However, at that moment, Chu Xiao's expression bore little elation as he descended before the gates of Sword City, his eyes narrowing slightly. He abruptly turned to gaze at the distant barren mountains and saw a pure white figure perched atop the peak, surveying the world below. The Snow Eagle. Has she arrived? Greetings, big brother. What a magnificent bird. Xiao Er exclaimed, causing Chu Xiao to raise an eyebrow, his gaze towards her tinged with surprise. At that moment, the Snow Eagle was 1,000 miles away. It was a feat of perception that even cultivators of the 5th and 6th realms might struggle to achieve. Yet, The sincerity in Qing's expression suggested that she was not fabricating her observations, hinting that this young girl harbored her own secrets. "Let us proceed," Chu Xiao said, offering no further elaboration as he took Qing's small hand and made his way toward the Young Lai Tavern in the heart of Sword City. His initial rescue of the old storyteller had been motivated by three intentions. The first two had already been revealed, and now he was poised to fulfill his third purpose. Chapter 15, The Northern Wilderness Invasion. Esteemed listeners, our tale concludes here for today. Should you wish to know what transpires next, I invite you to join us for the next installment. Within the tavern, the storyteller's wooden block struck down, provoking a wave of scornful jeers and uproar. Yet, seemingly unfazed, he grasped a green bamboo and made his way outside. However, just as his figure vanished into a secluded alley, his steps abruptly halted. "My friends, there is no one here. You may reveal yourselves." A smile graced the storyteller's face, yet his once muddled, aged eyes suddenly transformed, becoming sharp and profound, as if he were an entirely different person. "Old sir, I have a request to make of you." A deep, gentle voice emerged from the shadows, and Chu Xiao stepped forth, one hand holding on to Xiao Er and the other carrying a jug of wine. It is you." The storyteller's gaze sharpened slightly, the wariness dissipating as a warm expression replaced it. "Young friend, it is a pleasure to see you again. What is it that requires this old man's assistance?" "I would like you to take this girl as your disciple and ensure her safety." "This?" The storyteller chuckled, shaking his head, appearing to be in a quandary. "A little girl learning the art of storytelling from me, exposing herself to the world, seems rather inappropriate, does it not? I have also brought you a jug of wine. You may either accept it, or I shall pour it upon your head." Chu Xiao's words elicited no surprise. He merely shook the wine jug and smiled enigmatically. "You." Upon hearing this, the storyteller's face registered a look of astonishment, his pretense abandoned, as a sword-like aura began to circulate around him, shaking the very heavens and the earth. "Who exactly are you?" "Xiao Er, remember what I said, and practice diligently." Chu Xiao did not respond, gently ruffling Xiao Er's hair before turning to leave the alley. Beyond the Sword City, heavy snow blanketed the mountains, desolate hills, and dilapidated temples. "I shall leave the care of the villagers of Qinshan to you, my esteemed elder." Before the storyteller could utter a word, Chu Xiao's figure had already vanished into the distance. You are." In that moment, the elder's lethargy dissipated, replaced by a fierce intensity capable of cleaving mountains and seas. "Ha ha ha, so it is. Little girl, come with me. Today I shall teach you the most remarkable sword techniques of the Dayong dynasty." The storyteller grasped Xiao Er's small hand and ventured deeper into the alley. He recalled the year at the Sword Gate, when the snow fell endlessly, creating an exquisite scene. There, clad in silver armor, he stood tall upon the majestic peak, gazing down upon the countless enemy riders, unwavering. "Old sir, watch closely. This sword will be magnificent." Meanwhile, Chu Xiao's figure appeared in the northern part of Sword City, making his way towards the lair of the Jialong gang. Upon seeing the elder, he instantly recognized his identity. Though on the path of immortality, where all beings strive to cross, some individuals remain steadfast, hidden within the murky world, unwilling to be swept away by the current. Chu Xiao naturally trusted the elder's character, and his identity was more than sufficient to be Xiao Er's mentor, guiding her along this path of cultivation. Jialong gang. Chu Xiao raised his gaze to the imposing and solemn estate before him, his expression cold and unyielding. As he stepped forward, intending to walk into the courtyard, a breathless voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Young master, I finally caught up with you. I knew you would come to the Jialong gang's branch." Su Jibwa, panting heavily, placed a hand on Chu Xiao's shoulder. "Young master, I've made up my mind. I wish to follow you." Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, surveying Su Jibwa without uttering a word. "Of course, my appearance may not be as striking, but considering our similar ages, calling you foster father seems quite reasonable, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile and proceeded towards the courtyard before him. The Jiao gang was unusually quiet today, with even the main gate tightly shut. A flicker of malice crossed Chu Xiao's eyes as his figure vanished in an instant. Su Jibwa, however, approached the gate and kicked it open without hesitation. Yet, as the two figures appeared in the courtyard, they found that the vast estate was occupied only by a few elderly and infirm members, while the rest of the gang had long since vanished. Where are you? Ya Bangin and Yao Shirya?" Su Jibwa strode confidently towards a gang member with a broken leg, delivering a kick to his remaining limb. "Ouch! Who do you think you are, daring to cause trouble in the Jialong gang?" Clang! Su Jibwa drew his sword and pressed it against the man's throat. Speak. Humph. The young man, with a limp, scoffed, turning his gaze elsewhere defiantly. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? I crack. Before Su Jibwa could finish his sentence, Chu Xiao lifted his foot and crushed the young man's skull into pulp. This scene left the onlookers wide-eyed and pale-faced, unforgiving. And you? Will you speak? Chu Xiao turned his gaze to the only woman in the courtyard, glancing at the weak man beside her, who also bore a broken arm. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, Diao Shiya took the brothers out early this morning. It seems they went to some great embankment. Shut your mouth. The Jiaolong gang has no traitors. Why are you still being stubborn? Look at your state. You can hardly get up. If they truly cared for you, they would give you some silver to leave the Jiaolong gang. Why keep you imprisoned here? At these words, the remaining members of the Jiaolong gang darkened in expression, slowly lowering their heads. Great embankment? The Shanghai Great Embankment? Chu Xiao's brow furrowed, an unsettling feeling stirring within him. This embankment, located beyond Jian City, served as a coastal defense, soaring to great heights like a waterfall, making navigation impossible. Even if Dia Bangin sought to escape Jian City, he should not have gone there, unless... A hum of realization coursed through Chu Xiao's gaze. And without a moment's hesitation, his fingers unleashed a flurry of sword energy, decapitating all present members of the Jiaolong gang. Even the woman who had informed him met an untimely fate, her eyes wide with disbelief. This. Su Jibwa opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from saying more. Let's go? To the Shanghai Great Embankment. In the depths of Chu Xiao's eyes lay a chilling intent to kill, if his conjectures were accurate. The sudden appearance of Dia Bangin leading a throng to the Shanghai dike was likely not an act of desperation, but rather a sinister plot to inundate the city, with the dark clouds descending and the two prominent leaders of the Jiaolong gang meeting a tragic end. It was certain to arouse the concerns of those lurking in the shadows. At present, Chu Xiao operated in secrecy, unable to ascertain the identity of his adversaries. Thus, annihilating the entire Sword City would obliterate all incriminating evidence. Young master, are you apprehensive that they intend to sabotage the dike? Surely not. Even Kai Jiaolong lacks the capability for such an endeavor, does he not? Suddenly, as the two emerged from the Jiaolong gang's branch, a thunderous roar reverberated from outside the city. Following this, a series of deep, resonant drumbeats echoed across the walls of Sword City. Boom, boom, boom. Hurry. Close the city gates. The northern wilderness is invading. Upon hearing the clamorous sounds, both Chu Xiao and Su Jibwa exchanged astonished glances before dashing towards the city walls. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, a piercing eagle's cry resounded through the azure sky. A figure clad in white swiftly emerged, bare feet poised upon the back of a snowy eagle, soaring above Sword City. Chapter 16. The mighty army. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves reverberated outside Sword City as an endless cloud of dust ascended into the air. A dark torrent surged across the Sword Pass, racing towards the city. Any civilians who dared to obstruct this relentless tide were pierced by long spears and trampled into the mud. From the northern wilderness, the Black Lin Guard emerged. Renowned alongside the 8,000 dragon riders of the Dayong dynasty, this cavalry was equally formidable and invincible. However, since the fall of the war god, this iron cavalry had suffered heavy casualties and had not been seen for years. Why on this day did the northern wilderness suddenly mobilize against Dayong? Aiming for the formidable pass? Yu Qidang, perched atop her snow eagle, gazed down upon the approaching cavalry, just as she drew her sword, intent on severing their advance. Her expression suddenly hardened. From behind the cavalry, before the sword pass, countless figures emerged, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. What astonished Gu Qitang even more were the two towering, serpentine black creatures that slithered ahead of the northern army, their heads raised in a resonant cry. Above these serpents stood two elderly men in purple robes, their hair as white as snow, standing with hands clasped behind their backs, their countenances indifferent, surrounded by a swirling aura of talismans that instilled awe across the heavens. Purple-robed celestial masters, formidable beings of the 8th realm. Gu Qingtang's beautiful eyes quivered, the coldness of her expression gradually replaced by a weighty concern. Her own realm was also at the 8th realm of celestial martial arts, on par with these two. Yet, amidst the battlefield and before the vast army, the talismanic formations wielded by the northern celestial masters posed a greater threat, difficult to counter. Even if she could thwart the two celestial masters, who in Sword City could possibly withstand the onslaught of 30,000 Black Lin guards and tens of thousands of northern soldiers? At this moment, on one side of the city wall, Chu Xiao bore a similar expression of profound depth. Beside him, Su Jibwa glanced at the snow eagle above, trembling slightly. Why had the commander arrived? Could it be that she had foreseen the invasion from the northern wilderness? No. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly. Previously, when he had slain the Black Cloud, he had speculated that the Jiaolong gang was surely backed by a powerful figure from the northern wilderness. Yet, even so, for the Jiaolong gang to develop into Dayong's foremost faction in recent years, controlling the rivers and roads, it must have received support from those in the imperial court. This meant that the Jiaolong gang had ties to both the northern wilderness and the court. More importantly, the individual capable of commanding 30,000 Blackland guards and 70,000 northern troops must be a true authority from the northern wilderness. Today, as the Jiaolong gang mobilized to the Shanhai Dike, the northern wilderness dispatched a grand army to invade, suggesting a clandestine collusion. However, if Sword City were to fall, Dayong would effectively lose its stronghold. How could those in the court, even if coveting the throne, dare to entrust the fate of Dayong to the northern wilderness? The situation was growing increasingly complex. Initially, Chu Xiao had thought that the destruction of the 8,000 dragon riders was merely a sacrifice in the struggle for power within the court. Yet now, it appeared that this chess game was far grander and more terrifying than he had imagined. My lord, with the northern wilderness sending even the purple-robed celestial masters, it seems that Sword City cannot be held. Su Jibua's face trembled as he gazed upward, watching Gu Qingtang and her eagle soar through the void, heading straight for the 2/8 realm celestial masters. In these times of decline for the Great Yang, the Sword City lay barren, yet its towering walls, soaring 10,000 feet high, were impervious to assault, far beyond the capabilities of 3,000 iron cavalry to breach. However, once the two purple-robed celestial masters arrived at the city's gates, employing talismans and formations to breach its defenses, the situation would be drastically different. Thus, Gu Qingtang's actions were not reckless. They were a calculated maneuver to buy more time for Sword City. Thunderous roars erupted. Yet, at that very moment, an equally terrifying rumble emanated from behind Sword City. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Gu Qingtang's retreating figure before surveying the heavens behind the city, his fists gradually tightening. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of 5 years ago. Advancing led to certain death, while retreating meant disgrace. No matter his choice, it seemed Sword City was on the brink of disaster. "Young master, leave Sword City to me," came an unexpectedly aged voice from behind. At these words, Chu Xiao's tense spirit began to ease. The old storyteller approached slowly, gripping a bamboo staff, and in a single stride, he reached the city gate. Beside him, Xiao Er's pale face reflected her apprehension, especially at the swirling dust and the neighing of war horses below, prompting her instinctively to seek refuge behind Chu Xiao. "Old master, I entrust Sword City to you. I will resolve this swiftly." Chu Xiao nodded gently, turning to dash towards the rear of Sword City. Given the formidable strength of the Great Sea Dike, ordinary methods would hardly suffice to breach it. Clearly, there were formidable figures among the dragon-slaying gang this time. "Go." The old storyteller waved his hand, his eyes shimmering with a radiant clarity, as if a sword intent surged within him. "Isn't that the old storyteller from the Cloud Wine Tavern? What brings you up to the city wall to seek inspiration? Get lost, you're just a nuisance here." On the city wall, Fu Xin and other commanding officers approached, their expression shifting to surprise and anger upon seeing the old storyteller and Xiao Er. "Commander Fu, please mind your words," Su Jibua interjected, his brow furrowing. Though he was unaware of the elder's identity, he placed his faith in the young master. If the young master dared to entrust Sword City and Xiao Er to this storyteller, he must possess considerable significance. "Lord Su, do you believe that our great Yong has no one left? You allow an old storyteller to stand on the city wall, inviting mockery from the northern wilderness savages? If you disrupt the order of Sword City again, I will be compelled to execute you under military orders." Fu Xin sneered, signaling to his guards. From the crowd, two figures emerged, intent on driving Xiao Er and the others down from the city wall. "Fear not, girl. Just watch closely." The old storyteller dismissed the chaos behind him, lowering his head to address Xiao Er. "This sword will be quite impressive." In the next moment, he swung the bamboo staff down, and a vast sword intent tore through the heavens, shaking the world. Darkness enveloped the land. Above the void, the sword marks rippled like undulating waves, sweeping across vast distances. The 30,000 iron cavalry of the northern wilderness immediately reined in their horses, thrown into disarray. Before them, as the sword intent descended, a chasm of 100 zhongs suddenly erupted, transforming the thoroughfare into an impassable abyss. The entire Sword City was abruptly engulfed in a profound silence. Even Fu Xian's face displayed a deep sense of terror and astonishment. You are the sword god of the Zonghai, from the Zonghai. Following this, exclamations resonated through the skies, and the tension and unease that had gripped the hearts of the onlookers dissipated entirely in that moment. In the distant heavens, Gu Qingtang furrowed her delicate brows and turned to gaze, only to behold an elderly figure standing resolutely upon the city wall. A solitary presence capable of matching a myriad of armies. Yet, at that moment, Gu Qingtang's gaze inadvertently fell upon a dark-clad figure darting towards the outskirts of the Sword City, her eyes quivering slightly. Chapter 17. The departure of the original enchanter behind the Sword City. Chu Xiao soared over the city walls, making his way toward the vast sea of mountains. Behind him, a pair of crimson wings unfurled, howling through the heavens. These divine feathers were not mere illusions conjured by spiritual power. Rather, they were a manifestation of the innate divine abilities he had comprehended after merging with the true phoenix bloodline of Huang Rouge. Before entering the Kunxu, Chu Xiao had heard tales of numerous demon clans with vast powers, yet he had never truly witnessed them. Now, although his understanding of the 9 provinces was still limited, he was far from the Na'vi youth who once gazed at the sky from the confines of a well. What would typically take 2 hours was traversed in mere moments beneath the span of Chu Xiao's wings. In the distance, he beheld a towering dam constructed of azure stones, seamlessly connecting with the surrounding mountains, standing resolutely at the edge of his vision. Beyond this dam lay the expansive waters where the North Wilderness met Dayong, an endless expanse. It was unimaginable what horrors would befall Sword City should this dam shatter and the sea surge forth. Boom. Just as Chu Xiao pondered, he witnessed a green ancient cauldron soaring into the sky from the distant forest, radiating blinding brilliance. The technique of treasure control? Chu Xiao's gaze trembled, his expression deepening with gravity. Such arcane arts, though exceedingly rare among the celestial realms, were the forte of the original enchanters in the mortal world. Could it be that the Jiaolong gang was entangled with the original dynasty? As the green cauldron ascended, mystical patterns flickered upon its surface. In the blink of an eye, the cauldron expanded to several dozen feet in size, hurtling toward the sea of mountains with ferocity. Buzz! The very heavens quaked. Under this overwhelming spiritual force, the ancient forest was crushed, revealing a host of disciples from the Jiaolong gang and the dynasty's guards lying in pools of blood. Ha ha ha. Diaoshuria is truly formidable, absolutely impressive. This technique of treasure control is said to be mastered only by the original enchanters. Yet who would have thought our master, who appears so feeble, is also adept in this art? Indeed, today he has truly broadened our horizons. However, dear master, if the dam collapses and Sword City is submerged, would not our 5 years of toil in the Jiaolong gang be in vain? The strong figures of the Jiaolong gang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with evident confusion. Could it be that I am the original enchanter? Diao Bangyin let out a sinister smile, not allowing anyone time to react. With a subtle flick of his finger, several black daggers pierced through the void, striking toward the disciples of the Jiaolong gang. Puff! In an instant, blood blossomed from their foreheads, their eyes widening in shock as their vitality gradually waned. After executing this deed, a flicker of indifference crossed Diao Bangyin's eyes as he raised his gaze toward the ancient cauldron plummeting from the heavens, his expression betraying no emotion. In the next moment, his face suddenly hardened, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously, his mouth agape in disbelief. He seemed to see a shadow clad in black fleeting above, appearing beneath the green cauldron. How is this possible? Throughout the ages, the mightiest beings are but of the 9th realm in physical form. They may ascend to the heavens but could never traverse the void. Yet, upon that figure's back, radiant spiritual light flowed, resembling a pair of wings, stirring a tremor in the heart and mind. Clang! With a single punch, Chu Xiao unleashed a radiant display of light from his bones, causing the colossal azure cauldron, heavy as a mountain, to come to an abrupt halt. Before Diao Bangyin could make a move, fissures began to erupt across the cauldron's surface, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Diao Bangyin's body quivered violently, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled deeper into the forest. However, no matter how swift his reaction, he could not outpace the true phoenix divine feathers of Chu Xiao. In a flash, the ethereal brilliance illuminated the air as Chu Xiao intercepted Diao Bangyin's escape. Li Yuan Glacier? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Diao Bangyin. Compared to the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master, this Li Yuan Glacier proved to be far more formidable, possessing unparalleled cunning. Had it not been for his inheritance of the myriad paths of Kunxu, the ancient cauldron would have undoubtedly crushed Sword City beneath the waves. Who is this elder? And why does he meddle in court affairs? Jiao Bangyin inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the terror swelling within him. There had long been an agreement between the court and the sects. No interference in worldly matters above the ninth realm. After all, the dynasties and clans were mere puppets utilized by the sects to amass resources. Despite their fierce battles and heavy casualties, the underlying forces bore no profound enmity. They shared a tacit understanding, feigning conflict while never crossing the line to annihilate any dynasty or sever their means of livelihood. At this moment, Jiao Bangyin perceived that although the youth appeared youthful, he was likely a true member of the sect. After all, how else could he traverse the skies and shatter a spiritual treasure with a single punch? This ancient cauldron was his life-bound object, refined over a century. Though its rank was lowly, merely a mundane treasure, it was still a top-tier divine artifact among the four dynasties. Suddenly, Chu Xiao remained unresponsive, stepping forth to appear before Jiao Bangyin. "Elder, let us speak. I am willing to serve." Jiao Bangyin's expression was one of sheer terror, despite his seventh realm physique. He felt as insignificant as an ant before such a formidable cultivator. Boom! As Chu Xiao's fist descended, Jiao Bangyin gritted his teeth and barely summoned a precious mirror to shield himself. Crack! It was utterly futile. In an instant, as Chu Xiao's fist imprint struck, the ancient mirror shattered, and an arm from within came crashing down onto Jiao Bangyin's chest. Crack! In a heartbeat, the seventh realm gusher spewed blood. His internal organs shattered. "Now, we can converse." Chu Xiao approached Jiao Bangyin, observing his pallid visage with an unexpected gentle smile. "Elder, the four dynasties and four sects have rules. No interference above the ninth realm." Crack! Before Jiao Bangyin could finish, Chu Xiao lifted his foot and crushed down upon his shoulder, reducing half of his body to mere fragments. Ah! The excruciating agony twisted Jiao Bangyin's face, eliciting a desperate scream. "Here, my rules are paramount. Let us speak of the past. What did the Jiao Long gang accomplish 5 years ago?" 5 years. A flicker of astonishment danced in Jiao Bangyin's eyes. "I am unfamiliar with the matters of the past," he stammered. "Ah, allow me to rephrase. Who sent you to dismantle the Shanhai Dam?" The depths of Chu Xiao's gaze shimmered with an ethereal light. An invisible pressure descended, rendering Jiao Bangyin feeble. His countenance gradually contorted into a mask of terror, as if confronted by ancient deities and demons, engulfed in dread and despair. I do not know. My role was merely to assist the Jiao Long gang in managing their affairs, transporting treasures and spiritual mediums to Beijing Prefecture. All directives originated from the prefectural city? Kaijer, perhaps? Chu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, his palm pressing down upon Jiao Bangyin's face. In the next instant, a terrifying force of consumption surged forth, distorting Jiao Bangyin's expression into one of grotesque anguish, his very essence crumbling to dust. Chapter 18. Frightening the heart, a low hum resonated as Chu Xiao stood enveloped in demonic radiance. At that moment, his cultivation had ascended to the seventh realm. With blood and energy surging mightily, he turned his gaze towards the grand mountain sea embankment behind him, a look of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The northern wilderness celestial master engaged in sorcery, searching for children endowed with spiritual wisdom and roots, while the enigmatic Liyuan sorcerer was tasked with shrouding the operation in secrecy, guiding them to the main stronghold in the capital. Even if one link in this chain were to falter, it would not implicate the others. This move was executed with such meticulous precision that it eluded scrutiny. Yet, what methods did they employ to evade the vigilant watch of Jian City and the capital? Successfully extracting these children? An ancient stone seal gradually materialized in Chu Xiao's gaze. According to his second master, once he transcended his current limits and consolidated his soul sea, he would be able to unleash the true might of this divine talisman. Soul extraction and spirit capture would be at his fingertips. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was too low to bear the weight of such a divine power. Nevertheless, it was evident that both the past tragedy of the Dragon Riders and the present crisis in Jian City were inextricably linked to the Jiao Long gang. Although the leader, Kai Jier, may not be the true puppet master, he was undoubtedly a crucial piece in the grand scheme, orchestrating the broader strategy. The northern Jiang capital's ambition had become undeniable. With this thought, Chu Xiao promptly turned and soared towards Jian City. Meanwhile, above Jian City, Yu Songhai stood on the city wall, gripping a green bamboo staff, a solitary figure instilling fear in 30,000 northern wilderness iron cavalry. In the distance, Yu Qing'ang wielded her sword with fierce intent, clashing against two purple-robed celestial masters. The terrifying sound of her sword echoed across the miles, while her own aura, beneath the weight of numerous array symbols, began to wane. Yutsonghai, according to our 4 dynastic laws, individuals at the 9th realm are forbidden from slaughtering military forces. Are you intent on breaching the rules? A black-scale commander of the northern wilderness, having reached the 6th realm, bellowed with barely concealed fury. Which of your eyes witnessed me taking lives? I am merely instructing my disciple in swordsmanship. If you choose to collide with your own demise, what can I do? Yutsonghai replied with a grin, handing the green bamboo to his disciple. Dear pupil, have you learned? Come, show me your sword technique. Yes, master. The disciple, with her crimson lips pressed tightly, grasped the bamboo and made a decisive strike into the void. In the next instant, a resounding hum reverberated. A streak of sword light crashing down, tearing the air asunder, creating a fissure 100 feet wide. Silence enveloped the world. All eyes were fixed upon the bewildered young girl in green, her lips trembling, her expression frozen in shock. Even Yutsonghai's aged eyes betrayed a flicker of astonishment as he scrutinized his disciple in disbelief. How is this possible? She possesses no spiritual energy. The northern wilderness cavalry quaked in fear, ultimately daring not to cross that sword scar, instead turning to the 2 purple-robed celestial masters. At that moment, the 2 celestial masters, their eyes glinting with cold light, each conjured a formation talisman and hurled it into the sky. Lines of array symbols intertwined, manifesting a spiritual mountain's visage, ensnaring the heavens. In an instant, Gu Qingtang's figure vanished from sight, seemingly trapped within the confines of the array. Humph. I wonder how long you can endure this. The 2 great celestial masters exchanged a glance, then looked up at the somber sky, signaling the 30,000 iron cavalry to return and fortify their position. Their expedition to the Great Yong was solely to ensnare Gu Qitang. As for the Sword City, there were others prepared to deal with that. Even with Yutsonghai's prowess at the 9th realm, he would be powerless to stop the tide once the mountains and seas breached. The situation was already set. Senior, it appears Commander Gu is trapped. I beseech you to intervene and save her, said Su Jibua, gripping his longsword, his plump face betraying a hint of anxiety. Though he feared Gu Qitang, he could not bear to witness her demise at Sword City. Moreover, previously, the young master had inquired about the marital prospects of this Snow Eagle commander, suggesting he harbored intentions towards her. No, Yutsonghai sighed softly, shaking his head slightly. If he acted, it would provide the old masters of the northern wilderness with an excuse to unite against the Great Yong. Senior, there is no need for further words. Everything has its cause and effect. He spoke indifferently, knowing he could not act, but that did not mean Chu Xiao could not. As long as he could return in time, there was still hope. He had witnessed the 9-fold Spirit Mountain array during his travels in the northern wilderness, a renowned masterpiece by the great celestial master Tuo Bashan. Yu Qingtang's combat prowess was formidable, capable of facing 2 opponents. Yet, if she fell into the array, her chances of survival would be grim. Commander Gu. At this moment, the faces of many soldiers atop the city wall reflected a deep sense of sorrow and despair. Given Sword City's forces, even without those 2 purple-robed celestial masters, there would still be no match for this Blackling Guard. To watch the commander of the Great Yong perish on the battlefield was a humiliation beyond measure. 5 years. The war god of the Great Yong and the Snow Eagle commander both falling at the gates of Swordgate was a disgrace that shackled the destiny of the Great Yong and crushed the spirits of its soldiers. Should Gu Qingtang fall today, Sword City would ultimately succumb to the iron hooves of the northern wilderness, leading to untold suffering. Buzz. At that moment, a sudden hum resonated from outside Sword City. A silver figure appeared within the night, swiftly vanishing into the distant sky. Who is that? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, fearing they were hallucinating. A figure in silver armor? The great young dragon rider? Could it be that there were remnants of the dragon riders outside Sword City? But what good could one person do against the northern wilderness army? Young master. Only Su Jibwa tightened his grip, feeling his blood surge with fervor. Love. This is true love. Regardless of the multitude, I shall go forth. This pairing, Su Jibwa, fervently support. Boom. At the northern wilderness military camp, the bright campfires illuminated the night sky as 30,000 Lin guards stood on high alert. Further away, 70,000 troops had already set up camp, deep in slumber. In the heart of the camp, 2 purple-robed celestial masters sat cross-legged, hands clasping spirit talismans. Surrounded by myriad array patterns, using the 9-fold Spirit Mountain array to confine Gu Qitang. Just then, a melodious sword chant echoed through the void. A stream of sword intent cascaded forth like a river, slicing toward the northern wilderness army with fury. Not good. It's Yutsonghai. In an instant. The expressions of the Linwei warriors shifted dramatically as they brandished their battle staves, attempting to thwart the oncoming sword force. However, as the sword intent swept through, their faces abruptly froze in shock. Before them lay the decapitated heads of thousands of Linwei, blood gushing forth as their lifeless eyes stared vacantly into the void. Meanwhile, the two purple-robed celestial masters rose abruptly, their eyes filled with trepidation. You dare to disrupt the ancient rules of the four dynasties? Yet, just as their words lingered in the air, a figure clad in silver armor descended from the heavens, its icy gaze fixed upon the assembled crowd. You are. Upon witnessing the newcomer, the two celestial masters exchanged a trembling glance, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. A silver-masked dragon rider? How is that possible? In the previous battle at Sword City, 8,000 dragon riders perished, not a single one survived. From whence does this sudden apparition come? Though they could not discern the stranger's visage, his vitality surged with vigor, unmistakably different from Yutsonghai. Conjuring phantoms, who exactly are you? The two celestial masters regarded one another, hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao merely cast a fleeting glance at Gu Qitang, ensnared within the formation, offering no response. In the next moment, he unsheathed a broken sword, unleashing a force that could cleave mountains and seas, directing it with fury towards the two Eighth-Realm celestial masters. You. Their eyes quivered, and disregarding their prior dread, they hastily unleashed several spiritual talismans. As the world around them transformed, the talismans, adorned with swirling spiritual patterns, morphed into axes, halberds, and forks, advancing towards Chu Xiao. Yet, even with their preparations, they found little opportunity to counter the onslaught before them. As the sword intent descended, one of the Eighth Realm celestial masters, along with the black serpent beneath him, was severed cleanly in two. With a resounding crash, blood splattered forth, the pungent scent of gore permeating the air for miles. The silver-armored figure strode through the thickening blood mist, illuminated by the flames, resembling a demonic apparition. Devil. It must be a devil. Quickly, someone stop him. The remaining Eighth Realm celestial master, his face awash with terror and his spirit shattered, turned to flee into the distance. This is too horrifying. He had never witnessed such a dreadful scene. As if a malevolent creature had emerged from the abyss to feast upon the night. Chapter 19, The Rise of 2-1 in an atmosphere of profound silence. All the soldiers of the northern wastes gazed upon the figure clad in silver armor, pulsating with vitality, only to feel a chill ascending from their feet, nearly lifting the very crown of their heads. Could it be that the vengeful spirits of the dragon riders, fallen outside the Sword City, had returned to claim their due? Otherwise, how could such a formidable presence exist among the 8,000 dragon riders, yet they were annihilated by the northern wastes? Buzz. Before the 8th-level heavenly master could flee a significant distance, a piercing sound of slicing wind echoed behind him. A broken sword pierced through the vast expanse, descending with fury, instantly shattering his skull, extinguishing his life force. Gulp. The 30,000 Lin guards and countless northern waste soldiers, abruptly awakened from their dreams, felt their hearts race and their legs weaken, an overwhelming urge to flee surging within them. At this moment, the silver-armored figure calmly approached the corpse of a purple-robed heavenly master, retrieving the spirit mountain talisman from his grasp and gently waving it toward the heavens. In an instant, intricate runes spread across the sky, cascading down in myriad glimmers of light. The entire northern wastes camp was enveloped in this spiritual array. As radiant light soared to the heavens, who are you? Before the black Lin guards, a handsome middle-aged man, brimming with vitality yet pale with fear, gripped his spear tightly. As the commander of the Lin guards, Han Zhan had never felt such terror. He had participated in the battle that had slaughtered the 8,000 dragon riders, witnessing the most brutal conflict in history. Not only had those riders met a gruesome end, but the Northern Wastes army also suffered catastrophic losses. The silver-armored war figure before him rendered him utterly shaken, devoid of any martial spirit. The purple-robed heavenly masters were, in the eyes of the common folk of the Northern Wastes, akin to deities. Yet before this battle apparition, they appeared as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter, lacking any means of resistance. Could it be that he was not human, but rather the transformed essence of the fallen 8,000 dragon riders? Tonight, let us first collect the interest. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, a chilling killing intent flickering in his eyes. Especially upon beholding the figures clad in black armor before him, his suppressed fury surged forth uncontrollably. 50 years. Every moment had been filled with visions of decapitating these foes to appease the spirits of the dragon riders above. Now, as they presented themselves, Despite not yet uncovering the traitors of Dayong, how could Chu Xiao allow them to escape so easily? Buzz. As Chu Xiao clenched his hand, the broken sword instantly shot back into his grasp. Before the Black Lin guards could react, he plunged into their ranks, wielding his sword with deadly precision. Thud. Amidst the whirlwind of sword energy, countless heads fell in response, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. Chu Xiao treaded upon the accumulated carnage, advancing relentlessly, slaying all in his path. His battle armor was already drenched in blood, droplets cascading from the broken sword in his hand, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Devil, demon. Even these battle-hardened Black Lin guards found themselves trembling, their hands unsteady upon their weapons. Yet, Chu Xiao showed no signs of halting, his entire arm radiating a mystical glow as he swung his sword. Buzz. A resounding sword chant erupted. A sword intent, 100 feet long, cleaved through the heavens, cascading down like a celestial river, sweeping towards the tens of thousands of northern waste soldiers before him. Countless anguish cries erupted forth, as all who were touched by this sword intent were gruesomely torn apart, their limbs and entrails scattered across the ground. Even the luminous moon above seemed tainted by the sanguine essence, rendering the night a vivid red. This harrowing scene sent shivers down the spines of all present, leaving them paralyzed in terror. Everyone, heed my command. Fight to the death. At this moment, Han Zhan bellowed in fury, raising his spear high and directing it towards Chu Xiao. His voice, laced with fear, trembled as he struggled to maintain composure. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums resonated. The once demoralized army suddenly ignited with a fierce resolve. Despite having been thoroughly intimidated by Chu Xiao, they could only retrieve their weapons and don their armor once more, surging forth like a tide of darkness towards the figure clad in silver armor. A palpable energy surged from the ranks of tens of thousands, their steps echoing thunderously. This sheer momentum was enough to rattle the very core of one's spirit. Yet, on Chu Xiao's face, there was not a trace of emotion. Gripping his broken sword, he stepped boldly into the torrent. With every strike he unleashed, hundreds of northern wilderness soldiers fell, their heads severed, their bodies shattered. What was even more terrifying was that even as the soldiers thrust their spears at him, their efforts proved utterly futile. Within 100 miles, rivers of blood flowed, with corpses piling high like mountains. Indeed, some among them, those with weaker wills, were so overwhelmed by the carnage that they succumbed to madness and took their own lives. Finally, as the last northern wilderness soldier was pierced by Chu Xiao's blade, an eerie silence enveloped the world. Amidst the sea of corpses and blood, Han Zhan, trembling and clutching his spear, watched helplessly as the figure approached him, collapsing to the ground in despair. At that moment, he was convinced that the being before him could not possibly be human. To slaughter 100,000 souls, such actions transcended the comprehension of mere mortals. 5 years prior, how had those 50,000 northern wilderness troops arrived outside this sword city? Chu Xiao stood before Han Zhan, speaking in an unervingly calm tone, as if the lives he had extinguished were nothing more than livestock. Who are you? Crack. Before Han Zhan could react, Chu Xiao's sword fell, severing his arm. Slowly, he lifted his foot and placed it upon Han Zhan's dismembered limb, grinding it lightly. You have one more chance. I do not know. It was the Grand Celestial Master. The Grand Celestial Master commanded me to lead 3,000 iron cavalry to assault Sword City. As for the 50,000 troops, I set out 4 days prior. I had no knowledge that they were lying in ambush outside Sword City. The excruciating pain contorted Han Zhan's face as he howled in agony. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, bringing down the broken sword to shatter his skull into fragments. 3,000 northern wilderness iron cavalry could, indeed, maneuver past the 13 cities beyond the pass to launch a surprise attack on Sword City. But how had the 50,000 troops managed to do so? Chu Xiao lifted his gaze to the illusory formations in the void above, his eyes reflecting a ghastly shade of crimson. Though this formation was intricate, it was but a lifeless construct, immovable once established. Unless they did not come from the sword pass at all. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped Chu Xiao's eyes, and he abruptly settled into a meditative posture. Surrounding him, bizarre black magical patterns manifested, resembling a cosmic black vortex that devoured the heavens and the earth, akin to a demon's presence. As a humming sound resonated, the first ray of sunlight cascaded from the heavens, shattering the spiritual mountain formation that enveloped Guqingtang, creating a minute fissure. Subsequently, the crack traversed the formation, and a figure clad in white stepped forth, re-emerging into the celestial expanse. With the departure of the 2 purple-robed celestial masters who had sustained the talisman, The formations might gradually wane, ultimately succumbing to Gu Qingtang's sword strike. However, in the next moment, a look of astonishment graced her ethereal and exquisite countenance, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of disbelief. Chapter 20. The Mysterious Woman in a Realm of Profound Silence. Gu Qingtang furrowed her delicate brows, gazing down upon the earth below. At that moment, across a radius of 100 miles, armor and long spears lay scattered about, and even the distant war drums and military tents had not been dismantled. Yet, there was not a single figure in sight. The 100,000 troops of the northern wilderness seemed to have evaporated, vanishing beyond the Sword City. This spectacle sent a chill coursing through Gu Qingtang's heart. At her current level of cultivation, annihilating 100,000 lives was well within her grasp. Indeed, in the realm of immortals, those of profound cultivation could, with a mere wave of their hand, extinguish millions of souls. However, even in the wake of such slaughter, where had the bodies gone? Why did this expanse of heaven and earth bear not even a trace of sanguinescence? If it were true that the 100,000 troops had retreated to the northern wilderness overnight, why had they left their armor and weapons behind? An eerie aura quietly enveloped Gu Qingtang's mind. At her brow, an ethereal symbol flickered, resonating through the ages. With a decisive step, she descended onto the Snow Eagle, propelling herself towards the direction of Sword City. The day before, she had glimpsed a figure clad in black behind the Song High Sword God. Though separated by thousands of miles, a sense of familiarity lingered. Gu Qingtang, we made a pact. When I unify the 3 dynasties, you shall marry me. Despite her nature, which held little regard for such vows, the unwavering silhouette remained etched in her thoughts. A decade had passed since she was compelled to the Dayong dynasty, and it was only that young man who had truly shown her care. Others feared her due to her sect's background. Yet only Chu Xiao had dared to sneak the divine medicinal herbs into her mouth when she was gravely injured. Unbeknownst to her, a serene smile graced Gu Qingtang's typically indifferent visage. Alas, with her status, how could she ever marry a prince of the dynasty? Her years surpassed even those of the Emperor of Yongde. Is it you? Gu Qingtang's gaze turned icy as she cast a glance back at the distant northern wilderness encampment. In just 2 months, her agreement with the divine ceremony would reach its deadline. If you truly have perished, I shall aid in the annihilation of the northern wilderness, and then depart from Dayong. Look, it's Commander Gu. In Sword City, countless commoners and soldiers trembled in awe. Lifting their eyes to behold the figure in white descending from the clouds, their faces adorned with astonishment. Just yesterday, they had witnessed Gu Qingtang being suppressed by 2 formidable purple-robed celestial masters. Today, how has she returned? Instantaneously, rumors began to circulate throughout Sword City, but soon, these whispers were shattered by an even more shocking revelation. Scouts from Sword City reported that the 100,000 troops of the northern wilderness had vanished overnight without a trace. They neither returned nor left behind any corpses. They had simply disappeared. Commander Gu, the entire Sword City has been searched thoroughly, and no sign of the elder has been found. In the Lord's mansion, Lu Tuo looked up at Gu Qingtang with a face pale from trepidation, his body trembling slightly from anxiety. 100,000 troops vanished overnight, yet Gu Qingtang returned to Sword City unscathed. The secrets entwined in this event are far beyond the reach of a mere city lord. Have they departed? Gu Qingtang furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, Commander Gu, this morning, news from the Shanhai dike reported that soldiers guarding the dike were slain, and there were attempts to destroy the dike and flood the city. According to my investigations, it seems to be the work of the Jiao Long gang. Fortunately, they were thwarted, and a substantial number of their members' corpses were discovered in the mountains before the dike. Over the years, Lu Tuo has had dealings with the Jiaolong gang, though merely for mutual benefit. He never imagined these ruffians would possess such audacity to blow up the Shanhai dike. Thankfully, when he led his men to the Jiaolong gang with intentions to silence them, he only stumbled upon the remains of the weak and frail. Even the gang's wealth had been plundered. Now, with Sword City in peril, he dared not harbor even a semblance of protection for them, instead shifting all blame onto the deceased. The Jiaolong gang? At the mention of their name, a deep glint flickered in Gu Qingtang's eyes as she rose and walked towards the exit. Commander Gu, please take care. It was only after Gu Qingtang's figure vanished that Lu Tuo exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he hurried toward his study. Soon, the news of the bizarre disappearance of 100,000 troops outside Sword City spread across the 4 dynasties, causing a tremendous uproar. Regarding this strange occurrence, opinions varied widely. Some claimed that the spirits of the 8,000 dragon riders had not perished, thus safeguarding Sword City. However, The most widely accepted explanation was that Gu Qingtang had a protector who annihilated the 100,000 troops. Meanwhile, outside Sword City, an elderly man holding a green bamboo walked along a mountain path with a young girl in green. The girl frequently glanced back at the distant city, her delicate, fair face reflecting a trace of reluctance. Let us go. When you grow up and master my swordsmanship, you will be able to stand by his side. With your talent, I assure you, in less than 10 years, you shall become the second sword god of Dayong, the sword god Xiao Er. Yu Songhai smiled and gently ruffled Xiao Er's little head, a profound look in his eyes. Ever since that day when Xiao Er effortlessly cleaved through the void with her sword, he had harbored a vague suspicion. This seemingly ordinary child might conceal some truly astonishing secrets. 10 years. Master, that seems like an eternity. Big brother will forget me, Xiao Er pouted, her expression drooping. For us cultivators, 10 years is but a fleeting moment. You will come to understand in time. Remember, those who wield the sword must focus their minds. If you wish to return to his side sooner, you must strive diligently. Or when he stands atop the path of immortality, how would he concern himself with a mere mortal like you? Yu Songhai's smile was warm, yet a sigh escaped his heart. Overnight, the massacre of 100,000 troops. What had that young man experienced over the past 5 years? Now, his prowess likely surpassed the 9th realm, truly stepping into the domain of immortality. Thus, even though Xiao Er possesses extraordinary talent, it remains a formidable challenge for her to catch up with his pace. On this celestial path, the chasm between the immortal way and martial arts represents two entirely different realms. Some individuals, ultimately, upon turning around, may never be seen again. I understand, Master. I will diligently practice the swordsmanship with you. A resolute glint sparkled in Xiao Er's large eyes. Big brother, you must wait for me to grow up. Buzz. Yet, at the moment when Yu Songhai was leading Xiao Er into the forest, his expression suddenly froze. At the edge of the woods stood a figure clad in white fur, her graceful silhouette poised with an air of elegance, gazing at Xiao Er with a complex and fervent gaze. Her face was pure yet enchanting, exuding a regal charm that transcended power, particularly accentuated by her two delicate, pink eyes that radiated a beguiling allure. Even Yu Songhai, with his composure, felt a moment of heavenly astonishment upon seeing this woman. Who is she? In the next instant, Yu Songhai felt a chill run down his spine, his sword intent surging around him. With his cultivation at the 9th realm, he had not sensed anyone else in this forest. No, she is likely not human. Chapter 21. Arrival at Beijiang. On the official road of the capital city, two figures walked side by side. One of them, burdened by an enormous cloth bag, displayed a slightly stooped and portly physique. Beside him, a young man clad in black furrowed his brow and shook his head slightly. If you venture into the capital in this manner, I fear you might be intercepted before you even set foot within the city, Chu Xiao remarked with an indifferent expression, his tone laced with amusement. He had not anticipated that while he was slaughtering the Northern Wilderness Army last night, Su Jibua had been equally industrious, returning to the Jiaolong gang's branch to thoroughly plunder its treasures. Hiki, my lord, you have no idea. Fortunately, I arrived early. Otherwise, that rascal Lu Tua would have reaped the benefits. I had barely departed when he surrounded the entire Jiaolong gang. Su Jibua grinned. I am considering you, my lord. The expenses in the capital are exorbitant. A royal suite costs a staggering 1,999 taels of silver. Shouldn't we prepare adequately? Chu Xiao offered no further comment. Instead, he retrieved a small cloth bag from his Qianquan ring and handed it to Su Jibua. Place it in here. When he descended the mountain, his third master, the enigmatic Elder Yin, had gifted him a Qianquan ring, which contained a plethora of medicinal pills, spiritual materials, and numerous extraordinary treasures amassed like a mountain. Of course, Chu Xiao was unaware of the rank of these treasures, but as the saying goes, one relies on their parents at home and relies on their parents' wealth when venturing out. A Qianquan bag held no value for Chu Xiao, yet it represented a tremendous fortune for these martial artists of the dynasty. My lord, are you jesting? Such a diminutive bag is barely sufficient for a few pills. Before Su Jibua could finish his sentence, Chu Xiao waved his hand, directly drawing the gold and silver treasures behind him into the bag. Holy cow! Su Jibua's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Had he known, he would have brought out the several golden coffins displayed in the ancestral hall of the Jiaolong gang. Observing Su Jibua's vexation, Chu Xiao felt increasingly amused. The thought process of this fellow was indeed peculiar. His immediate reaction was not the marvel of the Qianquan bag, but rather the thought of the treasures left behind. Given time and proper cultivation, perhaps a remarkable figure would emerge in the Jiuzhou world. At this moment, the gears of destiny seemed to begin turning once more. Let us proceed. Chu Xiao lifted his gaze to the imposing city that loomed at the end of the official road, a mysterious depth glimmering in his eyes. The Dayong Prefecture, as its name suggests, was constructed by the riverside, nestled against the sea, with waterways that connected far and wide. It served as the largest maritime and water transport hub of the Dayong dynasty. However, the ships could not directly traverse the formidable mountain and sea dike to reach the northern wilderness dynasty, engaging only in trade with the surrounding islands. As the closest prefectural city to the Sword Pass, it would still take a full 2 days to journey from here to Sword City. My lord, shall we directly storm the main headquarters of the Jiaolong gang, or should we first pay a visit to Lord Li? Are you familiar with the Qixue? Unfamiliar with the circumstances, this lord of the Li Manor has always been known for his integrity, shunning any form of nepotism, and has few willing to associate with him. However, the unique position of Dayong Prefecture, as the central hub of Dayong's waterway, has been under the vigilant watch of the Eagle Divine Guard for many years. Thus, let us proceed directly to the Jiaolong gang. Chu Xiao nodded, soaring through the sky with his phoenix wings, arriving at the outskirts of Dayong City in merely half a day. This would leave the Jiaolong gang unprepared for their arrival. Yet, as their figures approached the city gates, they were met with a bustling throng along the official road. Among the crowd was a small, octagonal golden-lacquered sedan chair, carried by 4 officials toward the city, trailed by countless common folk, who knelt and pleaded with sorrowful expressions. What is happening? Su Jibua's discerning gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on a frail boy, whom he seized by the sleeve and pulled forth. Release me. Do not hinder my quest for medicine. Medicine? Su Jibua discreetly revealed the token at his waist, which instantly drained the color from the boy's face, causing his lips to tremble as he stammered. Today is the day Master Zhang Qinyuan will attend to the illness of the young lady of the Li Manor. Master Zhang is elusive and a once-in-a-century talent. My ailing mother is gravely ill, and I seek a miraculous remedy to prolong her life. Oh, the Li Manor? Li Qixue? Su Jibua furrowed his brow, but he noticed the boy had already wrested himself from his grasp and dashed after the sedan chair. What is the matter? Chu Xiao's gaze was as cold as ice. He had heard of Zhang Qinyuan, a renowned physician in Dayong, famed for treating various difficult ailments and hailed as a master in gynecology. Yet, this individual was known for his eccentricity and transient lifestyle, making him difficult to encounter. As far as I know, Li Qixue has vowed to remain unmarried and dedicate his life to the Dayong dynasty. How could he have a daughter? Oh, there is such a matter? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, contemplating as he stepped into the city. Compared to Sword City, Dayong Prefecture was grander in its construction, with the Huai River running through the entire Dayong dynasty flourishing in commerce. As the lord of Dayong, Li Qixue was regarded by the common folk as pure as water. Moreover, along the streets, wooden carvings and stone sculptures of this lord were omnipresent. It was said that along the banks of the Huai River, ghostly apparitions often wreaked havoc, and offerings to the lord's statue could dispel calamities and subdue malevolent forces. Soon, when Chu Xiao and Su Jibua arrived at the city's riverport, they beheld several enormous ships docked at the riverbank, each towering over 100 feet in size. The Jiaolong gang truly deserved its title as the foremost faction in Dayong. The value of a single ship likely exceeded tens of thousands of gold. Su Jibua sighed softly, while Chu Xiao, lost in thought, made his way toward a distant grand estate. Stop. No outsiders are permitted at the Jiaolong gang headquarters. Humph. Open your eyes and see clearly. Su Jibua retorted coldly, brandishing his Eagle Divine token with an authoritative demeanor. Ah, it is the esteemed Lord of the Divine Guard. We were unaware of your presence. What brings you here? The disciples of the Jiaolong gang trembled with trepidation, not daring to be negligent. I wish to see your gang leader, Xiao Er. Su Jibua declared decisively, striding into the courtyard, instantly attracting numerous ominous and fierce gazes. One by one, the members of the Jiaolong gang converged from all directions, each wielding blades and spears. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from the rear of the residence. At that moment, a flicker of coldness flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes as he darted like a phantom towards the source of the sound. Young master. Upon witnessing this, Su Jibua hesitated no longer and swiftly pursued alongside the members of the Jiaolong gang. However, when they arrived at the courtyard, they were met with the sight of a maid, pale and collapsed on the ground, surrounded by a yellowish-white stain. Taohong, what has transpired? A lean man with a scarred face barked from the crowd, yanking the woman from the floor and demanding, Second master, the leader, he is dead. What? At this revelation, not only the members of the Jiaolong gang, but even Su Jibwa felt a wave of shock and disbelief wash over him. And he immediately stepped into the hall, his face trembling violently. Chapter 22. The Phantom Soldiers within the inner sanctum of the Jiaolong gang. A figure lay curled upon the ground, limbs contorted, visage grotesque, devoid of life. What heightened the eeriness of the scene was the pallid hue of his skin, as if every drop of blood had been meticulously drained. Chu Xiao's countenance darkened as he gazed upon the lifeless body of Kai Ji, lost in contemplation. The residual warmth of the corpse suggested that death had claimed him not long ago. It was as if the shadowy puppeteer had deliberately orchestrated Kai Ji's demise just as he crossed the threshold into the Jiaolong gang, serving as a sinister threat. A provocation. Master! A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the disciples of the Jiaolong gang, while the second hall master, Zhou Shi, seized the hair of a maidservant, dragging her forth into the hall. Speak. What transpired here? Second master, I know not. I know not, she stammered. When I entered to serve the master tea and snacks, it was already like this. Who was on duty today? Zhou Shi ground his teeth, and at that moment, 4 disciples emerged from the throng, their expressions fearful as they bowed their heads. Second master, it was us. Speak. Did you see anyone enter? We remained outside the hall and saw no one, nor did we hear any sounds of struggle. Impossible, Zhou Shi thundered, delivering a resounding slap to one of them, sending him crashing to the ground, blood and shattered teeth spraying forth. Then, Zhou Shi's gaze darkened as he watched Chu Xiao kneel down, flipping over Kai Ji's body. Not poisoned, Chu Xiao remarked, his brow furrowing. Were it not for his 5th master, Tu Tiandao, still trapped in Kunxu, he might have thought this was the work of the great demon from the 9th heaven. Yet, with Kai Ji's strength at the 8th realm of Tianwu, how could he have been slain without a sound? Was it the work of phantom spirits claiming lives? Suddenly, someone murmured the term phantom spirits, which plunged the atmosphere of the great hall into an oppressive silence. Phantom spirits? What phantom spirits? Su Jibwa inquired coldly, glancing at the gravity etched on Chu Xiao's face. Silence. Anyone who dares to spread such wild notions shall be dealt with according to the gang's rules. Zhou Shi glared menacingly at the assembly. However, just as his words fell, Su Jibwa drew his sword, pressing it against Zhou Shi's neck. If you dare to obstruct my investigation again, beware of my wrath. Speak. Lord Divine Guardian, our northern Jiang prefecture has long been plagued by phantom spirits. As is widely known, the incident involving the passage of 100,000 phantom soldiers stirred quite the uproar. Had it not been for Lord Li Qingshui's righteous spirit suppressing these phantoms, many more would have fallen victim to them. 100,000 phantom soldiers? Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed as he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jibwa. What do you mean by this passage of 100,000 phantom soldiers? Elaborate. Approximately 5 years ago, several coastal villages were slaughtered overnight, yet the bodies inexplicably vanished. One disciple of the Jiaolong gang, his lips pale, clearly shaken by the recollection. According to some of the surviving villagers, they witnessed 100,000 spectral soldiers traversing the North River, devouring the living. Upon learning of this matter, Lord Li personally led a group to investigate these villages and indeed encountered these malevolent spirits. Fortunately, the nobleman's righteousness was enough to repel the spirits, saving a young girl in the process. Regrettably, her parents and family had all been consumed by the phantoms. Moved by her plight, Lord Li took her back to his residence, adopting her as his goddaughter. A goddaughter? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, recalling the apothecary he had encountered upon entering the city. It appears that the master of the Li household is indeed benevolent. With that thought, Chu Xiao spoke no further and turned to leave the courtyard. It seems that the only lead regarding the fall of the 8,000 dragon riders has been utterly severed, with the death of Kai Er. Even the matter of the Serpent Dragon Gang's attempt to destroy the Great Sea Dike has become unprovable. According to Chu Xiao's conjecture, the true identity of the cunning Bangyin is likely known only to those who grasp the underlying secrets. The ordinary members before him are merely pawns, incapable of leaving any trace. Otherwise, today, it would not have been just Kai Er who perished, but the entire Serpent Dragon Gang. However, the notion of 100,000 spectral soldiers traversing and consuming the populace is something that could easily deceive the common folk. Yet any practitioner who has touched upon the path of the immortal would hardly accept such claims readily. Indeed, there exist demons, spirits, and divine beings in this world. They are not as distant and insurmountable as one might think. Young master, where shall we go? Su Jibwa pursued from behind. A look of indignation etched upon his plump face. They had traveled great distances to the North River Prefecture solely to investigate the Serpent Dragon Gang. Little did they anticipate that upon entering the city, Xiao Er would meet her end. Damn it! In the North River residence, Chu Xiao spoke with detachment. Since the goddaughter of Li Qingxue had witnessed these malevolent spirits with her own eyes, it was only fitting that he find a means to extract information from her. You believe in ghosts? Zhenguo asked, his experience leading him to harbor a certain trepidation towards such supernatural claims. Such phenomena, transcending the natural order, often induce a chilling fear, making one hesitant to confront them directly. There are indeed ghosts in this world, as well as demons and divine beings, Chu Xiao replied calmly. Were it not for his experiences in Kunxu, having witnessed the perverse capabilities of the Six Masters, he too might have held doubts about the existence of such entities. Yet now, even if all the chaos stemmed from these malevolent spirits, he would seek them out, intending to consume them as sustenance. Then we shall confront ghosts with ghosts, and slay immortals as we encounter them, Chu Xiao stated with indifference, standing alongside Zhenguo before the North River residence. Gazing up at the plaques hanging on either side, upright and incorruptible, serving the public and the people. I am a member of the Dayong Eagle Guard, and I kindly request an audience with the master of the Li household, Zhenguo announced, revealing a badge that immediately summoned a group of the master's guards and a stooped, white-haired elder. Esteemed lords, I am the advisor of the North River Prefecture. Gu Beichun, the master is currently in a meeting with Apothecary Zhang. Please wait a moment, the elder said. It is of no consequence. We have also come to attend to the young lady's ailment, Chu Xiao replied, shaking his head as he walked past the crowd, heading directly into the main hall of the residence. Indeed, within that grand hall, a slender old man was warmly entertaining another elderly figure clad in a black robe. Li Qingxue, his hair streaked with gray, meticulously styled into a topknot, was at that moment not donned in official robes, but rather in simple garments that had long faded to a pale hue. Upon noticing the abrupt entrance of Chu Xiao and his companion, a look of surprise flickered across the face of the North Jiang prefect, yet he displayed no overwhelming authority or ire. Who are you? Esteemed Li. I am Zhenguo of the Eagle Divine Guard. Upon hearing that your esteemed daughter is gravely ill, I have come to offer my assistance, Zhenguo stated, shedding his usual demeanor of frivolity and mischief, and bowing respectfully to Li Qingxue, as the most just and incorruptible prefect in the court of the Dayong dynasty. Li Qingxue's integrity was deeply revered even among the ranks of the Eagle Divine Guard. For a full decade, since assuming the role of prefect, not a single whisper of scandal had ever tarnished his name. Such purity of character is indeed a rarity in this world. How audacious. Even my master cannot remedy the affliction. What makes you believe you possess the ability to do so? Chapter 23. Fleeing from guilt, Zhang Qinyuan raised his head to glance at Li Qingxue, then cast a fierce glare at the girl in yellow behind him. At that moment, his face bore an expression of disdain. Observing the black-clad youth, who appeared to be barely in his 20s, he could not fathom how someone so inexperienced could fail to diagnose Li Ruyu's ailment, while he himself had dedicated 50 years to the healing arts. How audacious for this young lad to speak so boldly. Indeed, it seems anyone nowadays dares to practice medicine. He must be a charlatan. The girl in yellow let out a cold snort, pouting slightly as she cast a fleeting glance at Chu Xiao. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. Over the years, as she traveled with her master, she had encountered many individuals, yet none could rival the striking handsomeness of this youth. With his hair tied back in black and an unmatched celestial visage, especially his deep, indifferent gaze, it penetrated the very depths of her heart. A mere glance was enough to ensnare one's soul, leaving one helplessly adrift, yearning for his release. However, just as the girl in yellow pressed her lips tightly together, attempting to capture Chu Xiao's attention, a corpulent figure ambled into her view, causing a sudden look of panic to surface on her delicate, rosy face. What is happening? Did I say something amiss? My master is the most renowned apothecary of the Dayong dynasty. If you have the audacity, let him wager with me. I shall strike you a kiss. Suddenly, Zhenguo took action, delivering 2 swift punches to the frail girl's face, sending her crashing to the ground, her pretty visage swelling grotesquely. This scene not only left Li Qingxue and Zhang Qinyuan momentarily stunned, but also rendered the girl in utter disbelief, seated on the ground with her mouth agape, tears streaming down her cheeks. The first punch of Northern Zhang's astonishment. Whimper, whimper, whimper. What is your name? Zhenguo inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, which caused the girl to tighten her lips and stifle her sobs. I have no name. The esteemed Sir Guardian wields great authority. Zhang Qinyuan sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with rage. He had never anticipated that this Eagle Guardian would be so brazen as to strike a guest of honor in the northern Jiang estate. Though the two punches seemed directed at his disciple, Liner, they were, in fact, a blow to Li Qingshui's dignity. You may question me, but should you dare to question my master, I assure you shall not leave the northern Jiang estate unscathed. Su Jibwa snorted coldly, paying no heed to Zhang Qinyuan's increasingly darkening expression, driven solely by his audacity. Long before he had been intimidated by Chu Xiao's sword aura, he had already resolved within himself. A sycophant. He must play this role well, clinging tightly to his master's coattails, defying fate. Very well. Since the lord of the Li estate has summoned such a formidable junior, I shall observe how he diagnoses the young lady's ailment. Zheng Qiyuan scoffed, extending a hand to assist the girl in yellow to her feet, then turning to face Li Qingshui. Upon hearing this, a pained expression crossed Li Qingshui's face. It had taken an immense effort for him to invite Zhang Qinyuan to the estate. Although he too had no solution for Li Ruyu's condition, he believed he could at least provide some relief from her suffering. Unexpectedly, the sudden appearance of the Eagle God Guard disregarded the dignity of the two individuals entirely, striking down a disciple without hesitation. Very well, gentlemen, please follow me. Finally, Li Qishui let out a soft sigh and, accompanied by Chu Xiao and Su Jibwa, proceeded towards the inner hall. The young lady is within, though she has experienced a fright, leaving her somewhat dazed. I kindly ask that you both exercise caution in your words and actions. Rest assured, my lord. Chu Xiao refrained from further conversation and simply pushed the door open to enter. However, just as Li Qingshui and Zhang Qinyuan were about to step forward, Su Jibwa raised a hand to halt them. What is the meaning of this, Guardian Su? The young master dislikes being disturbed while treating patients. You should wait here for a moment. Chu Xiao's visit, ostensibly to diagnose Li Ruyu, was in truth to investigate the matter of the Yin ghosts, and he certainly would not wish to be interrupted. As a devoted follower, one must not only protect their master, but also anticipate their thoughts, thus ensuring a lasting and gratifying allegiance. Do you all comprehend? This. Li Qishui furrowed his brow slightly, nodding slowly. As long as the young lady's ailments could be healed, he had no further objections. Meanwhile, within the room, Chu Xiao stood before the bed, gazing at the girl curled in the corner, her expression vacant, lost in contemplation. At this moment, he sensed a peculiar and sinister aura emanating from her, distinctly different from spiritual energy. In the past, he might have struggled to grasp the origin of this presence. However, now, having learned from the six masters that the world is not solely inhabited by spiritual cultivators but also by ghost and demonic practitioners, he understood that they cultivate their abilities through human forms, thus radiating a malevolent energy and employing ruthless methods. Could it be that there are malevolent cultivators causing chaos within the Beijiang estate? Even so, such nefarious entities typically do not reveal themselves before reaching significant levels of cultivation. Nor do they recklessly slaughter common folk for fear of attracting powerful sections. What, then, is the reason behind the slaughter of civilians by the 100,000 Yin ghosts? Chu Xiao frowned, grasping Li Ruyu's wrist, as demonic energy swirled around him, the swallowing heaven demonic art resonating powerfully. At this moment, he did not intend to consume Li Ruyu's flesh and blood, but rather to expunge the malevolent energy from within her. As tendrils of black Yin energy surged forth from her body, Chu Xiao's own aura intensified magnificently. Ever since he consumed the blood and spiritual essence of the 100,000 troops from Beiwang, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th realm. Now, he was merely a step away from truly entering the realm of immortality. Indeed, my 5th master did not deceive me. The swallowing heaven demonic art truly devours all, transforming it into one's own spiritual power. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he increasingly felt the terrifying prowess of the 6 masters. Yet, their methods appeared equally sinister and fearsome, unlike those of benevolent beings. As for Li Ruyu, her tense form gradually relaxed, even a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes. Until, at last, as the Yin energy within her dissipated completely, she suddenly slumped onto the bed, her skin as pale as snow, her vitality waning. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened slightly as he hastily retrieved a medicinal pill from his Qin ring and placed it into Li Ruyu's mouth. At that moment, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Kai Ji in his final moments. However, the malevolent energy within Li Ruyu was scant, suppressed by the potency of the medicine, thus preventing her from succumbing entirely. It appeared that Kai Ji's demise was indeed linked to this so-called Yin ghost. Yet, inexplicably, Chu Xiao felt that everything seemed a tad too coincidental. Upon his arrival in Beijiang, he encountered the untimely death of Kai Ji and heard whispers of the Yin ghost's interference. Just as he found himself at a loss, the clues surrounding Miss Li resurfaced. It felt as though an unseen hand was guiding Chu Xiao forward. On the surface, he seemed to edge closer to the truth. But was he not also ensnared in another's game, manipulated at will? How intriguing. Chu Xiao slowly rose, his gaze lingering on the unconscious Li Ruyu on the bed. His eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation. Kai Ji, a formidable figure in the Eighth Realm, had traversed Beijiang for decades. It was inconceivable that he could be eliminated silently. Unless his killer was someone familiar, someone he trusted implicitly. With a creak, the main door swung open, revealing Chu Xiao before the gathered crowd. Li Qingshui's expression faltered, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. Young master, what has happened? Why is Sister Li unconscious? What exactly transpired? The girl in yellow leaned on her toes to peer into the hall, only to find Li Ruyu sprawled on the bed. Her breath faint, as if she were on the brink of death. Ruyu, Li Qingshui, it cried out, rushing into the hall to grasp one of Li Ruyu's hands. Her countenance suddenly taken aback. Nearby, Zhang Qiyuan approached swiftly, similarly checking Li Ruyu's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper. Go back to the Jiaolong gang and investigate where their ships have recently ventured. Additionally, bring forth the disciple who previously mentioned the Yin soldier's interference. Chu Xiao paid no heed to the crowd's alarm, casting a discreet glance at Su Jibua. Understood. Although perplexed, Su Jibua dared not show any defiance. Promptly stepping outside the residence. Lordly, they must be fleeing to avoid punishment. Chapter 24. Enigma, where do you think you are going? You dare to flee after causing the death of Sister Li? The girl in the yellow dress seethed with rage, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Even if the Eagle Divine Guards deceived and harmed the noblewoman of the estate, this was an egregious crime. But, just as her words fell, Su Jibua unleashed a powerful punch, sending her crashing to the ground. Then, he swaggered out of the estate, disappearing at the end of the street. You. The girl's lips trembled as she looked imploringly at Li Qingshui. My lord, has Dayong lost all sense of justice? These deceivers. Slap. Before Li Qingshui could respond, Zhang Qiyuan suddenly struck her face with a fierce blow. From this day forth, you are no longer my disciple. Leave. Master. The girl clutched her swollen face, disbelief etched across her features. Leave. Zhang Qiyuan shouted again, his expression shifting to a smile as he bowed deeply to Chu Xiao. My apologies, young master. I am in awe that you can resolve such intricate ailments. At that moment, although he sensed Li Ruyu's weakness, the insidious poison that had eroded her very bones was already dissipated. More importantly, within her meridians surged an overwhelming vitality, slowly restoring her damaged essence. Such a miraculous feat was unprecedented even for him. A master indeed. I have encountered a true master. Young master, please allow me to pay my respects. Li Qingshui also rose and bowed to Chu Xiao. My lord, may I borrow a moment of your time? Chu Xiao nodded gently once Li Ruyu awakened. Some of his lingering questions would be answered. Before that, he needed to understand the details surrounding the Shadow Soldier's passage. As the lord of the Li estate, he had served in Beijiang for a decade and was undoubtedly well-versed in the local customs. Given his integrity and uprightness, it would be impossible for him not to investigate the events concerning the shadow spirits from years past. Very well, young master. Li Qingshui turned to Zhang Qiyuan. Brother Zhang, I entrust my daughter to your care for the time being. Rest assured, my lord. Zhang Qiyuan bowed once more to Chu Xiao, watching as the two figures receded into the distance. In the grand hall of the estate, Li Qingshui personally served tea, a rare smile gracing his aged visage. Are you also of the Eagle Divine Guards? Not at all, merely an ordinary citizen of Sword City. Chu Xiao took a sip of tea, then suddenly looked up at Li Qingshui. My lord, Kai Er has died. What? Li Qingshui's expression shifted dramatically, his hand trembling, spilling tea across the table. When did this happen? Today, as I entered the city with Su Shenwei. Chu Xiao's demeanor remained calm, as though recounting a trivial matter. To be honest, my purpose in coming with Su Shenwei was to investigate the fall of the war god, initially seeking clues within the Jiaolong gang. The Jiaolong gang? The fall of the war god? Li Qingshui's brows furrowed. Forgive my ignorance, but what connection do these two hold? Previously, Su Shenwei discovered that the Jiaolong gang had colluded with the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master. Now that Kai Ji has perished, all leads have been severed. Lord Li, having resided in Beijiang for a decade, Could you uncover the truth behind the 10,000 ghostly soldiers who traversed through our lands? Chu Xiao set down his teacup, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Li Qingshui. As it turns out, I have never truly believed in the matter of the ghostly soldiers' passage, always attributing it to the chaos wrought by maritime bandits, until that fateful year when I patrolled the coastline and encountered Ruyu. Li Qingshui sighed softly, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. It is said that I quelled the ghostly apparitions with my righteous spirit, yet the reality was far from it. On that day, I witnessed someone dragging Ryu into the sea, and I intervened to rescue her. However, her mind was already in disarray, as she incessantly cried out a name. What name? Lingyan Island. Lingyan Island? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, recognizing that such a clue was undoubtedly worth investigating. Yet, observing Li Qingshui's demeanor, it seemed he had not garnered significant insights. Indeed, in Beijiang Prefecture, we possess 3 treasures that must be presented to the court: Weijian Golden Sand, Beifu Silk, and Lingyan Ice Brew. The latter refers to the unique spring water from Lingyan Island, fermented with ice vine fruits. There exists a lofty mountain on Lingyan Island, atop which lies a well known as the Tsongkong Well. The spring water, over time, naturally accumulates a trace of spiritual essence, and when combined with the island's distinctive ice fruits, the resulting brew is not only mild but also refreshingly smooth. Highly favored by court officials. I see. Has the esteemed lord ever ventured to the island for investigation? Naturally. I have not only explored Lingyan Island, but also delved into the affairs of the Jiaolong gang, yet I uncovered not a single thread of evidence. The Jiaolong gang? At this revelation, Chu Xiao's gaze deepened further, confirming his suspicions that Lingyan Island was likely a den of iniquity. Indeed. The liquor crafted on the island is transported by the Jiaolong gang to the capital, part of which is delivered to the authorities as tribute, while another portion is dispatched to the border strongholds to reward the soldiers. What does the esteemed lordly believe these so-called ghostly apparitions truly are? Are you aware of who ultimately claimed the villages ravaged by the 10,000 ghostly soldiers? Li Qingshui sighed again, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes. These villages, all located along the coast, were ultimately acquired by Xiao Er, who constructed docks and ports, thus becoming the territory of the Jiaolong gang. The ghostly soldiers, adept in the waters and elusive, are also referred to as river ghosts. At this, a contemplative expression crossed Chu Xiao's face. From Li Qingshui's words, he sensed that the Lord of Beijiang did not subscribe to the narrative of ghostly apparitions. To him, it was likely that the Jiaolong gang was the true source of the turmoil. Though the 10,000 ghostly soldiers were said to be fewer than the Jiaolong gang's numbers, they could certainly muster a formidable presence at night, instilling fear. Now that Xiao has met his end, I can't help but feel this matter is further entangled in the Jiaolong gang's conspiracy. If they indeed conspired with the Northern Wilderness, Xiao's demise must surely be linked to the Northern Wilderness. Li Qingshui suddenly looked up and offered a sheepish smile to Chu Xiao. I apologize for the inconvenience, my lord. After a decade in Beijiang, not only have I failed to uncover the truth from those years past, but I have also inadvertently allowed the Jiaolong gang to grow in power. It is indeed a grave dereliction of duty on my part. I shall draft a formal letter to the court, resigning my position as governor and returning home to live out my remaining years. Please, my lord, do not be hasty, interjected Chu Xiao. This matter involves many parties, and it is not solely a failure on your part. Let us await the truth before making any final decisions. Just as Chu Xiao finished speaking, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Zhang Qiyuan rushed in, his expression frantic, his face pale with alarm. My lord, sir, the young lady has awakened, but what is it? Li Qingshui sprang to his feet, his gaze filled with trepidation. What has happened to you? The poison within the young lady has relapsed. I fear it may be beyond remedy. What? Chu Xiao's brow furrowed in concern as he swiftly made his way toward the inner hall. Chapter 25. Blood and Bone and Wine within the residence of Beijiang. In the inner hall, Chu Xiao sat upon the bed, his gaze fixed upon the pallid, faintly breathing young woman before him. A chilling coldness permeated his eyes. At that moment, he could perceive the suffocating negativity within Li Ruyu, having shattered her heart and left her utterly powerless. Yet, how could this be? Previously, he had employed the swallowing heaven devil art to devour all the malevolent energy within her, coupled with elixirs to restore her vitality. It was inconceivable that she had fallen to such depths. What had gone awry? If there were indeed malevolent spirits concealed within this residence, it was impossible for him to have overlooked their presence. Moreover, if their intent was to obliterate all evidence, Wouldn't it have been far more logical to directly slay Li Ruyu and Zhang Qinyuan? Ruyu, do you recall what transpired on Lingyan Island all those years ago? Chu Xiao spoke in a low tone, leaning closer to Li Ruyu's lips. Ghosts, devourers of men, all bones. Then how did you escape? Chu Xiao's brow furrowed deeply, while a flicker of sheer terror and despair crossed Li Ruyu's eyes, as if she had conjured thoughts more dreadful than ghosts. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards the hall, her life abruptly stilled. Ruyu. Li Qishui cried out in anguish, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhang Qinyuan's eyes also revealed a hint of sorrow as he shook his head slightly. After my departure, besides you, did anyone else come here? Just then, Chu Xiao grasped Zhang Qinyuan's arm firmly, his tone icy. What does the young master mean? I have remained in this hall and no one has visited. Oh. Chu Xiao said no more, retrieving a pill from his robe and tossing it to Zhang Qinyuan, before striding towards the outer hall to administer it to the master of the Li residence. It seemed that the truths behind all these mysteries were concealed upon Lingyan Island. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Xiao felt that the exposure of this island was alarmingly effortless. Li Qingshui's suspicions were not unfounded. The Jialong gang had been orchestrating terror, slaughtering villagers to justifiably seize coastal lands and expand their influence. As the truth gradually unraveled, the pawn, Kai Jir, was cast aside by the unseen orchestrators, severing all connections. At this juncture, one would expect the matter to conclude. However, the emergence of Lingyan Island offered Chu Xiao fresh leads, as if someone were purposely guiding him to investigate the island. More critically, the movement of the 100,000 ghostly soldiers along the coast inevitably evoked thoughts of other matters. Could it be that the prior collaboration between the Jialong gang and the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master, in their quest for children with spiritual roots, was also to nurture malevolent spirits? At the Beijiang dock, where water met sky, Chu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the intertwining hues of the Huai River and the sea, his expression betraying little emotion. Even if there were indeed forces working behind the scenes, it posed little threat to him. In the face of absolute power, such conspiracies appeared exceedingly fragile. No matter what secrets lay hidden within Lingyan Island, Chu Xiao was determined to unearth them and crush them with his own hands. Ghosts, devourers of men. A smile curled upon Chu Xiao's lips, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly allure. If ghosts consume men, then I shall consume ghosts. This is the dismantling of superstition. Young master. The figure of Su Jibwa sprinted towards them from a distance, a shadow of gloom cast upon his chubby face. Young master. The disciple of the Jialong gang who mentioned the Yin ghost has vanished. Vanished? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, displaying little surprise. Upon witnessing the Yin energy within Li Ruyu, he had already surmised that this disciple, who had deliberately mentioned the Yin ghost to lure Chu Xiao to the Beijiang mansion, was undoubtedly involved in something dubious. Moreover, the 5 ships, which had not set sail for years and remained docked at the harbor, were said to be idle due to the current downturn in maritime trade. Oh? A flicker of coldness danced in Chu Xiao's eyes as he nodded slightly. These vessels were enormous and costly, yet utterly incapable of navigating the Huai River. The Jialong gang had expended significant effort and resources to construct 5 ships, only to let them languish here. It was truly perplexing. Let us depart. However, at this moment, Chu Xiao chose not to elaborate further and set off towards a distant wooden vessel. Young master, where are we headed now? Su Jibwa's expression faltered, unable to fathom Chu Xiao's thoughts. To Lingyan Island, to see if the Tsongkong well still holds water. Lingyan Island? Su Jibwa scratched his head, feeling bewildered, yet hesitant to voice his confusion. Lingyan Island, being the closest isle to the Beijiang city, was renowned throughout Dayong for its abundant spiritual brews. It was said that the inhabitants practiced cultivation and had lived by brewing for generations. After half a day's journey, Chu Xiao and Su Jibwa finally beheld the island standing majestically amidst the sea. From a distance, Lingyan Island appeared as a divine mountain, shimmering with waves of light, its vast and undulating forests brimming with vitality. A rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Even from afar, it was intoxicating. Deeper within the island, ancient stone halls and towers could be discerned, resplendent in their beauty. Truly, this island was deserving of its name. Chu Xiao leaped ashore, while the old man who had been docked nearby fixed his gaze on Su Jibwa, pinching his fingers together in a gesture. Su Jibwa furrowed his brow and slightly turned, revealing the eagle god token at his waist. In an instant, a look of fear washed over the old man's face, and he hastily bowed, watching Su Jibwa disembark. At that moment, on the distant shore, a group of sturdy men was seen transporting wooden barrels onto another vessel. The vigor emanating from them was overwhelming, their realms evidently at the second and third stages. Is this the Lingyan ice brew destined for the city and even the royal capital? Chu Xiao remarked nonchalantly, striding towards the men. Upon seeing the two of them, the robust men displayed expressions of surprise, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. This subtle shift in their demeanor would go unnoticed by ordinary individuals. Yet, now that Chu Xiao had integrated Yan Wuxian's soul seal within his soul sea, he was acutely sensitive to such changes. Moreover, what astonished Chu Xiao even more was that he sensed a faint trace of blood mingled with the rich fragrance of the barrels. Wait. Chu Xiao raised his hand to stop one of the sturdy men. What is contained within these barrels? The robust man's complexion paled, and he turned to regard a middle-aged gentleman clad in a brocade robe with a hint of alarm. Might you be? The middle-aged man in the brocade robe smiled, surveying Chu Xiao from head to toe. This contains the ice brew from my Lingyan island. You must be from afar. Unfortunately, I only sell this ice brew to the Jiaolong gang. However, if you wish to taste it, I can take you to the winery for a sampling. Unmoved, Chu Xiao pointed towards one of the barrels. The expression of the brocade-clad man immediately darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Gentlemen, I am Hong Shan, the steward of Lingyan Island. May I inquire about your intentions? Before Hong Shan could finish his sentence, Su Jibo abruptly struck, kicking the robust man holding the barrel to the ground. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his ancient sword and severed the wooden barrel in half. In the next instant, his expression froze, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. As the liquid from the barrel spilled forth, a bloodied, elongated bone tumbled out, landing at Chu Xiao's feet. Chapter 26. Strange Happenings on the Island Boldly. Who are you to act so recklessly on my Lingyan Island? Do you not realize that these wine brews are intended as tributes to the royal city? To wantonly damage them is a serious offense. Hong Shan bellowed, and immediately, those around him closed in, encircling Chu Xiao and Su Jibo. In his hand, a resplendent golden decree shone brightly, exuding an air of authority. As one of the three great tributes of Beijing, the ice brew of Lingyan Island is naturally protected by the court. This explains why, despite being situated in the depths of the ocean, where no bounds can be seen, no pirates have ever dared to covet the sacred spring and spirit vines of the island. You had better explain to me what these bones are about, or I shall annihilate your Lingyan Island. Su Jibo snorted coldly, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. In the past, he would never have dared to be so brazen on Lingyan Island. After all, not only was the court to be reckoned with, but even the Jiaolong gang was beyond the reach of a mere eagle god guard like him. Yet now, with his master present, what better time to show his bravado? Do you truly believe that Lingyan Island is easy to bully? Come, seize them. With a flick of his wrist, Hong Shan commanded, and the crowd swiftly drew daggers from their waists, lunging towards Su Jibo, a band of wretched scoundrels. Given Su Jibo's fifth-tier strength, he naturally regarded these first- and second-tier individuals with disdain. With a swift motion of his ancient sword, his corpulent figure exhibited surprising agility, effortlessly dodging their attacks and severing the hands of two assailants. These are not human bones. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, bending down to pick up the bloody bones from the ground, his gaze revealing a profound depth. Subsequently, he kicked over several wine barrels, each spilling forth bones. And without exception, they were all remnants of ferocious beasts. Halt! Chu Xiao admonished firmly, prompting Su Jibo to withdraw to his side. You have shattered the tributes and slain my island's servants. I shall certainly report this to Lord Li, demanding that you be punished with death. Hong Shan clenched his teeth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At once, Su Jibo brandished the Eagle God token, speaking in a tone of indifference. I am a member of the Dayong Eagle God Guard, here to investigate. Your refusal to cooperate will be duly reported to the court. What? The Eagle God Guard? Hong Shan's eyes quivered, the anger on his face dissipating, replaced by a fawning smile. It turns out you are a distinguished guard. I, Hong, have been blind and have offended you, a crime deserving of death. What do these bones signify? Chu Xiao inquired, scrutinizing the bloodied remnants on the ground. Is it not true that Lingyan ice brew is crafted from deep well ice water and green vine fruits? Indeed, however, what you may not know, my lord, is that these bones are sourced from robust adult tigers, possessing strong sinews and bones, which provide vigor and vitality. Many esteemed lords in the royal city are quite fond of this. So, Hong Shan chuckled awkwardly. If my lord does not believe me, I can take you to our brewing site on Lingyan Island for a visit. Oh, let us go? Chu Xiao nodded, feeling an unsettling coincidence regarding the appearance of these bloody bones. under Hongshan's guidance. The two soon arrived at an ancient hall constructed at the foot of the mountain in the heart of the island. The hall, entirely built of blue stone, was grand and magnificent, exuding an imposing presence. Above the grand hall, a waterfall cascades down from the mountain peak, where a water wheel thrums vigorously, connecting to a conduit that resembles a staircase, utilizing the waterfall's gravity to elevate wooden barrels to the summit. The ice water from the Tsongkong well must be sealed within these barrels to preserve its ethereal essence. Thus, my Lingyan ice brew is crafted atop the mountain before being transported down to be shipped to the capital and royal city. Noticing that Chu Xiao appears intrigued by the water wheel, Hongshan promptly offers an explanation. Oh, who constructed this water wheel? It was built by the Lord of Lingyan Island, including this conduit, which was personally designed and constructed by him. With a hearty laugh, Hongshan leads Chu Xiao and his companion along a bluestone path towards the peak. This solitary mountain is even steeper and more perilous than the Great Wasteland Mountain, towering thousands of feet high. Were one to carry spring water down the mountain by sheer human effort, it would undoubtedly be a grueling endeavor. It must be said, the Lord of Lingyan Island is indeed an extraordinary individual, with profound insight. Along the way, Chu Xiao observes numerous islanders carrying bamboo baskets, foraging for verdant fruits among the mountains. Where is your lord now? The lord has been in seclusion for a year. I currently manage the affairs of the island. Hongshan explains as they walk, detailing the matters of the island. Soon, as the trio reaches the summit, they finally behold the legendary Tsongkong well. On either side of the well, two dark, robust rock walls envelop the opening, surrounded by lush, thriving ancient forests. Streams of clear water spout from the well. Unlike ordinary well water, this spiritual water exhibits a milky hue, imbued with an exceptionally peculiar aura. At that moment, several sturdy men skillfully fill wooden barrels with well water and verdant fruits, sealing them for storage. Further afield, a pile of bones lies scattered, where a few women select intact skeletons, washing them briefly before placing them into barrels as well. The remaining fragments are discarded, evidently deemed worthless. Witnessing this scene, a hint of contemplation flickers in Chu Xiao's eyes as he discreetly surveys the surrounding mountains. Esteemed lords, this is Tsongkong well, the lifeblood of Lingyan Island. Hongshan humbly smiles, gesturing for the others to withdraw. Earlier, you mentioned investigating a matter on Lingyan Island. May I inquire which law of the Dayong dynasty we have transgressed? Housekeeper Hong, has there been an escape by any women on your island? The visage of Li Ruyu, pale and despairing, quietly surfaces in Chu Xiao's mind. Ghosts, cannibalism, all bones. If her so-called bones are those of the fierce tigers, it would not be difficult to comprehend. Yet, from where does the cannibalism originate? Her expression suggests she has been utterly terrified, not simply afflicted by malevolent energy. Clearly, before succumbing to such dark forces, this woman must have encountered something truly horrifying. Escape? Where does this notion arise? The common folk of our island have lived for generations by brewing wine and hunting tigers. They can leave whenever they wish. Why would they need to escape? Hongshan's brow furrows, as if a realization dawns upon him. Oh, esteemed lords. You wouldn't be here regarding the matter of Miss Li Ruyu, would you? Do you know Li Ruyu? Chu Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly as he extended his hand to scoop a handful of well water, tilting his head back to drink. Indeed, just as the rumor suggested, the water from the Tsongkong well was sweet and rich, with a faint wisp of spiritual energy emanating from it. 5 years ago, the master of the Li family had come to investigate, asking the same questions as you, my lord. No common folk on our island have escaped or gone missing. If you doubt it, you may inquire for yourself. Hongshan shook his head with a smile, but then noticed Chu Xiao's gaze suddenly fixated on the depths of the solitary mountain. Roar. In the next moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, akin to a fierce tiger's cry that struck fear across the vast sea. Ha ha, my lord seems startled. On Lingyan Island, fierce tigers abound. Thus, it would be wise for you not to wander about. Fierce tigers abound? Chu Xiao's brow furrowed deeper, sensing that these tiger roars were concealing something. What lies beyond? Chu Xiao pointed towards an ancient, dilapidated stone temple at the end of the forest, his eyes revealing a profound depth. That, it would be best if you did not point there, my lord. That is the place where we worship the sea god and the mountain god. And it is also the location of our ancestral hall on Lingyan Island. It is guarded by spiritual attendants, and anyone who disrespects the deities shall face punishment. Oh, spiritual attendants? Chapter 27. The skeletal remains indeed. The so-called spirit servant is a manifestation of our will and belief. Every year, We on Lingyan Island pay homage to our ancestors and seek the protection of our spirit servants. When Lord Li first visited Lingyan Island, he also entered this ancient temple to pay his respects. What you two may not know is that we, who rely on the sea for our livelihood, can only survive under the guardianship of the sea god. Hong Shan's face displayed a look of reverence as he clasped his hands together and bowed earnestly. This posture elicited a slight furrow in Su Jibua's brow, stirring an instinctive sense of awe within him. "Ah, then please lead us to the ancient temple," said Chu Xiao, unfazed, for he had long since shed any fear of celestial beings or spirits. His 6 masters were truly figures that transcended the heavens and the earth. The woman in red with silver hair seemed even less like a mortal. She was likely perceived by the world as a divine entity. Hong Shan's expression turned troubled. Yet under Chu Xiao's penetrating gaze, he reluctantly approached the ancient temple. Soon, as the 3 figures appeared before the temple's entrance, a grave expression crossed Hong Shan's face. "I must remind you once more, the deities we worship on our island possess immense power. Those who harbor disrespect shall surely face retribution." With that, he pushed open the temple doors, and a wave of damp, decaying air, mingled with the scent of incense, rushed forth. Chu Xiao beheld the 2 statues enshrined within, his eyes betraying little emotion. He noted that the ancient temple was built into the mountainside, resembling a cavern deep within the rock. At the far end of the temple, a mural depicting mountains and rivers was carved into the rock wall, adorned with countless ancient and enigmatic totems that emanated an air of mystery. "What is this?" Chu Xiao circled the statues and stood before the mural, feeling a strange energy swirling in his palm as he touched it. A beam of light ascended, transforming gradually until it materialized into an ancient bronze door before him. "Stop." Hong Shan's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to stand before Chu Xiao. This leads to the tombs of the island's former lords. It must not be desecrated except during rituals, or else you shall face the backlash of the spirit servants." "Oh?" Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, suddenly grasping Hong Shan by the neck. "Then if you dare to desecrate the ancestors, shall I enter and rescue you instead?" What? Hong Shan's countenance fell into a stupor. Before he could comprehend the implications of Chu Xiao's words, the youth exerted a powerful force, hurling him against the ancient bronze door. Crack! In an instant, this formidable being, whose cultivation had reached the 5th realm, found his bones shattered. The bronze door itself cracked under the impact, revealing a dark, foreboding corridor that seemed to stretch into an abyss. Indeed, there are spirits. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened. From the moment he stepped into this grand hall, he sensed the subtle fluctuations of an array embedded within the wall. Clearly, that ancient mural concealed secrets far beyond mere decoration. "Young master, how did you know that Hong Shan harbored spirits?" Su Jibwa stood beside Chu Xiao, his plump face displaying signs of trepidation. At that moment, he beheld Hong Shan sprawled on the ground, his form contorted, blood spewing from his mouth in a most tragic manner. "I do not know." Chu Xiao shook his head and proceeded toward the end of the corridor. As he passed Hong Shan, he kindly stepped upon the man's head, mercifully ending his suffering. "I do not know?" Su Jibwa's gaze trembled, particularly under the shroud of darkness, where the figure of the youth appeared ethereal and elusive, resembling either a deity or a specter. "Listen, is this how a person speaks? This is a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Do not ask anything. Just act." Gulp. At that moment, even Su Jibwa felt a chill creeping into his heart, growing increasingly wary of Chu Xiao's temperament. As they delved deeper into the corridor, it became apparent that it was profoundly dark and winding. Moreover, Chu Xiao sensed a faint presence lurking behind them, exceedingly weak. Yet, whenever he turned to look, he was met only with darkness, devoid of any sign of life. "Master, I constantly feel a chill at my back." Su Jibwa's lips quivered, and his complexion turned pale. Compared to Chu Xiao, he was but a mere mortal, still harboring a sense of reverence for the supernatural. Furthermore, the oppressive atmosphere of the underground corridor, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face, would instill unease in anyone. "Why not you go in front?" Chu Xiao suggested indifferently, to which Su Jibwa fervently shook his head. No, I am fine in the back." With that, he swallowed hard as if summoning his courage and suddenly turned to look behind him. In the next instant, the terror on Su Jibwa's face froze, and 2 piercing screams echoed simultaneously. Chu Xiao's eyes ignited with an otherworldly light as he turned to see what had transpired. There, behind Su Jibwa, stood a diminutive skeleton, cradling a black dagger in its hands, its jaw quivering and emitting a series of chilling clicks, gazing blankly at the rotund figure before it. In its eyes burned 2 flickering orbs of ghostly fire. Despite its lack of flesh and blood, Chu Xiao sensed its palpable anxiety. Su Jibua, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Before Chu Xiao could act, the little skeleton transformed into a wisp of shadowy wind and vanished from sight. A ghost. There is truly a ghost. Su Jibua trembled as he clutched Chu Xiao's legs, quaking uncontrollably. Though he was a guardian of the great Yong, he had never encountered the true path of the immortals and could not fathom how a skeleton could emit a scream. Chu Xiao, however, wore an expression of surprise as his mind began to piece together the puzzle. From the words of his master, he had long understood that in this realm, there existed ghostly beings that cultivated their power through the essence of darkness. Evidently, that little skeleton was one such entity. Yet, why would a ghostly being, typically sinister and treacherous, capable of murder and devouring corpses, be frightened by a mere mortal? Chu Xiao nudged Su Jibua with his foot and continued toward the end of the corridor. If this little skeleton is indeed the specter referred to by the people of Beijing, then it is highly likely that on this journey he shall unravel all mysteries. Young master, wait for me, Su Jibua exclaimed, scrambling to catch up with Chu Xiao, clutching his arm with a terrified glance around, clearly overwhelmed by fear. It was only when a faint light suddenly illuminated the darkness in the distance that Chu Xiao's steps came to a halt, a profound gaze flickering in his eyes. Why don't you wait here for me? Su Jibua's expression faltered, gradually releasing his grip on Chu Xiao's arm. What do you mean, young master? I shall follow you through thick and thin, even if it means facing mountains of blades and seas of fire. I, Su Jibua, would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. Just as his words fell, he noticed that Chu Xiao had already stepped out of the corridor, causing his plump face to quiver in fright, and he hurriedly pursued him. However, upon reaching Chu Xiao and beholding the light before him, Su Jibua suddenly felt his strength abandon him, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 28. The truth behind at the end of the subterranean corridor, an expansive and magnificent space revealed itself. In the center stood a black altar, upon which a figure, neither entirely human nor beastly, was bound by iron chains, prostrating on the ground. As if sensing the presence of life, the shadow slowly turned its head, revealing a pair of eerie, crimson eyes. A chilling, ghastly roar erupted, startling Su Jibua, who had just risen, nearly causing him to collapse once more. Even more terrifying was the sight surrounding the altar. Countless white bones lay piled high, some already weathered and decayed, while others still clung to sinew and flesh. In the shadow's grasp was a gnawed head, utterly unrecognizable. Indeed? Yet, at this moment, there was little surprise in Chu Xiao's eyes. From the moment he heard the tiger's roar echoing through the mountains, he had suspected that something was being concealed. The spectral figure before him emanated a chilling aura, appearing to have lost its intellect. However, compared to the earlier small skeleton, this entity still possessed a semblance of vitality, seemingly corroded by the surrounding darkness. Thus, the mystery of the missing commoners in Beijing Prefecture seemed to find an explanation. The bones in this abyss had amassed over many days, not merely the result of a single night's work. Master, what manner of creature is this? Su Jibua, suppressing his fear, unsheathed his ancient sword and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chu Xiao. This must be the malevolent spirit spoken of by the people. Yet, there was no hint of joy on Chu Xiao's face. Rather, he appeared increasingly grave, given the spectral figure's apparent loss of reason. Even if it were adept in ghostly arts, it could not have infiltrated the city undetected to eliminate Xiao Er. Could it be the Lord of Lingyan Island? As Chu Xiao pondered, a sudden humming resonated around the altar. Layers of ghostly mist began to rise, within which distorted and menacing faces became vaguely discernible. An overwhelming wave of resentment surged forth, freezing Su Jibua's blood and causing his hair to stand on end. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, revealing an underlying depth. He extended his palm, his vitality surging, intent on shattering the ghostly fog. Yet, as his hand made contact, his expression paled abruptly. The ghastly faces lunged toward him, enveloping his body in an instant, accompanied by anguished cries of torment. Master? Su Jibua's mouth fell agape, his eyes filled with despair. He had long been overwhelmed by the terrors of this underground realm, feeling as if he had transcended his understanding. Now, witnessing Chu Xiao ensnared by the ghostly mist, he instinctively wished to flee. Yet, deep within, Su Jibua resolved to act, gripping his sword and charging recklessly toward Chu Xiao. Just as he set his foot forward, a chilling presence approached from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword backward. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing reverberating through the air, the skeletal figure reappeared before his eyes. having been struck down by the sword's intent and crashing to the ground. Yet, there was not a trace of injury upon its form, nor did its aura wane. It merely appeared somewhat disheveled. Su Jibua's spirit trembled, and he hastily retreated several steps, his entire body quivering. Worthless. Thud. At that moment, a cold reprimand suddenly echoed from the end of the corridor. Upon hearing the voice, the small skeleton exhibited a flicker of terror in its eyes, its diminutive frame shivering, paralyzed with fear. Buzz. Simultaneously, the ghostly mist surrounding Chu Xiao quietly stagnated, slowly dissipating. He rose slowly, his face as pale as a ghost, lifting his gaze towards the figure emerging from the shadows. In the next instant, a gasp pierced the air, and Su Jibua's round face fell into a state of utter astonishment. The Lord of the Li family. He recognized that the figure stepping out from the corridor was none other than Li Qingxue. How could this be? In a heartbeat, Su Jibua was engulfed in confusion, utterly unable to fathom that the chaos wrought by the specters was orchestrated by this esteemed, beloved lord of Beijiang Prefecture. Only Chu Xiao remained composed, as if he had anticipated this revelation all along. His earlier pretense of being tormented by the ghostly mist was merely a ruse to draw out this hidden mastermind. Both the demise of Dia Bangyin and the fall of Heiyun served as a profound intimidation to any martial practitioner. Had Chu Xiao exhibited excessive dominance, they likely would not have dared to reveal themselves. Once again, we meet, Li Qingxue remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing his aged, gaunt face. He stepped forward and kicked the small skeleton away. After all these years of refining you and feeding you countless specters, you can't even dispatch a mere fifth realm individual. Whimper. The small skeleton curled up on the ground, its head drooping like a wronged child, its gaze evidently filled with resentment. Li Qingxue, I never expected it to be you. Su Jibua clenched his teeth, retreating to Chu Xiao's side. Young master, what should we do now? In response, Chu Xiao shook his head, remaining silent. At this moment, he had surmised that whether it was Kai Ji's murder or the backlash from Li Ruyu's dark energy, it was likely orchestrated by this lord of the Li family. But if his motive was merely to conceal the truth, why go to such lengths to lure them to Lingyan Island? Who was he truly, and what connection did he have with the specter upon the altar? I never anticipated your stubbornness in unveiling the secrets of the specters, Li Qingxue sighed lightly. Under Su Jibua's astonished gaze, he approached the altar and gently touched the specter's head. So, Li Ruyu was intentionally brought back to your estate? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. Now that he understood this lord of the Li family was the source of the specters, there was no longer any notion of saving anyone. The purpose behind bringing Li Ruyu to his estate was certainly not as straightforward as it appeared. Indeed, I am the lord of Beijiang Prefecture. The malevolent spirits in Beijiang are causing turmoil, and I must take action to quell the public's grievances. However, Li Qingxue shook his head with a bitter smile, his gaze towards the shadow of the ghost revealing a trace of tenderness. It is difficult to fathom that a malevolent cultivator, one who slaughters indiscriminately and sacrifices souls, could display such an expression. Renowned power holds no significance for me. All I desire is to be a father. Buyer, it is my actions that have led you to this wretched state, neither human nor ghost. Fear not, for salvation is at hand, and you shall soon be free from this malevolent aura. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Su Jibua and Chu Xiao shifted simultaneously. Finally understanding why Li Qingxue was willing to descend into darkness and become a fiend. So, you have infused the malevolent energy within Li Ruyu, desperately gathering alchemists to treat him, with the intention of saving him? Chu Xiao, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, at last comprehending Li Qingxue's meticulous schemes to lure him to Lingyan Island. It turns out, it was because he had dispelled the malevolent energy within Li Ruyu in the Beijiang manner. Chapter 29. The Dark Yin Evil Scripture Indeed. My intention in luring you to my abode was to harness the Yin energy within Ruyu to eliminate you. Li Qingxue's expression was one of anguish, his gaze gradually spiraling into madness. Yet, to my astonishment, you have succeeded. Do you have any idea how many alchemists and pharmacists I have sought over the years to experiment with elixirs on Ruyu? All have been in vain. Pray tell, how did you achieve this? If you can save him today and dispel the Yin energy within him, I shall spare your life. Initially, Li Qingxue harbored reservations about Chu Xiao and his companion. He had intended to use Kai Jie's demise as bait to ensnare them at the Beijiang mansion, intending to erode their corporeal and mental faculties with the Yin energy residing in Li Ruyu. When the opportune moment arrived, he would quietly erase them, shifting all blame onto the specters. However, he did not anticipate that the very Yin energy he found insurmountable would be effortlessly dispelled by this youth. If you can command the yin energy, why can you not eradicate it? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening with contemplation. This manipulation of pawns reminded him of certain individuals, the enigmatic Li Yuan. Do not mock me. The cultivation technique I practice consists solely of fragmented remnants, capable only of gathering ghostly energy, yet unable to dispel it. I see. Even merely accumulating yin energy is a profoundly terrifying ability in the Dayong dynasty. Observing the guilt in his eyes, it seemed that his beloved son's downfall was indeed a consequence of his own actions. We have uncovered your most significant secret. I imagine your days are numbered. You wish for me to save him? Very well, but I desire clarity in this matter. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, his body marred by bloodstains, exuding an air of calm resignation to his fate. Do you still have a choice? You may possess the ability to dispel the yin energy, yet I could extinguish your life with the utmost ease. Li Qingshui's brow furrowed slightly as he waved his hand gently. Suddenly, the multitude of white bones littering the ground emitted a series of eerie cracking sounds. Then, within Su Jibu's terrified gaze, a glimmer of crimson light ignited in their eyes. An exceedingly strange phenomenon. At this moment, he seemed to grasp that if Li Qishui could control these corpses and don them with armor, it would indeed resemble the specters spoken of by the masses. Only Chu Xiao, though pale, exhibited little fear. Even if you were to kill me, I would not save him. Aside from myself, finding another capable of dispelling the yin energy within him would be no easy task. Chu Xiao remained unperturbed. Although many things had become clear, he harbored a lingering suspicion that this master of Beizhong was not the true puppet master behind the scenes. What do you wish to inquire about? Li Qingshui pondered for a moment before finally nodding. He had searched for a decade without finding anyone within the Dayong dynasty capable of suppressing yin energy. Chu Xiao was correct. Should he let this opportunity slip away, he would be forced to watch his beloved son descend into true demonhood. At present, the Beizhong mansion was rife with rumors, even though Li Qishui had extensive connections. Should matters continue in this manner, it would surely attract the attention of the true powerhouses within Dayong. At the very least, the esteemed grand priest from the imperial city was not someone Li Qishui could contend with. 100,000 spectral soldiers, if I am not mistaken. They must belong to the Northern Wilderness Army. A glimmer of profundity flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes as he caught sight of the several colossal ships docked outside the Jialong gang, sparking a flicker of speculation within him. However, one question eluded him. How could these grand vessels have traversed the formidable mountain sea Great Wall? It is known that the weight of one such ship is immense, easily reaching tens of thousands of pounds. Even the most formidable warriors of the Western Chu's 9 realms would find it impossible to hoist them over the wall. It was not until Chu Xiao beheld the water wheel mechanism on Lingyan Island that enlightenment dawned upon him. If the Northern Wilderness were to construct identical ships, they could employ this method, harnessing the power of the waterfall and the vessel's own weight to surmount the Great Wall. This, as far as Chu Xiao could deduce, was the sole method by which the Northern Wilderness Army could circumvent the 13 cities beyond the pass and suddenly appear beneath Sword City. Moreover, while the formations of the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master may be immobile, the ships themselves are not. By deploying the formations upon the vessels, they could conceal their movements, rendering them utterly silent. Oh, Li Qingshui's gaze sharpened, and he nodded slowly. Indeed, it was the Northern Wilderness Army that had slaughtered the coastal villages 5 years ago. At this juncture, he found no reason to conceal the truth any longer. His initial agreement to ally with the Northern Wilderness Army to ensnare the war god and the 8,000 dragon riders was a desperate measure to obscure the disappearance of common folk in the Northern River Prefecture. Additionally, the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master who sought him had promised to suppress the malevolent energy afflicting him and his son through the power of formations. Otherwise, his identity as a ghostly cultivator would inevitably be revealed. Is the leader of the Jialong gang, Kai Jie, one of your people? Chu Xiao inquired, nodding as the greatest confusion within him unraveled. No, Li Qingshui replied, shaking his head with a smile that bore a hint of mischief. I am Kai Jie. The lifeless figure you observed was merely a puppet. Chu Xiao's gaze intensified. When he had seen Kai Jie's corpse, he had suspected that the one responsible for the murder must be someone he trusted implicitly and knew intimately. Even though Li Qingshui was the lord of the Northern River Prefecture, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. How could complete trust exist between them? This game of chess was indeed more intricate and profound than he had ever imagined. What is your true purpose in all this? Chu Xiao inquired, a frown etching his brow. The leader of the Jialong gang, regardless of how he attained the position of lord of the Northern River Prefecture, had achieved both fame and fortune. With the fall of Dayong, he would lose everything. Why then would he conspire with the northern wilderness and seek to betray his homeland? This tale is long and convoluted. It is all due to a moment of folly that led me to practice the techniques inscribed on a fragment of ancient scroll, Kaiji's side. Approximately 20 years ago, I stumbled upon a wooden chest in the depths of the sea, within which I discovered a celestial cultivation method known as the Xian In Ghost Control Sutra. This art is far more exquisite than any martial discipline, instantly captivating my spirit. Furthermore, as I delved deeper into the practice, I found that this method could gather malevolent energy, transmuting death into life, a profound mystery indeed. For me, it represented an unparalleled boon, as my eldest son, Kai Bai, was born with deficiencies, possessing only 3 souls and 1 spirit, destined for a short life. Thus, Kai Ji made the gravest decision of his life, infusing the myriad souls and their malevolent energies into Kai Bai's being. However, he never fathomed that this arcane text on the undead was fundamentally flawed. As his own power ascended, he increasingly realized that he could not wield the spectral energies within Kai Bai. He could only watch helplessly as Kai Bai devolved into a ghoul, perpetually in need of sanguine souls to sustain himself. Initially, Kai Ji had hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate Kai Bai to conceal the secret of his necromantic practices. Yet gradually, he discovered that he too required human blood souls to quell the murderous impulses within his own heart. Thus, the possibility of retreat had vanished entirely. Subsequently, he leveraged the persona of Li Qingshui, utilizing the resources of the Jiaolong gang as leverage to ingratiate himself with high-ranking officials of Dayong, ultimately ascending to the position of prefect. This allowed him, firstly, to seek a remedy for the spectral energies within him under the guise of his official title, and secondly, to obscure the disappearances of commoners in Beizhong Prefecture. Throughout the years, he remained diligent in his duties, eschewing greed, for wealth held no significance for him any longer. The minister who had sold him his office ultimately could not escape death, having been covertly assassinated by him. So it was. Upon hearing Kai Ji's words, Chu Xiao nodded gently, yet the confusion in his eyes did not diminish. Rather, it deepened further. Why had I not sensed a trace of ghostly energy from you before? Chapter 30. A chess piece. It was because of this object. Kai Ji produced a spirit pendant from his bosom, his eyes reflecting a profound weariness. The profound Yin ghostly scriptures are intrinsically tied to the essence of Yin energy, and this jade pendant possesses the ability to conceal such energy. Oh? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the ghostly figure on the altar. So you conspired with the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master to gather spiritual mediums, all in an effort to rescue him? Indeed, Kai Ji replied with a bitter smile. A Northern Wilderness Celestial Master once approached me, promising that if I could assist in transporting 50,000 troops to Beizhong Prefecture, we could harness the power of the formation to gather the life force resonating from the mediums and suppress this ghostly aura. At this moment, Kai Ji could hardly deny that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by unseen hands. Whether it was the ghostly scriptures or the affliction of Kai Bai, it was likely that someone had long since taken control, crafting a path of no return for him. Yet, he found himself powerless to reverse his fate, resigned to being a mere pawn. What about that crafty master? The crafty master? He is merely a chess piece I dispatched to Sword City, under the guise of trading in Spirit Rock Ice Brew. He secured the loyalty of the Sword City guards and transported the spiritual mediums from the border regions back to Beizhong in barrels. A look of confusion crossed Kai Ji's face. What has happened to the crafty master? He is a Li Yuan sorcerer, a formidable presence at the 7th realm. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he observed Kai Ji's expression, which bore no semblance of deceit. Moreover, it was unlikely that a deceased individual would require concealment of their identity. What? A Li Yuan sorcerer? Kai Ji's countenance faltered, his expression one of disbelief. How is that possible? So, the earlier incident with the Dragon Gang's sabotage of the dam was not orchestrated by you? Sabotage? What dam? Even Kai Ji's expression was now one of bewilderment. Although he had colluded with the Northern Wilderness, leading to the demise of the war god, he had never entangled himself with the Li Yuan sorcerer. Furthermore, the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master had explicitly promised to slay the war god without annihilating Dayong. Should the Shanhai Dam collapse, Sword City would surely be destroyed, leaving Dayong without support. It appears you two are merely a pawn. Chu Xiao sighed, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. When the crafty Bang Yin fell, his spirit had already been subdued by Chu Xiao, thus his words must hold truth. He indeed followed the orders of a single individual in the prefecture. Yet it was not Kai Ji. However, This individual may have calculated everything, save for the fact that Chu Xiao could nullify the ghostly aura, thereby altering Kaiji's resolve. Humph, I have revealed all that you wish to know. Now you may proceed to eliminate the yin energy within him. Kaiji's gaze turned icy. Regardless, if Chu Xiao could dispel the yin energy from Kai by today, it would alleviate the burden weighing on his heart. Although the Northern Wilderness Celestial Masters formation could suppress the yin energy, it could not eradicate it entirely. With such leverage in their possession, Kaiji would forever remain ensnared in this predicament. At this juncture, he had already devised an escape plan. Once Kaibai regained his senses, he would abscond with the wealth from Lingyan Island and this young man, departing from Beijiang Prefecture to venture into the depths of the sea, seeking means to suppress the yin energy within himself. Very well. Chu Xiao nodded lightly, and under the piercing gaze of Kaiji, he ascended the altar. With his approach, the bloodlight in Kaibai's eyes intensified, his mouth gaping wide as if to devour him whole. Abai, quiet down, Kaiji commanded, his hands weaving intricate incantations. A wisp of ghostly mist slowly rose, enveloping Chu Xiao's form. You would do well not to play any tricks, or I shall make you wish for death. In response, Chu Xiao remained silent. In a fleeting moment, as his palm extended outward, demonic runes swirled within, manifesting a formidable force of absorption that pressed against Kaibai's skull. In an instant, the malevolent, ominous energy radiating from him began to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. Even the bloodlight in his eyes appeared to gradually fade, revealing a hint of humanity. Indeed, it is possible. Upon witnessing this, a smile broke across Kaiji's face, his expression filled with excitement as he instinctively clenched his hands. Father! Father! As the last trace of dark energy within Kaibai was consumed by Chu Xiao, a look of bewilderment flashed across his eyes, his lips trembling as he emitted a low, hoarse voice. Son! Kaiji's body shuddered, reaching out to touch Kaibai's cheek, only to see his expression twist into a grotesque mask of rage, his figure rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. I'm sorry, I miscalculated my strength. Chu Xiao wore a gentle smile, but the depth in his eyes sent a chill down Kaiji's spine. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if this young man standing before him was far more sinister and terrifying than he, a practitioner of the dark arts. As Kaiji's mind reeled, Chu Xiao was enveloped in a swirling darkness, absorbing the ghostly energies around him, dispelling the previous state of weakness. In that instant, Kaiji came to a harrowing realization. He had once again fallen into another's trap. With a thunderous boom, Chu Xiao unleashed a punch, a terrifying force shattering the void itself. Despite Kaiji's formidable 8th-tier prowess, he found himself utterly defenseless against this strike. A sharp crack resonated through the air as his chest shattered, bone splintering and blood mingling with his internal organs as he spewed forth a torrent of crimson, his expression one of sheer horror. With a single blow, he had annihilated an 8th-tier warrior. To what extent did this youth's power reach? With his cultivation, he should not have been present in the Dayong dynasty. Who exactly was he? This jade pendant, where did you acquire it? Chu Xiao stooped to retrieve the spirit pendant from Kaiji's grasp. His eyes filled with an inscrutable depth. The jade pendant? Kaiji's gaze flickered, his mouth slowly agape. You wouldn't want to die in confusion, would you? After your demise, I shall seek out the one who wronged you. Chu Xiao's expression remained impassive. Given Kaiji's strength and temperament, he was destined for a vastly different life. Regrettably, driven by momentary greed, he had delved into the ghostly scriptures, step by step falling into another snare, leading him to this lamentable fate. It was the ancient master who claimed that a mysterious gentleman had instructed him to convey a message to me. I had always assumed it was the renowned Grand Master of the Northern Wastes. Kaiji, in a state of despair, closed his eyes, and it was only then that he realized the truth. He had been living under the control of others all along, never managing to escape. The ancient master? Gu Beichun? Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and a thin, amiable face suddenly materialized in his mind. A pawn like Kaiji must possess significant connections, and there would undoubtedly be someone closely monitoring him. It was evident that this ancient master held considerable influence. If he had the means to conceal the sinister aura surrounding Kaiji, he could certainly mask his own presence as well. Alarmed, Chu Xiao suddenly recalled something. His hand reached out, directly engulfing Kaiji's physical form, and he turned to head towards the corridor. Chapter 31. Silencing witnesses. What's wrong, my lord? Su Jibwa stood at a distance, his expression one of terror as he watched Chu Xiao consume Kaiji and his son into nothingness, his plump face having turned an ashen white. A sudden unease stirred within him, once he had outlived his usefulness and become privy to the myriad of Chu Xiao's methods. Would his fate mirror that of these hapless victims? Beside him, a small white skeleton trembled, emitting a series of rapid clattering sounds, clearly equally frightened. Chu Xiao did not respond but instead walked toward the entrance of the underground corridor, his gaze sharpening. What's coming? Su Jibwa swallowed hard. Everything he had witnessed today had shattered his understanding of a martial artist's reality, whether it was Kai Ji's ghostly manipulation or the timid little skeleton beside him. His perception of this world was profoundly altered. At that moment, Su Jibwa realized that the realm he inhabited resembled a meticulously filtered prison. The martial beings living at the lowest tier were not unlike ants, fulfilling their missions under fixed rules from birth to death. The dynasty suppressed the common folk, plundering riches to offer to their sects, yet they remained entirely disconnected from any divine arts, techniques, or even a broader comprehension of the world within those sections. Were it not for Chu Xiao, he would have eternally believed that demons were mere figments of fear conjured by the populace. Crash. Just as Su Jibwa's heart raced with trepidation, a sudden sound of flowing water echoed from the end of the corridor, causing his pudgy face to quiver. Chu Xiao frowned, his nostrils flaring slightly as a faint trace of a mystical pattern flickered in his eyes. It seemed someone intended to incinerate us all within this underground palace. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, redirecting his attention to the little skeleton. He then noticed that the bones of this small skeleton were not the ordinary stark white, but rather exhibited a jade-like hue, translucent and radiant, imbued with an air of serenity. It was inconceivable that a skeleton could evoke such tranquility rather than a sense of dread. It was indeed peculiar. Do you wish to leave this place? Chu Xiao leaned down, observing the small skeleton curled on the ground, hugging its knees, and a gentle smile graced his face. From Kai Ji's earlier words, he had learned that this little skeleton was cultivated through the consumption of countless lost souls via the Xian and ghost manipulation technique. In essence, if it sought to advance, it could only do so by continuously devouring the souls of living beings and the resentful energies of the deceased, which harmonized perfectly with Chu Xiao's devouring demon technique. After all, the latter absorbed bloodline spiritual energy rather than lingering souls and resentments. Thus, as long as it remained by Chu Xiao's side, the little skeleton would grow more rapidly, becoming a valuable asset in his arsenal. Previously, even with Chu Xiao's heightened perception, he had not sensed the presence of this little skeleton within the underground corridor. Most importantly, its peculiar skeletal form was exceedingly strange, and perhaps in the future, it would yield unexpected surprises for Chu Xiao. The little skeleton glanced at Chu Xiao with trepidation, cautiously inching backward. The place is soon to be engulfed in flames. If you wish to survive, it is imperative that you stay close to me. Chu Xiao slowly rose, uttering no more words, and directly stepped towards the corridor. At that moment, he sensed an intensely scorching presence rushing down the passageway. Clearly, someone had discovered their whereabouts and intended to trap everyone within this underground palace. Young master. It's so hot. Su Jibwa's eyes quivered slightly as he raised his gaze toward the distant darkness. In the next instant, a flicker of flame blossomed leisurely, surging forth like an underground magma flow, completely filling the corridor. What the hell? Who would be so cruel as to burn us alive? Stay close to me. Chu Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he boldly entered the corridor, advancing toward the fierce flames. Why, young master? Su Jibwa's lips trembled as he surveyed the rocky walls around him, ultimately swallowing hard and following suit. Behind them, the small skeleton hesitated for a moment, but ultimately subdued its inner fear and quietly trailed after Chu Xiao, maintaining a respectful distance. Buzz. As the flames surged, an overwhelming heat wave struck them. From afar, Su Jibwa could already catch a whiff of a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. This, even he, a mere 5th realm cultivator, let alone a true 9th realm powerhouse, would find it nearly impossible to escape should they be ensnared by these flames underground. Just as despair washed over him, and he prepared to accept his fate, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound ahead. Astonishingly, the terrifying wave of heat dissipated in an instant. Su Jibwa opened his eyes, his face paling in shock. At that moment, he beheld Chu Xiao enveloped in tendrils of golden flames. As the surging inferno met this golden fire, it bizarrely began to dissolve. This was beyond Su Jibwa's comprehension. He could only sincerely marvel. Young master, you are incredible. Let us proceed. Chu Xiao extended his hand, drawing the small skeleton into his embrace as they made their way toward the end of the corridor. This time, the small skeleton offered no resistance, its head bowed like a chastened child, nervous and shy. As the trio emerged from the subterranean passage and returned to the ancient hall, they found wooden barrels scattered across the floor, some still containing remnants of pine oil. Young master, who could be so malicious? We should pursue them now. There is still time. Chu Xiao's gaze was profound. He had sensed something amiss with the individuals transporting the barrels upon his arrival at Lingyan Island, especially after learning Li Qingshui's true identity. He was convinced that the barrels were likely a ruse to mislead. Since Li Qingshui was Kaiji, he must surely be aware of the movements of both Chu Xiao and his companion. However, they had deliberately brought out those barrels soaked in tiger bones just as the two were heading to Lingyan Island, tempting them to harbor suspicions about the island's master. If Chu Xiao's deductions were correct, these individuals were likely in a hurry to transport something off the island. Hence the prior use of tiger bone spirit brew to obfuscate the truth, dispelling Chu Xiao's concerns while simultaneously avoiding provoking Kaiji's suspicion. The flames of turpentine are evidently a means to confront the spectral cultivators, suggesting that the individual in question harbors intentions to eliminate Kaiji. Gu Beichun. The identity of this venerable elder Gu is likely that of the mastermind who orchestrated Kaiji's entrapment, luring him into the practice of the Xian ghost manipulation scripture. Furthermore, the talisman that conceals the Yin energy most likely originated from his hand. The most exquisite aspect of this elaborate game lies in the fact that, on the surface, he appears merely as a pawn in Kaiji's possession, seemingly insignificant, yet he subtly manipulates the entire chessboard. Astonishingly, even until his demise, Kaiji believed that the purpose of those spiritual mediums was solely to suppress the Yin energy within him. Even if his true identity were to be exposed and he were captured by the court, it would be impossible to unveil the true puppet master behind the scenes of the Great Yong. With Kaiji's death, the charges of gathering spiritual mediums and colluding with the Northern Wilderness Army will be irrevocably established, and he himself would willingly confess. In this moment, Chu Xiao felt once again the terrifying prowess of the original deceitful strategist. These individuals are merely the most humble and insignificant practitioners within this realm. It is unfathomable to consider the depths of cunning and terror possessed by those truly immortal beings who have existed for countless ages and wield absolute power over the eons. However, despite Gu Beichun's intricate schemes, he ultimately failed to account for the fact that Chu Xiao remains alive and has attained the authentic legacy of the celestial path. Chapter 32. Returning to the Imperial City. Young Master. Look. Atop the mountain peak, Su Jibua emerged from the ancient palace, his expression subtly altered. The entire Lingyan Island was engulfed in fierce flames, casting a crimson hue upon the water and sky. Yet, there was no trace of surprise on Chu Xiao's face. It was evident he had anticipated this very scene. Kaiji had perished in the Jiaolong gang, Li Qingshui mysteriously vanished, and the two Eagle Guards had met their demise alongside the master of Lingyan Island in the Inferno. Only the venerable Gu Beichun had managed to escort the Lingyan ice brew to the royal city, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Thus, whether it be the spectral soldiers or matters concerning mediums, all leads had been irrevocably severed. The pieces were all extinguished, and the cicada had shed its shell. As for the 8,000 dragon riders, they had ultimately met an obscure end, never to be mentioned again. You may leave now, Chu Xiao declared, releasing his grip and placing the small skeleton on the ground, gazing toward the distant coastline. Calculating the time, he realized that he and Su Jibua had been on the island for 2 hours. The Beijiang prefecture was merely a 4-hour journey by water to the Dayong royal city, with no ports along the way. According to Chu Xiao's conjecture, after Gu Beichun personally delivered the medium to the royal city, he would likely vanish, leaving Dayong behind. Let us depart. However, just as Chu Xiao took a step forward, intending to leave Lingyan Island, he felt a tug at his leg. The small skeleton clung to him, its eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Do you wish to accompany me? A gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's face as he bent down to pat its little head. But in your current state, following me would lead others to mistake me for a necromancer. Upon hearing this, the small skeleton's eyes dimmed as it slowly lowered its head and turned to walk away into the distant woods. Unless you diligently cultivate and can reshape your body, you may follow me openly. Observing the small, forlorn figure, a chill flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. He had long heard from his fifth master that certain mystical arts could restore life to bones, rejuvenating vitality. Kaiji's practice of the Xian ghost control technique, though incomplete, was indeed a genuine celestial art. While Chu Xiao was unclear how a figure like Li Yuan possessed such formidable ghostly powers, he surmised that it concealed astonishing secrets that transcended the realm of dynasties, likely targeting the sects behind the 4 dynasties. If he could obtain the complete ghost scriptures in the future, perhaps he could find a way to assist this small skeleton in reshaping its body. In truth, what Chu Xiao truly cared about was not whether it could possess a corporeal form, but rather to spur its cultivation. Previously, in the subterranean corridor. He had witnessed the small skeleton's inherent weakness and kindness. Such virtues bore no significance on the path of immortality and could even jeopardize Chu Xiao. Should it fail to become ruthless, he would not hesitate to crush its little head. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing this, the small skeleton's eyes lit up with earnest excitement. Nodding vigorously, yet soon, the hope in its gaze began to fade, and it gestured as if trying to convey something. Young master, what is it saying in a flurry? Su Jibwa scratched his thin frame, gazing at Chu Xiao with a look of bewilderment. Rest assured, those I have slain are all deserving of their fate. Chu Xiao's expression remained impassive. Although he could not comprehend the words of the little skeleton, he sensed its inner turmoil. Clearly, it seemed reluctant to continue its previous path under Kai Ji, committing heinous acts and indiscriminately taking innocent lives. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, the little skeleton nodded enthusiastically, its bones emitting a series of strange clicks akin to joyous chirping. Observing this, a gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's lips, though inwardly he couldn't help but sneer. What constitutes a deserving death? All who oppose me are deserving of demise. What is your name? As soon as the words left Chu Xiao's lips, he shook his head in resignation. The little skeleton could understand human speech yet was unable to articulate a response. Thus, his inquiry was futile. However, at that moment, he noticed the little skeleton suddenly crouch down, extending a slender finger to inscribe the character U. You? Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened. He had never encountered this surname throughout the 4 dynasties. Could it be that this little skeleton's origins transcended even the 4 dynasties? If that were the case, I shall call you Xiao Yu. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiao motioned for Xiao Yu to enter his Qianquan ring. For such ethereal beings, the concept of breath was non-existent. This Qianquan ring possessed its own space, devoid of air, unsuitable for living beings, yet capable of accommodating spirits. Xiao Yu obediently nodded, vanishing into the ring in a flash. Young master, why not let me in as well? The world fell silent. Su Jibwa furrowed his brow, contemplating the inferno before him. Just then, he seemed to recall something, and his complexion gradually paled. Gulp. He slowly turned to Chu Xiao, and indeed, he found a hint of amusement dancing in the young master's eyes. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jibwa knelt before Chu Xiao. He had witnessed this young master wield supreme power, reducing Kai Ji and his son to mere ashes. Such prowess was more sinister than the path of demons, once revealed. It would make him a target for all. Given the young master's nature, he was known to prefer better to kill wrongly than to let go. If he harbored even a flicker of murderous intent towards Su Jibwa, he would possess not an ounce of strength to resist. Now, as they delved deeper into the city, his identity as an eagle god guard was losing its value. In that moment, Su Jibwa felt a terror greater than when he faced Kai Ji. Father, I swear, I will never betray you. I, Su Jibwa, am willing to die for you. Oh, then, go ahead and die. Chu Xiao smiled slyly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he had indeed contemplated keeping this eagle god guard permanently on Lingyan Island. After all, his devouring heaven demon technique and the bloodline of the true phoenix must remain concealed for the time being. Yet, having truly witnessed the cunning schemes of the enigmatic Li Yuan, a thought suddenly surfaced in Chu Xiao's mind. Once he truly embarked on the path of immortality and unleashed the devouring heaven demon technique, it would undoubtedly invite suspicion. Those who are deemed righteous by the esteemed master will never permit the emergence of those who inherit demonic arts. Even with utmost caution, he cannot guarantee absolute secrecy, evading the watchful eyes of ancient beings who have existed for millennia. Thus, he must strategically prepare contingencies, ensuring a means of retreat. The most prudent approach would be to personally cultivate another inheritor of the demonic arts. In such an eventuality, should his true identity be revealed, there would exist an individual to bear the brunt of the blame, diverting the attention of the world. The present figure, Su Jibwa, is devoid of any influential background, and his avarice and carnal desires render him easily manipulable. Although his innate talent is somewhat lacking, with Chu Xiao's profound expertise in alchemy, even nurturing him as if he were livestock could elevate him to the pinnacle of humanity. Human nature is inherently dark, particularly along the path of immortality, where it becomes increasingly difficult to discern intentions. After 50 years of cultivation in Kunxu, Chu Xiao's disposition has been honed to a profound indifference by the rigorous teachings of the 6 masters, rendering any semblance of sympathy incapable of leading to calamity. Ultimately, in this pursuit of immortality, self-interest remains the fundamental criterion for decision-making. Adopt a father, please, no. Su Jibwa's countenance turned ashen. and he collapsed to the ground. Rise, we must return to the imperial city. Chapter 33. The man behind the curtain. As he observed the shadowy figure dressed in black retreating into the distance, Su Jibwa suddenly collapsed onto the ground, his garments drenched in cold sweat. This brief passage of time felt like the most protracted wait of his life. Although he remained uncertain as to why Chu Xiao had spared his life, it was evident that the young master still chose to place his trust in him. With a resonant hum echoing through the air, Chu Xiao unfurled his wings and grasped Su Jibwa's shoulder, soaring into the vast sky. The exhilaration of having survived such a perilous ordeal prompted Su Jibwa to hum joyfully. Speeding at 70 miles per hour, his spirits soared, and he felt an exuberant thrill. Meanwhile, at the Beijiang estate, the piercing cry of an eagle resonated across the heavens as Gu Qingtang descended from above, landing directly within the courtyard. Commander Gu. The guards of the estate bowed deeply, their faces marked by astonishment and trepidation. Where is lordly? Gu Qingtang's ethereal visage bore a cold indifference, her eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Upon hearing that the Jialong gang intended to obliterate the Shanhai Dike, she had connected various dots in her mind. If the Jialong gang had indeed slaughtered the guards, why did they meet such a tragic fate in the forest? In an instant, the image of the black-clad figure flashed through her mind. Thus, she hastened to the Beijiang estate to investigate the Jialong gang, only to learn en route that their leader, Kaiji, had perished at the hands of a ghostly entity. Given her extensive experience and discerning eye, she did not dismiss the tale of the ghost, having encountered even more terrifying beings on her celestial journey. However, it was widely acknowledged that ghosts consumed flesh solely for the sake of cultivation, and it was unlikely they would act so brazenly. With Kaiji's strength at the 8th realm, he was not far inferior to Gu Qingtang herself. Thus, only a powerful 9th realm expert could have eradicated him silently. Such a being would undoubtedly consider the consequences of their actions, unless they sought to conceal something. This morning, Lord Li had departed for Lingyan Island with Master Gu to inspect the required Lingyan ice brew, and he had yet to return. The guards displayed a cautious demeanor, clearly wary of Gu Qingtang. This legendary commander of the Snow Eagle represented the pinnacle of power in the Dayong dynasty, a presence far beyond the comprehension of these humble guards. Not returned yet? Gu Qingtang furrowed her brows, preparing to turn away when a panicked voice suddenly pierced the air. Disaster! Lingyan Island has exploded. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingtang's eyes flickered with alarm as she swiftly took flight on her eagle. As her figure appeared above Lingyan Island, she beheld the roaring flames in the distance. At that moment, the island had been almost entirely consumed by the inferno, leaving nothing but darkness in its wake. How could this happen? Gu Qingtang's brows knitted in concern, a chill deepening in her gaze. The Northern Wilderness Army's sudden assault on the Sword Pass and the Jialong gang's intent to destroy the dike and flood the city must be interconnected. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, many enigmas remained. In the depths of her intuition, Gu Qingtang sensed that a figure lurked in the shadows, investigating the conspiracy that intertwined the court and the martial world. Could it truly be you? With a gentle sigh, a trace of sorrow graced her delicate features. Given Chu Xiao's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable that he could annihilate the 100,000 troops of the northern wilderness overnight. Otherwise, he would not have fallen outside the Sword City. As for the tumult within the court, she had no desire to meddle. It seemed time to depart. Thus resolved, Gu Qingtang proceeded towards the direction of the Dayong royal city. Half a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Above the Huai River, Chu Xiao and Su Jibwa soared through the skies, soon spotting a vessel departing from Lingyan Island. "Young master, we have found it," Su Jibwa exclaimed with excitement. With Kaiji's demise, he could surmise that someone in the court was conspiring with the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master and the Li Yuan trickster to orchestrate a monumental scheme. Now, if they could locate the ancient master, perhaps all mysteries would be unveiled. "Leave it to me. I shall capture Gu Beichun," Su Jibwa asserted. Yet, upon hearing this, Chu Xiao displayed no sign of emotion, gently shaking his head. Given the nature of these tricksters, even if captured, they would likely refuse to divulge the mastermind behind the plot. Since these individuals were still searching for mediums, it indicated that their ultimate objective remained unattained. Gu Beichun likely believed that all had perished on Lingyan Island, even if Kaiji had miraculously escaped. His identity as a ghost cultivator would prevent him from daring to set foot in the royal city. Therefore, the ancient master would undoubtedly deliver the mediums aboard the ship into the hands of the unseen orchestrator. Chu Xiao merely needed to follow the trail to uncover more truths. Although he had unraveled how the northern wilderness troops crossed the 13 cities beyond the border to appear beneath the sword gate, the elusive hand that orchestrated everything, responsible for the slaughter of 8,000 dragon riders, had yet to reveal its presence. As night fell, when the vessel approached the royal city dock, shadows clad in black could be discerned waiting in the darkness, as if anticipating something. Strangely, the royal city guards who were supposed to be stationed at the dock had vanished without a trace. Clearly, the identities of these figures were anything but ordinary. Manager Liu. From the ship, Gu Beichun stepped forth and bowed respectfully to the figures above. A tall, handsome young man emerged from the crowd, returning the gesture to Gu Beichun. Ancient Master, I have heard that Lingyan Island has exploded. The court has dispatched someone to investigate. Are you unharmed? What? Lingyan Island has exploded? Gu Beichun's face displayed a flicker of terror. When did this happen? Just the day before. It seemed the ancient master was unaware. Fortunately, the batch of spirit brew had arrived on time. Otherwise, when the princess of the Western Chu came for the marriage alliance in a day's time, she would miss out on our splendid Dayong brew. The Liu surname youth chuckled lightly, dismissing the incident at Lingyan Island as inconsequential. As usual, the spirit brews would first be moved to Yuntian Pavilion to be personally presented to the palace by the second prince the following day. As the words fell, Master Liu waved his hand, instructing his men to board the ship and transfer the wooden barrels ashore, loading them into the carriage. Master Liu, since the spiritual brew has been delivered, I shall take my leave, said Gu Beichun, his expression grave as he bowed once more before departing by boat. Meanwhile, as he observed the carriage slowly making its way toward the royal city, a look of perplexity crossed Chu Xiao's face in the shadows. From the earlier conversation between Gu Beichun and Master Liu, he sensed that there was no conspiracy between them. It appeared to be a mere exchange of tributes. Yet, if it were simply a tribute transfer, why was it conducted under the cover of night and in the absence of dock guards? What manner of place is Yuntian Pavilion? Do you recognize this, Master Liu? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to his companion, Su Jibwa. At that moment, Su Jibwa's eyes seemed to clear, and with an expression of indignation, he exclaimed, I should have anticipated this. It must be the second prince. The one who once ensnared the 8,000 dragon riders and the war god. It has to be the second prince. Chapter 34. The Informer Whom? A flicker of coldness crossed Chu Xiao's gaze, and a suspicion began to take root in his heart. Are you implying that the Yuntian Pavilion is backed by the second prince? Indeed, the Yuntian Pavilion is a property of the Liu family, the maternal clan of the second prince. It is typically used to entertain significant officials of the dynasty. The proprietor, Liu Hui, is notorious in the capital for his debauchery and currently manages the Yuntian Pavilion. Su Jibwa snorted coldly. The war god had fallen. The crown prince was imprisoned in the eastern palace, and the one who ultimately benefited was none other than the second prince, Chu Xiao. In the great Yong dynasty, there were only 3 princes, the crown prince, Chu Xiao, the second prince, Chu Yao, and the remaining third prince, Chu Lin. However, this third prince has been frail since childhood, suffering from a disability in his legs, and is rumored by the great diviners to not live beyond 30. Compared to his 2 elder brothers, Chu Lin lacks any significant background, as his mother was merely a palace maid in the capital, unable to cultivate the sword path. He sought the mentorship of the Grand Chancellor Du Zhongtong, immersing himself in poetry and the study of ancient scriptures. Thus, even if the crown prince were to be deposed, he would have no chance of ascending to the throne. Now that Su Jibwa is aware of this court conspiracy, he can naturally deduce some evident interests at play. Chu Yao? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. He could comprehend Chu Yao's willingness to conspire against the war god for the throne. But what need does he have for a spirit medium? Stay close to Liu Hui, and do not raise any alarms. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiao summoned Xiao Er from his Qin ring, handing her the spirit talisman that concealed demonic energy previously obtained from Kaiji. You go as well. This little skeleton possessed abilities far more terrifying than Su Jibwa's, excelling in stealth techniques. With her accompanying him, Chu Xiao felt a greater sense of assurance. Crack. Xiao Er nodded, carefully accepting the talisman, her large eyes reflecting a sense of emotion. This was the first time she felt cared for, and a seed of warmth began to sprout within her small heart. Remember, your only task is to keep a close watch on Liu Hui and others, observing where these spirit rock ice brews are transported. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Wait for my return. With that, Chu Xiao hesitated no more and swiftly pursued Gu Beichun. Initially, he believed that by following this provincial official, he would easily trace the roots and uncover the whereabouts of the mastermind. Yet, it now seemed that the matter was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Buzz. In the darkness, a vessel from the North River departed the dock, heading towards the provincial capital. Inside the cabin, Gu Beichun grasped a piece of white jade turtle shell. His expression tinged with gravity. For some reason, ever since he left the North River, he felt as though a pair of eyes had been fixed upon him. Master, why must we make haste back to the North River tonight? We have gone through so much to reach the imperial city. Why not rest for the night? For guards from the provincial office in the cabin wore expressions of annoyance. Oh, Gu Beichun's brow furrowed slightly. Did you bring the pine oil I instructed you to? Rest assured, we have brought it. Very well. Gu Beichun abruptly set aside the tortoise shell in his hands, lifting his gaze towards the deck beyond the cabin. It was only after confirming they had departed from the imperial city that a smile graced his face. Moments later, with a swift motion of his hand, a golden dharma wheel materialized and began to spin in the air. The expressions of the guards changed in astonishment, and they suddenly erupted into applause. They had not anticipated that Master Gu possessed such a remarkable skill. How did this object ascend into the heavens? However, just as their words fell, the dharma wheel tore through the void, decapitating them with chilling precision. Thud! The sound of heavy thuds echoed as severed heads rolled across the ground, and a pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the air. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Beichun shook his head with a smile, preparing to rise and depart when a sudden sound of applause arose from behind him. Master Gu, what a remarkable technique. Who goes there? In an instant, Gu Beichun's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and incredulity. You need not feel anxious. I am no specter. Chu Xiao entered the cabin with a calm demeanor, taking a seat opposite Gu Beichun. However, I am intrigued by the spirit ice brews you just delivered to the royal city. Might you enlighten me about their intended recipients? I will tell you. The ice brews are destined for the second prince's Yun Tian Pavilion, where they will then be presented to the court. Gu Beichun cast a glance at the bodies on the floor, his fingers lightly stirring. The golden dharma wheel silently circled around to Chu Xiao's rear. And in the next moment, a piercing hum filled the air as the golden light surged forth, aimed directly at Chu Xiao's head. Clang. Yet, astonishingly, Chu Xiao did not even turn his head. He merely extended a hand to grasp the terrifying golden brilliance. Master Gu, it seems you still harbor some semblance of hope. Chu Xiao smiled, nodding slightly, and with a sudden flourish of his hand, hurled the golden wheel towards Gu Beichun. The overwhelming force diminished the former's control over the spiritual treasure, leaving him helpless as he watched the golden light descend, severing half of his face in one fell swoop. Ah! The excruciating pain contorted Gu Beichun's features, a chill spreading throughout his being. Who are you? Simply answer my questions, and I may grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, Chu Xiao slowly rose, seizing Gu Beichun's head and thrusting him out of the cabin. In the waters of the Huai River, there exists a fish known as the pomfret, small in size and drawn to blood. You, Gu Beichun's gaze trembled. Particularly under the dim light, the youth's eyes seemed to swirl with a demonic hue of crimson. If I am not mistaken, you have been lurking beside Kai Ji all these years, deceiving him with spiritual mediums to suppress ghostly energy, all the while plotting to abandon him in the end, allowing him to bear the weight of all sins, correct? With a faint smile, Chu Xiao retrieved a golden silk rope from the Qiankuan ring. In truth, these spiritual mediums were never intended to suppress the malevolent spirits. Let me ponder. The Xianin Ghost Controlling Sutra, within the Grand Court of Dayong. There exists someone who has cultivated this very sutra, does there not? I am merely a pawn, tasked with delivering the spiritual mediums to the royal city and handing them over to Lu Hui, with no knowledge of anything beyond that. Gu Beichun clenched his teeth, only to see Chu Xiao suddenly approach him, binding his body. Then, without hesitation, he extended his hand and carved a gruesome gash across Gu Beichun's chest and abdomen. Ah. What are you planning to do? In truth, even without your words, I could locate that individual. Kai Ji has forged a small skeleton. It should possess extensive knowledge of the Xianin Ghost Controlling Sutra. As long as that person remains within the Dayong court, I will be able to find him. Upon finishing his words, Chu Xiao, gripping the golden rope, delivered a powerful kick that sent Gu Beichun tumbling into the river. With a splash, dark currents surged from the depths of the water, morphing into a sinister shadow that raced toward Gu Beichun. I will speak. I will speak. Gu Beichun's face turned ashen at the thought of the torment of being devoured by countless fish, and his spirit shattered completely. Oh. Chu Xiao's smile remained gentle as he pulled Gu Beichun back up. Meanwhile, around the vessel, dark fish darted swiftly, producing chilling sounds of collision. It is Lu Guifei. She has secretly raised a legion of death warriors, practicing ghostly techniques to aid the second prince in ascending to the throne. Chapter 35. The Fall of the Ice Brew. Lady Lu Guifei Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, observing the terror and helplessness etched on Gu Biishan's face, and shook his head slightly. This answer appeared to be impeccably crafted. If Chu Xiao were merely an ordinary eagle god guard, he would indeed lack the qualifications to approach Lady Lu Guifei, let alone bring a malevolent entity such as a ghost into the imperial harem. The palace is under the vigilant watch of a grand priest. Any emergence of energy would undoubtedly escape the perception of this formidable ninth realm expert. Regrettably, Gu Biishan could never have imagined that Chu Xiao was not an eagle god guard at all, but rather the crown prince of Dayong, one of the 8,000 dragon riders they had meticulously schemed against. At this juncture, Chu Xiao had begun to discern the outlines of this intricate game. The god of war met a tragic end in Sword City, and the crown prince was ensnared in the aftermath. There were those in the court who practiced ghostly scriptures, attempting to seize control over everything. Yet, how could these specters possibly concern themselves with power and status? Their pursuit should be the path to immortality. Thus, the search for a medium likely extended beyond mere cultivation. I am but a mere pawn, tasked with transporting the medium. Why not take me back to the imperial city, where I can personally identify the second prince and Lady Lu Guifei? Gu Biishan's lips trembled as he curled up on the ground, as if all his strength had been sapped away. However, Chu Xiao remained silent, retrieving a pill from his Qianquan ring and placing it into Gu Biishan's mouth to staunch his injuries. This scene instantly eased Gu Biishan's mind, allowing him to exhale deeply. My lord, every word I speak is the truth. I am willing to go to the Eagle God Manor, confess my crimes, and submit to justice, only hoping that you grant me a swift end. Thud. Just as Gu Biishan's voice fell, Chu Xiao suddenly raised his foot and kicked him back into the river, tying the other end of the golden silk rope to the ship's mast. In an instant, Gu Biishan's expression twisted in horror. He could feel the fish gnawing at his chest and abdomen, gradually tearing apart his flesh and bones. This agony was beyond description, akin to 1,000 ants devouring his heart. Rest assured, that poison pill will keep you alert at all times. It will only take effect in about 4 hours. Chu Xiao grinned, his pale, handsome face illuminated by the moonlight, yet radiating an inexplicable malevolence. You devil! You are a demon! Yet, Chu Xiao paid no further heed to Gu Biishan, stepping away and striding across the river. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Huizhi, a suspicion had already taken root in his heart. His pursuit of Gu Biishan was precisely to validate his thoughts. Chu Xiao suspected that Chu Yu had likely been framed. Now it seemed that the situation within the imperial city was indeed more complicated than he had anticipated. The night was cool as water. Meanwhile, the imperial city of Dayong was bustling, brightly lit, and filled with a continuous stream of pedestrians. The more concentrated the power, the more secrets lay hidden within, harboring filth and corruption. And in a decaying court, how could the rot possibly only afflict the common folk, if even a petty official, insignificant and inconsequential, within this dynasty had succumbed to greed and desire? It could only signify that this empire had rotted to its core. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will surely be crooked. In the Cloud Sky Pavilion, XJB sat on the first floor of the pavilion, observing the indulgent and inebriated nobles of the royal city before him, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. Waiter, where is my wine? He demanded. In a moment, he withdrew a handful of silver coins from his bosom and slammed them onto the table, feigning inebriation. My lord, what kind of wine do you desire? Our Yuntian pavilion offers the finest chrysanthemum brew, replied a young waiter who approached with a bow and a smile from a distance. Chrysanthemum brew? If it were made from your wife's chrysanthemums, I might consider taking a sip. Do you look down upon me? He retorted. Bring me the Lingyan ice brew. As soon as XJB finished his demand, he felt numerous eyes in the shadows turn upon him. My lord jests. The Lingyan ice brew is a tribute wine. How could our Yuntian pavilion possess it? I suspect you have had too much to drink. Allow me to arrange for your return home, the waiter said, a flicker of concealed malice in his gaze. Just as XJB prepared to rise, a hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder, pinning him in place. He has had too much to drink. Bring 2 jars of apricot blossom brew, said Chu Xiao, a hint of apology gracing his features. The waiter cast a lingering glance at XJB before bowing and retreating, only to return shortly with 2 jars of wine. Please enjoy, my lords. Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on the carriage and refrain from acting recklessly? Chu Xiao murmured, his brow furrowed. It was his suspicion that those transporting the Lingyan ice brew were merely unwitting pawns. If XJB could witness the wine being delivered to the Yutian pavilion, He would await the arrival of the true seekers of the spirit medium. The mere mention of the Lingyan ice brew had drawn the attention of at least 6 pairs of eyes within the pavilion. Had it not been for Xiao's timely intervention, XJB might have found it difficult to leave that night. My lord, the plan has changed. Your reports that there is no trace of spirit medium blood in those carriages. XJB let out a bitter laugh, causing Xiao's brow to furrow in concern. Where's your? It has pursued another carriage, came the reply, eliciting a glint of coldness in Xiao's eyes. He drained the contents of his jug and assisted XJB as they made their way out of the pavilion. Where has the other carriage gone? As they entered the narrow alleys of the city and confirmed they were not being followed, Xiao spoke in a low voice. Upon entering the city, the group split into 2. One returned to the Yuntian pavilion, while the other was personally escorted by Li Hu, seemingly heading to the residence of the second prince. Xiao's brow furrowed, deep in thought. You shall remain outside the Yuntian pavilion, keeping a close watch on those Lingyan ice brews. I will make a visit to the second prince's residence. With that, Xiao's figure vanished into the darkness. With his prowess at the 9th realm, not even the royal guards or the high priest could detect his presence. Thus, he did not hesitate to infiltrate the second prince's residence, where he found the royal court unusually lively and boisterous. Inside the main hall, the sounds of clinking cups and laughter echoed. A gentle female voice, amidst the revelry, caught Xiao's attention and astonishment. This time I must extend my gratitude to immortal Ho for his kind words before the emperor, enabling my son to smoothly ascend to the position of crown prince. Indeed, I have prepared some modest gifts for Brother Hao. I hope he does not find them lacking. Within the grand hall, with a gentle wave of his hand, Chu Xiao summoned a group of maidens who approached, each bearing exquisite treasures and ethereal artifacts, presenting them before a young man clad in white. Lu Fei and the second prince exchanged pleasantries, acknowledging the fact that the crown prince had been confined for 5 years. I merely lent a helping hand, doing what was within my capacity. The young man in white smiled softly, accepting the treasures into his possession, anticipating that tomorrow the envoy from the Western Chu would enter the palace to pay their respects, at which point the Emperor Yong would publicly declare the second prince's name as the crown prince. Ha, Brother Hao. This is the spirit brew I specifically had sent from Lingyan Island. I raise a toast to you. However, just as the young man lifted his cup, a sudden chill flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he rose abruptly, striding towards the hall's exit, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed a faint ripple of spiritual awareness beyond the hall, yet now, that sensation had vanished without a trace. This should not be the case. Frowning deeply, the young man pondered. With his nearly 9th-tier cultivation, it was inconceivable that anyone in the Dayong dynasty could elude his awareness, not even Gu Qingtang. Could it be an illusion? Brother Hao, what troubles you? Chu Xiao and Lu Fei approached from within the hall, their expressions reflecting astonishment and confusion. It is nothing. Perhaps I have had too much to drink. Chapter 36. A new enigma outside the mansion. A shadow descended from the heavens, cradling a pale white skull. A flicker of terror crossed Yuer's eyes, but as she sensed the aura emanating from Chu Xiao, her body gradually calmed. Initially, she had merely released a wisp of ghostly energy to probe for any malevolent presence within the second prince's residence, unaware that it would inadvertently attract the attention of the young man in white, nearly revealing her true identity. Observing the somewhat grave expression on Chu Xiao's face, Yuer resembled a child who had erred, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. An 8th realm powerhouse, Chu Xiao mused, his brow furrowing. Had he not acted swiftly, the young man in white might have detected Yuer's presence. Judging by his age, he likely stood on par with Gu Qingtang in the realm of the 4 dynasties. Those who break through to the 8th realm at such a tender age are exceedingly rare. It was evident that he was likely a disciple of a sect. Could it be the Sword Inquiry sect? However, neither Lu Fei nor Xiao exhibited even a hint of ghostly energy. Moreover, the spirit brews contained within the Lingyan ice brew bore no traces of sanguine waves, indicating that today's offerings from Gubei Chunun to the imperial city were not conduits. Have you sensed any malevolent presence within this estate? Yuer, with her skeletal form, possessed an acute sensitivity to such energies. Even if they concealed themselves with spirit objects, they could hardly evade the perception of the spectral. At this, Yua vigorously shook her small head, producing a series of eerie clicking sounds. Were all those spirit brews contained within the hall? Had any been dispatched elsewhere? Once more, Yua shook her head, her large eyes filled with confusion. Earlier, within the tavern, She had overheard that the Western Chu delegation had entered the imperial city and would meet with Emperor Yongde the following day to discuss a marriage alliance. This implied that the mastermind behind the scenes might act at this juncture, vying for the position of crown prince. Yet, if Chu Xiao had the backing of a sect, why resort to such underhanded tactics, colluding with the northern wilderness and Li Yuan to cultivate ghostly mediums? Before long, as Chu Xiao returned to the Yutian pavilion, he noticed Su Jibwa stealthily positioned by the cellar, attentively observing his surroundings. Has anyone visited? None, my lord, Su Jibwa replied, his corpulent frame trembling, clearly startled by Chu Xiao's sudden appearance. None? As night deepened, an elderly man with white hair approached the cellar. My lord, he has arrived. Can you sneak inside quietly? Chu Xiao glanced at Xiao Er, who nodded slightly before transforming into a wisp of ghostly energy, gliding towards the cellar. The guards of the tavern, most of whom were at the third and fourth realm, were no match for Su Jibwa and thus could not perceive Xiao Er's presence. Moreover, the elderly man who had entered the cellar possessed no cultivation, reeking of liquor, and was likely merely the steward of the Yutian pavilion. Shortly thereafter, as the white-haired elder exited the cellar, Xiao Er's form reappeared beside Chu Xiao. Is the medium within? This time, Xiao Er shook her head and then nodded, leaving Chu Xiao in a state of perplexity. Xiao Er indicated towards Chu Xiao's Qiankuan ring and then pointed to the elder in front of the wine cellar, her small mouth chattering away. Are you suggesting that old man possesses a Qiankuan bag, and that he extracted the spiritual medium from it to mix into the wine brew? A flicker of realization crossed Chu Xiao's gaze, while Xiao Er nodded earnestly. So, that is how it is. It became evident to Chu Xiao that the spiritual ice brews themselves posed no inherent issue. They were merely a ruse to frame Chu Xiao. Moreover, even if someone in the court suspected Li Qinshui or Gu Beichun and inspected the goods at the dock, they would uncover no clues whatsoever. It is likely that the second prince could never have imagined that his Yuntian pavilion had already been infiltrated with pawns. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Xiao felt that the emergence of this pawn was alarmingly effortless. Yutian pavilion was the property of the Lu family, and those who could freely enter the wine cellar must be General Lu Quan, Lady Lu, or individuals truly trusted by Chu Xiao. How could they easily fall under someone else's control? Although Chu Xiao's intellect may be lacking, Lu Quan and Lady Lu are both masters of strategy. Something feels amiss. Young master, what are we waiting for? Let us capture this old man, and all will be revealed. No need. Chu Xiao shook his head. The steward before him possessed no cultivation yet carried a Qiankuan bag, clearly indicating his role as a pawn. He might not even be aware that what was placed into the wine brew was not tiger bone, but rather the spiritual bones of a child. Capturing him would not only be futile, but would also alert the enemy. Keep your eyes wide open. The wine brew here is destined for the palace tomorrow, and not a single mistake must occur. Yes, Master Lu. The crowd stood rigidly, swords in hand, ready for any eventuality. As Steward Lu's figure vanished, a thoughtful expression flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. Ha ha ha, at this moment. Chu Xiao is likely still toasting with that gentleman from the Sword Inquiry sect, envisioning the scene of ascending to the position of Crown Prince tomorrow. In a secluded, elegant chamber atop the Cloud Pavilion, a young man with an indistinct visage lifted his cup, taking a delicate sip. However, how shall we unveil the matter of the spiritual medium to the public, revealing the collusion between Chu Xiao and the northern wilderness? Previously, with the death of Heiyun, the Eagle God Guard had already discerned the presence of traitors within the court of Dayong, so we merely need to provide Gu Qingtang with a clue, prompting her to take action, inspect these spiritual brews, and uncover evidence of Chu Xiao's crimes. Before him stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his features obscured in the dim light. His stature was formidable, resembling a specter lurking in the darkness, instilling a sense of dread. However, does this not expose our intentions? This task, of course, cannot be executed by us, but we can utilize the hand of the Eagle God Guard who perished on Lingyan Island. The white-haired elder spoke with an indifferent tone, causing a fleeting moment of realization to cross the young man's face. What you mean is to fabricate a letter, adopting the tone of that cunning individual, feigning that he discovered a clue before his demise, indicating that Gu Qingtang had made prior arrangements with the grand deity, that she would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Brilliant. Your wisdom is truly admirable, master. However, are you certain that the Eagle Guards and Kaiji are truly deceased? Does it matter? I have stationed heavy troops at every entrance of the imperial city, preventing all unauthorized individuals from entering under the pretext of the Western Chu envoy entering the city. Even if they are alive, they cannot gain access to the imperial city unless they possess the ability to fly. By tomorrow, once everything settles, There will be no further complications. With that, I shall feel at ease. Yet, I believe tonight is not suitable for exposing Chu Xiao. It would be wiser to wait until the Western Chu envoy enters the palace tomorrow and then entice Gu Qingtang to investigate the wine offerings. The young man smiled indifferently, a hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. You mean, the Emperor Yong is suspicious by nature and values his reputation. If we expose Chu Xiao tonight, he may refrain from punishing him out of pride when the Western Chu envoy arrives. However, if we publicly unveil Chu Xiao's sins before the entire court, he will have no choice but to act. Surely, your intentions extend beyond merely compelling Emperor Yong to make a decision. You are aiming for Gu Qingtang, are you not? The elder's indifferent remark caused the young man's expression to shift slightly, and he nodded subtly. What I seek is not merely Gu Qingtang, but her sex backing. I desire the Western Chu princess as well. Gu Qingtang shall also be mine. The night passed in the blink of an eye. By dawn the next day, Chu Xiao witnessed the spirit rock ice brew being loaded onto carriages, yet he awaited the arrival of that shadowy figure in vain. Have all the checks been completed? Are there any issues with this brew? Dressed in a black and gold python robe, Chu Xiao sat proudly atop his horse, filled with delight. Today, he would not only attain the title of crown prince, but also become betrothed to the Western Chu's eldest princess, a double joy. Rest assured, second prince. Both manager Lu and shopkeeper Lu have inspected it. Not only is there ice brew, but also tiger bone blood brew, both rare treasures. Very well, let us proceed to the palace. Chu Xiao grinned broadly, spurring his horse forward, leading the group slowly toward the imperial palace. Young master, what is happening? Could it be that Yuer was mistaken? Are these brews infused with tiger bones? Su Jibwa wore a perplexed expression, as he had always believed that the entire conspiracy was orchestrated by this second prince. Yet, if he were indeed the mastermind, how could he possibly deliver the ice brew infused with the bones of a child to the imperial palace? Hearing this, Yuer shook her head vigorously, clearly incensed by Su Jibwa's suspicions. These spirit medium brews, perhaps they are merely bait, designed to lure us into investigation. A chilling realization suddenly crossed Chu Xiao's eyes as he considered another possibility. Chapter 37. The Dragon Rider's kin. Are we being led to investigate? Are you suggesting that the mastermind is aware of our survival? Su Jibwa's expression grew increasingly perplexed. After all, the Great Fire had reduced the entire Lingyan Island to ashes. Logically, it was inconceivable that they could have escaped, were it not for the young master's innate affinity for fire, rendering him impervious to flames. They might have perished within the underground palace. However, whether we are alive or not has no bearing on this intricate game. They merely seek to exploit the identity of the Eagle God Guard to relay this matter to the Eagle God Manor, ensuring that everything unfolds seamlessly. Chu Xiao's demeanor remained indifferent. Though he was unaware of the orchestrator behind this chessboard, he could not deny the sheer ruthlessness of their stratagem. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought crossed Chu Xiao's mind. Could it be that the imperial seal was not issued by Emperor Yong, but merely a mere imitation? In an instant, the confusion faded from his visage, replaced by a glimmer of insight in his eyes. First, they entrapped Kai Ji with the ghost scriptures, colluding with Bei Wang to eliminate the war god and incapacitate the crown prince. Then, under the guise of a medium, they deceived Kai Ji, compelling him to bear all the blame. Finally, by utilizing the offerings of Lingyan Ice Brew, they lured the Eagle God Guard to investigate, thus shifting all culpability onto Chu Xiao. Countless pawns, oblivious to their true roles in this grand scheme, were selected not by chance, but because of their inherent vulnerabilities. Even if the court harbored suspicions, Kai Ji's demise would sever all connections between the medium and Bei Huang's forces. The intricacies of this plan were masterfully interwoven. Yet, these schemers, despite their meticulous calculations, likely never anticipated that Chu Xiao would become the greatest variable in this game. Had it not been for him, Su Jibwa might have fallen prey to this deliberately arranged scenario, perceiving only illusions that would lead to blaming the deceased Kai Ji and the second prince, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Young master, what shall we do next? Let us remain in the shadows for now. First, we shall go to the Eagle God Manor, then to the Imperial Palace. Chu Xiao's gaze deepened. Since this individual had meticulously plotted against Chu Xiao, they would undoubtedly choose today. When the Western Chu delegation arrives at Dayong to seize the title of Crown Prince, thus legitimizing the union with the Western Chu's Princess Chang. Therefore, these Lingyan ice brews would likely be exposed, solidifying Chu Yao's guilt and leaving Emperor Yong with no alternative. What was once tiger bone has now become human bone. Such sinister and devious machinations would surely incite Emperor Yong's wrath, directing his ire towards Chu Xiao. It seems today, a grand spectacle is destined to unfold within the Dayong imperial palace. At the Eagle God Manor, Gu Qingtang, clad in white, stood within the hall, her delicate features betraying a hint of indifference. In her hand, she clutched a piece of parchment, while behind her, a striking red gown lay upon the bed. She was already aware that Hao Jian from the Wanjin sect had arrived in Dayong. Today, Emperor Yong would publicly decree Chu Xiao as the crown prince, and her own marriage would also be finalized. Yet, with her status, how could she possibly wed a member of the dynasty? Should this matter reach the forces behind her, the entirety of Dayong could be reduced to ruins in an instant. She did not wish to implicate Dayong in this matter, fully aware of Hao Jian's intentions upon arriving here. Thus, she resolved to depart from this place and seek another sanctuary for contemplation. However, just as Gu Qingtang, with a resolute gaze, placed the letter upon the table and turned to leave, a piercing sound of wind suddenly erupted from outside the hall. Who? Gu Qingtang's eyes flickered momentarily. Her delicate hand reached out to grasp an arrow that had been shot into the hall from outside. Immediately, her figure darted from the grand hall, scanning her surroundings, yet she saw no one. Furrowing her brows, she unfolded a note attached to the arrow, and was struck by the 8 bold characters inscribed within. Remain calm, play along. In an instant, a look of astonishment crossed Gu Qingtang's face. Although she felt perplexed, the script evoked thoughts of someone. Chu Xiao, the commander. Su Jibua's secret missive. At that moment, a sudden shout echoed from outside the residence, revealing a figure clad in black armor, a member of the Eagle Guards, who approached and handed a letter to Gu Qingtang. Su Jibua? Gu Qingtang's eyes narrowed slightly, as she sensed a hint of conspiracy. Previously, she had heard in Sword City that the Eagle Guard Su Jibua was investigating the circumstances surrounding the fall of the war god. However, with the Northern Wilderness Army invading, she had yet to encounter this Eagle Guard before being ensnared by 2 purple-robed celestial masters within the Ling Mountain Formation. By the time the 100,000 soldiers of the Northern Wilderness mysteriously vanished, and Gu Qingtang returned to Sword City, not only had this Eagle Guard disappeared, but even the Sea Sword God was nowhere to be found. Initially, Gu Qingtang presumed that Su Jibua had gone to Beijiang Prefecture. Yet, following Kai Ji's fall and Lingyan Island being reduced to ashes, all leads had been severed overnight. Had it not been for the note she had just received, Gu Qingtang would have firmly believed this secret letter truly originated from Su Jibua. Nevertheless, upon opening the letter, she discovered only a few terse lines that caused her gaze to sharpen. The Jiaolong gang colluded with individuals in the court to conspire against the war god. The Lingyan ice brew is concocted from human bones. Once the dark energy enters the body, one will lose their wits, signed by Su Jibua. Summon all Eagle Guards to the palace. Gu Qingtang's celestial visage remained calm. If the first note indeed originated from Chu Xiao, then he must have uncovered something. And today he would undoubtedly appear in the palace to unveil all mysteries. 5 years had passed, and she was most curious about what trials this youth had endured. Commander, today the Western Chu delegation enters the palace to meet the Holy One, and the Holy One has decreed that we, the Eagle Guards, are responsible for the defense of the imperial city. Before the Eagle Guard could finish speaking, Gu Qingtang's brow furrowed, a chill rising that froze the very air around her. Yes, outside the Eagle Guard residence, Chu Xiao and Su Jibua watched the grand procession of Eagle Guards departing, both bearing expressions of grave concern, especially Su Jibua, whose gaze towards Chu Xiao was infused with a profound sense of reverence. He had heard the earlier transmission. The so-called secret missive from Su Jibua did not originate from him at all. As the young lord had surmised, there were indeed individuals within the court seeking to leverage his identity to advance their strategic maneuvers. However, at this moment, Su Jibua's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. Who, exactly, was this young lord before him? Let us proceed to the imperial palace, Chu Xiao stated with an indifferent tone, stepping towards the palace's direction. Yet, as the two of them reached the street, they were met with the sight of numerous guards clad in golden armor, forcefully expelling a group of ragged children from the thoroughfare. Begone! Today, the Western Chu envoy is to present themselves before the emperor. Should you dare to linger, you will face dire consequences. Just then, one little girl was suddenly shoved to the ground, a piece of moldy bread rolling from her grasp and landing at the feet of the commander of the Imperial Guards. Her face instantly paled as she scrambled to retrieve the bread. However, before she could get close, the commander brought his foot down, crushing both the child's small hand and the bread beneath it. A pain cry immediately drew the attention of many, and tears flooded the girl's large eyes. Please, do not kill me. My mother is waiting for me to return with food. My father was a hero of the great Yong dynasty. The commander raised an eyebrow at her words. Which hero of the great Yong was your father? His name was Zhang Tinio. My mother said he was the Dragon Knight. The hero who defended Great Yong. The Dragon Knight? The commander laughed derisively. Your mother is deceiving you. Your father is a traitor to Great Yong, the very culprit responsible for the loss of 13 cities beyond the border. Your continued existence is merely a consequence of the crown prince's status remaining intact. With a cold sneer, the commander suddenly drew his sword, aiming to strike the girl down. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers displayed expressions of helplessness. The name of the Dragon Knight was a mark of shame. Just at the moment the commander's sword was about to descend, a delicate, fair hand unexpectedly emerged from thin air and grasped the blade. In the next instant, a sharp, cracking sound resonated as the sword shattered into fragments. Who dares to attack the Imperial Guards? Are you courting death? But before the commander's words could fully escape his lips, a young boy in black surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated both his chest and armor into dust. Chapter 38. The Annihilation of the Imperial Guards. A silence envelopes the world. The entire street lay in hushed stillness, an oppressive silence reigning over all. Every gaze was fixed upon a young man clad in black, whose striking features bore an expression of calm amidst the surrounding turmoil. The audacity to slay the commander of the Imperial Guards in broad daylight was tantamount to challenging the very essence of imperial authority, a crime punishable by the extermination of entire clans. The remaining guards, their faces drained of color, encircled the black-clad youth, drawing their swords with trembling hands. Their commander, a formidable warrior of the Sixth Realm, had been vanquished by this boy's single, devastating blow. How terrifying! When had such a prodigious youth emerged in Dayong? Do not fear, little one, he reassured, his voice gentle as he knelt before a weeping girl. Your mother spoke the truth. Your father is a great hero. On the day he fell in battle, he vanquished countless foes from the northern wilderness. Chu Xiao reached out, wiping away the tears from the girl's cheeks, his expression softening as memories of a sturdy, dark-skinned face surfaced in his mind. Zhang Tinio, one of the 8,000 dragon riders, renowned for his unparalleled strength and valor, even in his final moments. This dragon rider had shielded his comrades with his own flesh, buying them a fleeting chance of survival. I know my father is a great hero. My mother would never deceive me. Other uncles and aunts are heroes too, yet those in power label my father a traitor. They even set our home ablaze and harmed my mother. The little girl's lips quivered, tears cascading down, yet her gaze remained resolute. What is your name, dear child? He inquired softly. I am Zhang Xiao. My father said he hoped I would be as resilient as grass. If he perishes on the battlefield, I must protect my mother well, but I failed to safeguard her. Big brother Zhang Xiao sobbed uncontrollably, and Chu Xiao gently embraced her, his eyes manifesting arcane patterns as a palpable aura of vengeance darkened the heavens above. Xiao, from this moment forth, I shall proclaim to all of Dayong that your father is a true hero. Impudent fool, how dare you slay the commander of my Imperial Guards? Seize him. Eagle Guards are here. Let us see who dares to challenge us. Su Jibua's expression hardened as he stepped protectively in front of Chu Xiao and the young girl, grappling with his own confusion over the identity of this audacious youth who dared to defy imperial might. Eagle Guards? To attack the Imperial Guards is to invite dire consequences. Seize them all. Clang. Yet, just as the guard's words fell, Chu Xiao slowly rose, producing a golden token from his breast and hurling it with precision, piercing through a guard's skull. In an instant, the crowd stood frozen, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the blood-stained emblem. But then, the countenance of the Imperial Guards turned ashen, their hands trembling in disbelief. The war goddess token. What? Fear flooded their eyes, and they gazed at Chu Xiao with a complexity of emotions that words could scarcely capture. It is well known that the war god of Dayong is unparalleled. But how could he possibly still be alive? First, take her to see her mother, and then gather all the kin of the dragon riders and bring them to the palace. Chu Xiao entrusted Zhang Xiao to Su Jibua, who, apart from shock, bore a trace of difficulty upon his countenance. The war god of Dayong, Su Jibua could hardly have imagined that the master he had followed for so long was, in fact, the war god who had perished 5 years ago outside the Sword City. Yet even so, a solitary individual seeking to confront the entire court would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Here, take this as well. No one in Dayong would dare obstruct you. Chu Xiao gently nodded and retrieved a golden decree from his Qianquan ring, handing it to Su Jibwa. With the means of the Eagle Divine Guard, the 8,000 dragon riders had met their untimely demise. Their families would surely be closely monitored. If Su Jibwa exerted even a modicum of effort, he could locate them. Su Jibwa furrowed his brow. Gazing down at the ancient decree in his hand, his eyes gradually widening in disbelief. Pay your respects to the crown prince. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he found that Chu Xiao's figure had vanished. What? The crown prince? The war god? How could this be? The entire street fell into a profound silence. Even the soldiers present wore expressions of confusion. So it was. Only Su Jibwa, with a quivering gaze, took hold of the little girl's hand and ventured deeper into the imperial city. Chubby brother, was what that older brother said true? Will he really tell the entire Dayong that my father was a great hero? Zhang Xiaocao's dirty little face bore a glimmer of hope. I cannot speak for others, but he surely will. Su Jibwa's lips trembled, and his eyes filled with tears. 5 years. He could not fathom how the crown prince had endured during this time. He could have sat upon the imperial throne, surveying the vastness of the land. Yet, he chose to step into the military camp alone, establishing monumental achievements in battle. However, he could never have imagined that amidst the subjects he strove to protect, some conspired with the northern wasteland and Li Yuan, betraying him and the 8,000 brothers who fought alongside him. 5 years. The emblem of Dayong, the future emperor, had been reduced to a source of shame in the mouths of the populace, from high-ranking officials in the court to the common folk, all uttering slander. Yet he seemed utterly indifferent, or perhaps it was that his concern lay not with his own reputation, but with the brothers of the dragon riders who had fought valiantly, their bodies left unrecognizable in battle. He sought to restore the honor of the 8,000 dragon riders, a tribute to their glory in defending the homeland. Suddenly, the tears in Su Jibwa's eyes could no longer be contained, bursting forth uncontrollably. At that moment, he resembled a fool, walking and weeping, his heart breaking. Others may not know, but throughout this journey, he had witnessed a side of the crown prince that remained unknown to the world. Sinister and cruel, a thirst for bloodshed. Initially, Su Jibwa held many fears regarding this. Yet now, upon learning of Chu Xiao's identity, he felt a sudden sense of relief. He must be suffering greatly, unable to even protect the brothers who had fought alongside him. No wonder he casually discarded the war god order, a symbol of the Dayong totem. To him, what significance does the name of the war god hold? He must be filled with indignation, for the 8,000 dragon riders did not truly perish on the battlefield. Rather, they fell victim to the machinations of court officials. O Crown Prince, please ensure that justice is served for the 8,000 dragon riders. Su Jibwa gazed steadfastly at the magnificent imperial palace in the distance, his resolve growing ever stronger. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Chu Xiao led his companions into the inner sanctum, entrusting the Lingyan ice brew to the attendants before proceeding alone to the grand hall. There, he beheld the Emperor of Yongde, adorned in a golden dragon robe, exuding vitality and authority without a hint of anger. Beside him sat a graceful noblewoman, crowned with a phoenix diadem, embodying maternal grace. On either side of the hall stood General Lu Quan and Chancellor Du Zhongtang, each representing the pinnacle of civil and military might, their demeanor solemn and dignified. Above the assembly of courtiers, beneath the emperor, sat a young man in meditation, exuding an ethereal presence. It was Hao Jian, a disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect. Greetings, father and mother, he intoned. Just at that moment, 2 figures approached from outside the hall. Chu Xiao, clad in a black and gold python robe, wore a gentle smile, radiating the confidence of spring. The other figure, dressed in a plain white long robe, appeared pallid, seated in a wheelchair and being pushed into the hall by a palace maid. Chapter 39. The Crown Prince of Western Chu rise. Emperor Yongde uttered indifferently, while beside him, concubine Lu revealed a gentle smile. By all rights, given her position, she should not have been seated next to the emperor. However, today marked the day of Crown Prince Chu Yao's enthronement, as well as the joyous occasion of his union with the Princess of Western Chu, Xiao Er. As the current matriarch of the harem and the mother of Chu Xiao, concubine Lu naturally had to be present. Today, the envoy from Western Chu had entered the palace to discuss the marriage alliance. Before this, I have 2 matters to announce, Emperor Yongde declared, his gaze sweeping across the courtiers, ultimately resting upon Chu Xiao and Chu Lin, with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. These 2 princes were not the true heirs of Dayong in his heart. Chu Xiao was domineering, backed by the Lu family, and would undoubtedly cause turmoil with the power of the maternal clan in the future. On the other hand, although Chu Lin was gentle and modest, well-versed in the classics, he was physically frail and unable to cultivate, making him easily manipulable. Only Chu Xiao possessed both courage and wisdom, having achieved remarkable military feats, truly embodying Dayong's legitimacy. Alas, he was no longer present. To this end, the great priest had expended considerable effort and even sacrificed his lifespan to divine his whereabouts, leaving only a green lotus soul lamp to signify fortune or misfortune, before succumbing to severe injuries and falling into a coma. This matter was known only to Emperor Yong and Gu Qingtang, who were concerned that someone might seize the opportunity to create chaos. Yet now, with the Princess of Western Chu personally arriving for the marriage alliance, even if Emperor Yong felt reluctant, he had no choice but to establish a crown prince to safeguard Dayong's realm. I hereby declare that from this day forth, Chu Xiao shall be the crown prince of Dayong, to be betrothed to the Princess of Western Chu, while the third prince, Xiao Lin. Emperor Yong glanced at Hao Jian and sighed softly. The third prince, at a tender age, was to marry the Eagle God Guard commander, Gu Qitang, and share command of the Eagle God Guards. Upon hearing this, the faces of the courtiers grew tense, evidently perplexed. Only Hao Jian's eyes widened, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth. Your Majesty, the envoy from Western Chu has entered the palace and is awaiting an audience. At that moment, a golden-armored guard suddenly approached, bowing deeply before Emperor Yong. However, just as he spoke, a group of figures clad in black armor surged forth from the palace, causing a momentary pause. Even the courtiers were taken aback as they beheld the white-clad woman stepping gracefully into the hall. Commander Gu? Emperor Yong furrowed his brow, his imperial aura surging. The Eagle God Guards were forbidden from entering the palace without summons, though Emperor Yong understood that, given Gu Qingtang's extraordinary beauty and her esteemed background, she would be reluctant to marry a man like Chu Lin, who, as everyone knew, was utterly incapacitated below the navel and could no longer be considered a man. Previously, Emperor Yong had intended to marry her to Chu Xiao, but who could have predicted that Dayong would face such upheaval? The unexpected fall of Chu Xiao had completely disrupted his plans. Moreover, Emperor Yong cast a profound glance at Hao Jian, realizing that since this disciple of the sect had arrived in Dayong, he had subtly suggested that Emperor Yong marry Gu Qitang to Chu Lin, almost as if to deliberately humiliate the Eagle God Commander. It was evident that Gu Qitang must have offended some high-ranking individuals within the sword sect. Otherwise, with her extraordinary talent and beauty, how could she possibly be sent to the Dayong dynasty, deprived of the resources for cultivation? Over the years, Gu Qingtang's progress in her cultivation has stagnated, solely due to the sparse spiritual energy of the Dayong dynasty, which cannot support her breakthrough. Gu Qingtang, why have you intruded upon the court? Lu Quan stepped forward, standing before Gu Qingtang, his imposing figure exuding an immense pressure. I, Su Jibo of the Eagle Guard, have discovered that there are malevolent forces behind the Lingyan ice brew, using human bones to brew liquor in a nefarious plot to harm His Majesty. Gu Qingtang's serene visage belied the weight of her words, which caused a stir among the courtiers. What? The crowd's eyes flickered, momentarily stunned by the shocking revelation. The Lingyan ice brew was traditionally overseen by the second prince, Chu Xiao, to be delivered to the palace. If this brew is compromised, Chu Xiao cannot escape blame. Yet, he is already the crown prince. Why would he engage in such treachery against His Majesty, unless he is being framed or schemes for something greater? Even Hao Jian's gaze turned cold, revealing a hint of menace as he regarded Gu Qitang. His descent from the mountain this time was solely for Gu Qingtang's marriage. It would be a tremendous irony for the foremost genius of the sword-seeking sect to marry a worthless man. Of course, this was not out of prejudice against Gu Qingtang, but rather because she had entangled herself with the wrong individuals. Nonsense. I have meticulously examined the Lingyan ice brew. Although it contains bones, they are the carefully selected blood bones of fierce tigers, known for their longevity benefits. Chu Yao's complexion paled as he stared fixedly at Gu Qitang. Commander Gu, I am already the crown prince. Why would I engage in such sinister deeds? According to Su Jibwa of the Eagle Guard, there are traitors in the court colluding with the Jiaolong gang, allied with the Northern Wilderness Celestial Master, who not only slaughtered the god of war and 8,000 dragon riders, but also practiced the dark arts to control malevolent spirits, aiming to create chaos in the world. Gu Qingtang lightly waved her hand, and two Eagle Guards approached, placing a wine jar on the ground before shattering it with a sword. In the next moment, the crowd gasped as bloody bones spilled forth, cascading onto the Grand Hall floor. Furthermore, these were all retrieved from the Yuntian Pavilion. Yu Qitang produced several talismans and array items from her Qiankuan ring, casting them beside the bloodied bones. How could this be? Chu Yao's face turned ashen, his steps faltering as he suddenly became dazed. He had never seen such items. How could they possibly appear in the Yuntian pavilion? This is a frame-up, father. This is a frame-up. I have never encountered these talismans and ghostly artifacts. I am being wronged. Commander Gu sensed that this matter might conceal a deeper conspiracy. The emperor's expression remained indifferent, while beside him, Consort Lu was already shaken by the unfolding events, her composure shattered. She had indeed contemplated leveraging the Lu family's influence to assist Chu Xiao in ascending to the throne. However, with the god of war's downfall and Chu Xiao's subsequent loss of favor, Consort Lu abandoned her ambitions. Initially, she had harbored suspicions regarding the god of war's demise. Believing there was more to the story, she never anticipated that Chu Xiao would be so audacious, conspiring with the northern wilderness to betray loyal subjects. Previously, in the Sword City, she had witnessed firsthand the northern wilderness army colluding with the Dragon Gang, plotting to annihilate the Sword Pass. Meanwhile, the Lord of Sword City, Lu Tua, maintained close ties with the Dragon Gang, leading her to believe this matter holds truth. A glimmer of clarity flickered in Gu Qingtang's eyes, imbued with an ethereal charm. Had it not been for the note she received, she would not have drawn such a decisive conclusion. On the surface, Chu Xiao indeed appeared to be the greatest benefactor of the fallen god of war, yet this second prince, with his flamboyant temperament, hardly seemed capable of orchestrating such intricate schemes. Unless, of course, there exists a master behind him. Seize Chu Xiao and Lu Fei and confine them in the sky prison. I shall personally conduct the interrogation. The young emperor inhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at Lu Quan, causing the general's countenance to tremble, rendering him speechless. Beside him, Lu Fei had already succumbed to weakness, her lips quivering, utterly unable to refute. Given Gu Qingtang's stature, her audacity to publicly expose Chu Yao's crimes in the court must mean she possesses undeniable evidence. Whether it be collusion with the northern wilderness, the slaughter of loyal subjects, or the attempt to usurp the throne, all are capital offenses. The young emperor, inherently suspicious, would rather execute an innocent than let a guilty party escape. The Lu family is doomed. The entire imperial palace fell into a profound silence. All the courtiers gazed at Chu Xiao with complex expressions, as Lu Fei was apprehended by the Eagle Guards and dragged from the hall. Yet no one dared to plead for mercy. Over the past 5 years, Chu Xiao had basked in unparalleled glory, publicly and covertly accusing Chu Xiao of incompetence, claiming the god of war had caused Dayong to lose 13 border cities. It turns out, everything stemmed from his collusion with the northern wilderness. Even Hao Jian, faced with Chu Yao's pleading gaze, offered no response. He merely inquired of an ordinary disciple from the sword sect, lacking any influential background. Should Chu Xiao indeed be guilty of collusion with the northern wilderness, he would not dare to intervene for fear of incurring the displeasure of the sect's elders. You Dayong truly lack propriety, making us wait for so long. What, does the young emperor look down upon my western Chu? At that moment, a cold shout suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. A towering youth, as robust as a hill, pushed aside 2 guards and strode boldly into the hall. His stature was so imposing that even Lu Quan felt diminutive in his presence. Humph! How dare you? Who are you to insult our emperor? The courtiers' faces flushed with indignation as they watched the imposing figure approach the dais. Behind him stood a bronze-skinned woman, standing 8 feet tall. Together, they appeared as cranes among chickens, leaving the onlookers in awe. I am the crown prince of Western Chu, Xiangheba. I have come to escort my sister for the purpose of marriage, yet I find your Dayong to be so negligent. I see no reason to proceed with this union. The crown prince of Western Chu, Xiangheba. The courtiers' eyes flickered with trepidation, their initial outrage gradually subsiding. In these times of internal strife and external threats, facing invasions from the northern wilderness and disturbances from Liyuan, had it not been for the alliance with Western Chu, they would have already been on the brink of collapse. At such a moment, one would not dare to provoke even a mere prince of the Western Chu, let alone the crown prince himself. It was indeed the crown prince of Western Chu. The emperor of Yong furrowed his brow, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes. With the recent loss of 2 prominent princes, elevating the third prince, Chu Lin, to the status of crown prince would undoubtedly be perceived as an affront by Western Chu. After all, no one would willingly wed a man deemed incapacitated. However, the emperor had previously been unaware that this crown prince of Western Chu had come in attendance, highlighting the significance that Western Chu placed upon their esteemed princess. Alas, the Emperor of Yong sighed softly, his countenance darkened profoundly. Should they forego an alliance through marriage? The loss of Western Chu as a supporter would surely plunge Yong into tumultuous strife. Yet, at present, there was no one within the court worthy of the illustrious princess, leaving him in a dilemma. Who among them was the crown prince of Yong? To aspire to wed the princess of Western Chu, one must first prove his worthiness as a brother-in-law. An ineffectual individual would not suffice. Xiang Ji's piercing gaze swept across the court, ultimately landing on the figure seated in a wheelchair, Chu Lin. Surely, you are not the crown prince of Yong, a mere cripple? It is widely known that the crown prince of Yong is shrouded in mystery, having never truly graced the court with his presence. Thus, even the other prominent dynasties remain ignorant of his appearance. But, a cripple. This is an affront, a humiliation to Western Chu. Very well, Prince Ji. Today the Yong dynasty. What tests must the prince undertake to prove himself worthy of marrying the esteemed Princess Ware? Just as the Emperor of Yong shook his head in resignation, he was taken aback by Chu Lin's sudden inquiry, accompanied by a smile. Chapter 40. The struggle of the sect. Silence enveloped the entire imperial palace. Not only did Emperor Yong display a look of astonishment, but the surrounding ministers of various dynasties also regarded Chu Lin with a flicker of surprise in their eyes. This third prince, known for his low profile and reserved nature, had never sought the limelight. Given his frail condition, it was inconceivable that he could alleviate the calamity facing Dayong today. What could he possibly intend to say at this moment? Only Gu Qingtang's gaze trembled slightly as she cast a meaningful glance at Chu Lin. Ha ha ha, it's simple. If you can win against me in an arm wrestling match, then you may claim some qualification. However, given your disability, I shall only use a single finger. So it would not be deemed unfair, Xiang He sneered, his tone unmistakably tinged with irritation. Behind him, Xiang Yue remained indifferent, showing little reaction. Even with just one finger, Xiang He's physical strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 6th or 7th realm practitioner. In the 4 dynasties, individuals of his age who could reach the 6th realm were exceedingly rare, let alone someone considered a cripple. Very well. Surprisingly, at this moment, Chu Lin refrained from further words and slowly rose from his wheelchair. Witnessing this scene, all the courtiers displayed expressions of shock, especially Emperor Yong, who looked bewildered at Chu Lin, then glanced at Du Zhangtong, clearly perplexed. Our Dayong practices swordsmanship and is not feeble. The warriors of Western Chu are renowned across the land for their unmatched physical prowess. Since Prince Heba is willing to allow me 4 fingers, it demonstrates a broad-minded spirit. Thus, I shall grant the prince 3 fingers in return. To not reciprocate would be unbecoming of our Dayong's customs. At this moment, Chu Lin, clad in simple white attire, stood in the hall with an air of neither arrogance nor subservience. Though he appeared frail before Xiang Heba, his words resonated profoundly, embodying the dignity of Dayong. Even Xiang Yue, whose eyes were typically as calm as a still pond, revealed a hint of curiosity. You little cur, daring to show off against me. Very well. If your arm breaks, don't say I bullied you, Xiang Heba scoffed coldly, stepping forward to place a single finger against Chu Lin's. In response, Chu Lin maintained a gentle demeanor, extending 2 fingers to engage with Xiang Heba's. In the next moment, a surge of blood energy seemed to erupt around the Western Chu prince, his bones and bloodlines resonating with a thunderous roar. The overwhelming force of this vitality left Hao Jian, a celebrated disciple of the sect, sitting upright in alarm. However, as Xiang Heba applied force, Chu Lin's expression remained utterly composed. In fact, a mysterious radiance enveloped the 2 fingers he extended, an enigma beyond comprehension. No matter how hard Xiang Heba exerted himself, he could not budge Chu Lin in the slightest, an occurrence most peculiar. The court erupted in astonishment. Everyone gazed at the 2 figures, one vastly stronger yet unable to gain the upper hand, wearing expressions of disbelief. They could scarcely have imagined that this seemingly inconsequential third prince would today turn the tide. Not only did he intimidate the Western Chu prince, preserving Dayong's dignity and reputation, but miraculously, even his legs, which had been most ridiculed, appeared to have healed. I propose that Chu Lin be established as the crown prince. Jiba, the crown prince. It is time for me to exert my strength. Chu Lin's demeanor remained gentle, yet with a subtle application of force from his 2 fingers. He caused cold sweat to stream down Xiang Jiba's forehead, veins bulging on his arm, on the verge of defeat. However, at that moment, Chu Lin unexpectedly withdrew his hand and stepped aside. You win. A loss is a loss. I never anticipated that this cunning dog possessed some skill. Xiang Jiba, somewhat disgruntled, returned to Xiang Er's side, saying, Sister, I am no match for him. You should speak on my behalf. Upon hearing Xiang Jiba's words, the onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment. It seemed that the purpose of the Western Chu envoy's visit to Dayong was not merely for a marriage alliance. Your subtle strength indicates that the martial arts you practice are not merely the techniques of the four dynasties. Xiang Er nodded lightly, her expression remaining exceedingly indifferent. She then stepped forward to stand before Chu Lin and bowed deeply before the young emperor. To be candid, my purpose in coming to Dayong is to dissolve the marriage contract. What? At this declaration, the young emperor's expression shifted, a flicker of anger sparking within him. What does the princess mean by this? I have already joined the Ban Mountain sect and will soon embark on my journey of cultivation. Xiang Er's lips parted slightly as she cast a meaningful glance at Chu Lin, choosing not to elaborate further. Initially, she intended to use Xiang Jiba's challenge as an excuse to annul the marriage. However, she was taken aback to discover that the Dayong crown prince had indeed cultivated celestial arts. Even so, once Xiang Er entered the sect, she would truly transcend the confines of royal hierarchy, becoming a figure above the martial realm. How could a Dayong crown prince ever be worthy of being her companion? Ban Mountain sect. The young emperor's eyes flickered, slowly nodding in understanding. No wonder. Although Xiang Er's actions undoubtedly slapped the face of the Dayong royal family, even the young emperor dared not provoke the sect that stood behind Western Chu. With Xiang Er accepted as a disciple, she would undoubtedly become a formidable presence in celestial realms. Such an entity could easily topple a dynasty with a mere flick of her finger. At this moment, she had indeed stepped into the upper echelons of society. Therefore, I implore the young emperor to hand over that marriage contract to me, so that I may personally destroy it. The royal family of Western Chu will announce to the world the dissolution of this engagement. The young emperor furrowed his brow, particularly noting Xiang Er's lofty demeanor, as if issuing commands. At this juncture, he surmised that her actions were likely backed by substantial support. By having Western Chu publicly declare the annulment of the two dynasties' marriage alliance, Xiang Er preserved her reputation, while Dayong would inevitably become a subject of mockery. Young emperor, I believe you should recognize the disparity between sects and the court. There is no possibility of an alliance between me and your crown prince. So it would be wise for you not to invite humiliation upon yourselves. Impudent! Suddenly, Hao Jian bellowed, rising abruptly and glaring at Xiang Er. As a representative of the sect behind Dayong, Xiang Er's affront was not merely directed at the Dayong dynasty, but also at the Wenjian sect. In the northern region of Qishou, the four great sects, Wenjian, Ban Mountain, Xindao, and Yunlan. Although the four major sects ostensibly maintain harmonious relations, clandestine disputes frequently arise among them. Notably, these four sects collectively oversee the most significant secret realm in the northern region of Qingzhou, a place abundant with spiritual treasures, where contemporary practitioners often engage in fierce battles for experience and growth. It is truly audacious for this young lady, who is yet to be initiated into the mountain-moving sect, to speak so arrogantly in this realm, showing blatant disregard for him, a disciple of the Sword Inquiry sect. I wondered who it could be, only to realize it was Hao Jian. However, just as Hao Jian's words fell, a chilling laugh unexpectedly echoed from outside the grand hall. Who could it be? Chapter 41. Dare you abandon me outside the imperial palace? Two robust young men clad in brown robes entered the hall, disregarding the guards and nobility present. Upon seeing them, a flicker of rage crossed Hao Jian's face, quickly replaced by a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Yuan Ba, Li Kuei. These two brown-robed youths were renowned prodigies from the Banshan sect, their realm surpassing that of Hao Jian, and their standing within the sect far beyond his reach. They were followers of the esteemed young master, El Qi. Although a talented individual from the Wanjian sect stood behind Hao Jian, he could not be compared to the likes of the young master. A sudden, inexplicable thought crossed Hao Jian's mind, his once formidable aura gradually diminishing. In the path of immortality, one's background and identity were paramount. Even if one possessed extraordinary talent, lacking a solid foundation would only lead to oppression. Just like Dang, who was expelled from the Wanjian sect after offending the wrong person, facing humiliation in the court of Dayong. Miss Yang, our young master has been eagerly awaiting your return to Banshan sect, Yuan Ba announced, his towering stature and muscular physique resembling that of a formidable warrior. Upon hearing this, the Dayong courtiers displayed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder Xiao Er dared to publicly insult Dayong and confront the emperor. It turned out she had garnered the favor of young Master Qi, rising to prominence. Emperor of Yong, may I request the dissolution of the betrothal? Xiao Er asked. A gentle smile gracing her face, her arrogance unmasked in her gaze. Although young Master Qi was unremarkable in appearance, far inferior to the striking Chu Lin before her. As a member of the royal dynasty, her ascent into the realm of immortality was a remarkable fortune. If she managed to curry favor with Qi, she would secure her position within the Banshan sect. Not to mention the Emperor of Yong, even her own father would have to kneel and pay respects upon seeing her. The betrothal is not in my hands. However, since the princess insists on breaking it off, I believe we should let the matter rest, the Emperor of Yong sighed. The joy he felt from Chu Lin's presence dissipating. Not in your hands? That cannot be. I must personally annul the betrothal. As this is also the will of young Master Qi, Xiao Er insisted, shaking her head slightly. Otherwise, when young Master Qi arrives in Dayong, he may not be as accommodating. You. The Emperor's expression darkened. Such a blatant threat struck him like a resounding slap across the face. Yet, regardless of his anger, he dared not provoke the young master of Banshan's sect, suppressing his fury and responding coldly, once I locate the betrothal, I will ensure it is delivered to the princess. When Dayong and Shichu first arranged the marriage, the document fell into the hands of Chu Xiao. Now, with Chu Xiao's whereabouts unknown, where could he possibly find it? Emperor of Yong, our young master has stated that if the marriage is not annulled today, he will execute your crown prince to sever this betrothal. You must think carefully. Yuan Ba let out a cold laugh, his gaze brazenly fixed on Chu Lin. Yuan Ba, you would do well not to overstep your bounds. Dayong is merely a vassal kingdom of the sword sect, Hao Jian retorted through gritted teeth, particularly vexed by the disappointment reflected in the eyes of the many courtiers present. Overstep? Hao Jian, you should think carefully before you speak. The Lingu secret realm is about to open, and you surely wouldn't want to attract the attention of our sect's young master, would you? Yuan Ba replied with a shake of his head and a smile, causing Hao Jian to tremble involuntarily and lower his head in silence. Are you referring to this marriage contract? Just as the Emperor of Yong wore an awkward expression, and the court was filled with hesitant murmurs, a calm and indifferent voice echoed from outside the hall. At the sound, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, especially Gu Qingtang, whose beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of surprise. She turned abruptly towards the entrance, where she beheld a figure clad in black striding forward, his resolute and handsome visage marked by an icy indifference. Xiao Er. The Emperor of Yong suddenly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Chu Lin and the others furrowed their brows. Chu Xiao? The crown prince? He had only encountered this elder brother once in his childhood, and since the fall of the war god outside Sword City 5 years prior, Chu Xiao had been confined by the Emperor of Yong, disappearing from sight. What business did he have here? Who are you? Yuan Ba and the others turned to regard the composed youth, their expressions sharpening in focus. On the other hand, Xiao Er wore a look of astonishment, her lips pressed together as she instinctively tightened her legs. He is simply too perfect. The youth's appearance transcended mere handsomeness. With his hair bound and ethereal features, he emanated an otherworldly charm, exuding poise and restraint that drew one in, making it impossible to look away. Suddenly, Xiao Er felt a pang of regret. Had she known the crown prince of Dayong possessed such celestial beauty, she would not have hastily declined. Why not have both? By pleasing Qi and then leveraging her status as a disciple of the sect to intimidate Chu Xiao into compliance. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Is it this marriage contract that you desire? Chu Xiao stepped forward, presenting a piece of gold silk from his Qingquan ring before her. Strangely, the proud princess of the Western Chu, who had just moments ago radiated arrogance, now appeared unexpectedly docile. Take it, though we could not be together. I will cherish the beautiful nights we once shared, Chu Xiao said, handing the contract to Xiao Er, his expression tinged with regret. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces registered shock and curiosity. Crown Prince Chu, if you say it like that, we will be utterly enchanted. Two historians among them even produced paper and ink, their spirits invigorated as they hurriedly began to write. The romantic exploits of the Crown Prince of Dayong, the Western Chu princess astonished each night. Good husband seeks release. You speak nonsense. When we first met, you dared to shame. You dare to cast me aside. Xiao Er's face flushed with indignation as she stared down at the marriage contract in her hands, her expression suddenly frozen in disbelief. Upon the surface, An enormous character for divorce boldly captured the eye, strikingly vivid. She could scarcely fathom that this audacious prince of Dayong would not only publicly humiliate her, but also dare to cast her aside. Divorce you, so what? Speak another word, and I shall take your life. Chu Xiao nonchalantly shook his head, casting a subtle glance at his brother, Chu Lin. At that moment, his younger brother radiated vigor and vitality, entirely devoid of the frail and ailing appearance he once bore. Youthful exuberance, indeed. Yuan Ba and Li Kuei exchanged knowing smiles. Yet the chilling gaze in their eyes sent tremors through the onlookers, evoking an instinctive fear. If the words of this prince were to be believed, it seemed unlikely that the young master, Lu, would desire a tarnished woman. However, the decision of whether to accept or reject lay with the young master. It was astonishingly audacious for a mere prince to flaunt himself before them, revealing a blatant disregard for his own mortality. In the next instant, Yuan Ba stepped forward, delivering a fist the size of a human head that crashed down with a thunderous impact. The resounding waves of power surged forth like a mountain collapsing, akin to celestial bodies descending from the heavens. The mountain-moving technique, Thousand Mountain Seal. Chapter 42. A single blow to annihilate. Is this the essence of celestial martial arts? The court of the Dayong dynasty lay in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on the surging waves of power within the hall. The terrifying imprint of a fist cascading down, leaving the onlookers ashen-faced. Such force was beyond the capacity of mere flesh to withstand. Even a practitioner of the ninth realm would find it impossible to endure. Before them stood Yuan Ba, merely a contemporary disciple of the Mount Shanshan sect. Yet his strength transcended that of the dynasty's ninth realm, a terrifying reality. Even Hao Jian's complexion had paled, as he cast an irate glare at Chu Xiao. The crown prince's audacity to humiliate the young master of Mount Shanshan was utterly incomprehensible. Should this incident reach Lu Qi's ears, the entire Dayong dynasty would undoubtedly face repercussions. Moreover, when the Lingu's secret realm opened, the Wanjian sect would inevitably become the target of disdain. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Gu Qingtang's exquisite and fair visage revealed a hint of a gentle smile. Given her understanding of Chu Xiao, his recent antics with Xiao Er were not solely for the purpose of humiliation. The princess of Shichu, favored by the young master of Mount Shanshan, possessed unique qualities beyond her striking appearance, undoubtedly indicating some innate talent. Chu Xiao's actions would surely create a rift between her and Lu Qi, leading to her eventual loss of favor. While Lu Qi might foster murderous intent due to Chu Xiao's arrogance, he would not risk his wrath on behalf of a tarnished royal lady, lest he provoke the ire of the Wanjian sect. This seemingly thoughtless insult was, in truth, laden with intricate intentions. At that moment, Gu Qitang found herself increasingly intrigued by the 5-year journey of Chu Xiao. It was worth noting that prior to entering the military, he had not exhibited such a temperament. In her memory, the Dayong crown prince had appeared quite juvenile, both in age and disposition, seeming extraordinarily naive to true cultivators. Yet, perhaps it was this very innocence that differentiated him in her eyes. However, gazing at the composed and restrained figure of the young man before her, a subtle smile graced Gu Qingtang's lips. There was indeed a change. If the 100,000 troops from the northern wilderness had truly perished at this youth's hands, then his cultivation might have already touched the celestial realm, rendering Yuan Ba no match for him. Just as Gu Qingyang hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene on Chu Xiao's behalf, he seemed to sense her gaze, lifting his head to meet her eyes. In that moment of connection, a gentle expression graced his face. Before he pivoted and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! A terrifying rumble echoed across the land as the hall beneath his feet shattered, fissures spreading throughout. Remarkably, his stance did not falter. Instead, Yuan Ba's outstretched arm was obliterated in an instant. A torrential spray of blood filled the air, and Yuan Ba's face contorted in a mask of disbelief and terror. His realm, at the pinnacle of the ninth realm, represented the true zenith of the dynasty. Yet the Mount Shanshan technique was a celestial martial art that transcended the boundaries of the dynasty itself. However, just moments ago, Chu Xiao had not employed any mystical abilities. He had merely relied on his physical prowess to shatter the very bones and flesh of his opponent. How could this be possible? The true terror of the mountain-moving technique lies in its mastery over strength. Not to mention the common folk of the dynasty, even among the 4 great sects. Few could rival the physical might of the disciples of the mountain-moving sect. This Dayong cultivates not the sword path. Yet how could the physical strength of these 2 royal princes be so monstrous? Before Yuan Ba could recover from his astonishment, he saw Chu Xiao step forward, his figure resembling a phantom, and in an instant, he appeared before him. You dare to kill me. The mountain-moving sect will annihilate your entire court. But just as Yuan Ba's words fell, Chu Xiao's hand easily pierced through the heart of this ninth realm disciple, shattering his life force entirely. Thud. With the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the entire imperial palace hall suddenly plunged into an abyss of silence. Terror and pallor gripped the faces of all present. Even Hao Jian slumped in his chair, feeling a chilling dread surge from his feet. Nearly lifting the crown from his head, a ninth realm disciple, deserving of the title of genius in any sect, had just been publicly crushed by a royal prince. If this incident were to spread among the four sects, it would undoubtedly provoke a genuine upheaval. Dayong is finished. You dare to kill senior brother Yuan. You are as good as dead. Xiao Er's voice trembled. She was about to utter some fierce threats when she suddenly met Chu Xiao's gaze. In that instant, she felt as if her very blood had turned to ice, and a warmth flowed unbidden between her legs. The crowd's eyes flickered as they observed the puddle at Xiao Er's feet, revealing a complex array of emotions on their faces. Before she could comprehend the situation, Chu Xiao stepped forward, standing directly in front of her. In a heartbeat, he landed a devastating punch, reducing Xiao Er's head to mere fragments. Return and inform your young master that what I do not desire, he must not touch. Chu Xiao raised his gaze towards Li Kuei, who was already deathly pale, his lips quivering as he glanced at the lifeless Yuan Ba and the headless corpse of Xiao Er. Ultimately, he dared not utter another word and turned to flee the hall. Halt! Chu Xiao's brow furrowed slightly, causing Li Kuei to tremble, terror etched across his face. Unsure of what further command the prince might have, in that moment, his demeanor was exceedingly subservient, nearly begging for mercy. Take their bodies and this decree back with you. Yes. Li Kuei's eyes quivered as he lifted the corpses of Yuan Ba and Xiao Er, making his way toward the hall's exit. Meanwhile, Xiang Ba had collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, utterly paralyzed by fear, his bowels giving way in utter terror. Now he truly resembles Ba. Among the crowd, Gu Qingtang arched her brows, regarding Chu Xiao with a knowing look. Initially, she had thought that Xiao Er might be spared due to Lu Qi's influence. Unexpectedly, this youth proved to be exceedingly ruthless, publicly executing the woman who had humiliated him. Was his earlier just merely a ploy to provoke Yuan Ba and his companions into action? From the very beginning, it seems he had no intention of sparing Xiao Er. As the crowd exited the grand hall, the expression on Chu Xiao's face gradually darkened. Given his temperament, he would not have spared even Li Kuei. However, he had just overheard that an ancient secret realm within the territory of the four sects was about to be unveiled. To swiftly elevate his cultivation, the most efficient method would be to absorb the bloodline and spiritual energy of these sect disciples. Li Kuei was merely bait, tasked with exacerbating the conflict. Once he entered the secret realm, it was likely that the young master of the mountain-moving sect would lead a cadre of sycophants to present themselves willingly. Of course, this necessitated his enrollment in the Wang Jian sect, thus enabling his rightful entry into the secret realm. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of Dayong has slain disciples of the mountain-moving sect. This matter is of great consequence. I must return to my sect to report to the young master. Hao Jian's gaze flickered with trepidation as he looked at Chu Xiao, before striding towards the hall's exit. Yet, just as he stepped out, he noticed Gu Qingtang silently following behind. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, an ominous glint in his eyes. Xiao, you have returned? The voice of Yong Huang trembled as he slowly rose, his face still displaying a look of shock. Indeed, by my return. It signifies that certain individuals must meet their demise. Chapter 43. All are condemned. Elder Brother Shenwu. Chu Yao's audacious treachery, colluding with malevolent forces to ensnare our emperor, is a transgression of unforgivable magnitude. I believe the position of Crown Prince is most befitting for you. A sudden smile graced Chu Lin's face, gentle as jade, in stark contrast to his earlier domineering demeanor. Upon hearing this, however, Chu Xiao refrained from further discourse, instead turning his gaze towards the hall's exterior. There, a tumultuous clamor erupted, as numerous guards of the imperial city cast troubled glances at those assembled, hesitant to act. You must comprehend this clearly. This is the Crown Prince's decree. Do you dare to rebel? Su Jibo proclaimed, brandishing a golden edict high above his head. Step aside. Allow them to enter. Emperor Yong furrowed his brows. Both the chaos instigated by Chu Yao today and Chu Xiao's unexpected appearance imparted a sense of conspiracy in the air. It was evident that this Crown Prince, who was presumed to have perished on the battlefield, had not come to the court simply for show, but rather to unveil a buried past, what truly transpired 5 years ago beyond Sword City. How could the so-called undefeated god of war, Chu Xiao, have so carelessly fallen into the trap of the northern wilderness, perishing alongside the 8,000 dragon riders? And how did he survive? Humph, stand aside. Su Jibwa coldly snorted, leading several hundred men into the court, positioning themselves before Chu Xiao. Crown Prince, as per your instructions, we have gathered them all, but many have suffered persecution and met untimely ends over these 5 years. Su Jibwa gritted his teeth, his eyes swollen with tears. He could scarcely fathom the tragic fate that had befallen the families of the dragon riders. Nearly all had been driven from their homes, wandering destitute, reduced to begging for survival. Moreover, some of the young women had been sold into official brothels, meeting their sorrowful demise there. With the fall of the god of war and the crown prince's confinement, countless officials began to shift their allegiances, seeking refuge under the banner of the second prince. Their expression of loyalty could only manifest through the persecution of the crown prince's loyalists. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that all along, Emperor Yong had no genuine intention of deposing the crown prince. It was a situation of helplessness. Crown Prince. This is the comprehensive list of officials who have persecuted the families of the dragon riders, compiled by Commander Gu, who has been diligently gathering evidence through the Eagle Guard. Su Jibwa produced a thick stack of papers from his bosom and handed it to Chu Xiao. Does it pain you? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's gaze trembled as he knelt down to observe the filthy children before him, noting the numerous wounds that were scabbed over or had already formed scars, and the thin, tattered garments they wore amidst the biting winter chill. His heart ached with anguish. In truth, Commander Gu had been covertly protecting them throughout the years. Otherwise, they might have already been slaughtered. Su Jibwa pressed his lips tightly together, fighting back tears. Earlier, while searching for the families of the dragon riders, he had even encountered several women, mentally shattered from persecution, repeatedly calling out the names of their husbands. Sister Gu has treated us well. She even found us a place to stay, and sends us silver every month. But then someone, the girl, Zhang Xiao, whom Chu Xiao had saved, tremblingly retrieved a white handkerchief from her bosom, carefully unfolding it. Before them lay a piece of confection that had long since turned yellow. Your Highness, my mother says you saved my life, and that I must repay you. This sweet is from Sister Gu, given to me during the New Year celebrations, and I have cherished it ever since. Please accept it. A radiant and pure smile suddenly illuminated Zhang Xiaocao's face. A stark contrast to the dirt and grime that marred her cheeks, yet the smile was so untainted that it pierced the heart. Your Highness, my mother cannot come. She believes you will surely bring justice for my father and our uncles. We do not seek wealth or glory. We only wish for our father and uncles to rest in peace. Very well. Chu Xiao forcibly suppressed the murderous intent roiling within him, extending his hand to delicately lift the confection and place it in his mouth. It was sweet. As he spoke, he slowly rose, his gaze sorrowfully sweeping over the assembly before him. The faces of the Dragon Knight families were predominantly marked by fear and helplessness, evidently. The oppression of the past 5 years had eroded their trust in the court. They did not believe that a single prince could alter their fate. For in the eyes of the world, the prince had long been cast aside by Emperor Yong. Today, I shall restore to you the dignity and honor that is rightfully yours, and seek justice for your fallen husbands, sons, and fathers. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply, turning resolutely, his once cold, handsome visage now twisted with rage. Those who bear the burden for the masses must not be allowed to perish in the wilderness. Yet, 5 years had passed, and the 8,000 soldiers defending the Yong dynasty had not only endured countless slanders and defamations, but their families had also suffered severe persecution. Damn it, all of them deserve death. You must have guessed who they are by now. Indeed, they are the Dragon Knight families, the disgrace of Dayong, as you so call them. Xiao Er, what truly transpired back then? Emperor Yong's eyes trembled, especially at the sight of Chu Xiao's expression, which filled him with overwhelming trepidation. In truth, it was nothing more than receiving 9 imperial edicts from the court, ordering me to lead the 8,000 dragon knights in pursuit of 30,000 iron cavalry from the northern wilderness, only to be betrayed and slaughtered. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, perusing the scroll in his hand. Minister of Justice Cui Huai, under the pretense of investigating treason, forcibly seized 200 taels of silver from 9 dragon knight families, including Li Dayong, Lu Ji, and Xue Qin, and grievously injured their descendants. This silver was later given to the second prince's companion, Lu Bian. It is a grave injustice. This is slander. among the court officials. A gaunt, middle-aged man trembled and fell to his knees. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Wronged. I have always believed in governing with virtue. Since you claim to be wronged, it must mean that Commander Gu is guilty of slander. Chu Xiao looked up at Cui Huai, a gentle smile gracing his features. Bring forth Commander Gu. And no, it cannot be. Commander Gu. Upon hearing this, Cui Huai's lips quivered, momentarily at a loss for words. The Eagle Divine Guard has the duty to oversee all officials, and Commander Gu Qi Tang, being the leader of the Eagle Divine Guard, must have substantiated her claims with irrefutable evidence. At that moment, Chu Xiao extended his hand, piercing through Cui Huai's chest with brutal force. Then, amidst the terrified gazes of the courtiers, Chu Xiao slowly retracted his hand, using the paper that recorded Cui Huai's crimes to wipe the blood from his palm, casually discarding it onto the lifeless visage before him. The pungent scent of blood swiftly permeated the grand hall. This spectacle sent chills coursing through the Emperor Yongde, who regarded Chu Xiao with an inexplicable complexity in his eyes. Brother, did you just say that the court commanded you to hunt down the Northern Wilderness Iron Cavalry? How could you? Chu Lin's brow furrowed deeply, yet before he could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly turned vacant. You are the war god of Dayong. Minister of Revenue, Xiao Dingshan, forcibly conscripted Su Yu, Zhang Mao, Ding Yi, and 11 other dragon riders, leaving their families to languish on the streets while permitting guards to slaughter 6 defiant women and children. Chu Xiao paid no heed to the horror etched on Chu Lin's face, striding purposefully towards another official. Your Highness, I realize my mistakes. It was my folly. Please, Your Highness, consider my dedication to the state of Dayong. With a dismissive shake of his head, Chu Xiao brought his fingers together and thrust the incriminating evidence directly into the center of Xiao Dingshan's forehead, shattering his entire skull in an instant. Blood, mingled with gray matter, erupted forth, splattering the faces of the surrounding officials. In that moment, several courtiers crumpled to the ground, completely incapacitated. How cruel. At that moment, Chu Xiao resembled a figure of death emerging from the underworld, meting out judgment upon the sins of mankind. The torment of awaiting death proved far more excruciating than death itself, a harrowing despair. Your Majesty, we beseech you for mercy, spare our lives. They cried, weeping bitterly. Given Gu Qingtang's methods, having already gathered incriminating evidence, none of them could hope to escape today. This is becoming even more intriguing. The third prince, Chu Lin, procured 2 dragon rider offspring from the official kiln, and subsequently vanished without a trace. Chu Xiao suddenly lifted his gaze towards Chu Lin, a chilling and sinister coldness in his eyes that shattered the latter's composure in an instant. Chapter 44. The Pinnacle of Death, my dear brother. I did indeed purchase 2 servants previously, intending to preserve their lives. However, they insisted on leaving the imperial city, so I provided them with some travel expenses and sent them on their way. Chu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile, reflecting on the criticisms surrounding the god of war and the dragon riders in the court over the past few years. I can only do what little I can in secret. Oh, pray tell, how did you manage to stand? If memory serves me correctly, your legs were rendered lifeless and devoid of circulation long ago. To this, Chu Xiao displayed no surprise. A person who had been selecting pawns and plotting against the leader of the Jiaolong gang, Kai Ji, for 8 years would hardly be disturbed by the scene before him. Yet, given Chu Lin's identity, it was impossible for him to have contacted the ghostly practitioners. Thus, he must have had formidable assistance behind him. Chu Xiao cast a cold glance at Du Zhongtang. Were it not for his desire to restore honor to the 8,000 dragon riders, he would have uttered not a single word of dialogue, directly eliminating all those involved in this matter. Your Majesty, if this old minister recalls correctly, when the Northern Wilderness invaded, Your Majesty decreed that the god of war lead the 8,000 dragon riders to guard Sword City, awaiting reinforcements. Du Zhongtang's expression grew grave as he raised his gaze to Emperor Yongde. Your Majesty, I believe it prudent to deliberate carefully on this matter and conduct a thorough investigation to prevent disheartening the loyalty of the ministers. At this moment, although the Grand Minister of Dayong made no explicit mention of Chu Xiao, each word subtly cast out upon him. Indeed, Xiao Er, I did issue a decree for the dragon riders to remain stationed at Sword City, forbidding their departure. Emperor Yongde furrowed his brow. Having already deduced the individual under suspicion by Chu Xiao, Chu Lin, the conduct of this third prince today seems to suggest he is intent on claiming the position of crown prince. Were it not for Chu Xiao's survival, Emperor Yongde would have had no alternative. Yet, he still found it hard to believe that this third prince had endured for 2 decades, orchestrating such a monumental scheme. In truth, I require no evidence. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, stepping forward to stand before Chu Lin, a flicker of malevolence glimmering in his eyes. Of course, my actions are not motivated by your status as my brother. I simply believe you do not deserve to die so easily. What did you say? Chu Lin's gaze trembled. At such a close distance, he could intensely feel the boiling fury and bone-chilling murderous intent within Chu Xiao's eyes. Akin to a realm of ice and fire. I said, I wish to kill you, and no one shall stand in my way. With that, Chu Xiao extended his hand, gripping Chu Lin by the neck and pulling him close. Xiao Er you. Emperor Yong abruptly rose, yet before he could utter a word of caution, he witnessed Chu Xiao's fingers converge, brutally severing Chu Lin's legs at the roots. The excruciating pain contorted the visage of the third prince of Dayong. Yet, amidst the agony, Chu Xiao discerned not only resentment in his eyes, but also a trace of faint relief. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he bent down to retrieve a severed leg from the ground, his eyes suddenly narrowing. At that moment, he sensed that this severed limb bore no trace of malevolent energy or ghostly essence. In an instant, a flicker of astonishment surged within Chu Xiao's heart. Could it be that he had once again fallen into the machinations of the shadowy figure behind the scenes? Yet, if that were the case, what significance could this game of chess possibly hold? Chu Xiao, you are cruel and unjust, unworthy of the throne. Chu Lin's anguished wail immediately elicited a chorus of agreement from the court ministers. Indeed, Crown Prince, you indiscriminately slay the innocent. Do you not regard the laws of our great Yong? How merciless, to spare not even your own brother. But wait, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, and a glimmer of malevolent intent suddenly manifested in his eyes. When he had executed Kai Ji on Lingyan Island, he had heard the leader of the Jiao Long gang mention that the technique he practiced, the Xian Ying Ghost Control Sutra, was incomplete. Nevertheless, Kai Ji firmly believed that the pinnacle of Yin could transform into Yang, and the end of death would lead to the dawn of life. Could it be? Chu Xiao's gaze trembled slightly, as a flash of dark energy flickered in his palm. In his grasp, the severed limb suddenly exuded a stream of sanguine radiance, dispersing into layers of blood mist. Following this, to the astonished eyes of all present, the recently bloodied severed leg began to emanate layers of Yin energy, decaying as if it were putrid, revealing a jet black bone within. This scene caused the ire etched on the faces of the ministers to freeze in an instant, their gazes toward Chu Lin now tinged with palpable fear and shock. Almost deceived by you. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, casting the blackened bone at Chu Lin's feet. Now, what do you have to say? Through the use of spiritual mediums to practice ghostly techniques and reconstruct flesh and bone, what kind of sinister method have you employed to harm countless innocent children? Chu Lin's complexion turned ashen, his eyes reflecting disbelief. How could this be possible? The technique he practiced was a genuine celestial art. Not only among the 4 dynasties, but even the 4 major sects could scarcely possess such profound spells. How could Chu Xiao possibly unravel it? Xiao, my son, what on earth is happening? Above the grand hall, Emperor Yong's eyes widened, particularly sensitive to the wafting death energy that emanated a foul, putrid odor, exceedingly malignant. Even with his imperial heart, he felt a chilling dread coursing through him. The art of ghostly evil. Compared to ordinary court officials, Emperor Yong, as a bridge between the dynasty and the sects, naturally held a deeper understanding of these celestial paths. Yet, how could Chu Lin possibly be a ghost cultivator? As a mere cripple, how could he have accessed such levels of celestial techniques? 5 years ago, I received 9 imperial edicts, leading 8,000 dragon riders to pursue the northern wilderness iron cavalry, only to discover, hidden within the forests beyond Sword City, were 80,000 northern wilderness troops. Chu Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he stepped toward Chu Lin, seizing his hair and dragging half of his body to the front of the several hundred families of the dragon riders. At this moment, Chu Lin's intestines lay spilled upon the ground, the agony of scraping against the earth far exceeding that of a blade's cut. The long blood trail stretching for 100 meters was a ghastly sight, enough to incite nausea. Yet, at this moment, the faces of the Dragon Knight families exhibited a flicker of fear, yet their gazes were resolutely steadfast, unwaveringly fixed upon Chu Xiao, awaiting justice for their husbands, sons, and fathers from this princely figure of Dayong. 80,000 troops? How could that be? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of the court officials, including the Emperor of Yong. Such military intelligence could not have escaped the notice of the court, and how could 80,000 troops materialize within the borders of Dayong? Indeed, how could this be? At that time, I too found it utterly absurd. Chu Xiao offered a sorrowful smile as images of those clear-eyed, loyal faces resurfaced in his mind, his grip tightening upon Chu Lin's hair. Yet, even in the face of the 80,000 troops from the North Wilderness, my brave Dragon Knight brethren never retreated an inch. With merely 8,000 men, they fiercely repelled the 80,000 foes, safeguarding Sword City and preserving the very essence of Dayong's mountains and rivers. With that, Chu Xiao suddenly cast his gaze down upon Chu Lin, asking, "Do you think they're the heroes of Dayong?" Chapter 45, The Man Behind the Scenes. Yes, indeed. They are the heroes of Dayong. Brother, I was left with no choice. Chu Lin cried out in despair, his face contorted in anguish. Over the years, although he had cultivated the techniques of the ghost path, most of his dark energy had been devoted to restoring his crippled legs. The sword intent that Chu Xiao had just unleashed caught him completely off guard, leaving him no time to react or defend himself. Did you hear? Your father, husband, son, is a hero of Dayong, worthy of reverence. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for vindicating my husband. Father, did you hear that? No one will ever call you the disgrace of Dayong again. Father, will you come back? Xiao Xiao misses you. In that instant, hundreds of families of the dragon riders fell to their knees, their voices resonating through the heavens. The profound sense of pride emanating from their hearts stirred even the very spirit of the Emperor of Yongde, leaving him profoundly shaken. Rise, please. Chu Xiao's eyes were filled with sorrow as he gazed upon the dirty, haggard faces before him, watching the tears cascade from their eyes. The shackles within his heart finally shattered completely. For 50 years in Kunxu, he had received the true teachings from 6 masters and practiced the most supreme mystical arts in existence, yet he had never found peace. He understood that unless he avenged the 8,000 dragon riders, no matter how extraordinary his talents, he would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path. A pure heart is essential. As the old Seijin would say, a pure heart is not merely the absence of sin, but rather a state of owing nothing. Even if one were to slaughter countless lives, believing it to be just, it would not taint the purity of their heart. The calm acceptance with which the 8,000 dragon riders faced their deaths ultimately left an indelible mark within Chu Xiao's soul. Now, while he could not bring the fallen back to life, the destiny of the soldiers was to perish honorably on the battlefield. However, this was contingent upon their glory being recognized by the court and celebrated by the world. Xiao Er, I still do not comprehend how the 80,000 Northern Wilderness Army could possibly infiltrate the territory of Dayong without a sound. The Emperor of Yongde furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Even if Chu Lin colluded with the Northern Wilderness, how could he conceal it from the 13 cities beyond the passes? If the Northern Wilderness possessed such capabilities, the 4 dynasties would have long ceased to exist. Shall you speak, or shall I? Chu Xiao lowered his gaze towards Chu Lin, and in a moment of decisive action, he stepped directly upon his severed heart. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the Grand Palace of Dayong. At that moment, the last vestige of hesitation in Chu Lin's eyes vanished completely. Master, save me. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked towards Du Zhongtong and the crowd. From the very beginning, he suspected that a powerful figure was standing behind Chu Lin, guiding his cultivation and selecting various chess pieces for him. Otherwise, how could a man as inept as Chu Lin, who had never even left the imperial city, orchestrate such a grand scheme? Moreover, this individual, capable of concealing their identity within the court of Dayong, likely possessed a level of power that might even transcend that of the Grand Sacrifice, having touched upon the true realm of immortality. Yet, if that were the case, why would they choose to remain confined within such a small dynasty? From the very beginning, Chu Xiao harbored suspicions regarding the sinister cultivators of the demonic path who had schemed within the court. Their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. It appears your esteemed master has resolved to abandon you, Chu Lin. As death approaches, do you still wish to safeguard his secrets? Dragging the lifeless body of Chu Lin, Chu Xiao advanced step by step towards the gathered officials. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Du Zhongtong. It is well known that this high-ranking official of Dayong was the mentor of Chu Lin, possessing unparalleled cunning. This monumental conspiracy not only entangled the court and the martial world, but also implicated celestial forces. Without extraordinary resolve, it would have been impossible to orchestrate such a scheme. Du Zhongtong, it seems, harbored astonishing secrets beneath his facade. Your Majesty, just then, Du Zhongtong abruptly shook his head, removed his official insignia, and knelt before the Emperor of Yongde. This scene elicited a complex array of expressions from the officials, a blend of sorrow and shock. Du Zhongtong, the diligent servant of the court, revered as a sage by all scholars of Dayong, was now revealed as a traitor who nearly upended the imperial authority. Though he may have erred in his teachings, his transgressions did not warrant death. Yet, as the emperor prepared to command the arrest of Du Zhongtong, Chu Xiao unexpectedly shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. Xiao Er, what do you mean? With a thunderous sound. Chu Xiao did not answer directly, but instead seized Chu Lin's head and cast it at Lu Quan's feet. Master, save me, Chu Lin implored, prostrating on the ground. His eyes filled with desperation. Given his understanding of this master, he knew that once he lost his value, he would surely be discarded. However, Chu Xiao seemed to have anticipated that a formidable presence stood behind him, never directly seeking to take his life but instead relentlessly tormenting his body and spirit, ultimately leading to Chu Lin's complete mental collapse. In truth, if Chu Lin wished to survive, he could only place his hopes upon this master. Should Chu Lin expose his identity, both would face certain death today. At this juncture, the master had no recourse but to unleash supreme demonic arts, carving a bloody path to survival, thus retaining a chance to vie for power. The gathered officials were taken aback, glancing upwards at the towering figure standing in the hall. Their expressions a mixture of bewilderment. When did this master of the Lu family, the general second only to the god of war in Dayong, become Chu Lin's mentor? Furthermore, if he orchestrated today's events from behind the scenes, did it not imply that he willingly abandoned his sister, Lu Fei, and his nephew, Chu Xiao? Worthless. Lu Quan scoffed, gazing down at the desperate Chu Lin clinging to his leg, his eyes betraying no emotion. When did you begin to harbor doubts about me? From the moment manager Lu placed those blood and bone materials into the ice brew, Chu Xiao did not conceal his thoughts, standing resolutely before Lu Quan. At the outset, he was taken aback by his own doubts. Lu Quan, as the Grand General of the Yong dynasty and the maternal uncle of Chu Yao. Why would he not ally with Chu Yao, but instead choose the ineffectual Chu Lin? However, it soon dawned upon Chu Xiao that there were intricate entanglements at play. Given Lu Fei's current position of power, she would likely hesitate to risk Chu Yao, as even a verbal commitment could be rescinded at any moment. Even if he deceived Chu Yao into practicing the ghost scriptures, Lu Fei and Chu Yao would always be in close proximity to the Emperor of Yong. And with the presence of the great divine sacrifice, they were ultimately at a greater risk of exposure. In contrast, Chu Lin, being naturally disabled and less favored by the emperor, seldom frequented the palace. He must yearn deeply for power, status, and the respect of the world. This reveals a weakness of human nature, the critical element in Lu Quan's scheme. As long as Chu Lin is willing to practice the ghost scriptures, he cannot escape Lu Quan's control, thus becoming a puppet in his hands. Previously, Chu Xiao had pondered why the Yuntian pavilion could be so easily infiltrated by pawns. Furthermore, considering Chu Yao's trust in that steward Lu, it was evident that the latter held a significant position within the Lu family. If he were not a traitorous piece on the chessboard, could it not imply that his master has issues? Chapter 46. The Blood Soul Banner Lu Guanshi. Lu Quan furrowed his brow slightly and nodded slowly. The Cloud Sky Pavilion was the clandestine meeting place for him and Chu Lin, serving not only to frame Chu Yao but also to conceal his own identity. However, he had not anticipated that his decades-long scheme would arouse suspicion from Chu Xiao due to such subterfuge. Is it not rather hasty of you to suspect me based solely on this? Indeed, initially, I too found it hard to believe that the Grand General could be so heartless as to abandon even his own sister and nephew. Thus, I took special care to observe the defenses within the imperial city these past few days. Chu Xiao nodded with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. I have noted that since the Great Fire at Lingyan Island, countless soldiers have appeared around the imperial city, even before news of the incident reached the capital. It seems someone has been preparing for something. In the present Dayong, besides His Majesty, only you, Grand General Lu, possess the capability to mobilize such forces. Moreover, you are the only one who has truly witnessed the imperial edicts commanding the deployment of generals. Those 9 edicts were certainly penned by your hand, were they not? You have said it yourself. I am the Grand General of the Yong dynasty. What purpose would there be for me to orchestrate all of this? Lu Quan shook his head with a smile, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat to a boy who should have perished long ago. I suspect it is undoubtedly linked to the sinister forces behind Grand General Lu. A glint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes as he stepped closer to Lu Quan. To the common folk, royal power and the throne represented the pinnacle of supremacy. Yet for those who practiced the immortal path, such mundane empires held little significance. The ghostly scriptures cultivated by Lu Quan surpassed the doctrines of the 4 sects, delving into the profound mysteries of life, death, and the duality of yin and yang. Thus, his motivations could not possibly be for the throne of the Yong dynasty. There must be deeper schemes at play. Should the four realms plunge into chaos? Igniting a true war among dynasties, a continuous stream of blood would provide the ghostly practitioners with ample opportunity to cultivate their powers. Furthermore, the sects backing the four realms would inevitably descend into turmoil, reaping their own benefits. Master, you promised me that you would preserve my life at all costs and guide me to the immortal path. Chu Lin's expression twisted, his visage gradually paling due to blood loss. Humph, my condition is contingent upon your ability to ascend to the throne of Dayong. Lu Quan scoffed, stepping forward to crush Chu Lin's skull beneath his foot. The reason for his defeat today lay in Chu Lin's final collapse of resolve. Had it not been for his desperate plea before death, Lu Quan would not have truly revealed his identity as a ghostly practitioner. Ultimately, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, devoid of genuine emotion or trust. For Chu Lin to survive, he had to bind himself closely to Lu Quan. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Lu Quan was willing to forsake even Chu Xiao, let alone Chu Lin. Then, Grand General Lu, what is it that the forces behind you truly desire? Until the figure of Chu Xiao appeared before Lu Quan, their eyes meeting, both filled with intense murderous intent. The aspirations of my teachings are grand and magnificent. How could they possibly be comprehended by a mere prince of a mortal dynasty? Upon mentioning the forces lurking in the shadows, a fervent expression instantly crossed Lu Quan's face, akin to a malevolent spirit ensnared in the depths of darkness. A sight both alarming and captivating. Oh, is that so? Chu Xiao replied, nodding lightly, without a trace of hesitation. He thrust his palm forward, directing a furious strike towards Lu Quan. Lu Quan, do not presume that by slaying a disciple of the mountain-moving sect, you can act with impunity before me. Lu Quan's eyes glinted with disdain as a chilling aura enveloped him. Eerie visages began to materialize around him, resembling the very source of myriad specters, converging ominously towards Chu Xiao. In an instant, the grand hall of the imperial palace was shrouded in a suffocating gloom, the wails of spirits echoing like a realm of the dead. This spectacle left the court officials prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Dare they even gaze upon the phantoms? Yet, just as the apparitions loomed within mere arm's reach of Chu Xiao, they emitted a series of piercing shrieks. Before Lu Quan could react, the spirits dissipated into wisps of ghostly vapor. How can this be? Lu Quan's countenance shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he regarded Chu Xiao. The ghostly techniques he wielded were a true mastery that transcended the martial arts of the dynasty. It was inconceivable that a youth still shackled by the constraints of martial cultivation could withstand such power. Even the divine right of Dayong would hesitate to confront it directly. Although Chu Xiao's physical prowess was formidable, it appeared futile against the spectral forces. Yet, why had they vanished? A sense of unease racked Lu Quan, as he sensed that the secrets enveloping Chu Xiao were even more profound and terrifying than he could fathom. It seems your ghostly aura is of no consequence to me, Chu Xiao remarked with a cold smile, his fingers deftly weaving intricate motions. Suddenly, a resonant sound of a sword song reverberated through the air, as layers of ethereal brilliance, reminiscent of primordial creation, pierced the void, descending from above. With his true phoenix bloodline and innate phoenix flame, not even a peak practitioner of the ninth realm, let alone true malevolent spirits, would dare approach him. The sword energy is unleashed. You. Lu Quan's gaze trembled as he hastily summoned a black, ghostly banner. Waving it forward, a tendril of ghostly energy manifested, morphing into a crimson shadow that surged towards Chu Xiao. In an instant, the shadow enveloped the space above Chu Xiao's head, penetrating his being through the 7 apertures. Witnessing such malevolent tactics sent shivers through the onlookers, nearly causing them to lose control of their faculties. Yet, what struck fear into Lu Quan's heart was that the bloodthirsty spirit he had cultivated over countless years seemed to vanish entirely upon entering Chu Xiao's mind. Absurd. The path of malevolence thrives on the ephemeral nature of darkness. That blood spirit, capable of devouring the very essence of a soul, would spell doom for even those of celestial cultivation should it invade their soul's sea. How could there be no reaction whatsoever? Just as confusion marred Lu Quan's expression, the sword intent finally descended, engulfed by the layers of ghostly mist emanating from the banner. In the next heartbeat, a tearing sound echoed as the spectral banner suspended in the heavens was rent asunder. Yet, the sword intent remained undeterred, descending upon Lu Quan's corporeal form. With a piercing scream, it was evident that half of Lu Quan's body was shattered beneath Chu Xiao's sword-like gesture. Blood and internal organs spilled across the ground, while stark white bone fragments pierced through flesh, a sight both harrowing and gruesome. Lu Quan, you have cultivated the malevolent path, leading to the slaughter of 8,000 dragon riders of the Great Yong. You are indeed deserving of a brutal fate. Chu Xiao gazed down at the crumpled form of Lu Quan, his eyes reflecting a coldness far more terrifying than any specter, a ferocity that was both chilling and repulsive. Yet, I believe that to die in such a manner would be far too lenient for you. As he spoke, Chu Xiao extended 2 fingers once more, severing Lu Quan's remaining arm and 3 legs in a single, merciless stroke. "Ah, you beast, if you have the courage, kill me now," Lu Quan screamed in despair, never having imagined that this prince of the Great Yong had become so formidable, rendering even the blood spirit utterly ineffective against him. Of course, even with Lu Quan's extensive knowledge and experience surpassing that of any dynasty, he could never fathom that the legacy Chu Xiao had acquired was a true manifestation of divine and demonic transformation. The soul imprint within his mind was potent enough to subdue any spirit or soul that roamed the mortal realm. "I shall not kill you, at least, not at this moment." Chapter 47. The vast path of immortality. Bring forth the jar and fill it with fire poison ants, then confine the general within, commanded Chu Xiao, his eyes shimmering with an arcane glow, hinting at profound depths. Having just absorbed the essence of that blood spirit, a subtle transformation coursed through his veins. If his conjectures were correct, he was on the brink of ascending to the true realm of immortality. According to the teachings of his 6 masters, the path to immortality would commence with the gathering of the Dan-Si, the condensation of the soul palace, transcending the realm of mortals, and comprehending the ultimate truths of the heavenly way. The realm of immortality is delineated into 9 major stages: Dan-Si, spiritual origin, 5 elements, transformation of spirit, tribulation, great ascension, breaking illusions, heavenly mechanisms, and feathering. Each spiritual realm is further divided into 9 tiers. For an ordinary person, breaking through to a higher realm necessitates the use of medicinal pills or the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to enhance their own spiritual power. However, Chu Xiao is different. After inheriting the devouring demon technique from his 5th master, the bloodlines and spiritual powers of these practitioners became his most potent nourishment. More importantly, his 2nd master, Yan Wuxian, had once stated that as long as he could open the soul palace, he would gain true mastery over the supreme soul seal, thereby acquiring numerous soul secrets. Though Lu Quan's cultivation was not particularly high, the ghostly scriptures he practiced, along with the sinister forces behind them, surpassed even the dynasties and the 4 major sections. Once Chu Xiao stepped into the Dan-Si realm, he could crack open Lu Quan's mind and unveil the secrets within. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Chu Xiao's face. He suddenly raised his foot and crushed Lu Quan's teeth beneath it. At this moment, the general's bones were already shattered, rendering him incapable of performing any divine arts. The fire poison ants were one of the most brutal methods of interrogation employed by the Great Yong. 1,000 ants devouring a man was a fate worse than death. "Foolish one, you shall not escape the clutches of death." Lu Quan's eyes widened in terror as he screamed in rage, being carried away by the Eagle God Guard towards the palace exit. "You go as well," Chu Xiao said, casting a glance at Su Jibua, casually tossing him a bag of holding. Su Jibua immediately understood and hastily followed the Eagle God Guard. The entire court was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes fixed upon the black-clad youth standing in the hall, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. It was evident that this prince had reached the pinnacle of power and temperament. However, his ruthless actions today had inadvertently offended both the Western Chu and the Move Mountain sect. The future of the Great Yong remained shrouded in uncertainty. "I beseech your majesty to decree the posthumous title of 8,000 dragon riders, the war soul of Great Yong, to repair the ancestral hall, erect a statue, and proclaim it to the world." Chu Xiao raised his gaze towards the young emperor. With his prowess, even if he were to ascend to the throne at this moment, no one would dare to oppose him. Yet, having witnessed the terrifying might of his 6 masters and that crimson-clad woman, his interest in the throne of this dynasty had waned entirely. Now, with the grievances of the 8,000 dragon riders avenged, his heart's desire fulfilled, it was time to experience the true grandeur of the immortal path. Very well, the young emperor nodded gently, casting a glance filled with guilt at the families of the 8,000 dragon riders. Over these 5 years, he had been acutely aware of their plight, but had Chu Xiao truly fallen in battle, he would have had no choice but to select a new heir for the dynasty, in the name of a fallen legion. The punishment of high-ranking officials and princes seems to be a fruitless endeavor. It is merely an imperial art, a way of manipulating people. Furthermore, those listed on this parchment, from the noble lords to the city guards, shall face execution without mercy. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiao cast the thick stack of papers towards Emperor Yong, speaking in an indifferent tone. At this, Emperor Yong's gaze wavered, yet upon perceiving the icy intent in Chu Xiao's eyes, he ultimately refrained from opposition and slowly nodded. I shall command the court to reclaim your residences and grant you monthly stipends in accordance with the Dragon Riders' standards. Chu Xiao approached the families of the Dragon Riders, a rare softness gracing his features. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Tears already brimmed on the faces of those present. The humiliation endured over 5 long years was finally washed away at this moment. Go now. Chu Xiao gently ruffled Zhang Xiaocao's hair, discreetly retrieving a spirit pill from his bosom and placing it in her hand. Give the sweet treat to your mother and tell her. It is the prince's command. Thank you, Prince Brother. Zhang Xiaocao knelt respectfully, bowing thrice to Chu Xiao before joining the others and leaving the grand hall. In that moment, a sense of unprecedented relief washed over Chu Xiao, as if a certain shackle within him had shattered completely. Yet, his gaze faltered upon the sight of a slender figure in white outside the hall, momentarily chilled. Their eyes met, and both bore a gentle smile. Xiao Er, since you have returned, grant the position of crown prince to Chu Yao. Without a backward glance, Chu Xiao strode out of the hall and stood before Gu Qingtang. He could sense a lingering trace of bloodlust emanating from the commander of the Snow Eagles. It was evident that his unfortunate senior brother had likely met his end. You have returned. They spoke in unison, only to be momentarily taken aback. Gu Qingtang shook her head, her expression cool and detached. I must return to the sect. To Gu Qingtang's surprise, Chu Xiao did not make any attempt to detain her, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Her feelings for him were not of romantic nature. After all, their age and status differed greatly. In her eyes, he was more akin to a junior, having grown up by her side, thus evoking a sense of concern. Now that she saw him safely returned, her own wishes were fulfilled, and it was time for her to return to the sect. Once I have settled matters in the court, I will seek you at the sword sect. Gu Qingtang's expression shifted slightly, her delicate features betraying a hint of seriousness. You wish to visit the sword sect? Indeed, the court has grown exceedingly dull. I yearn to witness the tides of the immortal path. Do you not know how vast the land of the 9 provinces is? The sword sect is but the most insignificant of sections. In this divine land, countless holy places and immortal sects stand tall, and even among those forbidden grounds, many ancient royal descendants of saints, and primordial anomalies exist. Any one of them could easily obliterate the entire Dayong dynasty with a mere flick of their finger. Without a formidable background, one risks being crushed effortlessly. Gu Qingtang's tone was frosty, a reminder that in this world, there are always youths who harbor dreams of cultivating immortality. Unbeknownst to many, the path to immortality cannot be traversed solely through diligence. The true determinants of future accomplishments lie not only in innate talent, but also in one's background. Without a solid foundation, how can one establish themselves or vie for fortune? How can a mere insect like youth comprehend the tumultuous undercurrents hidden beneath the cosmic sea? Of course, she does not harbor disdain for Chu Xiao. Rather, she wishes to spare him the futility of pursuing a perilous path. Such endeavors are devoid of meaning. A smile graced Chu Xiao's lips as he unexpectedly reached out to caress Gu Qingtang's face. If you were to marry me, would I not then possess a background? You. What are you thinking? I am but an ordinary disciple of my sect. A flicker of trepidation crossed Gu Qingtang's eyes, yet upon witnessing the boy's clear smile, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, before she could react, Chu Xiao suddenly yanked her into his embrace. In an instant, Gu Qingtang's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening, as if the very blood within her was struggling to contain itself. With a thunderous roar, Chu Xiao was abruptly hurled away by a surge of celestial power, a glimmer of profound understanding lurking in his gaze. This woman is no simple character. He had once inadvertently witnessed Gu Qingtang being pursued by a bolt of lightning, appearing almost divine. Now, it seemed that the secrets surrounding this Snow Eagle commander were perhaps no less than those of Lu Quan. At that moment, Gu Qingtang soared into the air, standing atop the Snow Eagle, looming over Chu Xiao. One more time, and I shall not hold back. Her voice was chillingly indifferent, her expression betraying an icy demeanor that pierced to the core. Without further regard for the playful glint in Chu Xiao's eyes, she took flight on the eagle. The grand god ceremony awaits you. Do well in your role as the prince of your dynasty. Chapter 48. The Past of the Chu Clan O. Chu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, astonished that his physical prowess could be shaken by Gu Qingtang's bloodline power. If that were the case, How could she endure bullying in this insignificant Wanjian sect? The sweetness of a forcibly twisted melon can only be discerned after the twist. For a woman of such assertive character, there is little to strategize. One must simply take action. Moreover, Chu Xiao's intention to approach the sect was not solely for Gu Qitang, but rather for those extraordinarily talented prodigies of the sect, my precious gems. To Chu Xiao, these individuals represented the greatest fortune in the world. If he could successfully enter that ancient spiritual realm, he could reap all the prodigies of the four sections. As the demonic patterns swirled in Chu Xiao's eyes, he turned and made his way towards the divine palace where the grand sacrificer resided. Across the vast expanse of Dayong, apart from the renowned Songhai sword god, the grand sacrificer's power was truly unrivaled in the current era. Furthermore, his lifespan seemed remarkably extended. It was said he had existed since the time of the previous emperor. Martial artists, with their vigorous blood and long lifespans, typically live only a few hundred years. Only those who truly break the shackles of martial arts and step upon the path of immortality have the chance at longevity. Yet, with the grand sacrificer's cultivation merely at the divine martial realm, how could he possibly share the same lifespan as Dayong? Soon, upon entering the sacrificial hall, Chu Xiao beheld a frail, elderly figure standing at the entrance, seemingly having awaited him for quite some time, the grand sacrificer. With Chu Xiao's current strength, he could instantly perceive that this grand sacrificer was depleted of vitality, his entire being shrouded in an aura of twilight, evidently at the end of his tether. I knew that my Chu clan's sacred body would not fall so easily. A kind smile appeared on the grand sacrificer's aged visage. His murky eyes seemed to harbor the essence of stars and moons, vast and profound. In that instant, a flicker of trepidation arose in Chu Xiao's heart. This grand sacrificer of the Yong dynasty was likely far more complex than he appeared. The sacred body of the Chu clan? Did he already know of my ancient physique? Do not be anxious, follow me, the grand sacrificer said with a gentle smile, leading Chu Xiao deeper into the hall. Until, when his steps came to a halt, Chu Xiao beheld a towering ancient bronze door standing at the end of the hall. The door, reaching a height of 100 zhong, was entirely cast in bronze, adorned with numerous mysterious and ancient engravings. As the grand sacrificer extended his hand to rest upon the ancient door, the patterns upon it suddenly ignited with layers of radiant light, mystical and grand. After who knows how long of being sealed away, the ancient door finally began to open slowly. A solemn, eerie aura surged forth, as if connecting to another world. I have stood guard before this ancient bronze door for years, not daring to take a single step away. Finally, I have awaited the emergence of the second sacred body of my Chu clan, the grand sacrificer intoned, his voice hoarse and profound. Grand sacrificer, who exactly are you? Since childhood, Chu Xiao had heard a prophecy that at the time of his birth, a true dragon had appeared, shackled and regarded as the image of a locked dragon. Upon his arrival at Kunxu, he finally comprehended the shackles within his being, which were, in fact, the curses of the heavenly Tao that imprisoned his unparalleled primeval holy body. Yet, even the six great masters had offered him no elucidation regarding the origins of this ancient sacred physique. However, observing the expression of the grand divine priest, it appeared he had long since possessed profound knowledge of this holy body. Old servant Yutian pays his respects to the young master. As the grand divine priest ignited a candle in his hand, he proceeded to illuminate each of the soul lamps before him. A profound shock flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes. At that moment, he beheld, beyond the ancient bronze gates, an immense hall adorned with countless spiritual tablets, so densely packed that there were easily 1,000 of them. The grand divine priest, too, knelt thunderously to the ground, remaining there for a considerable time. What is the meaning of this, grand divine priest? Chu Xiao inquired, his expression one of utter bewilderment, particularly at the sight of the 1,000 spiritual tablets, which instilled within him a sense of solemnity and reverence. These are the ancestors of the Chu divine clan who perished in battle during the tumultuous upheaval of the heavens and earth. The grand divine priest's gaze was filled with sorrow, and his face bore an expression of indignation. In the present-day Jiuzhou, people only recognize the supremacy of the three great imperial clans, having long forgotten the contributions made by the Chu divine clan to humanity. Without the Chu clan, humanity would have perished. Young master, your great-grandfather was the foremost primeval holy body of our realm, the white-clad holy king, Lord Chu Shenqi. I am one of the 9 generals of the divine king, the Starfall divine general. 100,000 years ago, during the upheaval of the 9 heavens, when celestial beings and demons descended, it was the Chu clan that rose in resistance, repelling the celestial and demonic armies and preserving the legacy of humanity. In that battle, all the strong of the Chu clan perished. Though Lord Shenqi shattered 5 shackles of the holy body, he still forced the celestial beings into retreat, sacrificing his holy body alongside the celestial gates. Thus, peace was restored to humanity, but those ancient clans that once followed the Chu clan seized the opportunity to rise, claiming the destiny of the divine land and exterminating the Chu clan without mercy. Though we fought back, we could not alter the tide, and even the remains of your great-grandfather were seized by the imperial clans. I received the holy decree from Lord Shenqi to protect the descendants of the Chu clan, awaiting the emergence of the second primeval holy body. Now, we have finally awaited its arrival. The Grand Divine Priest clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. Yet, the current 3 great imperial clans were already supreme in the realm, rendering any resistance from his frail form utterly futile. As for his old comrades, he could only wonder how many still lingered in the world. Are you saying this realm once belonged to my Chu clan? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, a dawning realization settling within him. The decline of one divine clan inevitably heralded the rise of the imperial clans. It seemed evident that once his holy body was revealed, he would become a true enemy of the world, not only in the mortal realm. I have heard Lord Shenqi mention that the Chu clan was also a formidable presence in the celestial domain. The Grand Divine Priest sighed softly, his gaze toward Chu Xiao filled with reassurance. Yet, for the young master, these matters felt too distant. Lord Shenqi had dedicated his life to seeking a method to break the shackles of the holy body, and it seemed he had achieved some success. With that, he stepped forward to the spiritual altar and retrieved a bag of the cosmos from below. Within this lies the legacy left for you by Lord Shenqi. Young master, you may immerse yourself in contemplation here while I stand guard outside. Thank you, Grand Divine Priest. With a flicker of intensity in his gaze, Chu Xiao regarded the frail, stooped figure before him, a stirring of emotion welling within his heart. Great God Ceremony, I possess some elixirs that may aid your wounds. There's no need, the figure replied. My lifespan has reached its end. No elixir can mend that. If the young master feels pity for this old servant, then please, carry forth my will and reclaim the remains and glory of Lord Shenqi. Yutian turned, bowing deeply to Chu Xiao. Without further hesitation, he exited the grand hall, sealing the ancient bronze door behind him. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiao finally opened the cosmos bag in his hand. A resonating hum echoed, and boundless divine radiance surged forth, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena. Among them, a blue stone embryo came into view, reminiscent of the primordial beginnings of the universe, emanating a deep thrum akin to a heartbeat. In that instant, a realization dawned upon Chu Xiao, his eyes trembling slightly. The 9 divine embryos. When he departed from Kunxu, the woman in red had imparted a trace of chaotic energy through her lips, meant to conceal the ancient aura within him. She had informed him that to shatter the shackles of the ancient sacred body, he must seek the so-called 9 divine embryos. This stone embryo before him pulsated with chaotic power, resonating with the chaotic energy within him. It was likely one of the 9 divine embryos, the chaos embryo. Chaos energy? A swirl of demonic intent enveloped Chu Xiao's eyes, and a terrifying force of devouring surged forth, enveloping the embryo completely. In an instant, tendrils of chaotic essence spread, akin to the unfolding of divine order, crafting countless wonders. As this chaotic power merged with his being, the bloodline within Chu Xiao roared like the tumult of rivers and seas. An unfathomable wave of ancient power cracked the very hall, fissures erupting across its structure. In that moment, Chu Xiao's aura ascended at a visibly astonishing rate, as if transcending the heavens. Chaos swirled around him, a hazy luminescence akin to primordial light, brilliant as the divine runes descending into the world, saturating the void. Under the influence of this energy, Chu Xiao's physical form underwent visible transformation. His skin glowed with a luster akin to moonlit divine mist, imbued with an ineffable divinity. Meanwhile, within his mind, the ancient imprint of the Soul Emperor swirled with myriad divine patterns, gradually opening into a palace, evolving into the ocean of soul consciousness. Chapter 49. The 3 dynasties and 9 realms. A thunderous roar echoed through the grand palace of Dayong as the winds and clouds stirred. In the vast emptiness, the majestic phoenix flapped its wings, and the divine towers floated in the air, showering the world with endless divine radiance, as if the will of creation itself was interwoven. The terrifying sound of the Tao reverberated across billions of miles of mountains and rivers, bringing forth myriad auspicious clouds. Such a spectacle immediately captured the attention of many. Even the ordinary folk who instinctively knelt upon the ground, as if witnessing a celestial phenomenon. Time flew as 9 days passed. Throughout this duration, Chu Xiao remained seated within the ancient hall, steadfast and immovable like a solid rock. However, upon closer inspection, there was a subtle flow of spiritual energy coursing through him, indicating that he had transcended the bounds of bloodline cultivation and reached the true threshold of the celestial path, the Danai realm. At this moment, Chu Xiao's consciousness was remarkably clear. He could distinctly sense that the chaotic celestial energy he had integrated into his being had fully merged into his heart. With the rhythmic pulsing of this chaotic celestial heart, an inexhaustible stream of spiritual power flowed through his meridians as if it would never run dry. With a sudden crack, an ear-splitting, shattering sound erupted from within Chu Xiao as the chaotic divine power surged through him. His aura erupted violently, transforming into a tidal wave that nearly overturned the entire hall. In his lower abdomen, spiritual energy began to coalesce, swirling like a divine vortex, ever tumultuous. The Danhai realm surged forth, first, second, third, up to the fifth level. Chu Xiao's eyes flew open, and a 1,000-foot soul pattern burst forth, shattering the void around him. Within his soul palace, a deep and resounding divine sound reverberated. The ancient sacred body, the first sacred art, the great wilderness suppression fist. Subsequently, a multitude of golden characters appeared out of thin air, merging entirely into Chu Xiao's consciousness. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted from above the grand hall. Thunderous runes manifested, enveloping the entire structure. The overwhelming might of the thunderous tribulation sent a shiver down Chu Xiao's spine. According to the teachings of his 6 masters, there exists a significant watershed on the path of the celestial, known as the tribulation realm. It is only through enduring the heavenly tribulation that one can cleanse the mortal impurities of the body. Beyond the tribulation lies the true threshold of the celestial path, where one can comprehend the source of the great Tao. However, the power of this heavenly tribulation is fearsome. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. Many spend their entire lives too fearful to cross this hurdle. Now, having just entered the Danhai first realm, Chu Xiao should not have attracted the tribulation. It is likely that the appearance of this heavenly tribulation is not due to his cultivation level, but rather, his ancient sacred body. What can the heavenly tribulation do to me? Chu Xiao sneered coldly, his dark attire flowing with an ethereal grace. In the next instant, he unleashed a punch, and the void before him morphed into a black vortex, desolation radiating outward. As the descending heavenly punishment thunderstruck, it was shattered into ash upon encountering the imprint of his fist. Is this the power of the ancient sacred body? Chu Xiao slowly rose, gazing at his palm. At this moment, he could see that every bone within him seemed to emit a brilliant radiance, akin to that of divine bones. As the strands of chaotic power enveloped him, they gradually concealed the desolate aura within his being, transforming him into a celestial figure reminiscent of a youthful immortal, transcendent and ethereal. Indeed, my disciple, Xiao Xiao, possesses the demeanor of a great emperor. Just as Chu Xiao felt a surge of trepidation, a familiar voice echoed within the soul palace. The ancient soul seal rose slowly, like a demonic sun, hovering above his soul palace. Within it, a spectral image of a divine soul gradually materialized, its indistinct visage adorned with a sincere smile. Master, Chu Xiao's expression faltered, revealing a hint of astonishment. Xiao Xiao, this primordial soul seal is the culmination of my lifelong comprehension of soul consciousness, capable of countering all forms of soul attacks in the world. I shall now impart to you a divine soul technique, known as the innate deity's thought, which can transform soul consciousness into blades, striking unseen and killing effortlessly. With ultimate mastery, you may condense the soul seal and exert control over the minds of others. Furthermore, the soul seal contains 3 fragments of my own soul consciousness. In times of peril, you may harness it to vanquish your foes. In the realm of mortals, none shall rival you. As the words faded, Yan Wuxian's figure gradually dissipated until it vanished without a trace. Thank you, Master. Chu Xiao smiled broadly, a profound and chilling malevolence glinting in his eyes. With this, he no longer needed to fear being easily subdued by others. Meanwhile, outside Dayong City, clouds of dust rose ominously, shaking the heavens and earth. Upon the walls of the royal city, Emperor Yongde stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an expression of anguish etched upon his features. In the span of 9 days, the 3 great dynasties of Shichu, Li Yuan, and Bei Wang had mobilized 1 million troops, storming through the Sword Pass directly toward Dayong Royal City. Moreover, this time, the commanders leading the 3 dynasties were not ordinary generals but 3 formidable beings of the 9th realm, the Grand Master of Bei Wang to Obashan, the enigmatic Zhang Qifeng of Li Yuan, and the War King Xiang Kun of Shichu. These 3 supreme beings held a status within their dynasties akin to that of the divine Yutian and Dayong, serving as the very foundation of the court. Originally, there were regulations that prohibited combatants above the ninth realm from engaging in battle. Yet now, with Lu Quan's identity exposed, the assassination of Princess Xiao Er, and the Prince Xiangji being reduced to a fool and sent back to the court, the three dynasties had tacitly agreed to break this ironclad rule and join forces. Your Majesty, Commander Guqi Tang of the Eagle God Legion has vanished, the Grand has yet to emerge, and the Prince, Lu, our Dayong has no one left to rely upon. Your Majesty, please make a decision. What shall we do? The ministers behind Emperor Yong were filled with terror, their eyes void of anything but fear. Even the citizens within the city knelt pale-faced, praying fervently to the heavens. Who claims Dayong has no one left? I, Su Jibwa, am willing to take the lead. At that moment, Su Jibwa led the Eagle God Legion, soaring from the distance, leaping onto the city walls and bowing respectfully to the emperor. In the brief span of 9 days, his aura seemed to have become robust and magnificent, rivaling even Guqi Tang. With your lot in the 80,000 elite troops of the royal city, how do you intend to withstand the million iron cavalry of the three dynasties? Your Majesty, the time has come. Shall we surrender? The ministers, in despair, closed their eyes, harboring resentment towards Chu Xiao. Had it not been for the previous prince's cruel methods inciting the wrath of the three dynasties, Dayong would not have fallen into such dire straits. Silence. At that moment, Emperor Yong suddenly issued a sharp command, turning to face the esteemed ministers behind him, as well as the 80,000 elite troops stationed beyond the city gates. Since the establishment of the Great Yong dynasty, we have never known the meaning of surrender. Dynasties have risen and fallen, and the populace has suffered massacres. Today, we shall fight to the death. To the death. The 80,000 elite troops wore expressions of sorrow, yet their eyes gleamed with a resolute determination. Should the royal city fall today, the common folk within, including their families, would undoubtedly face annihilation. There is no path of retreat. I am the war king of the Western Chu Xiao. Open the gates and kneel, and I may spare your corpses intact. Before the million-strong army, a fierce tiger stood at the city's base, upon which an elderly man clad in golden armor and wearing a golden crown exuded an imposing presence, bellowing fiercely, shaking the very earth. What are you thinking? Su Jibwa furrowed his brow slightly, drawing a multitude of puzzled gazes. I am the war king of the Western Chu Xiao. Xiao demeanor was defiant, his vitality soaring like a battle god impervious to 1,000,000 troops. What do you wish to say? Speak freely. Why shout so loudly as if fearing others might remain oblivious? Yet, Su Jibwa's next words abruptly rendered the war king's expression momentarily frozen, transforming into a pallid shade. How dare you disrupt my battle spirit? Chapter 50, The Battle of 9 Realms. Upon the lofty walls of Yong City, a throng of court officials gazed, taken aback, at the bloodied figure of the Western Chu war king below. Their eyes then shifted to the rotund silhouette, lips slightly parted. Particularly striking was the hint of lewdness and disdain etched upon Su Jibwa's countenance, stirring a tremor in their gaze, as if they wished to speak yet held their tongues. The esteemed war king of Western Chu, a figure of invincibility in the eyes of his people, now found his divine image shattered by a mere utterance from Su Jibwa. Beast, I shall slay you. Xiang gritted his teeth, the curious glances from those surrounding him causing his heart to quake, nearly prompting another spurt of blood from his lips. In Dayong, one was left only to wield words as weapons. Li Yuan, with an enigmatic smile, perched upon a gilded palanquin, shook his head and said, Why must the war king be enraged, who claims that Dayong lacks strength? Yet, at that very moment, an aged figure emerged along the official road outside the city, slender and upright, wielding a bamboo staff. It was none other than the sword god of Dayong, Yutsonghai, who had departed from Sword City. Yutsonghai? The trio of Tuoba Shan exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. The prowess of this sword god was such that he could withstand 2 of the 3 formidable beings before him, though it was likely he would ultimately fall. The risk of their own demise loomed large. After all, Yutsonghai's blade was known for its relentless pursuit of vengeance. Yutsonghai, you have always disregarded worldly affairs. Once sharing a drink with me atop Wangke Mountain, why meddle in the disputes of the court? Zhang Qingfeng's brow furrowed, a hint of malevolence glimmering in his eyes. Unlike Xiang and Tuoba Shan, his arrival at Dayong was not for ambitions of power or vendetta, but solely to rescue Lu Quan. I owe a debt of gratitude to another, and thus, I cannot turn a blind eye. Standing resolutely beneath the royal city with naught but a bamboo staff, Yutsonghai faced the 3 mighty figures of the 9 realms and an army of 100,000, unwavering. In truth, he believed he had repaid that debt. For as long as he guided Qinger well, It would suffice as repayment for the kindness shown by Chu Xiao at the Snow Mountain. Yet, fate had conspired to separate him from Qing Er. Do you truly believe you can contend with the three of us alone, Yu Songhai? Your arrogance is astonishing, scoffed Xiong Koan, wiping the blood from his lips with a cold laugh. Who says Yu Songhai stands alone? Just then, Su Jibwa stepped forth from the city gates, landing before Yu Songhai. Ah, you are that eagle god guard? Yu Songhai's expression shifted, surprise evident upon his face. If memory served him right, he had encountered this youth in Sword City merely a fortnight ago, where he possessed but a 5th realm cultivation. Now, he had astonishingly ascended to the 8th realm. Such rapid advancement was indeed astounding. Ha ha, it is I, Jibwa, Su Jibwa grinned, yet he suddenly sensed a flicker of murderous intent in Yu Songhai's gaze, causing his expression to falter. What I meant was, it's me, Senior Jibwa. Humph, Yu Songhai snorted coldly, forcefully suppressing the ire that brewed within. You have reached the 8th realm? Indeed, it is thanks to the esteemed Lord Chu Xiao that you all heed this call. To follow the young master is to savor the delights without enduring the toil. Su Jibwa nodded, his expression a mixture of pride and defiance. Yet, even he could hardly fathom that merely consuming the 2 elixirs bestowed upon him by Chu Xiao could have nearly resulted in his demise. Not only did he break through 3 realms, teetering on the threshold of the 9th, but it seemed his very bones and bloodlines underwent a metamorphosis. That night, Su Jibwa shed 30 pounds and expelled a torrent of dark impurities. Beware of deceitful words. Gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Leave that rotund fellow to me. Xiong Kuan snorted, summoning his tiger to charge directly at Su Jibwa. Zhang Qifeng and Tuo Bashan exchanged glances, each conjuring talismans and spiritual treasures to hurl down upon Yu Songhai with righteous fury. In an instant, the winds howled and the earth trembled. Waves of spiritual radiance surged forth, ensnaring all in their path. In Yu Songhai's aged eyes, a flicker of clarity ignited, and the azure bamboo in his grasp shattered into fragments, revealing a 3-foot azure blade within. Old friend, it has been too long, Yu Songhai sighed, as he swung his sword down. Buzz! The heavens resonated with the sound of the blade, shaking the clouds above. All witnesses beheld a streak of sword light, akin to the tumult of mountains and seas, traversing the cosmos. The descending talismans and treasures shattered in unison, carving deep chasms into the earth below. Fellow Zhang, perhaps it is best not to hold back any longer, Tuo Bashan remarked with an indifferent tone. Zhang Qingfeng inclined his head slightly, his hand weaving intricate seals. Suddenly, his figure ascended from the gilded chariot, transforming into a majestic eagle, darting towards Yu Songhai. Concurrently, before him, a golden ancient bell materialized, radiating a resplendent glow. Clang! At the moment of collision between the sword's essence and the golden bell, a deafening roar erupted. Countless soldiers from various dynasties were left reeling, blood gushing from their mouths as they fell to the ground. The Vidra-subduing demon bell. Yu Songhai's gaze quivered, and he dared not show any hint of negligence. A gust of wind seemed to whirl around the hand that gripped the sword. Yet, before he could make a move, the sky suddenly manifested 9 ethereal mountains, crashing down with great force. Such a spectacle sent the Emperor of Yongde and his court into a state of panic as they retreated in haste. It was unfathomable that if these 9 mountains were to land, the entire capital of the Yongde dynasty would be mercilessly crushed. Humph! Yu Songhai's expression grew grave. He cast aside any thought of Zhang Qingfeng's approach and unleashed his sword intent, striking fiercely at the 9 ethereal mountains. Rumbling, the 9th realm, within these 4 dynasties, stood unparalleled. Such a clash was beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. As the sword intent collided with the divine mountains, a trickle of blood seeped from Yu Songhai's lips. Yet he did not waver an inch, exuding defiance. At that moment, under Xiong Kuan's fierce blood and spirit power, Su Jibwa was violently hurled backward. Blood mingling with his internal injuries spilling forth, a bitter expression gradually emerging in his eyes. Even then, had he not ingested the elixir bestowed upon him by the young master, it is likely that this formidable punch from Kuan would have rendered him nothing more than a heap of flesh. It is over. The Yongde dynasty has met its demise. Observing the 2 individuals who had suddenly fallen into despair, the court officials were left ashen-faced. Particularly, the figure wielding the golden bell, soaring towards Yu Songhai, resembled a sharp blade, severing all their hopes. At this moment, Yu Songhai was evidently at the end of his tether, ensnared by the formidable 9-fold spirit mountain array. Should that golden bell strike his corporeal form, he would likely disintegrate in an instant. Yu Songhai, this predicament is of your own making, Zhang Qifeng admonished sharply, thrusting his hands forward to imprint the magical golden bell ahead. Yet, at that very moment, A piercing sound of wind slicing through the air erupted from the depths of the great Yong King city. Silence enveloped the world. All sounds were abruptly extinguished, save for the resounding cry of the sword, echoing through time and space, resonating across the vastness of the realms. Chapter 51. The Incarnation of Pride. What is that? In an instant, the faces of all present displayed an expression of shock and terror. However, before they could discern the direction from which the sword's song emanated, a beam of ethereal light pierced the heavens, descending upon Zhang Qinghe. With a crack, accompanied by the sound of shattering, the sword intent forcefully penetrated Zhang Qinghe's life-protecting golden bell, causing blood mist to erupt from his body. How is this possible? Zhang Qinghe stared blankly down at the grievous wound that pierced through his flesh, his complexion paling to an ashen hue. Meanwhile, Xiang Kun and Tuoba Shan retreated in panic, casting wary glances towards the direction of the great Yong royal city. There, a figure clad in black approached, exuding an aura devoid of any vitality, yet embodying an ethereal transcendence. Particularly striking was his handsome, aloof visage, which captivated the women of the royal city. Their lips parting slightly, a glistening moisture beginning to spread. It was Prince Chu Xiao. It is the prince. Suddenly, a deafening uproar erupted throughout the royal city. The faces of all the citizens of Great Yong were alight with genuine exhilaration. Even the young emperor, whose countenance had been grave and pale, slowly began to relax. Previously, he had personally visited the divine palace where the great god resided, beseeching the deity for aid. Yet, the guardian of Great Yong had merely shaken his head, stating that even amidst the impending doom of Great Yong, he could not disturb Chu Xiao's cultivation. As for the past of the Chu family, even the young emperor was left in ignorance. After all, a mortal like him, the more he knew, the more calamity he would attract. With Chu Xiao's emergence from seclusion, the looming crisis of Great Yong was swiftly resolved. Young master, Su Jibwa clumsily rose from the ground, a radiant smile illuminating his round face. Meanwhile, Yu Songhai slowly sheathed his ancient sword, gazing upwards at the advancing figure of the youth, a hint of remorse flickering in his aged eyes. I have grown old, indeed. Thud. Chu Xiao descended from the heavens, standing before Zhang Qinghe, looking down at the withering figure of the Li Yuan specter. In the next moment, without uttering a single word, he swung his broken sword, severing the specter's limbs, and hoisted its head above him. Ah! The excruciating pain contorted the specter's features into a grimace. Within him, a sinister energy surged forth, attempting to invade Chu Xiao's being. Yet, upon entering Chu Xiao's corporeal form, this malevolent essence vanished as if it had sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. The Li Yuan specter, a practitioner of the ghostly path, slaughtering innocents, was deserving of its fate. With a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens and earth, the distant army of 1,000,000 was thrown into chaos, too fearful to act recklessly. Even Tuoba Shan and Xiang Kun, two formidable beings of the ninth realm, felt their scalps tingle and their spirits tremble, nearly having their martial faith shattered by the scene before them. Are you also here to attack Great Yong? Chu Xiao lifted his gaze to Tuoba Shan and Xiang Kun, speaking with an indifferent tone. Humph. Xiang Kun scoffed, stepping forward to stand before Chu Xiao. This scene instantly stirred the gazes of countless warriors from the Western Chu, their spirits reigniting with fervent battle intent that had previously been quelled by Chu Xiao's intimidating presence. Behold, this is our Western Chu's war king, unrivaled in his might. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, he would not retreat an inch. After all, the enmity between the Western Chu and the Northern Wilderness, as well as with the Great Yong, is a feud that can only end in death. Not only was Princess Xiao Er subjected to humiliating torment at Chu Xiao's hands, resulting in her tragic demise, but even Prince Xiang Jiba was rendered senseless. This hatred is etched deep within our souls, leaving no room for reconciliation. The valiant prince, when Xiao Er, that girl, called off their engagement, I vehemently opposed it. Today, I have come to personally apologize to the prince, yet they refuse to comprehend my intentions, insisting on blocking my entrance to the royal city, nearly preventing me from presenting myself before the prince. However, just as the warriors of Western Chu were ablaze with battle fervor, yearning for a desperate fight, they witnessed the so-called hardest war king, Xiang Kun, unexpectedly kneeling before Chu Xiao. Silence fell upon the earth. All eyes turned towards Xiang Kun, whose demeanor was one of reverence, akin to that of a sycophant, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Hiss! Even Su Jibwa gasped in surprise. Damn! His posture of servility appeared all the more refined. In an instant, a sense of crisis surged within Su Jibwa's heart. It seems he must continue to delve into the art of flattery to become a true supreme flatterer. Knowledge knows no bounds, and diligence in the pursuit of flattery is rewarded. Haha, the War King. Truly disgraceful. Tu Obashan chuckled and shook his head, his eyes reflecting a profound disdain. In that moment, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the Northern Wilderness Army. Indeed, these warriors from Western Chu, though they appear formidable, are hardly resilient for more than 3 minutes. In terms of character, it is still our Northern Wilderness Grand Master, who remains neither humble nor arrogant, unwavering in the face of adversity. The War King traveled a great distance to pay his respects to the prince, yet he brought nothing but words, which is rather insincere. Prince Chu Xiao, this is the renowned artifact of our Northern Wilderness, the 9-level Spirit Mountain Array Diagram. Furthermore, I shall present the prince with a maid. With a light wave of his hand, a young and beautiful maiden stepped forward from behind him. This is my daughter, who has considerable expertise in the art of formations. She shall be at the prince's service in the future. Ha ha ha. Oh, you shameless sycophant, even offering your daughter. Prince Chu Xiao, upon my return to Western Chu, I am willing to bestow upon Western Chu 30 cities as a token of goodwill. Xiang Kuan's expression darkened with fury as he glared at Tuo Bashan, clearly taken aback by the latter's superior talent. This scene left the million-strong army behind them with mouths agape, utterly at a loss. Who could have imagined that the Grand Master, who appeared godlike in their eyes, the War King, would demean himself before the Prince of the Great Yongs, reducing himself to the status of a dog? Of course, such ordinary soldiers could not fathom the celestial force contained within Chu Xiao's earlier sword strike. To speak plainly, if he wished to slay someone at the 9th realm, a mere wave of his hand would suffice. I extend my gratitude for your gracious intentions. With a swift motion, Chu Xiao extended his palm, enveloping the grand formation of the 9-fold Spirit Mountain within his grasp. Yet, a flicker of malevolence suddenly flashed in his eyes. If you do not perish, I shall find no solace in slumber. What? In the depths of his heart, Tang Baishan was suddenly seized by a profound unease. And without the slightest hesitation, he turned and fled frantically into the distant sky. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao merely extended 2 fingers and gently sliced toward the direction of their escape. Buzz. In the next instant, a sword's lament echoed through the air, and the bodies of the 2 powerful beings from the 9th realm were unexpectedly torn asunder. Is this the fabled invincible golden finger? Su Jibwa mimicked Chu Xiao's stance, also extending his middle and ring fingers. Feeling an uncanny familiarity with the scene unfolding before him, silence enveloped the vast expanse, a hushed stillness. Chu Xiao merely lifted his gaze toward the direction of the 3 dynasties' army, witnessing an endless cloud of dust rising as 1,000,000 soldiers inexplicably fled without a fight. The might of heaven is unforgiving. Clap, clap, clap. Observing the figure clad in black standing beneath the city walls, Su Jibwa led the applause, his voice hoarse with fervor. Young Master Chu Xiao, unparalleled across the world. Young Master Chu Xiao, unparalleled across the world. Chapter 52. The Celestial Sect and the Crown Prince beneath the royal city. Yu Songhai gazed anxiously at the barely breathing Zhang Qifeng on the ground, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Senior Yu? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. What of Qing'er? Your Highness, it is my fault. Yu Songhai bowed deeply, realizing in just half a month that the spiritual aura of this youth had transcended his comprehension. Even the mastery of swordsmanship displayed was beyond the reach of the renowned sword god of Dayong. His sword intent was fierce and lethal, devoid of intricate techniques. Yet it seemed as if the very essence of the sword embodied a true instrument of death. Subsequently, Yu Songhai recounted in detail his encounter with Qing'er outside Sword City, regret etched across his aged visage. So, the powerful being that ensnared you might not even be human? Chu Xiao furrowed his brow. According to Yu Songhai, that enchanting woman had merely cast a glance that plunged him into chaos, akin to falling into a dream. Such prowess was beyond the capacity of any cultivator. It bore the hallmarks of a demon's handiwork. But how could such a terrifying demon appear beyond Sword City and specifically abduct Qing'er? Indeed, during my travels across 4 dynasties, I have heard tales of various demons lurking in the deep mountains, employing horrifying methods. That woman's eyes exhibited a peculiar shade of pink, resembling a creature of the otherworldly rather than a human. Yu Songhai sighed, burdened with the weight of his lifelong dedication to swordsmanship, vowing to eradicate demons, only to find himself powerless against even a mere glance from one. It was truly a source of shame. However, I faintly recall that the woman claimed to be Qing'er's little aunt. Oh? Chu Xiao's gaze flickered with intrigue as he nodded slowly. He had previously observed Qing'er's remarkable perceptiveness towards demonic energies outside Sword City, dismissing it then as mere innate talent. Yet now, it appeared that this girl, whom Liu Kai had rescued from the mountains, might possess a remarkable lineage. Senior Yu, this matter is not your fault. Qing'er will forge her own path. A hint of contemplation crossed Chu Xiao's eyes as he shook his head and smiled. Senior Yu, since you have failed in your promise, would you care to make a new agreement with me? Of course, as long as the Crown Prince finds need of an old man like me. Yu Songhai managed a wry smile, not refusing the offer. In the past, he had made a pact with Chu Xiao outside Sword City to assist him with one matter in this lifetime. However, given the Crown Prince's prowess now, such an agreement seemed rather naive and laughable. I intend to leave Dayong, and I hope you will oversee Dayong for 10 years. Chu Xiao had decisively eliminated Xiang Kun and Tuoba Shan to clear obstacles for Dayong. Although a great divine priest resided in the royal city, even the 4 major sects could not threaten the sovereignty of the Yang dynasty. Yet, the great divine priest was nearing the end of his lifespan and bore the secrets of the Chu clan. It was wise to refrain from action if possible. The Crown Prince seeks to embark on the path of immortality? Yu Songhai's gaze quivered as he nodded slowly. With Chu Xiao's innate talent, it was indeed inconceivable for him to squander time within the confines of a dynasty. A decade, for a formidable warrior of the 9 realms, is but a fleeting moment. Yet it has been sufficient for Chu Xiao to truly ascend to the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. His gaze, profound and contemplative, drifted towards the distant heavens. Now, armed with the secrets of the Chu clan, he was resolute in reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to his lineage. With a sword held aloft in both hands, Yu Songhai bowed deeply before Chu Xiao, proclaiming his heartfelt wishes for the prince to soar to greatness and shatter the celestial barriers. Let us proceed. Chu Xiao replied with a gentle smile, grasping Zhang Qingfeng's head as they ventured deeper into the royal city. As they entered, the streets were flanked by soldiers and commoners of Dayong, all gazing upon him with a mixture of reverence and awe. The invincible war god of Dayong. He was indeed a living totem, safeguarding the lives of the populace. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Dayong prison, Chu Xiao approached the cell that housed Lu Quan. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded Zhang Qifeng onto the ground and signaled to Su Jibua. Everyone, step back, Su Jibua commanded, dispersing the guards while remaining steadfast behind Chu Xiao. Noticing this, Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. This eagle god guard displayed unwavering loyalty, yet such devotion was precarious on the path to immortality. Having resolved to keep Su Jibua by his side, he would naturally bestow upon him some means of protection. In the presence of the numerous spiritual treasures and divine elixirs left by his 6 masters, mere talent seemed insignificant by comparison. Of course, to enjoy such benefits, Su Jibua would inevitably have to pay a price. In this world, opportunities never come without cost. It is merely a matter of what one is willing to sacrifice. Do you have anything to say to me? Chu Xiao inquired, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Quan and Zhang Qifeng before him. A devil, you wretched devil. Lu Quan, thoroughly tormented by Chu Xiao, was a mere shadow of his former self, his body ravaged by the fire poison ants, suffering unbearably. And you? Chu Xiao said, nudging Zhang Qifeng with his foot. If he surmised correctly, these 2 were likely pawns hidden within the 4 dynasties. However, given their cultivation levels, they were hardly significant figures. Humph, Zhang Qifeng scoffed, his body weak, yet his tongue defiant. If you do not speak, I shall investigate for myself. A sinister smile suddenly graced Chu Xiao's face, his dark, profound eyes swirling with the essence of souls. Before Zhang Qifeng could react, a tendril of soul consciousness infiltrated his mind. Yet, before Chu Xiao could delve into his memories, the head of this unsuspecting pawn suddenly exploded. Gurgle. The sight twisted Lu Quan's expression into one of horror, as if confronted by a malevolent specter. What have you done? My apologies. It was my first attempt at wielding soul consciousness, and I miscalculated the force, Chu Xiao said, scratching his head with a semblance of regret as he kicked Zhang Qingfeng's corpse aside. Now, it is your turn. Chu Xiao, the divine sect shall not spare you. The entire Dayong will meet its ruin because of you. Lu Quan's lips were pale, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao cautiously employed his innate divine consciousness, delving into Lu Quan's mind. However, Lu Quan's realm was merely at the martial level, having yet to condense his soul palace. Thus, Chu Xiao could only glimpse fragmented images. The divine sect? Suddenly, the entire heavenly prison was engulfed in a suffocating aura of malevolence. A look of astonishment crossed Chu Xiao's face as he beheld a multitude of figures donned in ghostly masks, standing before an ancient altar, raising their hands in fervent rage, proclaiming, the divine sect enacts the will of heaven. At the center of the altar stood a shadow, shrouded in a mist of blood. Yet, just as Chu Xiao strained to discern its features, that sanguine figure seemed to sense his presence and turned to gaze upon him. Thunderous roars echoed. In an instant, Chu Xiao felt a surge of terrifying bloodlust rush towards him, and at that moment, Lu Quan's head shattered with a resounding crash. Chapter 53. The Origin of Euer. How could this be? Chu Xiao stood frozen in place, his brows furrowed. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if the gaze of that blood shadow had pierced through the fabric of time and soul, truly beholding him. This sensation was exceedingly strange, yet profoundly real. "My lord, what troubles you?" Only then did the voice of Su Jibo reach him from behind, causing the ethereal light in Chu Xiao's eyes to gradually fade. "Have you genuinely resolved to follow me?" He slowly turned to face the plump, avaricious eagle guardian before him, his tone somber. "I, Su Jibo, vow with my life to serve you alone in this lifetime, ready to brave fire and water without hesitation." Su Jibo's expression grew serious as he stood at attention, raising his hands to the heavens in an oath. "Shortly, I shall depart from Dayong to journey to the Wanjian sect. The adversaries I will face are 100-fold more terrifying than Xiang Kun and his ilk. Accompanying me could lead to your demise at any moment. Alternatively, you may remain in Dayong and assume the leadership position left by Gu Qingtang." Chu Xiao's countenance remained impassive, a profound depth reflected in his gaze. Should Su Jibo exhibit even a hint of hesitation, he would not hesitate to eliminate this eagle guardian on the spot. After all, from Jian City to the royal city, he had witnessed too many of Chu Xiao's hidden talents and strategies. Such a person could either become an unwavering loyalist or a lifeless dog. "I am willing to accompany you anywhere, to toil and serve, wholeheartedly, with the sole hope that you find joy and safety." "Oh?" Chu Xiao replied with a smile, nodding thoughtfully as he suddenly retrieved 2 jade scrolls and a small black hammer from his Qian Kuan ring. "Your innate talent is ill-suited for the sword path. Devote yourself to these 2 techniques, and this spirit treasure shall serve as your reward for following me." In recent days, Chu Xiao had unearthed several techniques suitable for Su Jibo's cultivation from his Qian Kuan ring. This small black hammer was indeed a celestial treasure, its rank having reached the level of a sacred artifact. In the realm of the 9 provinces, treasures were broadly classified into precious artifacts, spiritual artifacts, Dao artifacts, sacred artifacts, imperial artifacts, celestial artifacts, and supreme artifacts, with each rank further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and absolute grades. Similarly, techniques were categorized as martial arts, profound skills, incantations, divine abilities, imperial decrees, celestial scriptures, and forbidden arts, also segmented into inferior, middle, superior, and absolute grades. Thus, this small hammer, even placed upon the land of Qizhou, would be considered a truly unparalleled treasure. As for the 2 techniques, one was the Kuanping technique, a body technique created by a powerful demon. The other was the chaotic hammer method, also a divine ability. Provided Su Jibo could master these 2 divine abilities to their utmost, he would likely find no rival in contemporary Qizhou. The reason Chu Xiao selected these particular techniques and spirit treasure was not due to a lack of more formidable methods at his disposal. Rather, Su Jibo's lecherous temperament and corpulent physique made it prudent to avoid recklessly displaying extraordinary agility, which would surely catch others off guard. In such circumstances, a single strike of his small hammer would surely leave any unsuspecting opponent bewildered. Since their time in Kunxu, his 6 masters had repeatedly taught him that the Dao is a means of killing. Whether through techniques or spirit treasures, all were ultimately aimed at the art of murder. To traverse the ethereal path for an extended duration, one must not only possess the skill to take lives, but also the foresight to strategically position one's pieces. By allowing the traces of these pieces to be gradually erased by the sands of time, one can silently seize control of all. Although Su Jibo's innate talents may be somewhat lacking, his ability to understand and communicate with the human heart is precisely what Chu Xiao values. If Chu Xiao truly wishes to oppose the imperial clan, he will inevitably forge his own faction. Su Jibo, with unwavering loyalty and a talent for disguise, is ideally suited to become the central figure of an intelligence network. In this role, the emphasis lies not on strength but on loyalty. "Thank you, my lord. You are like a rebirth to me. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation and become your right hand, sharing in your burdens and facing any challenges that arise." Su Jibo's expression turned solemn as he knelt before Chu Xiao, bowing his head thrice. "I, Su Jibo, am committed to authenticity. Rise and ease your mind." A flicker of demonic intent flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. Harnessing the power of the Taichu divine seal, he merged it with the devouring demonic essence, transforming it into a demonic seed that embedded itself within Su Jibuo's consciousness. Although Su Jibuo had yet to condense his soul palace, this demonic seed would integrate into his soul palace once he reached the Danai realm, safeguarding his soul seed from any spiritual erosion. For the next few days, focus on comprehending these two divine arts and take these medicinal pills as prescribed. We shall depart for the Wanjian sect in 3 days. With that, Chu Xiao strode out of the heavenly prison, heading directly towards the temple of the Grand Priest. He still harbored some doubts that required clarification from this divine general. Does the Grand Priest have any knowledge of this heavenly god sect? Inside the temple, Chu Xiao furrowed his brow, slowly nodding. The Grand Priest had been hidden within the Yong dynasty for far too long, unaware of the changes that had transpired across the 9 continents. Even though he had once stood at the pinnacle of humanity, this was no longer his era. According to your description, this sect likely consists of a gathering of ghostly cultivators. Their ultimate aim may well be to open a passage between the human realm and the ghost domain, plunging the 9 continents into a veritable hell on earth. The Grand Priest's expression turned grave as he cast a glance at the resplendent white skeletal figure outside the temple, his eyes reflecting concern. At that moment, Xiao Er squatted on the ground, wielding a small stick to prod 2 groups of ants, inciting them to engage in a fierce struggle. Thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The surname Yu is indeed exceedingly rare. To my knowledge, only one ancient clan across the 9 continents bears this name. Oh? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Xiao Er, who immediately sensed his gaze and looked up at him. Her delicate bony face adorned with a hint of a smile. The Grand Kingdom of Yu. Even a millennium ago, this kingdom was among the true elite forces of the 9 continents. It is said that their monarch once dreamed of the 9 heavens true Buddha expounding on the Dharma, thus comprehending the supreme scriptures and becoming the lord of 10,000 Buddhas in the eyes of the beings of the 9 continents. The Grand Priest's gaze trembled, and the more he observed Xiao Er, the more he felt a surge of trepidation. Especially the aura of enlightenment emanating from this little skeleton seems to be a natural phenomenon, not born from any form of cultivation. Even though her physical body and bloodline have withered, this skeletal remains exudes an infinite vitality, truly unheard of. The divine kingdom of Dayong? Then, could there exist any technique in this world capable of resurrecting flesh and blood, of regenerating life? Chu Xiao nodded. From the moment he laid eyes on Xiao Er, he sensed the uniqueness of this little skeleton. Yet, despite his recent searches through the treasures left by his 6 masters, he found no divine techniques pertaining to ghostly arts. While he had heard no mention of such methods, he remembered that when the divine seer sought the 9 celestial embryos, he had once mentioned that there existed one such embryo in the realm of Buddhism, dedicated to the cultivation of the Buddhist bone. Viewing the physical body and bloodline as mere encumbrances, the 9 celestial embryos, are they all within the mortal realm? I cannot say for certain. For the divine seer searched for countless years and found only one fragment within an ancient secret realm. However, according to his speculations, even if other celestial embryos exist in this world, they are likely found in true secret and perilous realms. The divine seer sighed deeply, recognizing the arduous journey ahead to truly break the 9 celestial shackles of the ancient sacred body. I understand now. Divine seer, have you ever heard of Kunxu? For Chu Xiao, what he currently lacked was an understanding of this world. Whether cultivators or mortals, one's life is ultimately shaped by their perceptions. Kunxu. The divine seer's gaze sharpened, a hint of fear flickering within. How could you know of this place? I inadvertently stumbled into Kunxu and received teachings from 6, no, to be precise, 7 beings therein. What? The divine seer's expression was one of astonishment, a bittersweet smile unexpectedly gracing his face. For he never imagined that the legends were indeed true. Kunxu truly exists in this world. Chapter 54. The Wheel of Fate. What is the grand ceremony, Kunxu? Exactly. Observing the trepidation etched upon the face of the grand ceremony, Chu Xiao's curiosity deepened. What manner of place could evoke such a reaction from a formidable being who once stood at the pinnacle of existence? According to rumors, the realms are home to 3 sacred and forbidden domains, Tianyuan, Kunxu, and Huangzhong, where true immortals, ancient demons, and a young boy are said to be interred. However, such tales, akin to the legends of Niwa mending the sky and Hui shooting down the suns, remain unverified. Even the esteemed Lord Shenqi is unable to discern their authenticity. The grand ceremony shook his head with a smile, his gaze upon Chu Xiao growing increasingly grave. Regardless of whether the place Chu Xiao inadvertently stumbled upon is indeed one of those forbidden domains, it is clear that his innate talents have reached an astonishing level. If he can locate the 9 celestial embryos, he could easily traverse not just the mortal realm, but even the 9 heavens of the immortal domain. 3 sacred domains of deities? The burial sites of immortals, demons, and a young boy? A flicker of intensity crossed Chu Xiao's eyes, yet he remained largely unfazed. From the moment he emerged from Kunxu, he had surmised that his 6 masters likely transcended the boundaries of the mortal realm. Moreover, the status of that woman in red seemed to surpass even that of his 6 masters, a thought that sent chills down his spine. Young master, do you intend to leave Dayong? Indeed. With the demise of the 3 sovereigns and the impending turmoil among the 4 great sects, I must first establish my footing in the Wanjian sect before I can withstand this impending catastrophe. Chu Xiao's demeanor was calm, but more critically, he had heard that a secret realm among the 4 sects was on the verge of opening. Such a place represented not merely fortune for Chu Xiao. Every disciple who stepped within its confines would be a boon. Rest assured, young master, with my presence, Dayong shall remain unscathed. Then I must rely on the grand ceremony. Chu Xiao inclined his body slightly and stepped out of the grand hall. Meanwhile, Yue immediately rose, crushing every ant beneath her feet, and grasped Chu Xiao's hand. Witnessing this scene, a smile graced Chu Xiao's face, a hint of darkness swirling in his gaze. It was evident that under his subtle influence, the disposition of this little skeleton was gradually transforming, regardless of her connection to that Buddhist realm. Since she chose to follow Chu Xiao, she must harbor no trace of mercy. In tumultuous times, one must first eliminate the sanctimonious. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the royal city, 2 figures rode forth, racing towards the Wanjian sect. Although with Chu Xiao's current prowess, he could reach the Wanjian sect in a single day by utilizing the true phoenix wings. This path to immortality was fraught with peril. His masters had long cautioned him against casually employing their bestowed divine techniques to avoid attracting trouble. As a novice in the immortal realm, it was prudent for Chu Xiao to proceed with caution. 2 more days passed. When the 2 figures appeared before an imposing ancient city, serene smiles adorned their faces. Heong Ancient City. This city did not belong to the 4 great dynasties. Rather, it was a celestial city where mortals and cultivators coexisted. Throughout the city, one can frequently observe individuals adorned with swords, their presence exuding an extraordinary vigor, far surpassing that of the martial artists of the dynasty. Behind the bustling city of Heong lies the most formidable sect in the region, the Wanjian sect. Legends tell of the sect's founder, a wandering swordsman who, upon encountering this land, vanquished a menacing demon serpent that plagued the mountains with his unparalleled swordsmanship. The local populace revered him as a celestial being, leading him to establish a sect amidst the mountains to safeguard the tranquility of the area. This illustrious figure, known as Qingmu, is also referred to as Master Qingmu. Today, the Wanjian sect stands as a pinnacle among the sects of the northern domain, boasting countless disciples and hinting at its potential ascendancy as the foremost righteous sect. Each year, numerous aspiring cultivators are drawn to its doors, yearning to join its ranks. As Chu Xiao and Su Jibua entered the city, they were immediately captivated by the extraordinary sights around them. The streets were lined with stalls set up by cultivators, showcasing an array of spiritual treasures, divine materials, and even techniques and elixirs. However, for Chu Xiao, these wares held little significance. He casually produced a single elixir, capable of causing a stir throughout the entirety of Heong City. Let us find an inn to rest, he suggested. Subsequently, the 2 sought out a tavern, ordering a selection of the local delicacies crafted from celestial materials, while attentively eavesdropping on the conversations of those around them. Have you heard? Fairy Gu has returned, one exclaimed. Indeed, after 5 years, we can finally behold Fairy Gu's divine visage once more. Another added. To be honest, 5 years ago, I was fortunate enough to catch a distant glimpse of Fairy Gu, and I still maintain the habit of waking 9 times a night. Otherwise, I simply cannot sleep. What a triviality. I have been in seclusion for 5 years, and aside from feeling faint, I have not stopped, interjected a third voice. Among them, 3 young disciples, clad in various attires and exuding an ethereal aura, huddled together, whispering. I suspect Fairy Gu's return is connected to the Lingu's secret realm. Unfortunately, I heard from my cousin's niece's nephew that the young master of the Wanjian sect, Cheng-Yi, has been pursuing Fairy Gu for quite some time, but it seems Cheng-Yi has caught the eye of the elder's granddaughter, Shen Miao, who intentionally sent Fairy Gu to the Dayong dynasty. How devious. It is said that Cheng-Yi is preparing to ascend the sword path and draw the celestial sword, intending to impress everyone in the Lingu secret realm. Ah, I have heard that he hails from humble beginnings and seeks to select an ancient sword as a betrothal gift for Shenmao. Is that so? Bah, what a sycophant. Let us go and see if we can encounter any disciples of the Wanjian sect to introduce us to the mountains. Shaking their heads, the three discarded a spirit stone and made their way out of the tavern. At that moment, Chu Xiao's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice, and he rose decisively to head towards the pavilion outside. Chapter 55. The blind fortune teller in the city of Dayong. Three dispirited young wanderers trudged along a secluded path, shaking their heads in despondency. Alas, it seems we shall not encounter any disciples of the Wanjian sect today. With the Linggu secret realm set to open in just a few days, if we fail to gain entry into the sword sect this time, our hopes will surely be dashed. However, as their words hung in the air, a shadow materialized from the depths of the darkness ahead. The trio halted in surprise, instinctively drawing their swords. Who goes there? But at that moment, Chu Xiao wasted no breath. With a swift step, he appeared before them. You. The faces of the three turned ashen, their pallor deepening to a ghostly hue. With a resounding thud, Chu Xiao's fist struck, piercing through the bodies of two of them. What followed was an even stranger sight. From their shattered chests, no blood flowed. Instead, their forms rapidly withered and decayed, ultimately disintegrating into dust that scattered with the wind. Gulping in terror, the remaining youth's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Master, I do not know how I have offended you. What did you say about Gu Qingtang? Chu Xiao's expression remained indifferent. His desire to join the Wanjian sect necessitated a clear understanding of the power dynamics within this faction. Particularly, the otherworldly energy emanating from Gu Qingtang had stirred a sense of trepidation within him. In the past, Chu Xiao might have brushed off such concerns. But upon learning of the Chu clan's storied past, he found it prudent to proceed with caution. To unravel why Gu Qingtang appeared in Dayong, he needed to find a means of probing deeper into her circumstances. It is the Grand Elder of the Wanjian sect. Enough. This is too slow. Chu Xiao shook his head and, with a swift motion, placed his hand upon the terrified youth's head. A resonant hum filled the air, and the young man's face contorted in an expression of grotesque anguish, his eyes swirling with a spectral light as he gradually lost vitality. Is that so? Chu Xiao arched an eyebrow and invoked the devouring demon technique to consume his corporeal form. Time to feast. With a flick of his wrist, the figure of Xiao Er materialized, her large, ghostly eyes sparkling with delight. The technique she practiced required the consumption of vengeful energies, spectral remnants, and lingering souls to progress. Such elements held no value for Chu Xiao, but were perfectly suited for nurturing Xiao Er. Crack, crack, crack. Without hesitation, Xiao Er sat cross-legged in midair, her bones radiating a golden spiritual brilliance. Her thoughts were simple. Diligent cultivation was the path to reconstructing her physical form, allowing her to walk openly by Chu Xiao's side. Strange black mist swirled from all directions, enveloping her body. At that moment, a figure suddenly halted in the distance. Casting a glance towards the direction of Chu Xiao and his companion, a look of confusion etched upon the aged visage. Soon after, as Xiao Er rose to her feet, Chu Xiao likewise retracted his possession into the ring, vanishing from sight. From the recollections gleaned from that young man's soul, he had acquired numerous insights regarding the Sword Inquiry sect. It appeared that his aspiration to join the sect, relying on Gu Qingtang, was futile. Young master, before the tavern, Su Jibwa stealthily emerged from a corner upon spotting Chu Xiao. Why are you hiding? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, observing Su Jibwa scratching his head, offering a humble smile. In Heyang City, there are cultivators everywhere. It is wise to exercise caution, lest I inadvertently bring calamity upon you. Shall we proceed to the Sword Inquiry sect now? Let us go. Chu Xiao nodded gently, and together with Su Jibwa, they made their way towards the outskirts of the city. Young friend, please wait. At that moment, an elderly voice echoed behind them. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to see a frail old man, clad in a long robe and clutching a divination board, approaching and standing before him. His eyes bore a peculiar grayish hue, vacant and eerie. Young friend, I perceive your fortune. You possess the aura of a true dragon. Allow this old man to examine your roots and predict your path's auspiciousness. You, a blind man, can discern one's fortune? Young master, I have encountered many such charlatans. Su Jibwa interjected before Chu Xiao could respond, stepping forward to shove the old man aside. Alas, the fortune teller tumbled to the ground, a mix of shame and indignation crossing his features. You young man, with such a rash temperament, are destined for bloodshed. Why not offer me 10 spirit stones, and I shall reveal a way to avert your fate? You are mistaken. I possess no fate of my own. My life rests in the hands of my master. Su Jibwa scoffed, but just as his words fell, The old blind man unexpectedly clung to Chu Xiao's leg, shouting vehemently, attracting numerous gazes. Murder! Murder! You! With a clatter, Chu Xiao produced 10 spirit stones from the Qian ring, casting them before the elder. As the old man's grip loosened, he turned to depart. How unfortunate! Su Jibwa huffed, feeling an unsettling aura about the old blind man's sudden appearance. Only after the two had vanished did the old man retrieve the spirit stones. A profound expression settling on his face as he murmured, "Yes, yet seemingly not. How intriguing. Young master, that old blind man is clearly a fraud. Why did you give him spirit stones? We are beneath the Sword Inquiry sect. Should we provoke trouble, we might miss our chance to enter the Lingu's secret realm." Chu Xiao shook his head, a depth of contemplation evident in his gaze. On this path of immortality, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound. One must always tread carefully. For both the blind and the dark are not to be trifled with. Chapter 56. Utterly incompetent at the entrance of the Wanjian sect, ancient trees towered majestically. Two figures approached from the distance, appearing before the mountain gate. Halt! This is the sacred ground of our sect. Outsiders are forbidden to trespass. Ha, brother. We hail from the Dayong dynasty and wish to pay our respects to the Wanjian sect. Might you facilitate our request and relay our intentions? Su Jibwa stepped forward, discreetly offering 3 spirit stones, his round face adorned with a constant, gentle smile. His Qian bag was filled with numerous spirit stones and elixirs bestowed by his lord. While he was frugal, he understood the necessity of investing wisely. If he managed to accomplish this task satisfactorily, a pleased lord might reward him generously, ensuring his needs were met. Young brother, the recruitment day for our sect has passed. However, as Dayong is a vassal kingdom of Wanjian, perhaps the elders might show leniency. Please wait a moment. One of the disciples of Wanjian's sect replied with a kind smile, before turning and soaring towards the mountaintop. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao gazed at the sacred ground of the sect, his expression revealing little emotion. From his vantage point, he could see that atop this lofty mountain, dense woods thrived, pulsating with life. Wisps of azure mist wafted upward, conjuring divine visions. Among the flourishing forests, ancient palaces nestled within, resplendent and grand, far surpassing any dynasty. Deeper within, a brilliance akin to a radiant dawn enveloped the heavens, producing a thunderous resonance, resembling an array that encompassed the entire mountain's spiritual essence. In the words of the esteemed masters, the path of immortality encompasses wealth, law, companions, and territory. At the forefront lies wealth, emphasizing the importance of resources for cultivation. Without such resources, even the most gifted individual would find their potential utterly wasted. This explains why the talented in the world strive relentlessly to enter the sanctuaries of the immortal sections. After all, the more formidable the sect, the deeper its foundations, and the higher the caliber of its cultivation techniques. A worthy sect encompasses the trifecta of wealth, law, and territory. As for companions, it depends on one's eloquence, tenacity, and endurance. Simultaneously, atop Wanjian Mountain, a dashing young man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the resplendent golden ancient path before him, his eyes reflecting a faint longing. Beside him stood a beautiful woman in white, her expression cold, yet her bright eyes concealed a hint of darkness. Miaoyi. This path of swords shall witness the testament of our love. The young man turned to the woman, revealing a gentle smile. I heard you met Gu Qingtang upon her return? Shen Miaoyi replied, her tone icy, a glimmer of menace lurking in her gaze. Before Gu Qingtang's arrival at Wanjian's sect, she had been the undisputed top beauty of the sect. In terms of appearance, talent, and background, she was unparalleled, adored by her fellow disciples like a star among the moon. However, since Gu Qingtang joined the sect, those who once fawned over her had suddenly grown bold, abandoning her to pursue Gu Qingtang instead. This stark contrast incited within Shen Miao a tumult of murderous thoughts, her anger swelling with each recollection. At this juncture, Chang'e joined the sword sect, demonstrating his remarkable talent and becoming the foremost prodigy of the sect, garnering the admiration of numerous female disciples. Yet, he displayed an unusual attentiveness towards Gu Qingtang. Consequently, Shen Miao implored her grandfather to send Gu Qingtang to the Dayong dynasty, leveraging the identity of the elder's granddaughter to gradually win Chang'e's heart. Now that their wedding date was set, Gu Qingtang unexpectedly returned to the sect. Much to her dismay, Miaoyi, do you still not believe me? Chang'e's gaze turned slightly stern, yet his expression bore profound affection. My love for you requires no words to substantiate. Today, I shall ascend the sword path and draw the Yushuan ancient sword to exchange for your Yin Quebec. The Yushuan and Yin K swords are said to belong to a pair of ancient lovers from the sword sect. The Yin K sword has been passed down through the lineage of the elder, while the Yushuan sword is placed along the sword path to be claimed by the strongest. Traditionally, the heir of the sword sect must undergo the baptism of the sword path, comprehending the ancestral sword intent and consolidating the sword seal to truly wield authority within the sect. However, the mere thought of the ethereal figure clad in white that lingered in his mind cast a shadow over Cheng Yi's countenance. His journey today was not solely to appease Shen Miaoyi, but rather to demonstrate to Gu Qitang that he was the most formidable within the sect. As for Shen Miaoyi and the elder, they were merely stepping stones on his path to ascendancy within the sword sect. Enough with the anger. My visit to her is at the behest of the sect leader, asking me to investigate the whereabouts of Hao Jian. Cheng Yi enveloped Shen Miaoyi in his embrace, gently caressing her hair. In my heart, you have always been my sole focus. Humph. Shen Miaoyi replied coldly, her tone frosty. Do not forget. Your position as heir and your qualification to traverse the sword path are all supported by my grandfather from behind. You are but a dog raised by the Shen family. And should you disobey, I can easily replace you. Of course, I must tend to both you and the elder well. Cheng Yi smiled gently, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Many disciples of the sword sect were whispering behind his back, branding him as a mere sycophant and a leech. Such slander had long since ignited a flame of resentment within Cheng Yi, yet he felt powerless. Just as it happened, Gu Qingtang's return presented him with the perfect opportunity to ascend the sword path and validate his talents. I shall claim both the celestial sect and the sword sect as my own. Cough, cough, master, junior sister Miaoyi. At that moment, a shout echoed from the distant mountain path. Cheng Yi gently pushed Shen Miaoyi aside and turned to face the newcomer. Is that you, senior brother Xue? What brings you here? Master, a youth has come from the east, expressing a desire to join the sword sect. It seems he hails from the Dayong dynasty. Xue Qing scratched his head, looking rather awkward. The Dayong dynasty? In an instant, Cheng Yi's expression darkened. Previously, he had worried that Gu Qingtang's beauty would attract the attention of ignorant pests while she was in Dayong. To his dismay, upon her return to the sword sect, flies had already begun to swarm. Today is not a day for recruiting disciples. Send him away. But master, he seems quite sincere. Humph. The rules of my sword sect are immutable. Very well, I shall send Elder Lu down the mountain personally. Cheng Yi let out a cold snort. Now, within the sword sect, he had already garnered the support of several elders and disciples who had become his loyal followers. These individuals would serve as his leverage to break free from the grasp of the Grand Elder and Shen Miao. As long as he ascended the sword path today, obtained the sword seal, and, in the capacity of the sword sect's young master, achieved notable success in the Linggu secret realm, he would truly become the heir of the sword sect. At that point, even if the Grand Elder held reservations about him, he would never dare to confront him openly. After all, the lineage of this sect places greater importance on innate talent. At the foot of the mountain, as Xue Qing approached alongside a white-haired elder down the mountain path, a gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's face. You are the youth from Dayong? The sixth elder's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Chu Xiao, his eyes narrowing slightly. Such ethereal beauty. Even though the sixth elder of the sword sect had encountered countless individuals, it was his first time witnessing someone with such celestial countenance and demeanor. However, before descending the mountain, the young master Cheng Yi had explicitly instructed him to ensure that these Dayong ants understood that the sect's grounds were not a place for just anyone to tread. The implication was clear. He was to thoroughly humiliate this youth. In this regard, the sixth elder was indeed quite skilled. Young brother, this is Elder Zhao Baiji of my sword sect, Xue Qing said with a wry smile, shaking his head slightly at Chu Xiao. Oh, Elder Zhao must be in his 30s, right? Upon first seeing you, Elder, I am struck by your graceful demeanor, reminiscent of a jade tree in the wind, and your celestial bearing. The respect I feel for you surges within me like a torrential river. As such, I have a pill here that I would like to present to you as a token of my admiration. Just as Elder Zhao Baiji was about to respond, Suji was suddenly leaned in beside him and pressed a small white jade vial into his hand. Hiss. In an instant, the mockery that had been on Zhao Baiji's lips was swallowed back down. What is this? You've caught me off guard right from the start. Chapter 57. Provocation at the door. Humph. Do you think that with this single pill, you can disrupt the regulations of my sect? What do you take me for? Zhao Baiji let out a cold snort as he discreetly opened the jade vial, immediately assailed by an enchanting aroma that caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. A third-grade pill. It is worth noting that, in his capacity as an elder of the sword sect, he could only receive 2 second-grade pills and 1,000 spirit stones from the sect each year. His allegiance to Cheng Yi was merely a strategic move to curry favor with the prospective sect leader and secure a greater share of cultivation resources. He never imagined that this young man from Dayong would produce a 3rd-grade spirit pill upon his arrival. In the realm of the 4 great sects, such a grade of pill could be regarded as an exceptional treasure. Moreover, it was rumored that the ancient spiritual secret realm was the residence of a legendary alchemist. Over the years, the 4 great sects had relentlessly vied for the scattered pills, formulas, and alchemical furnaces hidden within. Elder Bai, I sense you are deliberately attempting to humiliate me. At that moment, as Zhao Baiji's mind was in turmoil, he heard Su Jibwa let out a cold snort, a glimmer of icy disdain flickering in his small, beady eyes. Who do you think you are, Jibwa? How does the 6th elder know my name? It appears I am indeed fated to cross paths with the 6th elder. With your esteemed status, how could a single pill be worthy of your noble and refined demeanor? Surely, I am not so blind as to overlook that, he replied, before producing another 3rd-grade spirit pill from his bag and, with a pained expression, thrusting it into Zhao Baiji's hands. In his view, with the young master's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he established a foothold within the sword sect. At that point, he could reclaim the pills from this old 6th elder, a perfect example of resource recycling. Even if Zhao Baiji consumed the pill, he could always demand some spirit stones as compensation, ensuring that his loss would not be too grievous. Jibwa, my philosophy is simply to save where I can and spend where necessary. What on earth is happening? Zhao Baiji stammered, frozen in place. 6th elder. To be frank, my young master has previously apprenticed under an old alchemist and possesses some skill in the art of alchemy. Should the 6th elder require any spiritual materials or treasures in the future, you may entrust them to me. And my young master could assist you in crafting some fine items, Su Jibwa whispered conspiratorially into Zhao Baiji's ear. Is this true? Zhao Baiji's gaze trembled. Alchemists were invaluable assets in any sect. Furthermore, given the simple and honest demeanor of this chubby young man, devoid of connections, he likely would not dare to deceive him. Of course, otherwise, how could a mere subject of a dynasty acquire such precious pills? Su Jibwa replied with a sly smile, casting Zhao Baiji a meaningful glance. Ahem, well, in principle, our sword sect has regulations against casually taking in disciples. However, today, in the spirit of attracting talent to our sect, I shall reluctantly enroll you as provisional disciples of the sword sect. Whether you can become disciples will depend on your efforts, Zhao Baiji said, his expression turning serious and pretentious, as the 3 disciples of the sword sect wore expressions of disdain. They watched Zhao Baiji lead Chu Xiao and another toward the summit of the mountain. Wealth indeed grants one the freedom to act as one pleases. Suddenly, a resounding chime echoed from the peak, accompanied by an overwhelming and terrifying sword aura descending from the heavens, instilling a deep sense of awe. The brilliant golden light painted the entire sky in hues of crimson, and within this ethereal glow, Chu Xiao and his companion discerned the faint outline of a golden ancient path extending from the very apex of the mountain, shrouded in mystery. Zhao Baiji's face registered surprise, quickly transforming into a warm smile directed at Chu Xiao and his companion. I ask you, the sword sect's sword path is a rare occasion today. You are fortunate to witness it. Sword path? Chu Xiao nodded gently. He had gained some understanding of the sword sect after absorbing the soul consciousness of a young wandering cultivator at the foot of the mountain. This sect is most renowned for its sword path. It is said that this path is forged from the sword energies of past leaders and elders who have fallen, encapsulating numerous insights into sword intent and the weapons of various powerful sword sect cultivators. Most notably, it is home to the ancient Dragon Cry sword, placed at the pinnacle of the sword path by the sect's founder, Master Qingmu. Legend has it that this sword once cleaved a dragon. Imbued with a trace of dragon blood essence, it strikes resonating like dragon roars, achieving the level of a common-grade sacred artifact, a true treasure of the sword sect. Elder 6, is this sword path accessible to all? Chu Xiao inquired, his gaze penetrating and his tone calm. Theoretically, all disciples of the sword sect may ascend the sword path to validate their talents. But the sword intent present upon this path is challenging even for peak spirit origin realm practitioners to withstand. Thus, unless one possesses extraordinary talent, it is quite easy to be overwhelmed by this sword intent, Zhao Baiji replied with a smile, shaking his head. Born of a dynasty, you seem unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Were it not for your identity as an alchemist, I would scarcely bother to explain. Extraordinary talent? Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded slowly. Indeed, take for example the current young master of our sword sect, Shenqi, who is a once-in-a-millennium spirit sword body, innately suppressing sword intent. This time, the sect leader has opened the sword path to assist him in comprehending the sword intent of our ancestors and consolidating his sword seal. Ah, I see. The three continued their ascent and soon arrived at the peak of Sword Mountain. By that time, the great hall at the summit was already surrounded by disciples of the sword sect, with many elders standing before the hall, gazing at the celestial sword path and a young man in white before it. However, upon seeing the two figures trailing behind Zhao Baiji, the white-clad youth's face darkened. Cough, Zhang Yuan. Take those two to the rear hall to receive their sect robes and identity tokens. Zhao Baiji waved to a disciple and hurried toward Qingyi. Elder 6. What is happening? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to send them away? Qingyi whispered, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiao and his companion as they vanished into the distance. In particular, the other young man's ethereal presence exerted an inexplicable pressure upon him. Hiki, young master, they have offered far too much. Zhao Baiji let out a bitter smile, glancing furtively at those around him before leaning closer to Chengyi's ear and whispering, that young man in black is an alchemist. An alchemist? Chengyi's gaze flickered, his expression darkening further. I see, he replied. He then summoned a burly disciple from the sword sect, whispering a few instructions into his ear. Understood, young master. The sturdy youth promptly set off, pursuing Chu Xiao and his companion. Soon, as Chu Xiao and Su Jibua followed Zhang Yuan to collect their robes and tokens, preparing to attend the Sword Road observation, the door to their room was suddenly kicked open with great force. Brother Yu Qian? Zhang Yuan's expression faltered, only to see the burly youth impatiently waving him away. Get out. Yes, Zhang Yuan replied, his eyes narrowing as he sensed something amiss, hastily retreating from the room. Do you know who I am? Yu Qian sneered, sizing up Chu Xiao and Su Jibua with a condescending demeanor. As one of Chengyi's most loyal followers, Yu Qian's cultivation was at the 4th level of the Danhai realm. Though not particularly high, it was more than sufficient to deal with two insignificant pawns of the dynasty. Clang. However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Jibua suddenly slammed the door shut, a sinister grin spreading across his round face. Humph. Don't come at me with that. I have no interest in your bribes. You might want to inquire about me when I'm discussing the might of the sword sect. Just then, a gust of wind seemed to swirl around Su Jibua's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Yu Qian with astonishing speed. Whoever you love is none of my concern. In the next moment, a streak of dark light wound around his hand, and a black hammer struck Yu Qian squarely on the head. Clang. In an instant, the Danhai realm disciple's expression turned blank, his eyes darkening as he felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind. Chapter 58. The arrival of enemies who seek death. Yu Qian, enduring the excruciating pain at the crown of his head, thrust his hands forward in an attempt to capture Su Jibua. However, despite his elevated realm, Su Jibua's figure moved with the elusive grace of a specter, twisting his corpulent form to dance around Yu Qian, leaping and darting incessantly. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 successive strikes, 3 large blood blisters, each the size of a fist, swelled upon Yu Qian's head. Indeed, had Su Jibua achieved the level of immortality, he would have been capable of unleashing the true might of this sacred hammer, and Yu Qian's skull would have been shattered by now. Nevertheless, even in the face of Su Jibua's bizarre movements and relentless hammering, tears welled up in Yu Qian's eyes. Please, no more. We need to look out for each other in the future. Get lost. Su Jibua barked coldly, sending Yu Qian fleeing in terror, sobbing as he dashed towards the main hall. Outside the room, Zhang Yuan stood in a daze, rubbing his eyes vigorously. When he turned around, he saw Chu Xiao and Su Jibua, now clad in the white robes of the sword sect, approaching him. Particularly striking was Chu Xiao, his white attire gleaming, unblemished and more resplendent than his previous dark garb, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance akin to a dashing gentleman. Are you two all right, my junior brothers? Do we appear to be in any distress, Brother Zhang? Su Jibua grinned, recalling Chu Xiao's explicit instructions before their departure. The path of immortality is harsh. One must learn to quell violence with violence, to end killing with killing. It seems that both the techniques bestowed upon him by the noble scion and the spiritual treasures he wielded are indeed true artifacts of fortune. I, Su Jibua, am invincible from this moment forth. Not quite. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, a simple smile breaking across his face. This was the first time he had witnessed Yu Qian brought to tears, ever since Qingyi ascended to the position of young master, his followers had been exceedingly arrogant, drawing the ire of many disciples within the sword sect. Yet, Cheng Yi's extraordinary talent, being a genuine sword body, coupled with the support of Shen Miao and the Grand Elder, silenced all dissent. Now, with the emergence of Chu Xiao and Su Jibua, Zhang Yuan felt as though he glimpsed a flicker of hope, a ray of righteousness illuminating his countenance. My junior brothers, we must depart quickly. The path of the sword is about to open. Zhang Yuan's demeanor markedly warmed as he joined Chu Xiao and Su Jibua in their march towards the main hall. At that moment, as the celestial sword path manifested, the entire sword sect erupted into a cacophony of excitement. All elders and disciples stood before the grand hall, gazing at the surging sword intent upon the path, their eyes glimmering with yearning. Yet, alas, with their capabilities and innate talents, merely stepping onto the sword path was beyond their reach. The very essence of sword intent wafting from it could shatter their corporeal forms. Ultimately, lives and talents diverge. Such disparities cannot be bridged merely through effort. Some individuals are born at the finish line, while others languish in obscurity. Since we have all gathered, let us commence. Before the hall, an elderly man clad in white robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, nodded gently, his gaunt face revealing little emotion. Yes, Elder Second. Beside him, Zhao Baiji gently waved his hand, instantly silencing the clamor of the crowd. Today, I inquired about Jianzong's young master Cheng Yi ascending the sword path to comprehend the ancestral swordsmanship, and the audience erupted into applause. The sound echoed throughout the entire sword mountain, particularly from the numerous female disciples, their cheeks flushed and gazes dreamy as they admired the tall figure clad in white. Observing this scene, a gentle smile graced Cheng Yi's face, his entire being radiating with a brilliant sword aura, resembling a youthful sword deity. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon a solitary figure in white, exuding an ethereal chill. Look, Fairy Gu has arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the sight of Gu Qi Tang, her beauty so breathtaking it seemed unreal. Suddenly, a wave of commotion rippled through the throng as her presence ignited fervent emotions. Gu Qingtang. As Cheng Yi beheld the enchanting silhouette amidst the masses, his hand instinctively clenched tightly. He reminisced about the time he joined Jianzong when he was still an unknown, and Gu Qitang had never even cast a glance his way. Yet now, merely 5 years later, he had become the revered young master of Jianzong, commanding the admiration of many. Gu Qingtang, do you see? This is my Jianzong, my realm, and you shall also be mine. However, just as Cheng Yi's heart surged with fervor and he nodded gently towards Gu Qitang, he noticed her gaze linger on him for but a fleeting moment before shifting beyond the square. There, two figures approached side by side, the very individuals who had been escorted to the mountain by Elder Lu. In the next instant, Gu Qingtang's serene visage faltered, her brows furrowing slightly, and a flicker of embarrassment and annoyance crossed her eyes, leaving Cheng Yi's mouth trembling as if struck by a heavy blow. How is this possible? For someone of Gu Qingtang's temperament to display such a complex expression is unfathomable. She is like an ancient glacier, perpetually frigid and untouched by worldly affairs. Curse it! Who is that youth, capable of stirring such emotions within Gu Qingtang? As she took a step forward, countless disciples of Jianzong followed her gaze towards Chu Xiao and his companion. The once illuminated Cheng Yi suddenly found himself overshadowed. You truly have come? Until at last, Gu Qingtang halted, standing before Chu Xiao, her ethereal face adorned not only with indifference, but also a hint of a delicate smile. This moment plunged the entire Jianzong into an utter silence. Even the elders rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if unable to accept the scene unfolding before them. Fairy Gu smiled? It appears she truly smiled. With a clap. Am I dreaming? Countless disciples began slapping their faces frantically, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. To them, the name Gu Qitang embodied the essence of moonlight, strikingly beautiful and cold. They had never witnessed such tenderness from her, and in an instant, their resolve nearly shattered. Ahem, it seems you are quite popular at Jianzhou, remarked Chu Xiao with a gentle smile, though a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. So overtly intentional. For someone of Gu Qingtang's disposition, such open display of emotions was never her style. At this moment, the smile upon her face was undeniably, excessively contrived. Humph. Gu Qitang chose not to elaborate. The mere thought of Chu Xiao's previous frivolity ignited an inexplicable anger within her heart. Yet, this simple utterance of humph nearly caused the disciples of the sword sect to falter in their resolve, their teeth almost chattering in distress. Ahem, young Master Cheng Yi, you may ascend the sword path now. Zhao Baiji offered an awkward smile, finally comprehending why Cheng he had previously chosen to deliberately challenge this youth from Dayong. It was evident that his relationship with Gu Qitang was rather extraordinary. Gu Qitang. Upon hearing this, Shenqi took a deep breath, his gaze gradually settling into calmness. Initially, he had intended to bide his time, waiting until after the spirit ancient secret realm to confess his feelings to Gu Qitang. However, it appeared that time was of the essence. Today, he must present a formidable facade to demonstrate his unparalleled talent as the foremost of his generation. Meanwhile, beneath the Sword Mountain, 3 imposing figures suddenly approached. One of the elders, with a scruffy beard, emanated an unparalleled sense of strength. Beside him were 2 young individuals, one of whom was Li Kuei, who had previously been released by Chu Xiao in the Dayong dynasty. Li Kuei, are you certain that the young man has arrived at the sword sect? In response to Elder Fourth, I have inquired, and indeed, that is what the people of the Dayong dynasty claim. Li Kuei's face still bore traces of trepidation, the memory of Chu Xiao's ruthlessness that day made him feel an urgency to relieve himself. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turns out he had the sword sect backing him. Humph, daring to kill Yuan Ba. Even if he is a true disciple of the sword sect, he shall still meet his demise today. Chapter 59. The pinnacle of the sword path. A resonant hum echoed atop the sword mountain. There, Shenqi stepped forth, advancing along the path of swords. Surrounding him was a radiant brilliance of sword light that ascended, illuminating the heavens. At that moment, all present beheld the manifestation of sword intent, intricately weaving through the celestial expanse with each of his strides. Even at a considerable distance, the spectators could feel the overwhelming sword aura emanating from him. Under this formidable presence, even some peak practitioners felt their hearts quiver, gripped by an uncontainable chill. Indeed, the talent of young Master Shenqi was enviable. Undeniably the foremost within the sword sect. The elders and disciples sighed deeply, their eyes reflecting a hint of bitterness. Though Chang'e had been arrogant and oppressive toward many disciples in recent years, it was undeniable that his prowess overshadowed the sword sect, possibly rivaled only by Gu Qitang. This esteemed maiden, it was said, had entered the sword sect without any cultivation. Yet, within a mere year, she shattered 8 realms, ascending to the Tianwu level. Upon her return from Dayong, she had only taken 7 days to reach the 5th level of the Danhai realm. Such speed left even the elders of the sword sect astounded, were it not for her aloof disposition. The position of sword sect young master might not have fallen to Chang'e. As time passed, Chang'e's arduous journey became increasingly labored. His steps slowed. His white garments fluttered, and beads of sweat trickled down his brow. Even the sword light surrounding him began to dim, clearly reaching its limits. Almost there, Chang'e looked up at the final 10 steps, a grim determination glinting in his eyes. He understood that the true terror of this sword path lay in the last 10 sword steps. Each one represented the convergence of sword intent from all the preceding paths. In truth, given his cultivation level, merely standing at this juncture was already an achievement. As long as he could calm his mind and comprehend this strand of sword intent, breaking through to the final form of the sword sect's Kanglan sword art and condensing the sword seal would pose little difficulty. However, he had previously proclaimed that he would draw forth the Yushuan ancient sword from the 2nd level of the sword steps, and he was determined to fulfill that vow. Historically, no one had ever ascended to the 2nd level of the sword steps at the spiritual essence realm. Should he succeed in drawing the Yushuan and obtaining the ancestral sword path's legacy from the sword sect, he would become unparalleled. Such talent would ensure that even if he were to clash with the Grand Elder, the Sword Master and other elders would protect him, viewing him as the true opportunity for the sword sect's legacy. As for Gu Qitang, did he not feel worthy of her regard? Look, he has ascended. Young Master Chang'e has ascended. With each step, the very bones and blood within him seemed to resonate with a thunderous roar. A visible wave of sword intent cascaded down from the pinnacle of the sword path, attempting to obstruct his advance. However, at that moment, sword light also swirled around Chang'e, exuding a fierce determination to obliterate all obstacles. From afar, his silhouette resembled a spirit sword, piercing the heavens. Is this the legendary spirit sword body? Indeed, it is rather impressive. The disciples of the sword sect exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. Gu Qitang turned her gaze toward Chu Xiao, her words lingering unspoken. With Chang'e's temperament, once he emerged from the sword path, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of power within the sword sect. At that point, his status would be one above all others, and Chu Xiao would inevitably become his target for retaliation. The reason Gu Qitang had displayed a hint of warmth toward this young man from Dayong was to leverage Qingyi against him, allowing him to truly witness the ruthless nature of this immortal path. Without a strong background, one could hardly make any progress. In this way, she would also avenge the previous slight he had inflicted upon her. Yet, the thought of Cheng Yi's methods filled her with an inexplicable concern. What if Chu Xiao were truly played to his demise? She would feel a twinge of guilt in her heart, wouldn't she? That would be his own folly. Letting Chu Xiao endure some hardship would enable him to comprehend her earlier benevolent intentions. Is Cheng Yi your sycophant? Just as Gu Qineng wrestled with her thoughts, she noticed the young man before her suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Qineng furrowed her brows and said in a detached tone, "You still have time to leave the sword sect and return to the Dayong dynasty." Why? Simply because he had ascended the sword path? Chu Xiao shook his head dismissively. Even before ascending the mountain, he had made up his mind. Since he wished to venture into the spirit ancient secret realm, he could not do so as a mere registered disciple. The sword intent within the sword path was a manifestation of the cultivation of the ancestors of the sword sect. Ascending the sword path was tantamount to receiving the recognition of these ancestral wills, granting one a supreme status within the sword sect. Have you seen the sword at the pinnacle of the sword path? It is the legendary dragon's whisper, the sword of the sect's founding ancestor. If someone could draw it, they would undoubtedly become the rightful heir of the sword sect. Gu Qingtang's gaze was icy, yet the moment her words fell, Chu Xiao suddenly stepped forward, striding toward the sword path. "Chu Xiao, what are you doing?" Even Gu Qitang, with her composed demeanor, felt a sense of absurdity at this moment. Is he really going to challenge the sword path? A youth from a dynasty who had never set foot on the immortal path daring to confront the sword path? Is ignorance truly fearless? Buzz. At that instant, Cheng Yi's figure finally stepped onto the second level of the sword stairs, standing before the ancient sword Yuxian. In the next moment, amidst the anxious and expectant gazes of countless sword sect disciples, he reached out and grasped the hilt of the Yuxian sword. Suddenly, a radiant sword light burst forth, and mist swirled around him. Ancient and terrifying sword patterns emerged on Cheng Yi's form. Then, to the astonished eyes of all the disciples, he gradually drew the ancient sword embedded in the sword path. He succeeded. Young Master Cheng Yi truly drew forth the Yuxian sword. A wave of cheers erupted instantaneously. Even some disciples of the sword sect, who usually bore a grudge against Cheng Yi, now looked upon him with a flicker of reverence. Such talent in the sword path was beyond their comprehension. From this day forth, Cheng Yi shall ascend to unparalleled heights within the sword sect, beyond reproach. The air trembled with a thunderous roar as he, with great effort, drew forth the long-dormant Xianyuan sword, raising it triumphantly above his head. The sky shifted dramatically, and an endless stream of sword energy erupted like a tempest, shattering the surrounding mountains and forests. Under the weight of this sword intent, all disciples of the sword sect instinctively bowed, as if in submission. A radiant smile illuminated Cheng Yi's face as he bellowed to the heavens, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Turning abruptly, he cast his gaze downward toward Gu Qingtang, the intensity in his eyes causing the revered sword sect goddess to furrow her brow in a wave of unnameable disgust. This moment rendered Shin Miaoi's countenance utterly grim. Nevertheless, with Cheng Yi's displayed talent, it was evident that he would soon become truly unrestrained within the sword sect. Yet, just as Cheng Yi parted his lips to declare his feelings to Gu Qitang, a commotion erupted once more before the great hall. "Look, who is that? Who is ascending the sword path?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes swiftly darted toward the sword path, where they beheld a figure clad in white stepping forth, making their way onto the path. Suddenly, the once placid sword intent in the realm surged with fervor. The young figure took a single, terrifyingly swift step, racing toward the pinnacle of the sword path. Chapter 60, the one and only through eternity is he. Running? It seems he is. Before the great hall of the sword sect, the elders and disciples gazed in astonishment at the white-clad figure dashing across the sword path, appearing beside Cheng Yi in a mere few breaths. This scene left everyone wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. It is worth noting that Cheng Yi had taken 3 whole hours to ascend to the second level of the sword path. At this moment, although he had drawn the Yuxian sword, he was in a state of utter exhaustion, his hair disheveled and his complexion pale. Yet, this youth, who had seemingly materialized from nowhere, was sprinting towards the pinnacle of the sword path with ease. Absurd. It was utterly incomprehensible. I had originally thought Cheng Yi to be unparalleled in this era, only to discover someone even more formidable. Whose disciple is this? The elders of the sword sect exchanged glances, while Zhao Baiji trembled, silently glancing at the two white jade vials in his Qiankuan bag. How is this possible? Just moments ago, when he had seen Chu Xiao and his companion at the foot of the mountain, he had covertly assessed their cultivation levels, finding them merely at the Danhai stage. Yet, the sword path before them was filled with sword intent. Even those at the pinnacle of Ling Yuan would struggle to reach its summit. How did he achieve this? Even Gu Qidang, her celestial visage reflecting a hint of astonishment, clearly did not anticipate Chu Xiao's swordsmanship to be so terrifying. Although it was not difficult for her to ascend the sword path, given her prowess, there were few in the northern region of Qingzhou capable of reaching its pinnacle. The menacing aura that had just emerged on Cheng Yi's face abruptly froze. He stared blankly at the Chu Xiao beside him, his lips quivering, at a loss for words. After years of preparation, awakening the spirit sword body and submitting to Xin Miao for medicinal materials, he had barely managed to elevate his cultivation to the third level of Ling Yuan, allowing him to step into the second sword tier. Yet this youth had effortlessly reached the same height in just a few strides. Moreover, what Chengyi found most unacceptable was that this youth hailed from the Dayong dynasty. Yu Qingtong's earlier attention towards him had already ignited murderous intent within Chengyi. To be frank, for him, crushing a royal youth was no different from squashing an ant. However, he suddenly realized that this youth was not to be underestimated. The faint aura of Danhai emanating from him sent shivers down Cheng Yi's spine, an uncontainable chill creeping in. A person from the Danhai realm reaching the pinnacle of the sword path. How terrifying must his swordsmanship be? Cheng Yi, the young master, why do you tremble? Chu Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, the mockery in his eyes causing Cheng Yi to clench his jaw. Were it not for his utter exhaustion, he might have been unable to suppress the murderous intent festering within him and attacked this youth. Yet, Chu Xiao's talent was indeed unparalleled, instilling in Cheng Yi a deep sense of awe. His junior's extraordinary gift was truly admirable. A warm smile unexpectedly graced Cheng Yi's face as he slightly bowed to Chu Xiao. Oh, upon witnessing this scene, Chu Xiao's gaze turned slightly cold, and rather than speak further, he continued his ascent towards the pinnacle of the sword path. It was evident that Cheng Yi was not a fool. The more he restrained himself, the greater the sense of danger he exuded. With each step Chu Xiao took, the sword intent upon the path surged violently, shaking the very heavens. Cheng Yi's face immediately paled as he was violently thrown back by this overwhelming sword aura rolling down the slope. This spectacle instantly provoked laughter from numerous disciples of the sword sect, as any reverence they held for Cheng Yi evaporated upon seeing Chu Xiao. Young master, are you all right? Yu Qian, nursing a swollen head, helped Cheng Yi to his feet. I'm fine. Cheng Yi rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and gazed up at the youth steadily ascending the sword's summit, his eyes dark and brooding. The Dayong dynasty. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he leaned down to whisper a few words into Yu Qian's ear. The latter's face registered surprise, and after a moment's hesitation, he withdrew from the crowd and made his way down the mountain. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao reached the final tier of the sword steps with an air of nonchalance. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and grasped the rusted ancient sword. Silence enveloped the world. The entire sword sect plunged into an eerie oppression. All the elders and disciples stared in terror at the figure clad in white, scarcely daring to breathe. Buzz. In the next instant, a resonant sword chant echoed across the expanse, reverberating through the sky. The swords in the hands of every disciple of the sword sect trembled uncontrollably, as if in the presence of divinity. In a radius of 100 miles, streams of sword energy crisscrossed in the void. Faintly, it seemed as though a spectral dragon emerged at the end of the sword path, akin to an ancient demon surveying the world below. Even the powerful cultivators of the sword sect, who had been in seclusion, emerged from their chambers, gazing in astonishment at the youth standing with sword in hand. Their eyes filled with profound shock. Dressed in white, as pure as snow, he appeared ethereal, like a celestial being. Who could have imagined that the sword sect would open the sword path? This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking out that Chu Xiao. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, an unkempt elder from the moving mountain sect finally approached from the base, positioning himself behind the crowd. Li Kuei, see if that Chu Xiao is present here. Fourth elder, he. Li Kuei's lips trembled as he pointed towards the pinnacle of the sword path, his face already ashen. Look at your lack of composure. I've heard the young master of the sword sect, Cheng Yi, seems to have awakened some sword body. What is so astonishing about that? The fourth elder snorted, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his aged eyes. At the peak of the sword path, such sword demeanor was indeed rare in the world. However, the young master of the moving mountain sect, El Chi, was equally gifted, a prodigy not seen in a millennium. Clearly, with the opening of the spirit ancient secret realm, a grand spectacle among the four sects was about to unfold. And no, it's him. He is Chu Xiao. As the words fell, Li Kuei collapsed onto the ground, utterly shaken to the core by Chu Xiao's divine presence. What? He is Chu Xiao? Did you not claim that he had never set foot upon the threshold of the immortal path? The fourth elder of the mountain-moving sect's eyes quivered, his expression darkening progressively. With such extraordinary talent, let alone slaying a disciple of the mountain-moving sect, it would be inconceivable for even him, an elder, to be handed over by that stubborn old master of the sword sect. It seems that this visit to the sword sect today will yield no fruitful results. I do not know. Li Kuei's face turned ashen, a look of bewilderment etched upon him. In a mere 7 days, this youthful prodigy of the dynasty had ascended to the pinnacle of the sword sect. Given Li Kuei's standing, displaying even a hint of hostility today might lead to his utter annihilation. Beside him, however, a female disciple of the mountain-moving sect revealed a glimmer of battle intent in her eyes, particularly stirred by Chu Xiao's celestial demeanor, which ignited within her an inexplicable urge. Look at your meager aspirations. Why did he not eliminate you alongside the rest back then? The fourth elder snorted coldly, striding directly towards the assembly of sword sect elders. Chapter 61. A fair fight by Yin Mountain. Zhao Baiji, come forth. A sudden, chilling voice reverberated across the once quiet square of the sword sect, drawing numerous gazes. Yuan He. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the elders of the sword sect displayed expressions of surprise, their brows knitting slightly. Who permitted you to step into my sword sect? You sword sect disciples have slain my grandson. Do you not owe me an explanation? Yuan He, seething with rage, unexpectedly laughed, a tempest of blood and energy surging within him, instilling fear in those around. Hearing the commotion at the hall, Chu Xiao's face registered a hint of confusion. However, upon catching sight of Li Kuei, who stood hidden behind Yuan He, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. So you have killed my grandson? Who among you is responsible? As the second elder of the sword sect, Bai Yin Mountain harbored no fear of Yuan He, yet he was reluctant to openly confront the mountain-moving sect, particularly as the spiritual ancient realm was on the verge of opening. Any upheaval could lead to deliberate targeting of the sword sect disciples by the mountain-moving sect. In the present era, the mountain-moving sect's young master, Lu Qi, was undeniably the dominant force, unmatched in physical prowess. Should he choose to act against the sword sect disciples, even Shenqi would find himself in a precarious situation. His name is Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao? Who is Chu Xiao? Bai Yin Mountain wore a puzzled expression, yet Yuan He perceived this as a deliberate pretense. Are you jesting with me? Boom. In the next instant, Yuan He's garments rippled as if he had swollen in size, resembling a towering mountain of flesh, exuding immense pressure. Yuan He, this is not a place for your antics. Just as Bai Yin Mountain's brow furrowed, his sword intent surging, ready to strike, an icy, indifferent voice suddenly echoed from deep within the sword mountain. Who? Yuan He's gaze shifted, eyes rising towards the depths of the grand hall. There, an elder clad in white, hair tied in a bun, approached, his aged eyes radiating an undeniable authority. The grand elder. The formidable members of the sword sect bowed deeply, their faces marked with reverence. As a figure second only to the sword sect master, Shenting Yuan had reached the level of the 5 elements. In the northern region of Qishou, he was a true master. Moreover, his age surpassed that of the sect master, being his senior disciple. This was also why Shen Miao could act with such freedom within the sword sect. Yet, under ordinary circumstances, both Shenting Yuan and the sword sect master remained secluded in the depths of Sword Mountain, paying little heed to sect affairs. However, the recent dragon's roar had resonated profoundly, rousing this formidable sword sect elder from his slumber. So it is Grand Elder Shen. It has been many years. I see you have not yet met your demise. Yuan He scoffed, the vigor surrounding him gradually dissipating. He understood that with the Grand Elder's appearance today, the chances of avenging Yuan Ba were slim. Elder Yuan, if you have come to provoke me regarding the sword sect, you must carefully consider the consequences. Shen Tingyuan's expression was cold, showing no regard for the elder of the mountain-moving sect. Provoke? My grandson, Yuan Ba, was slain in the Great Yong dynasty. I ask how a mere prince of a petty dynasty dares to act so audaciously. It seems the sword sect supports such arrogance. Today, if the sword sect does not provide me with an explanation, I shall not depart. Being killed in the Great Yong dynasty is of no concern to me. It merely indicates your grandson's incompetence. Bai Yinshan shook his head with a smile, only to see Zhao Baiji suddenly wink at him and gesture towards a young man in white in the distance. What are you doing, sixth brother? The one who killed my grandson is him. Yuan he suddenly pointed at the approaching Chu Xiao, leaving the sword sect elders momentarily stunned, especially Shenting Yuan, whose gaze sharpened upon seeing the longing sword in Chu Xiao's hand. He is the prince of the Great Yang? Wait, when did this young man join the sword sect? The elders exchanged glances, only to hear Zhao Baiji let out a bitter laugh. Today. What? In an instant, the mouths of all the elders gaped in shock, as if they could fit a fist inside. Today he joins the sect. Today he ascends the path of the sword. Today he becomes the foremost of the sword sect. What astonishing speed! Even seasoned artisans with a decade of experience would struggle to match him. Elder Shen. My mountain-moving sect has always maintained a peaceful coexistence with the sword sect. How do you view this matter where your disciple has slain my grandson? Yuan he glared at Chu Xiao with a chilling intensity. If it were not for the fact that he had just ascended the path of the sword, proving his talent, he would have wished to pummel him to death. How do I view it? I merely stand here observing, as one does. Shenting Yuan chuckled coldly, a hint of depth flickering in his eyes. With this young man's talent, he will inevitably surpass Cheng-Yi and become the heir of the sword sect. If that happens, all the efforts he previously expended will be in vain. Over the years, he had secretly provided Cheng-Yi with numerous cultivation resources, even wagering on Shen Miao, all for the day he could take command of the sword sect. However, in the public eye, he dared not openly challenge such a prodigious individual for fear of inciting the discontent of many powerful figures within the sword sect. Now that Yuan he has come seeking revenge, perhaps this opportunity could be used to test Chu Xiao's capabilities. Thus, in the upcoming Spirit Ancient Secret Realm, Cheng-Yi's chances of eliminating him would increase. Shenting Yuan, do you truly wish to become adversaries with my sword sect? Yuan he gritted his teeth, while Shenting Yuan's face displayed a hint of difficulty. What do you all think? In martial arts, life and death are unpredictable. Your grandson was killed due to his inadequate training. What is there to complain about? Has your mountain-moving sect not slain numerous disciples of my sword sect in the Spirit Ancient Secret Realm? Bai Yinshan shook his head, his gaze towards Chu Xiao filled with a faint sense of reassurance. Ascending the path of the sword, unparalleled through the ages. With such talent? As long as Chu Xiao can remain steadfast in his cultivation within the sword sect, he will eventually reach the pinnacle of the four sects. Since you mentioned that contests of skill are unpredictable and life and death are uncertain, why not let him face my disciple? Your disciple? The elders of the sword sect cast a glance at Li Kuei, who stood trembling beside Yuan He, a mocking smile spreading across their faces. Your disciple is quaking in fear. Are you sure you wish to proceed? I was referring to her. Yuan He pointed towards the female disciple of the mountain-moving sect behind him, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Although her cultivation was at the second level of the spirit origin realm, she possessed an extraordinary talent, born with demonic blood and immense strength. The power of her punch could rival that of someone at the peak of the spirit origin realm. While Chu Xiao's innate ability was remarkable, his aura was merely at the Danci level. This glaring disparity in absolute strength could not be bridged by mere talent. What say you? Do you dare? Yuan He provocatively regarded Chu Xiao, while Shenting Yuan's face darkened with anger. Do you look down upon my sword sect disciples? Chu Xiao, do not tarnish the reputation of our sect. Oh. In response, a gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's lips as he slowly nodded. However, just as he was about to step forward, a delicate, pale hand fell upon his shoulder. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow and turned to see Gu Qingyang slightly shaking her head, clearly having sensed something unusual about the female disciple. Are you concerned for me? In front of the assembled crowd, Chu Xiao suddenly grasped Gu Qingtang's delicate hand, and before she could react, he pulled her into his embrace. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Chapter 62. A sword's vengeance against Chu before Gu Qingtang could unleash her wrath. Chu Xiao had already gently pushed her aside and strode toward the female disciple of the mountain-moving sect. The entire sword sect fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Gu Qingtang, who stood with her delicate fists clenched and her silver teeth grinding, her expression frozen in shock. From the highest elders to the lowest disciples, not a single soul dared to approach her. The chill emanating from her was a transcendent coldness rooted in her very bloodline, rendering anyone who dared to gaze upon her utterly ashamed and unable to meet her eyes. Yet, just moments ago, Chu Xiao had not only touched her hand, but had also embraced her. Unbelievable. There was no need for further discussion. It was simply astonishing. Even Cheng-Yi, unable to contain himself, clenched his fists so tightly that his molars threatened to shatter. The divine maiden of the sword sect, whom he had long coveted, had been taken into another's arms. Moreover, Judging by the ease with which Chu Xiao had done so, it was evident that this was not their first encounter. Damn it! Who could possibly fathom what Gu Qingtang had endured during those 5 years in Dayong? It was likely that the morning sun that graced her face each day was far from the only thing lighting her path. Family. Who could truly understand the humiliation of being overshadowed in such a blatant manner? While Gu Qidang had never regarded Xingyi with a direct glance, in the recesses of his mind, she belonged solely to him. You appear rather displeased, Shen Miao remarked, her gaze icy, betraying an uncontained desire for vengeance against a certain individual, particularly when Xingyi had ascended to the second tier of the sword path. The look he cast toward Gu Qidang ignited a fierce killing intent within her. Miao Yi, what are you saying? I have long suspected that Gu Qingtang lacks propriety and entices men indiscriminately. Chengyi scoffed, attempting to draw Shen Miao into his embrace, only to have her evade him effortlessly. Chengyi, since you are not the sword sect's foremost prodigy, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from me. What? Miao Yi, you. Chengyi's expression faltered as realization dawned upon him. You can't possibly mean. I offered you an opportunity, but alas, you proved utterly ineffectual. With that, Shen Miao did not grant Chengyi a chance to respond and turned her steps toward Chu Xiao's direction. Shen Miao. At that moment, Chengyi's eyes glinted crimson. However, reason reminded him that this was not the time to confront Chu Xiao. The young man from Dayong had ascended to the pinnacle of the sword path, earning the admiration of numerous elders and disciples. He was at the height of his glory. It would be unwise for someone like him, a former young master of the sword sect, to challenge such a figure. Even the Grand Elder would hesitate to cross swords with someone of Chu Xiao's caliber. Moreover, the prodigy who had reached the apex of the sword path instilled a profound sense of trepidation within Xingyi. He needed to devise a foolproof plan to eliminate Chu Xiao, for only then could he reclaim all that was rightfully his. The spirit ancient secret realm. Once this young man set foot within its confines, Chengyi could orchestrate certain measures to quietly erase him from existence. For instance, allying with the mountain-moving sect, or perhaps threatening with his relatives from the Great Yong. Are you truly determined to engage in combat with me? Before the Grand Hall of the Sword Sect, Chu Xiao maintained an expression of tranquility as he regarded the female disciple of the mountain-moving sect, his gaze imbued with profound depth. With his dragon bone and phoenix blood, how could he not sense the faint trace of demonic energy woven into her lineage? Yet, to speak of threats, even if a genuine demon stood before him, it would pose no danger whatsoever. While you may possess impressive abilities, I am nonetheless inclined to test my mettle. The female disciple of the mountain-moving sect flashed a grin, towering over Chu Xiao with her well-defined musculature, a sight both formidable and intimidating. In the next moment, she clenched her hand, and her bloodlines surged with an overwhelming, terrifying power, resonating with a deep, thunderous hum. However, just as she summoned her blood force, poised for a fierce battle with Chu Xiao, the youth clad in white suddenly lunged towards her. I am not prepared yet. Buzz. Chu Xiao uttered not a single word, nor did he foolishly wait for her to reveal her true strength. Instead, he thrust his sword forward without hesitation. Thud. A silence enveloped the world. The onlookers from the sword sect wore expressions of shock. Particularly striking was the sword embedded in the chest of the mountain-moving sect disciple, with blood pooling on the ground, a scene that felt utterly absurd. They had anticipated a prolonged and intense duel, yet it ended before it truly began. Buzz. In the next instant, a resonant hum echoed as countless strands of sword light erupted from the ancient sword in Chu Xiao's hand, ruthlessly shattering the vitality of the woman before him. How ruthless! This spectacle left the sword sect disciples trembling, a chill coursing through them, nearly lifting the very crown of their heads. To test, and then perish. Chu Xiao slowly sheathed his sword, a gentle and faint smile gracing his features, starkly contrasting with the bloodstains on the blade. His master had long taught him that the sword is an instrument of death. There is no need for pretense, for one's victories will speak for themselves. Gulp. The entire sword sect fell into a deathly silence. Even Yuan trembled, as if caught in a dream. A youth at the Danai realm had actually slain a gifted disciple of the spirit origin realm from the mountain-moving sect with a single stroke. Once this news spreads, it is certain to send shockwaves throughout the 4 sects. Only Gu Qitang, with her keen and icy gaze, seemed taken aback. She had not anticipated that this prince of Great Yong would grow to such a formidable level within a mere 5 years. Although, such power still paled in comparison to the royal prodigies and ancient bloodlines across the vast land of Shenzhou. Yet, at the very least, his rate of growth had ignited a glimmer of hope in Gu Qitang, a hope of standing alongside him. Indeed, it was merely a glimmer. You dare to slay our mountain-moving sex prodigy. With a furious roar, Yuan He extended his palm, finally emerging from his shock, and aimed to seize Chu Xiao. At that moment, a surge of sword intent suddenly ascended from deep within the sword sect. Soon, all present witnessed a wave of sword momentum crashing forth, relentless and unending. To their astonishment, Yuan He's outstretched hand was abruptly severed at the shoulder. A piercing scream of agony echoed throughout the sword sect, and Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the source of the sword light. He could sense a trace of aquatic essence within that sword intent, indicating that the wielder possessed at least a mastery beyond the fifth element realm. At the peak of the sword mountain, a gaunt elder clad in white robes, with snow-white hair, stepped forth into the clouds, appearing before the grand hall in an instant. Upon seeing him, both the grand elder Shun Tingyuan and the other elders and disciples of the sword sect all bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the sect master, Xiang Dongwei. You dare to sever my arm? Yuan He's complexion turned pale, staggering backward, fear evident in his eyes. Utter another word, and you shall not leave. The sword sect master lightly flicked his fingers, causing the entire sword mountain to resonate with the howling of sword shadows, shaking the heavens. Yuan He attempted to utter further threats, but upon seeing the chill in the sect master's eyes, he swallowed his words. Leave. With a swift motion, he waved his hand and, alongside Li Kuei, fled down the mountain. Wait. Suddenly, Chu Xiao called out, halting the two. The powerful members of the sword sect trembled slightly, casting puzzled glances at Chu Xiao. He abruptly pointed at Li Kuei and then at the corpse on the ground. Take her back. Yuan He gritted his teeth, while Li Kuei, already terrified, trembled as he approached the corpse, hoisting her onto his back and sprinting down the mountain. Chapter 63. Love is a guiding light. What is your name? Until then, as Yuan He and the others vanished from sight, the master of the sword inquiry sect turned towards Dongwei, casting a gentle smile at Chu Xiao. He had witnessed the scene of the young man ascending the sword path, a singular marvel throughout the ages. In the annals of the sword sect, countless prodigies had emerged. Yet only Chu Xiao had reached the pinnacle of the sword path at the Danhai realm. More importantly, the Dragon Roar sword, crafted by the ancestral figure Qingmu, housed a fierce dragon spirit, known for its malevolence. Without an extraordinary swordsmanship, it would never yield. Given Chu Xiao's innate talent for the sword, he ought to bypass the sword inquiry sect and directly seek out the true sanctum of the sword sect in Qingzhou. I am a disciple of the sword sect. Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao bowed slightly, neither servile nor arrogant, radiating warmth and grace. Indeed, since you have drawn the Dragon Roar sword, the position of the sword sect's successor is rightfully yours. Glancing at Shun Tingyuan, the master seemed to harbor profound thoughts. Do you have any objections? Master, I believe. No objections. Chu Xiao's extraordinary talent makes him the best choice for our sect's successor. Just as Shin Tingyuan was about to speak, Cheng Yi approached from a distance, bowing respectfully to Dongwei. Then, before the watchful eyes of the assembly, he presented a golden sword token to Chu Xiao. Chu, this sword token is entrusted to you today. I firmly believe that with your talent and strength, you will shine brilliantly in the spirit ancient secret realm, leading our disciples to seize their fortunes. Oh? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, especially taken aback by the solemn expression on Cheng Yi's face, which sent a chill down his spine. One must acknowledge that Cheng Yi, having gradually ascended to the position of the sword sect's junior master, possessed an exceptionally deep mind. This seemingly simple statement compelled Chu Xiao to enter the secret realm. The art of flattery can be the most insidious. Although Chu Xiao had surmised that Cheng Yi intended to make a move against him within the spirit ancient secret realm, the latter's willingness to relinquish the position of junior master and suppress his murderous intent revealed a mind far from foolish. Once Chu Xiao stepped into the secret realm, he would likely face a world united against him. Shen Tingyuan pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. The situation was already set. If he wished to assist Cheng Yi in reclaiming the junior master position, he would need to devise further schemes. Actually, you need not venture into the spirit ancient secret realm. A flicker of depth crossed Dong Yue's gaze. Regardless of whether Cheng Yi genuinely submitted, the fact that Chu Xiao had forcefully subdued the female disciple of the mountain-moving sect today would surely provoke their wrath. Dongwei had long heard of Lu Qi's prowess. As the young master of the mountain-moving sect, his talent could also be deemed a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. After all, he was a century senior to Chu Xiao, and naturally, his cultivation realm would be more formidable. The most prudent course of action would be to remain within the sword inquiry sect. In less than a century, Chu Xiao would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the four sects. As the junior master of the sword sect, I cannot allow my brothers to bear the consequences of the troubles I have caused today. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, his nonchalant demeanor eliciting a wave of astonishment from those around him. At this moment, every disciple of the sword sect, regardless of age or gender, gazed at him with genuine reverence. Such a figure, endowed with both responsibility and extraordinary talent, naturally garnered heartfelt acknowledgement. Little did they dream that Chu Xiao had joined the sword sect solely to gain entry into the spirit ancient secret realm. After all, these so-called paragons of noble clans were, to him, the true treasures on the path to immortality. Previously, Master Qingxi had mentioned that in order for his innate dragon bone to evolve, it required the sustenance of spiritual bodies and sacred physiques. The devouring heaven demon technique could not only consume the power of bloodlines, but also absorb the spiritual energy within them, proving far more convenient than consuming human flesh. Young master is magnificent. I would willingly brave fire and water for him. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted throughout the sword sect. Meanwhile, Su Jibua's face revealed a glimmer of longing. Do you see? This is the pinnacle of ostentation, fresh and untainted, as if boasting yet not boasting, leaving no trace behind. Very well, swordsman. One should forge ahead without hesitation. Chu Xiao, do you have any further requests? A flicker of appreciation crossed Xiang Dongyue's eyes, while Chu Xiao turned to Gu Qitang, causing the latter's gaze to tremble with an inexplicable unease. Damn it, what is he planning now? For reasons unknown. Gu Qitang felt a sense of panic rising within him. This youth never adhered to conventional logic, rendering him utterly inscrutable and gradually intriguing. I wish to visit the sword sect's library to study. I hope the sect master can grant this request. Chu Xiao's expression was playful, as if he had seen through Gu Qingtang's tension. He smiled lightly. To the library. To study? That, of course, is permissible. Xiang Dongyue's face momentarily registered surprise, his eyes brightening further. He had not anticipated that, upon ascending to the position of sword sect heir, Chu Xiao would not seize the opportunity to demand spiritual treasures or elixirs, but instead sought to study. How refreshing. This youth is capable of great things, chuckled Zhao Baiji, nodding in agreement. Young master, if you desire a mentor, I am a swordsman. Choose me, and I can teach you to summon 15 hounds, dominating the battlefield. Choose me. Choose me. You may call me master in public, while privately I shall acknowledge you as father, chimed in by Yin Shan and others, their eyes shimmering with excitement. I simply wish to study. If there are no further matters, sect master and esteemed elders, I shall take my leave, Chu Xiao said, slightly bowing before stepping deeper into the sword sect. Chu Shidi, allow me to escort you. A graceful figure emerged from the crowd, her warm smile belonging to Shen Miaoi. Witnessing this scenario, the disciples of the sword sect narrowed their eyes, turning to Cheng Yi with faint smirks. This? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, discreetly glancing at Gu Qitang before slowly nodding. Then I shall trouble senior sister Shen. Junior brother, you are too modest. As you are new to the sword sect, there are surely many aspects that remain unfamiliar to you. If you do not mind, I am ever willing to offer my assistance to you. Your reliance on me would bring me great joy. Shen Miaoi's eyes sparkled like water, her face bearing a hint of shyness. This scene tightened Cheng Yi's body, nearly overwhelming him with a surge of murderous intent. It felt all too familiar. In his early days at the sword sect, Shen Miaoi had captivated him in such a manner. The thought of the woman he once held beneath him now turning to another was a source of profound frustration for him. As he watched the two figures depart side by side, Gu Qingtang's gaze turned icy, and she promptly turned away. All right, everyone disperse. In just 7 days, the spirit ancient secret realm will open, and you must all strive diligently in your cultivation. With a wave to Dongwei, he and the elders entered the grand hall, vanishing from sight. Chu Xiao, Shen Miaoi, Gu Qitang. As the crowd dissipated, Cheng Yi looked up at the gradually fading sword path, his eyes betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. Originally, all the glory of this day was meant to be his. Yet now, he had become the laughingstock of the entire sword sect, with even his fiancée willingly seeking solace in another's embrace. 5 years of unreciprocated devotion, all in vain. And yet, he was forced to endure. Former admirers had already gathered around Su Jibua, unchanged, save for the title of Young Master. The goddess and the dog both lost. Chapter 64. Insidious Schemes, Chu Xiao. May I call you Gidge? Before an ancient stone hall at the back mountain of the sword sect, Shen Miaoi suddenly turned to Chu Xiao, her delicate lips lightly biting, revealing a hint of nervous and shy smile. Such a pure and innocent demeanor would surely ensnare any novice disciple entering the sect. After all, Shen Miaoi was remarkably beautiful, gifted, and the direct granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Who could resist her invitation to share a pillow? If it were the brothers, they would likely first offer a toast and respect, right? But, isn't this inappropriate? Sister seems to have entered the sect decades before me. Chu Xiao's gaze was as clear as ice, a bitter smile gracing his lips. What does that matter? Only those who truly like someone would call them brother. Chu Xiao, are you perhaps afraid of making Sister Qitang angry? What is your relationship with her? Indeed, Sister Qitang is breathtakingly beautiful. Recognized as the #1 beauty of the sword sect, with exceptional talent and grace, unlike me, whose aptitude is mediocre and clumsy. Shen Miaoi sighed with a look of grievance, retrieving a Qiankuan bag from her bosom. Nevertheless, I genuinely admire you, Brother Chu Xiao. This bag contains some elixirs I have saved up. I hope you can make a breakthrough before entering the spirit ancient secret realm. I shall take my leave now and will come back to see you later. With that, Shen Miaoi did not give Chu Xiao a chance to refuse, bouncing away towards the distance. Until her figure vanished, the anguish on Chu Xiao's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a cold glint. Pushing away. He glanced at the Qiankuan bag in his hand, shook his head slightly, and casually tossed it into his Qiankuan ring. Then, he strode directly into the ancient library before him, never to be seen again. As one of the 4 major sects in the northern region of Qingzhou, the Sword Sect's foundation, while not comparable to the various holy lands of the central region, is nonetheless more comprehensive than the records of the Great Yong dynasty concerning the affairs of the 9 provinces. For Chu Xiao, the techniques, spiritual treasures, and elixirs within the Sword Sect were of little significance. However, this information was precisely what he needed at present. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Sword Sect, Shen Tingyuan looked at Shen Miaoi with a grim expression, his brows slightly furrowing. Have you gathered any intelligence? Intelligence? What intelligence? Shen Miaoi's delicate face froze, clearly confused. What were you doing approaching that young man just now? Shen Tingyuan's expression darkened, a sudden possibility dawning on him. Don't tell me you intend to. Oh, grandfather, can you not see the situation clearly? Right now, Chu Xiao is the most formidable in the Sword Sect. If we cannot defeat him, we must naturally ally with him. You foolish child. Do you understand the cost I paid to ensure you could capture Qingyi? The elixirs I possess were nearly all used to enhance his cultivation. Shen Tingyuan sighed deeply, gazing at the young woman before him with resentment. So, Qingyi is nothing but a waste. Rather than squandering time and effort on him, it would be wiser to seek out a younger and more powerful alternative. Shen Miao let out a cold snort, but just as her words fell, she found Shen Tingyuan suddenly delivering a resounding slap to her face. You must be delusional. Do you truly believe that young man could be so easily swayed by your words? I just heard from Lao Lu that he is an alchemist, capable of effortlessly producing third-grade pills. Our meager possessions are entirely beneath his notice. Shen Tingyuan glared at Shen Miao with clenched teeth, taking a deep breath. This youth is no ordinary individual. Even Gu Qingtang has shown him a hint of admiration. You have no chance of winning him over. What should we do? I've already sent Qingyi packing. He must despise me now. Shen Miao covered her face, not daring to defy him. The reason she could act with such impunity in the Sword Inquiry sect was due to her esteemed grandfather. If Shen Tingyuan were to truly lose his temper and disregard her, given her past actions over the years, she would likely find herself in grave peril. You underestimate Qingyi far too much. Do you really think he has affection for you? He merely aims to leverage the Shun family status to ascend to the pinnacle of the Sword Inquiry sect. I have already summoned him. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Shen Tingyuan's gaze grew somber. As the Grand Elder of the Sword Inquiry sect, his temperament was naturally more profound. Although Qingyi's talent is indeed inferior to that of Chu Xiao, once Chu Xiao is no more, he will unquestioningly become the rightful young master of the Sword Inquiry sect. At that point, once he secures his position, the Shen family will have effectively seized control of the entire sect. As for whether he might betray his own, Shen Tingyuan had already devised a plan. I understand. Grandfather, Grand Elder. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. Qingyi's figure appeared from beyond the doors, casting a surprised glance at Shen Miao before bowing respectfully to Shen Tingyuan. You called for me. Qingyi, today you have endured much. Why does the Grand Elder say this? The position of young master belongs to the capable. I have come to inform you that I wish to call off the engagement with Miao Yi. With that, Qingyi produced a piece of gold silk from his bosom, respectfully presenting it before Shen Tingyuan. Now that he had fallen from grace within the Sword Inquiry sect, he dared not provoke this Grand Elder. Since Shen Miao had already expressed her intentions to align herself with Chu Xiao, it was wiser for him to withdraw from the engagement voluntarily, thus avoiding the embarrassment of being ridiculed. Nonsense. I have long regarded you as my own grandson. Even if you are not the young master of the Sword Inquiry sect, you are still my grandson-in-law, Shenting Yuan, and anyone who dares to belittle you is, in essence, belittling me, and Miao Yi is no exception. What took Qing Yi by surprise was that Shun Tingyin did not hurry to sever ties with him. An inexplicable sense of gratitude stirred within him. Having come from humble beginnings, with both parents deceased, he had endured much humiliation while raised by his aunt. Had it not been for his fortuitous entry into the Sword Inquiry sect, he might have never lifted his head in life. Now that he had lost the position of young master, he had expected Shenting Yuan to cast him aside, yet contrary to his expectations, he regarded him as a grandson. Grand Elder. Chang Yi's eyes flickered, glancing once more at Shen Miao, and indeed, he noticed a clear handprint on her face. An unexplainable sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. What Miao Yi just did was somewhat excessive. Do not take it to heart. She merely wished to gauge the capabilities of that young man. I summoned you here to discuss how to eliminate Chu Xiao. Upon hearing this, Chang Yi's heart trembled slightly, and he nodded slowly. What can I do? Since the Grand Elder has spoken, I shall certainly choose to forgive her. The fourth elder of the mountain-moving sect has suffered a setback at our sword sect today and will undoubtedly harbor resentment. I have decided to meet him. At that time, you and El Chi can join forces in the Lingyu secret realm to deal with Chu Xiao. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Shenting Yuan's eyes as he sighed. My actions are also for the sake of the sword sect. Chu Xiao is arrogant and reckless. If he were to take control of the sword sect, our 1,000-year legacy would inevitably be doomed under his reign. The Grand Elder speaks with reason. Cheng Yi nodded slightly. With the Grand Elder personally intervening, the situation with the mountain-moving sect would indeed be secure. Otherwise, if he were to rashly approach El Chi, this young master of the mountain-moving sect might not easily trust him. Moreover, during my travels in Qizhou a few years ago, I acquired a type of poison. Miao Yi, you must find a way to plant it on that young man. While it may not take his life, it operates silently and stealthily. As he is an alchemist, he is likely knowledgeable about poisons. This particular poison can gradually erode his soul and bloodline, and when the secret realm opens, he may find himself strong in appearance but feeble within. The Grand Elder is indeed astute. Chapter 65, The Hidden Thread in the Stillness of the Night. Shen Miaoyi appeared outside the scripture pavilion, clutching a square sandalwood treasure box. Chu Xiao, are you inside? Chu Xiao set aside the ancient texts he had been poring over, a flicker of profundity passing through his gaze. As the doors creaked open, Shen Miaoyi entered with a bright smile, placing the treasure box upon the table and carefully opening it one by one. Chu Xiao, I made some pastries and sneakily took a jar of my grandfather's celestial brew. Do taste it. Oh? Chu Xiao responded with a gentle smile, discreetly glancing outside the pavilion. There, atop the cliff, a figure clad in white stood silently, a playful expression crossing her face. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Shen Miaoyi's eyes sparkled with delight, a subtle change in her essence not eluding Chu Xiao's innate perceptive abilities. Brother, I raise a glass to you. Shen Miaoyi lifted her cup and downed the contents in one go. Chu Xiao mirrored her gesture, raising a jade cup and drinking with an expression of amusement. A faint scoff echoed in the air, quickly returning everything to silence. Brother Chu Xiao, I've heard that you possess knowledge of alchemy. You truly are remarkable, excelling in both swordsmanship and alchemy. I hold great admiration for those talented in the art of pill-making. I wonder which fortunate woman in this world will accompany you, enjoying the fruits of alchemy without enduring hardship. Shen Miaoyi, slightly inebriated, revealed a blush on her fair cheeks. Chu Xiao reached out, gently resting his palm against the nape of her neck. Under the moonlight, their gazes intertwined, her eyes shimmering with a layer of mist, her lips slightly pursed, exuding an irresistible allure. Though she feared defying her grandfather's wishes and truly departing from Cheng Yi, she mused, sacrificing myself for a grand plan cannot be considered betrayal, can it? After all, idleness brings no benefit. Granting him this chance may earn me Chu Xiao's true trust. Brother Chu Xiao. Yet, just as Shen Miaoyi's breaths grew increasingly fervent, Chu Xiao unexpectedly reached out, plucking a stray lock of her hair and casually discarding it onto the ground. Senior Sister Miaoyi. It's getting late. You should return soon. I still have books to read. Read? Read? Shen Miaoyi paused, startled. Is reading more enjoyable than my company? However, she quickly grasped Chu Xiao's intentions. He was toying with her emotions, employing a strategy of feigned indifference. My dear dove, Can't you see I have already softened? What more schemes do you have? You want something? I wouldn't refuse you. Very well, I shall come to see you again tomorrow. Ultimately, Shenmiao refrained from lingering, lest she reveal any weaknesses, and turned to exit the ancient hall. Only when her presence had completely faded did a cold smirk emerge on Chu Xiao's face as he glanced down at a trace of blood on his fingertip. From the time of Kunxu, his physical form had been honed by the Elder Yin to be impervious to poison. As a true transcendent being, the methods of the Elder Yin were far beyond the capabilities of these sect members. Do you truly believe that this surname Yin was acquired by mere chance? In the words of the Venerable Elder, it is best not to act unless absolutely necessary. Matters that can be resolved with a lethal pill or a strategic move should not incur any additional risk. Just moments ago, Chu Xiao had deliberately brushed his hand against Shen Miaoyi's neck, merely transferring a strand of poison back into her body while leaving a trace of soul mark upon her. It appears that Elder Shen does not wholly endorse him, the disciple of the sword sect. Thus, the schemes he had previously set in motion now hold significance. Chu Xiao smiled faintly, releasing Xiao Er from the ring, instructing her to lock the library from within once he exited, ensuring that no one should enter regardless of who may come. With a nod, Xiao Er watched as Chu Xiao vanished into the darkness. The journey from the sword sect to the mountain-moving sect would require at least 4 days. Given Shinting Yuan's temperament, he would not dare to act against him within the sword sect. The most prudent approach would be through the Linggu secret realm. The poison he had just employed, known as the heart confusion goo, is a slow-acting toxin. This further corroborated Chu Xiao's suspicions. Today, as Chu Xiao ascended to the pinnacle of the sword path, he was sufficiently formidable to intimidate the powerful individuals of the sword sect. Therefore, Shinting Yuan would likely seize the opportunity to collaborate with the mountain-moving sect, ensuring absolute security. The alliance between the young masters Lu Qi and Qing Yi poses a considerable challenge to anyone wishing to contend with them in this era. With Yuan he severely injured, it was imperative to obscure his whereabouts to avoid being ambushed. Chu Xiao's decision to have Li Kuei carry the body stemmed from the concern of losing track of their movements. Even from the moment he shattered the woman's chest with a single blow, he had left an innate divine mark within. Thus, regardless of where they might hide, evading Chu Xiao's pursuit would be impossible. However, the most critical task at hand was to guide Shinting Yuan to find the two, thereby enabling the execution of his subsequent plans. Of course, even if he were mistaken and Shinting Yuan did not descend the mountain tonight, Chu Xiao had already prepared alternative contingencies. In the enveloping darkness, Chu Xiao's figure moved like a specter, his phoenix wings fluttering as he pursued the direction of Yuan He and his companion. Along the way, he carefully laid numerous traces to lead Shinting Yuan in pursuit. Soon, as his steps halted atop a solitary mountain, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. In the distance, a towering figure clad in crimson robes stood amidst the trees, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Not far from him, Yuan He sat in meditation, his severed arm wrapped in cloth, his aura visibly waning. Time passed. An hour later, Chu Xiao suddenly heard a rush of wind deep within the ancient forest. Instantly, demonic patterns manifested in his eyes as he concealed his presence and slipped into the shadows. Someone approaches. Li Kuei's gaze quivered, his blood surging with excitement, yet his legs trembled involuntarily. Indeed, as the fourth elder had surmised, the sword sect had no intention of allowing them to escape. Friend, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself? Yuan He slowly rose, gazing into the distant void. A hint of gravity etched upon his aged visage. It is I, the fourth elder. There is no need for alarm. In the darkness, an ancient figure descended from the heavens, landing before Yuan He. Shinting Yuan? Yuan He furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. At such a late hour, the Grand Elder's arrival surely was not merely to bid me farewell. I have matters to discuss with you. Oh, Li Kuei. You stand guard a distance away. Yuan He nodded slightly, yet the vigilance in his eyes remained unyielding. With his grandson and disciple slain by the sword sect's heir, and having lost an arm to Xiong Dongwei, he could no longer employ the mountain-moving technique. Such a blood feud was one that could only end in death. If Shinting Yuan sought to eradicate him entirely, he would undoubtedly safeguard Li Kuei, sending him back to the sect to expose the sword sect's heinous deeds. I wonder what matters the Grand Elder wishes to discuss with me. I intend for El Qi and Cheng Yi to join forces in the spirit ancient secret realm to eliminate Chu Xiao. If you agree, I will have Qing Yi masquerade as a pawn, working in the shadows. Shinting Yuan's gaze deepened. Should Yuan He reject his scheme today, this elder of the mountain-moving sect would not emerge from this ancient forest alive. While such an outcome would plunge the sword sect and mountain-moving sect into true chaos, What concern was it of Shenqi Yuan's if the sword sect fell into disarray? Oh, you would be so benevolent as to assist me in eliminating your own sect's heir? Yuan he raised an eyebrow, shaking his head slightly. Qingyi is my granddaughter's husband. Today, he was stripped of his position as the young master by Chu Xiao. I swear on my Dao heart to aid you in avenging this blood feud, provided that you too must vow not to betray me. Shen Tingyuan glanced towards Li Kuei's direction, a chilling intent gleaming in his eyes. Very well. I am willing to do whatever it takes to slay Chu Xiao. Yuan he pondered for a moment before nodding. The scene of Chu Xiao striking down his true disciple with a single blow had already shaken the Dao heart of this elder of the mountain-moving sect at the 7th level of spiritual essence. Even if El Qi possessed extraordinary talent, it was uncertain he could secure a kill against him. However, with Cheng Yi's covert assistance, Chu Xiao would undoubtedly meet his demise. It is settled then. Li Kuei is my disciple. I can assure you he will not divulge our plans. Sensing the murderous intent in Shen Tingyuan's eyes, Yuan he spoke promptly. I hope you keep your word. Upon hearing this, Shen Tingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Ultimately, he refrained from any rash actions, turning to vanish into the depths of the ancient forest. Only after his presence had completely dissipated did Yuan he allow the tension in his heart to finally relax. Throughout this journey, he had pondered whether the mountain-moving sect would truly engage in a sect war over 2 disciples. The answer was evident. No. After all, once the sect war erupted, it would not merely be 1 or 2 disciples who perished. Even they, the elders, would be at risk of falling at any moment. With Shen Tingyuan's promise now in place, the resentment within him gradually subsided. Yet, just as he was about to call back Li Kuei, his complexion suddenly turned pale. Chapter 66. The schemes of Chu Xiao. A sudden burst of ethereal light illuminated the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Yuan he showed no hesitation, unleashing a formidable punch into the void behind him. The overwhelming force of his blood vitality surged forth, shattering the ancient trees and mountains surrounding him with a single blow. Li Kuei, flee. In the next instant, a deafening roar reverberated through the forest. Li Kuei felt a chilling sensation rise from beneath his feet. Turning around, he witnessed the silhouette of his master colliding with a dark figure, bravely blocking the way before him. Master! Li Kuei's gaze trembled, and without a moment's hesitation, he bolted into the distance. Yet, at that very moment, he distinctly heard a piercing sound of a sword's cry. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his calf, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Li Kuei cried out in anguish, disregarding the severed part of his leg, using all his strength like a cornered beast to plunge into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Yuan He's fist met that dark figure with a resounding impact. Despite his strength at the 7th level of spiritual essence, he felt as though his entire arm was on the verge of shattering. A searing pain coursed through his palm, twisting his remaining arm into a grotesque shape. Yuan He staggered backward, blood trickling from his mouth. At that moment, he found himself unable to execute the mountain-moving technique, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. But how could such a terrifyingly strong being manifest beneath the banner of the sword-questioning sect? Moreover, judging by his vitality and physique, he appeared to be merely a youth. Suddenly, a realization struck Yuan He, his eyes widening in shock. You are Chu Xiao. As the ethereal resonance faded, Chu Xiao's gaze remained sharp, his expression unperturbed. Upon seeing Li Kuei's figure retreat into the distance, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. With his capabilities, he might not be able to eliminate Shen Tingyuan, but he was certain to unveil his true trump card. His 6 masters had warned him countless times that unless he possessed absolute certainty, he must never publicly employ the techniques imparted to him. Sacrificing the soul fragment entrusted to him by his 2nd master for the sake of a single Shen Tingyuan seemed an excessive waste. Moreover, should Shen Tingyuan perish, Qingyi and Shen Miao would surely harbor suspicions, perhaps fearing to enter the realm of spiritual essence. Thus, weighing the circumstances, Chu Xiao resolved to employ another's blade to wreak havoc upon the 4 sects' equilibrium. Chu Xiao, do you think that by severing one of my arms, you can stand against me? Yuan he gritted his teeth, drawing upon his bloodline. A torrent of crimson spiritual energy erupted from within him, resembling a human-shaped furnace, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The sheer magnitude of this blood vitality had Chu Xiao salivating. In the next moment, without uttering a word, a radiant azure glow enveloped his bones. This aura Yuan He's expression faltered, an inexplicable chill surging within him. It felt as though the being standing before him was not merely a sect's youth, but rather a genuine deity or demon. Great wilderness tout subduing fist. As Chu Xiao spoke with an air of indifference, a layer of bizarre desolation enveloped his outstretched arm. The void trembled, In the wake of his fist, the ancient forest around him withered at a visibly rapid pace. Yuan He's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this youth from the Danhai realm possessed such formidable strength. Before this aura of desolation, he felt as insignificant as an ant. No. If you dare to kill me, the Mount Shan sect will not let you go. Yuan He summoned the full force of his bloodline, attempting to strike down and halt Chu Xiao's figure with a punch. It was Shenting Yuan who sought to kill you. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xiao merely smiled and shook his head, colliding boldly with Yuan He's fist. Crack. In an instant, the arm of the 7th-layer Ling Yuan expert exploded into a mist of blood. Countless bone fragments scattered, and half of his body was utterly shattered beneath Chu Xiao's strike. How was this possible? Yuan He was sent flying, crashing through 3 ancient trees before finally landing on the ground. However, before he could struggle to rise, a foot descended from above, crushing his skull into fragments. Puff. In his final moments, Yuan He's eyes still held confusion. He could not comprehend how Chu Xiao had concealed his presence and learned of his plan with Shenting Yuan. Yet, it was evident that both the Mount Shan sect and the esteemed elder of the Sword sect had fallen into the trap he had meticulously prepared. Li Kuei's escape was likely a deliberate act on his part. Buzz. Chu Xiao extended his palm, arcane patterns swirling within, devouring Yuan He's physical bloodline entirely. His aura surged at an alarming rate. 6th layer of Danhai, 7th layer. In mere moments, his cultivation ascended to the 7th layer, nearing the threshold of the 8th. This is indeed a swifter path. A gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's face, dark and ominous as a demon. He glanced towards the direction in which Li Kuei had fled, then picked up Yuan He's fallen Qianquan bag and a piece of golden silk armor from the thickened ash of corpses. With his wings of the phoenix stirring behind him, he surged towards the sword sect. At his current level, even without employing the ancient saint body, his true dragon roots and true phoenix bloodline endowed him with physical strength rivaling that of a peak Ling Yuan expert. Once he stepped into the Ling Yuan realm, he would have no opponents beneath the 5 elements. Of course, if he revealed all his trump cards. Even the sword sect master might not stand a chance against Chu Xiao. Now that Li Kuei had intentionally lost a leg to him, the journey ahead would undoubtedly become exceedingly protracted. Moreover, tonight, Li Kuei would likely believe that the esteemed elder Shenting Yuan of the sword sect had slain his master. To evade the sword sect's pursuit, this disciple of Mount Shan would dare not return to the sect openly. Nonetheless, with his strength, even with a severed leg, ordinary mountain bandits would not pose a threat to him. However, his return to the Mount Shan sect would surely take longer than 4 or 5 days. As long as Chu Xiao remains within the spirit ancient secret realm, with just a few subtle manipulations, the impending clash of the 4 sects is inevitable. It is evident that the current sword-questioning sect is not Chu Xiao's final destination. However, before departing from the northern region of Qingzhou, he must seize control of all circumstances to ensure his future is unencumbered. The moment he took the life of Xiao Er within the Grand Hall of the Dayong dynasty, the fate of the mountain-moving sect was already sealed. Clack, clack, clack. Only when Chu Xiao returned to the library pavilion did Er finally relax her taut heartstrings. Gesturing animatedly at him, "Are you saying that Shen Miaoi has come?" Clack, clack, clack. Er nodded, extending 2 fingers, her eyes glowing like ghostly flames, revealing a hint of concern. "She came twice? No worries, I have returned. Haven Ti?" Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, though a shadow lingered in his gaze. He gently ruffled Er's head and added, "In a few days, I will take you to a place where your profound ghost scripture may experience significant enhancement." Clack, clack, clack. Er lowered her head slightly, especially feeling the warmth of Chu Xiao's palm, which seemed to illuminate her bones with a faint pink glow. "Chu Xiao, are you inside?" Just then, Shen Miaoi's voice echoed once more from outside the ancient hall. A chilling expression crossed Chu Xiao's face as he stored Er within his ring and walked toward the hall's entrance. "Brothers, it is time to showcase our skills." Chapter 67. The landscape of the 9 provinces with a creaking sound, the palace doors swung open, revealing a look of astonishment on Shen Miao's face. "Brother Chu Xiao, I didn't realize you were here. Why did you ignore me earlier?" As she spoke, Shen Miao discreetly cast her gaze into the grand hall, her delicate brows knitting together. Before Shenting Yuan descended the mountain, he had instructed her to keep a close watch on Chu Xiao. However, she had visited twice that night and had yet to encounter the young man. "Ah, senior sister Shun, what kind of celestial brew did you give me?" I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me, and then everything went blank. Chu Xiao rubbed his eyes, his complexion noticeably pale. Shen Miao's charming face momentarily froze. and she hurriedly feigned surprise. Brother Chu Xiao, you haven't had celestial brew before, have you? It makes sense, coming from a royal lineage. You might not be aware of its potency. This brew contains no less than 49 varieties of spiritual herbs and precious fruits. It is only natural for you to feel dizzy on your first experience. In that case, I shall not disturb your rest. With a gentle shake of her head and a smile, Shen Miao turned to leave. Is it really that quick? She had not anticipated that this seemingly robust young man was, in fact, so fragile. He had only recently been afflicted with poison, yet was already showing signs of its effects. Could it be that he would perish before the secret realm even opened? Of course, at that moment, Shen Miao did not suspect that Chu Xiao had left the confines of the sword sect. After all, if even her grandfather had not returned, how could he possibly come back before him? Oh, grandfather, you are truly too cautious. 7 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Shen Miao frequently returned to check on Chu Xiao, fearing he might succumb to the poison. Surprisingly, for the entire week, this newly appointed heir of the sword sect had not stepped out of the library even once, remaining engrossed in his studies. This behavior astonished the elders and disciples of the sword sect alike. Logically, a young man from a royal background, embarking on the path of immortality to prove his talent, should have been flaunting his abilities. It seemed that Chu Xiao's nature was indeed pure and unsophisticated, rendering him susceptible to exploitation. In contrast, Su Jibua, during these 7 days, not only mingled with many disciples but also managed to charm several elders of the sword sect into following him, personally guiding his cultivation. Notably, Elder Zhao Baiji generously bestowed upon him various pills and spiritual materials almost daily, recognizing his exceptional talent. However, it was also noted that during this period, Shenqi had remained absent, reportedly engrossed in seclusion for intense training. Ding! On the 7th day, just as dawn broke, the sound of a bell resonated throughout the sword sect. Countless disciples emerged from their quarters, gathering before the grand hall, their faces etched with solemnity. All understood that the time for the opening of the spiritual ancient secret realm had arrived. As one of the 4 major sects of the northern region of Qishou, this event held immense significance for the sword sect, marking not merely a journey of fortune. For the previous young master of the sword sect had met his demise within the spiritual ancient secret realm. Even to this day, the elders and disciples remained unaware of the identity of his killer. Why has Chu Xiao made an appearance yet? Before the grand hall, Xiang Dongwei cast a piercing gaze towards the direction of the library pavilion. For him, a disciple endowed with unparalleled talent in the sword arts and a penchant for scholarly pursuits was nothing short of perfection, representing the pivotal opportunity for the sword sect to truly ascend as the foremost authority in the northern domain. In his view, he was reluctant to send Chu Xiao down the mountain for trials at such an early stage. After all, Shinting Yuan's hands were far from clean over the years. It was highly likely that he would not easily permit Cheng-Yi to devolve into an ordinary disciple of the sword sect. Upon hearing this, both Shinting Yuan and Shen Miao displayed expressions of grave concern. From Chu Xiao's previous demeanor, they understood that this heir of the sword sect had already begun to succumb to the insidious effects of poison. It was likely that by the time he entered the spirit ancient secret realm, he would be little more than a hollow shell. Creaking sounds echoed as, at that moment, a figure clad in white emerged from the library, weariness etched across his face. In the distant sky, the first light of dawn began to emerge, and a thin veil of mist enveloped the morning forest, bringing with it a refreshing essence of nature that swept away the fatigue from Chu Xiao's visage. During the past 7 days, he had not perused any of the sword sect's techniques or divine arts, devoting all his time and energy instead to the history of the 9 provinces. Yet, just as the grand ceremony had indicated, he found no mention of the Chu clan in any of the tomes he had examined. News regarding this divine lineage seemed deliberately erased. In the contemporary world of the 9 provinces, it was widely known that the 3 great imperial clans had once rallied to support the collapsing heavens and rescue the populace from calamity. However, the path to the celestial realms was ultimately destroyed in the ancient war between gods and mortals. Nevertheless, Chu Xiao still gleaned a general understanding of the world as structure. The expansive land of the 9 provinces was home to myriad sections. Within Qingzhou alone, there existed 800 sects, 10 ancient clans, for sacred lands, and a royal family. The illustrious potential Dragon Steel recorded 100 prodigies of Qizhou. Yet, despite this, Qizhou was still perceived as one of the more desolate regions within the 9 provinces. The true fate of the 9 provinces was held in the hands of the central divine continent, where the most ancient and fearsome bloodline legacies resided. Alongside great religious sects and revered imperial powers, all figures who had truly ascended to the pinnacle of existence. With a mere wave of their hands, they could obliterate entire regions. Even among the renowned 100 prodigies of Chu Xiao, only one held the distinction of being remembered in the central divine continent, the young Marquis of Chu Xiao, one of the 9 contemporary noble lords. Above the myriad sacred lands and celestial sects reigned 3 great imperial clans, wielding dominion over heaven and earth. Yet, throughout the ages of humanity, there remained numerous forbidden realms, shunning the clamor of the world and concealed within majestic mountains and treacherous waters. Among these was the Buddhist nation of Dayong, mentioned earlier by the grand ceremony. Situated in the far west of the 9 provinces and revered as a sanctuary for Buddhist followers. Even many great demons and beasts, upon attaining enlightenment, could seek refuge within the Buddhist fold, laying down their weapons. Furthermore, in the other 3 extreme regions, ancient beings lingered, regarded as places forbidden to mortals. In summary, during these brief 7 days, Chu Xiao witnessed not merely a grand and magnificent journey towards immortality, but also the treacherous intrigues and ruthless realities hidden within this path. Throughout the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, countless heroic aspirations have been buried, and many prodigies have withered away. Gazing upon the boundless mountains and rivers, the new king and the old moon, amidst the desolate wilderness, lie the chilling white bones of the fallen. The ambitions of dynasties and the undulating tides of the great Tao are but fleeting dreams of the mortal realm, vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Chu Xiao finally comprehended why Gu Qintang had vehemently opposed his entrance into the realm of immortality. Ultimately, this path cannot be traversed solely by talent. On the journey to the pinnacle of heaven, there are innumerable dangers and obstacles. How could one individual possibly contend against an entire dynasty or a lineage that has endured for eons? Beyond the mountains, there are yet more mountains, higher than the mountains. There are deities above the immortals, severing the threads of eternity. Yet, Chu Xiao bears not only the expectations of his 6 esteemed masters from Kunxu, but also the grievances that the Chu clan has endured for tens of thousands of years. He must forge a path through the river of time, overcoming mountains and barriers, to carve out a journey uniquely his own. Whether ascending to immortality, embracing darkness, or slaughtering the celestial gods and Buddhas with the sacred bones of humanity. Look, young Master Chu Xiao approaches. On Sword Mountain, all the elders and disciples gazed at the figure in white, walking gracefully, their faces illuminated by a radiant glow. Chapter 68, Journey to the Secret Realm. Zhongzhu, Sect Master, Chu Xiao approached the front of the hall and bowed respectfully to Xiong Dongwei. Among the entire sword sect, he discerned a trace of true swordsmanship in this gaunt old man, neither servile nor arrogant, even when faced with the provocations of the mountain-moving sect. He never hesitated for a moment. The sword hovering above Yuan He's head, Chu Xiao had no doubt, would strike down without mercy. Although they were not master and disciple, Xiong Dongyue's protection of him was not intentional, merely for the sake of the sword sect's legacy. From a certain perspective, he was a quintessential sword sect leader. In the library, Chu Xiao also came across some records of this venerable leader. He had taken only one disciple in his lifetime, named Yuan, whose swordsmanship was unparalleled. Unfortunately, this young master of the sword sect had gone missing during the last opening of the Linggu secret realm. You've arrived. Xiong Dongwei acknowledged with a slight nod, a gentle smile illuminating his aged face. At that moment, looking at Chu Xiao was akin to gazing upon his long-lost disciple. With the same exceptional talent, quietly reserved, it felt as though 60 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Why is your complexion so pale? Are you unwell? He inquired. Chu Xiao shook his head and coughed lightly, prompting subtle smiles from Shun Tingyuan and Shun Miao. Perhaps it is due to the mental exertion from recent reading. He suggested, here are some medicinal pills. Since you have drawn the Longyin sword, I shall not provide you with spiritual treasures. Be cautious on your journey. Xiong Dongwei intended to offer further counsel, but upon seeing the determination on Chu Xiao's face, he ultimately refrained from additional words. Just as 60 years ago, he steadfastly believed that a swordsman should forge ahead without hesitation. Once these young individuals break through to the 5 elements realm, they will come to understand the significance of a pure heart in their swordsmanship. Any slight flaw could trap them in their current state, making further advancement nearly impossible. Thus, in essence, the heart of the path is far more crucial than innate talent. Thank you, Sect Master, Chu Xiao said with a slight bow. Observing the melancholic expression on Xiong Dongyue's face, he spoke calmly, if possible, I shall seek out Brother Yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiong Dongyue's gaze flickered, and he nodded slowly. At that moment, his figure seemed increasingly stooped, resembling an ordinary old man, burdened by the weight of time. He had dedicated his life to the sword, yet the heart he had steadfastly upheld was ultimately shattered by Yu En's disappearance. If only he had not been so stringent back then, perhaps he would now occupy the position of sect master. Thus, one's convictions are one matter, yet regrets remain regrets. This time, Elder Lu shall escort you to the Lingyu secret realm. Take every precaution. With that, Xiang Dongwei turned and walked back into the hall. His demeanor forlorn, even his steps appearing somewhat unsteady. The sect master has departed. Allow me to say a few words. Zhao Baiji approached the gathered disciples, his demeanor solemn, exuding the presence of an esteemed elder of the Tao. As we embark on this journey to the Lingyu secret realm, it is imperative that we grasp a pivotal issue. We must invest our efforts in understanding the essence of this expedition. Only then can we address the critical matters at hand. When the time comes, upon your emergence from the secret realm, you shall embody the future of our sword sect. The disciples of the sword sect maintained a tranquil expression, seemingly accustomed to the elder's demeanor. Aside from lofty aspirations, his words often veered into mere fanciful musings. Very well. Those whose names I call shall accompany me down the mountain to partake in this secret realm trial. Chu Xiao, Su Jibua, Cheng Yi, Shin Miaoi, Zhang Yuan, Li Yutong. As Zhao Baiji announced each name, several disciples stepped forth from the crowd, their cultivation levels no less than the 5th tier of the Danai realm. Except for Su Jibua, they were all distinguished prodigies of the sword sect. In a certain sense, Su Jibua could also be regarded as a prodigy of sorts. You are surely aware that while the Lingyu secret realm is a land of fortune, brimming with unparalleled opportunities, it is equally a battleground of chaos. According to my estimates, each time the Lingyu secret realm opens, only 1 in 10 emerges alive. Zhao Baiji's countenance suddenly became grave. This seemingly insignificant secret realm resembled a cycle among the 4 major sections. Once every 60 years, those who emerge from it shall become the true pillars of their respective sects, yet the vast majority will perish within, reduced to mere dust. However, such is the path of immortality, where creation begets life and demise. Even if they have forgotten the treasures concealed within this realm, the moment it opens, they shall recklessly rush in. Upon hearing this, some disciples displayed expressions of excitement and eagerness, clearly intrigued by this so-called land of fortune. Now that I have expressed what needs to be said, prepare to descend the mountain. With a light wave of his hand, Zhao Baiji led the group down the mountain. In the realm of immortality, only those above the 5 elements realm can command treasures to fly and traverse tribulations, relying on their own spiritual power to tread upon the heavens. Yet, Zhao Baiji, being at the 6th tier of the Lingyuan realm, was unable to wield a sword in flight. However, just as Chu Xiao turned to descend the mountain, he noticed Zhao Baiji suddenly stepping beside him, displaying a respectful demeanor. How could the young master walk on foot? Might it be better for you to ride upon my back, and I shall carry you? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, shaking his head slightly. Elder 6, there is no need for that. At that moment, he realized that Gu Qitang was seemingly absent from the crowd, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Where has Gu Qitang gone? On the mountain path, Zhao Baiji led the way, while Chu Xiao walked alongside Su Jibua, bringing up the rear of the group. The lady has already descended the mountain early this morning, young master. I have gathered some information over the past few days. It appears the lady is shrouded in some mystery. Su Jibua leaned closer to Chu Xiao, whispering conspiratorially, it is said that even Xiang Dongwei holds reservations about her, never allowing her to roam freely. Oh, at these words, Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows, nodding slowly in acknowledgement. Given this, how could she have been sent by Shenting Yuan to the Dayong dynasty, wasting 5 years of her life? Unless she was willing. Previously, Chu Xiao had personally experienced the celestial force within Gu Qitang, a power that even his current physical form could not withstand. It is evident that she must harbor certain secrets, though it remains uncertain whether these secrets pertain to the Chu clan. Logically, with Gu Qingtang's immense talent, she could have chosen from nearly any sect in Qingzhou. Why then did she venture to this desolate northern region to join the obscure Wanjin sect? Strangely, a profound glimmer passed through Chu Xiao's eyes, revealing an undercurrent of eeriness. Young master, I have also heard that the Lingyu secret realm is rather peculiar. Many prodigies who emerged from the realm have gone mad. Only a few disciples, who did not venture into the heart of the realm, managed to survive. In fact, during the last opening of the realm, only 1 heir from the 4 major sects entered, the young master of Wanjian sect, Yu Hua. Meanwhile, Yin Xin, the heir of the Yunlan sect behind the Li Yuan dynasty, only revealed her talent after exiting the secret realm. rising from the ranks of an inconspicuous ordinary disciple to attain the position of heir. She is the sole individual among the 4 sects who has entered the heart of the Linggu secret realm and returned alive. Yulan sect. A chill unexpectedly coursed through Chu Xiao's heart, his gaze growing sharper. Was it mere coincidence? If memory serves. The historical records of the Dayong dynasty note that Zhang Qingfeng of Liyuan emerged 60 years ago, utilizing unparalleled cunning to ascend to the position of prime minister. Remarkably, Yuan Xin emerged from the secret realm 60 years ago and ascended from an ordinary disciple to become the heir. What, then, is the connection? For reasons unknown, Chu Xiao sensed that an invisible game of chess had long been cast over the entire northern region of Qishou, unbeknownst to him. Chapter 69. The Mysterious Cave Young Master. Once we enter the spirit ancient secret realm, it would be wise not to venture too deeply. After all, you possess an abundance of elixirs and treasures. We need not take unnecessary risks. Su Jib was small, shifty eyes darted around as he retrieved numerous spiritual materials and celestial herbs from his Chinquan pouch, pressing them into Chu Xiao's hands. These were given to me by Xiao Bai, who mentioned he wishes to have a private discussion with you. He hinted that young Master Yuan is likely not dead, but rather trapped within the secret realm, as the sect leader possesses a treasure intimately linked to Yuan's fate. Oh? Chu Xiao responded with minimal words, his gaze growing increasingly profound. If that Yuan Xin is indeed connected to Zhang Qifeng, does it not imply that the hidden fortunes within this spirit ancient secret realm may be related to the Day Sky Divine sect? As per Chu Xiao's knowledge, Yulan sect had always focused on the yin-yang calculations of the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams, with disciples who cultivated heart techniques and wielded tremendous power. The path of yin and yang naturally aligned with ghostly techniques. If she intended to conceal her motives, it was likely that no one would suspect her. Fascinating. Initially, Chu Xiao aimed to enter the spirit ancient secret realm to absorb the bloodline spiritual power of these sect disciples and elevate his cultivation. Unexpectedly, this secret realm concealed such a multitude of secrets. Whether it be an Xin or the missing sword sect young master, both were poised to unveil surprises for him. Yet, in comparison to the specters, what truly intrigued Chu Xiao was Gu Qitang's origins. If she genuinely sought to approach Dayong, then matters would become considerably more complicated. After all, should Chu Xiao's ancient sacred body be revealed, he would become a target for all. The immediate priority was to ascertain her identity and the purpose of her journey to the northern region, enabling him to make an early decision. In retrospect, it seemed wise that Chu Xiao had chosen to bring Su Jibua along on this journey to immortality. Despite his avarice and lecherous tendencies, Su excelled in forging deep connections with others, thus acquiring a wealth of useful information. 2 days swiftly passed. On the 3rd day, a dilapidated ancient city emerged before them. Before us lies Linggu City. We shall rest in the sword pavilion within the city today. According to the schedule, the spirit ancient secret realm should open in 2 days. Xiao Bai turned to glance at Chu Xiao and Su Jibua. You may explore the city, but remember to avoid any conflicts with disciples from other sections. Yes, Elder Lu. The disciples of the sword sect bowed respectfully, while Xiao Bai waved them off, humbly approaching Chu Xiao. Young master, the sword pavilion in Linggu City is an asset of our sword sect. I shall summon a couple of maidens this evening to attend to you. Thank you, Elder Lu. Chu Xiao offered no further comment, subtly observing Qing Yi and Shen Miao. He noted that although the two headed in different directions within the city, both bore expressions of feigned exhaustion. Elder Lu, I would like to take a stroll around the city. I am quite familiar with Linggu City. Although the last time the secret realm opened, the Grand Elder led the group, I have always been responsible for the sword pavilion. Zhao Baiji chuckled softly. Young master, I am aware of a particular alley in this city. Since we have no pressing matters today, shall we indulge in some musical entertainment? The 6th elder urged him to elaborate. Su Jibua cast a glance at Chu Xiao, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his small eyes as he clasped Zhao Baiji's shoulder and led him into the city. Are you not aware of the affair between my esteemed master and Miss Gu? Should she find out, I fear he would face dire consequences. Come, take me to this place. I have a penchant for enjoying music and forming connections. Zhao Baiji turned to glance at Chu Xiao, suddenly realizing the implications. Ah, it seems the young master lacks such fortune. As their figures receded into the distance, a chill flickered across Chu Xiao's face. 60 years ago, it was the Grand Elder who led the disciples of the sword sect here for training. Was it merely coincidence? A glimmer of soul light danced in Chu Xiao's eyes as he shifted his gaze toward the ancient forest beyond the city. Long before his inquiries regarding the sword sect, he had left a trace of soul essence on Shun Miaoi and Sheng Yi. In the name of his second master, the sole emperor, the techniques he imparted were undetectable, even by the lords of the sacred lands in Chu Xiao. At this moment, he sensed that the couple had circumvented Linggu City and appeared in a distant mountainous region. Their urgency to leave the city was evidently not for a clandestine meeting. It was highly likely that the Grand Elder had left some hidden trump card in this location. Yet, why would Shinting Yuan not directly hand over these cards within the sect but rather conceal them in the mountains outside the Linggu secret realm? In an instant, a whiff of conspiracy wafted through Chu Xiao's senses. Could it be that these items were prohibited from entering the sect? With a resonating hum, all traces of Chu Xiao's presence dissipated, and he moved stealthily through the forest, akin to a specter, heading towards Chang Yi and Shen Miaoi. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Chang Yi and Shen Miaoi concealed themselves atop an ancient tree, surveying a valley surrounded by verdant foliage below. This must be the place? Chang Yi remarked, his gaze sharp yet devoid of excitement, instead marred by a shadow of foreboding. In the valley lay a colossal beast, enveloped in crimson flames. Its appearance was reminiscent of a tiger, yet distinctly otherworldly, with sharp fangs protruding menacingly from its jaws. The creature exuded a formidable aura, its cultivation having reached the spirit element level. Behind it loomed an ominous cave entrance, shrouded in darkness, with only a narrow gap visible, enticing yet mysterious. Before the cave, scattered fragments of stone and bones hinted at the presence of an array, suggesting that the entrance had been concealed by a formation. And the beast had unwittingly intruded upon this sanctum, claiming it as its own. Damn it! Where did this beast come from? Chang Yi clenched his fist, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. Senior sister, did the Grand Elder ever mention what treasure he left behind here? Not a word. Shen Miaoi shook her head. Just before their departure, her grandfather suddenly informed them that to the west of the Linggu secret realm, there existed a valley concealed by an array, harboring a spiritual treasure that could assist them in navigating the secret realm with unparalleled prowess. Yet, even Shen Miaoi remained oblivious to the true nature of this item. However, the expression on her grandfather's face suggested that its origins were surely extraordinary. There was no alternative, Shen Shiji. You must divert this monstrous beast while I venture into the cave to seek the treasure. Chang Yi inhaled deeply, a solemn expression suddenly gracing his features. You want me to draw it away? Why not go yourself? Shen Miaoi's delicate visage faltered, her irritation evident. Chang Yi, on the other hand, revealed a chilling smile. Shiji, you wouldn't want the sect leader to discover the matter of the Great Elder's curse on Chu Xiao, would you? Previously, Shen Miaoi had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Chu Xiao, which had already sown seeds of resentment in Chang Yi's heart. Even now, under the duress and temptation of the Great Elder, she had returned to his side. Yet, the act of betrayal held only a zero-sum difference when repeated countless times. In fact, Chang Yi had been secretly contemplating whether to abandon her in the secret realm once she lost her value. Although Chu Xiao was currently afflicted by a curse, he still needed Shen Miaoi at his side to monitor when the poison would manifest. Only by eliminating Chu Xiao could this venture be deemed a success. Shen Miaoi's beautiful eyes trembled, particularly at the icy glint in Chang Yi's gaze, which instilled an indescribable terror within her. Shiji, exercise caution. We shall reunite in Linggu City. Chang Yi sneered coldly, while Shen Miaoi rose abruptly, her legs tensing as she prepared to dart toward the valley. However, at that very moment, she distinctly felt the ancient tree branches beneath her feet suddenly become surprisingly light. Chapter 70. Falling into the trap crack. The sudden sound of a tree branch snapping caused Chang Yi's expression to freeze in shock. He turned his head in a daze, staring at Shen Miaoi, who still maintained her poised stance, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Useless. Buzz. Yet, despite Chang Yi's swift reaction as he reached out to grasp the broken branch, the commotion ultimately stirred the beasts of the valley. Slowly, one such creature rose to its feet, its fierce gaze causing Chang Yi to tense up, and he barked coldly. Run, now? Buzz. Upon hearing this, Shen Miaoi dared not hesitate, turning to flee deep into the forest. Roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the ancient mountain. Even the disciples from various sects within Linggu City looked up, drawn to the noise. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth, mixed with intense heat, as a fire demon beast charged out of the valley and, after a brief moment of uncertainty, pursued Shen Miaoi. It was only until the energies of the two individuals and the beast completely faded that a figure clad in white emerged from the shadows. The expression on Chu Xiao's face remained largely unperturbed as he approached the neatly severed branch. delivering a powerful punch that shattered both the ancient tree and its remnants before striding into the valley. In that moment, Chang'e had no time to question why the branch had suddenly snapped. He would likely assume it was due to Shun Yaoi's excessive force. Even upon returning later to investigate the scene littered with wood shavings, he would attribute it to the beast's assault, without a hint of doubt. As Chu Xiao entered the valley, he made his way toward the cave entrance. At this point, he could sense a lingering ripple of formation patterns within the cave, indicating that the object Chang'e and the others sought was likely concealed within, though the beast they had encountered was merely at the spirit yuan level. With Chang'e's spirit sword body, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to slay it. However, such an act would inevitably alert the formidable sects within Linggu City. Should he find the treasure, escaping with it would prove challenging. Upon stepping into the cave, Chu Xiao discovered a winding, shadowy path that exuded a damp, decaying odor of corpses. As he reached the end of the tunnel, his expression suddenly shifted, halting him in his tracks. Within the cave lay another fire demon beast, quietly lying on the ground. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a figure, the beast's eyes flashed with surprise before it gradually rose, baring its teeth while emitting low growls. Chu Xiao raised a finger, signaling for silence, causing the beast's ferocity to dissipate instantly as it slumped to the ground, powerless. What a jest! The blood coursing through his veins was that of the true phoenix, and even his bones were of the true dragon's sacred lineage. Any mere breath he exhaled would be beyond the capacity of these wild beasts to endure, let alone withstand the awe-inspiring might of true demonic entities. Suddenly, a luminous aura flickered in his eyes, enveloping the entire cavern as his gaze sharpened with intensity. At that moment, he sensed a subtle ripple of spiritual energy emanating from behind the fiery beast. He had found it. Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he approached the creature, retrieving an old Xiankuan bag from beneath it. As his soul consciousness penetrated into the bag, a faint smile graced his face. Indeed, there was something within. A stream of golden light surged forth, hovering above Chu Xiao's head like a golden satchel, exuding the aura of a superb artifact. However, despite the considerable grade of this spiritual treasure, it did not appear to possess any concealed attributes, nor was it an object of malevolence. Why, then, did Shen Tingyuan choose to hide it in such a place? Moreover, even if he had merely placed it within the Qiankuan bag, who could possibly discover it? Unless the treasure was connected to something exceedingly terrifying, the exposure would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. Given Shen Tingyuan's cautious nature, he likely concealed it in the forest to ensure absolute security. Suddenly, a conjecture took shape in Chu Xiao's mind, and his gaze sharpened anew. He retrieved another Qiankuan bag from his robe, rummaging through it for a moment before finally extracting a piece of golden-threaded soft armor, which he placed into the tattered Qiankuan bag. Originally, Chu Xiao had planned to devise a way to entice Chang'e into acquiring this treasure after entering the secret realm. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder had prepared a contingency for Chang'e ahead of time, sparing Chu Xiao considerable trouble. However, as Chu Xiao glanced at the fiery beast sprawled on the ground, exuding a foul stench, he shook his head slightly and exited the valley, discarding the tattered Qiankuan bag containing the golden armor in a corner before turning away from the valley. After a brief while, a low, ominous whoosh echoed from outside the valley. Chang'e stealthily descended into the gorge, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Once he confirmed that the beast had not returned, he stepped into the cave. Yet, at that moment, he distinctly spotted a Qiankuan bag discarded in a corner, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Particularly striking were the remnants of claw marks left by the beast on the bag, which dispelled all of his hesitations, prompting him to pick it up from the ground. His face now bore a clear expression of excitement, as he had not anticipated finding such a treasure so effortlessly. Destiny was on his side. Chang'e carefully opened the Qiankuan bag, and to his astonishment, he discovered a piece of artifact-grade soft armor within, intensifying his exhilaration. No wonder the Grand Elder had said that finding this treasure would empower him within the spirit ancient secret realm. The frailty of sword cultivators lay in their bodily defenses. And with this artifact armor, one could question who among the four sects could rival him. At the very least, at the spirit origin level. No one could easily breach the defenses of a supreme artifact armor. Such a treasure represented the true cornerstone of the four sections. Even among the numerous elders within the sect, most possessed at most a single artifact, let alone ordinary disciples. If one were to assert that among the four contemporary sects there exists someone capable of posing a threat to him, it would be solely the formidable Chu Xiao. Chang'e did not doubt that his physical prowess could indeed shake the very foundations of this armor's might. However, This disciple of the sword sect wielded a remarkable artifact as well, the Dragon's Roar ancient sword. Regrettably, the current state of Chu Xiao was compromised. Having fallen victim to the elder's poison, all that was required was for Shenqi to patiently await the moment the toxin activated, at which point dispatching him would be a mere trifle. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Shenqi resolved to meet with the young master of the mountain-moving sect, Lu Qi, to ensure comprehensive preparations were in place. The elder truly does not treat me poorly. In his quest to see me ascend to the position of young master of the sword sect, he has not only bestowed upon me a maiden, but also such extraordinary fortune. Shenqi scoffed softly. Although he could not fathom why the elder would conceal this armor in the desolate wilderness, it was clear that, given the elder's disposition, such actions were driven by a specific intent. With this thought in mind, Shenqi hesitated no longer and turned resolutely towards the direction of Linggu City. As for Xin Miao, her fate is of no concern to me. In a heart devoid of feminine attachments, the sword is drawn with divine clarity. Chapter 71. Frantic provocation. Half a day later, when Xin Miao reappeared before the ancient city gate, her complexion had already turned pale. At that moment, her garments appeared to have been violently torn, her hair disheveled, revealing large swathes of astonishingly pure white skin. Clearly, despite her cultivation at the spirit origin realm, she had been unable to escape the pursuit of the fiery beast. Indeed, had it not been for the sudden emergence of an even more terrifying demonic aura in the ancient forest at the last moment, which had driven off the fire beast, it remained uncertain whether she would return to Linggu City today. Cursed Qingyi, nearly causing me to lose my life. Xin Miao scoffed coldly and stepped towards the city. At that very moment, in a tavern on the side of the street, Chu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the disheveled figure before him, his eyes clear and piercing. It was he who had intervened to scare off the fiery beast, thus preserving Xin Miao's life. His reasons for doing so, however, were not born of pity, but because Xin Miao still held value in his eyes. Is that not junior sister Xin? What a fierce battle you must have fought, to be in such a wretched state, your face ashen. Just then, a group of robust men clad in crimson robes emerged from Linggu City, all muscular figures. Among them, leading the pack, was a young man with a scarred face, his aura pulsating with vitality, at the second level of the spirit origin realm, comparable to Xin Miaoyi. Xiongzhan. Xin Miaoyi's delicate face tightened, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. Given the current relations between the sword-seeking sect and the mountain-moving sect, these disciples would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to humiliate her. You'd best keep your mouth clean. My mouth is quite clean. I made a point to wash it today. How about a taste, junior sister Xin? Xiongzhan grinned sinisterly, his gaze greedily appraising Xin Miao without any pretense of concealment. Junior sister, who you give it to matters not. Just look at my robust physique. I could easily handle you, Xian. Seeking death. Upon hearing this, Xin Miao's delicate hand clenched suddenly as she drew her sword from her back and charged directly at Xiongzhan. Xin Miao, you are quite bold. Daring to act here in Linggu City. Xiongzhan's gaze sharpened, particularly at the sword intent that radiated with a chilling sharpness, which stirred unease in his heart. Had it been any other time, given his status, he would not have dared to openly humiliate the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the sword-seeking sect. However, prior to descending the mountain this time, Master El Qi had already declared that disciples of the sword-seeking sect were to be eliminated on sight. According to the whispers he had heard, it seemed there was a prince in the Dayong dynasty who not only toyed with Master El Qi's woman but had also slain Yuan Ba in the court. Now, this prince had even entered the sword-seeking sect, presumably seeking its protection. Previously, the fourth elder had led Li Kuei down the mountain to demand an explanation from the sword-seeking sect. Logically, this 7-day period should have been ample time for him to return to the sect, yet he had not made an appearance. Initially, the elders within the sect believed he had likely ventured straight into the secret realm of Linggu. After all, accompanying him down the mountain was another prodigy of the mountain-moving sect, the fourth elder's prized disciple, Chengju. However, today, the young master Lu Qi has already inquired, and the fourth elder has not made an appearance in the spirit ancient city. It is indeed strange. Could it be that the sword-seeking sect dares to kill an elder of the moving mountain sect over a mere junior disciple? With a resonant sound of a sword's chant, Xin Miao's figure appeared before Xiongzhan. The latter, without a moment's hesitation, clenched his hands fiercely, causing a surge of blood energy to erupt from his body, and he struck down with a powerful punch. Boom. At the moment their attacks collided, A visible wave of force surged forth, shattering the bluestone floor beneath them into countless cracks. Both Shen Miaoi and Xiongzhan were forced to retreat a few steps before managing to stabilize themselves. Is this Xiongzhan from the Moving Mountain sect and Shen Miaoi from the Sword-Seeking sect? The commotion immediately drew the attention of many disciples from surrounding sections. Curiosity painted their faces as they clearly did not expect these two major sects to clash before the Spirit Ancient Secret Realm had even opened. Indeed, with a grandfather serving as an elder, Shun Jr. sister's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. Oh, I almost forgot that she has a fiancé, a prodigy of the spirit sword body. She must have absorbed quite a bit of his essence in her daily practice, right? Xiongzhan chuckled sinisterly, provoking laughter from those around him. Brother Xiong, if you can speak, then do share more. Yes, Brother Xiong, is the spirit sword body truly that powerful? Does it also have the effect of dual cultivation? You all. Shen Miaoi's face turned pale with anger. She formed sword seals with her hands, and waves of sword intent surged around her like relentless tides. Without uttering a single word, she swung her sword down, aiming directly at Xiongzhan. As the esteemed granddaughter of the elder of the sword-seeking sect, she had never endured such humiliation and longed to sever Xiongzhan's tongue to relieve her pent-up resentment. Come on. Today I shall see whether Shen Jr.'s sister is merely a name or truly a swordsman. Xiongzhan scoffed. He was on par with Shen Miaoi in cultivation. Yet she was evidently injured, making her no match for him. While he dared not kill her, to toy with her was certainly permissible. With this thought, Xiongzhan stepped forward, crushing the bluestone beneath him and creating a fissure several meters long. His fist radiated with a brilliance of spiritual energy, grand and imposing. Moving mountain technique, divine threshold seal. With a roar, Xiongzhan's outstretched fist transformed into an illusory, divine threshold, crashing down with immense force. The surrounding disciples turned pale at the sight of the overwhelming power. However, at that moment, Shen Miaoi showed no signs of panic, even displaying a hint of mockery. In her hand, she suddenly conjured a golden sword talisman and hurled it towards the divine threshold's fist intent. In an instant, layers of spiritual light swirled around the ancient talisman, transforming into an even more formidable and terrifying sword intent that shattered the divine threshold from within. You. Xiongzhan's eyes widened in disbelief. It was too late to dodge. The sword intent brutally shredded his entire arm, exposing the stark whiteness of his bones. Aya! A piercing scream echoed throughout the ancient city. Before Xiongzhan could react, Shen Miao stepped forward, wielding her ancient sword, which she swept across his face, leaving a cross-shaped scar, flesh torn and blood oozing, marring his entire visage. Xiongzhan collapsed, clutching his severed arm and rolling in agony. The disciples of the mountain-moving sect, who had once been so boisterous, now fell silent, their bravado extinguished. Xiongzhan, in this state, you truly resemble a dog. Go on, bark. Why are you silent? Shen Miao mocked with a sneer, delivering a kick to Xiongzhan's face. Why don't you stand up? Is it that the mountain-moving sect can only bark like dogs? Shen Miao, the esteemed disciple of Elder Shun, effortlessly unleashed a third-tier spirit talisman. At that moment, a deep, chilling voice resonated through Linggu City. All eyes narrowed, turning to witness a figure even more imposing than Xiongzhan striding forth. The muscles of this giant, reminiscent of a mountain, exuded an unspoken sense of oppression. Even Shen Miao paused her movements, slowly retreating to the side. It was the second disciple of the mountain-moving sect, Xiang Hang. Chapter 72. A special affection. The disciples of the mountain-moving sect beamed with joy as they bowed respectfully to Xiang Hang. However, Xiongzhan, enduring the agony of his shattered arm, struggled to rise and positioned himself before Xiang Hang, senior brother. Yet before he could voice his grievances, Xiang Hang delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending him flying 10 zhang away, where he landed unconscious on the ground. How shameful it was for him to strike a woman and yet be defeated. Witnessing this scene, Shen Miaoi let out a sigh of relief. Slightly bowing to Xiang Hang as she prepared to leave, the talisman she had just used was a trump card bestowed upon her by her grandfather, intended for her survival within the secret realm. However, Xiongzhan's humiliating words had ignited her murderous intent, prompting her to sever his arm with the divine talisman. With only one talisman remaining, should Xiang Hang choose to attack her again, Shen Miaoi knew she would surely be defeated. Junior sister Shen. At that moment, Xiang Hang suddenly called out, blocking her path. Although I harbor no particular fondness for striking women, your incessant insults towards our mount-moving sect have greatly displeased me. What do you intend to do about it? Shen Miao's eyes flickered as she bit her lip. I warn you, should you dare to lay a hand on me, my grandfather will not let you off easily. While the elder was indeed formidable, the mount-moving sect was not one to be easily intimidated. How about this? I present you with two choices. Either you kneel and apologize, barking like a dog, or I shall strike you until you do. You. Shen Miao's eyes widened in shock, but before she could respond, Xiang Hang stepped forward, his energy surging. A torrent of blood essence seemed to erupt from the crown of his head, instilling fear in those around him. In an instant, Shen Miao felt her resolve waver. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Fourth level of spirit origin. This realm had already grazed the threshold of the four major sects elders. Although Xiang Hang's talent could not compare to El Chi's, he was certainly not someone Shen Miao, who had relied on pills to elevate her cultivation, could rival. My patience is rather limited. Since junior sister refuses to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to strike you until you yield. With that, Xiang Hang showed no hesitation as he raised his hand, bringing it down upon Shen Miao. The overwhelming surge of energy drained the color from her face, causing her body to tremble. Under such a bloodline pressure, she found herself unable to resist. Yet the thought of being forced to kneel before the other disciples was more unbearable than death itself. Stop. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from outside the city. A gleam of sword light blossomed with remarkable speed, intercepting Xiang Hang's advance. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. And even Shen Miao's despairing face lit up with a flicker of hope. Slowly turning her head, she indeed beheld Cheng-Yi approaching with an indifferent expression, standing beside her. At this moment, Shen Miao harbored a deep-seated resentment. Were it not for Cheng-Yi, she would not have been relentlessly pursued by that fiery beast, nearly losing her life in the wilderness. Yet, he ultimately arrived, and one could surmise that Xiang Hang and his companions dared not act recklessly any longer. Oh, so it is young Master Cheng, Xiang Hang remarked, his gaze sharpening. He felt free to humiliate Shen Miao without restraint. Yet he dared not flaunt his superiority in front of this scion of the sword sect. As a true prodigy among the four great sects, Cheng-Yi's mastery of the sword and his cultivation were on par with that of young Master El Chi. Brother Xiang, Cheng-Yi replied with a slight nod. Casting a glance at the unconscious Xiangzhan sprawled in the street, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Did you strike him? However, to everyone's astonishment, Cheng-Yi displayed no inclination to support Shen Miao, instead darkly inquiring. He insulted me first. Shen Miao furrowed her brows, an inexplicable unease settling in her heart. Previously, in the forest, she had already sensed a shift in Cheng-Yi's demeanor. It was evident that he had formed his own opinions now. The speed at which he transitioned from an ardent admirer to a figure of authority indeed caught Shen Miao off guard. Brother Xiang, perhaps you could grant me a favor and allow her to apologize to all the brothers. I am willing to compensate this brother with a second-grade elixir. Cheng-Yi huffed coldly, then turned to Xiang Hang with an expression of regret. This scene left those around them in a state of disbelief. Even Xiang Hang found it hard to fathom. Was Cheng-Yi truly this soft-hearted? His fiancée had been insulted, and yet he was the one to apologize. Of course. To Cheng-Yi at present, Shen Miao was merely a pawn. If her actions jeopardized his alliance with El Chi and thwarted their plans to eliminate Chu Xiao, how could he afford to let that happen? What did you say? Shen Miao's eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Sister, you do not wish for this matter to thwart the elder's ambitions, do you? Cheng-Yi's tone bore an unmistakable threat, which Shen Miao could not ignore. After a brief silence, she ultimately refrained from defying him. After all, the luxurious status she currently enjoyed was a gift from her grandfather. Should his plans fail or be exposed, the Shen family would face utter ruin. Taking a deep breath, Shen Miao prepared to bow an apology to Xiang Hang, only to see the disciple of the mountain-moving sect shake his head slightly, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. I have no interest in apologies. Since you claim that my fellow disciples of the mountain-moving sect are dogs, then you shall bark like one, and this matter shall be settled. Xiang Hang, do not go too far. Shen Miao shrieked in fury, her face contorting with rage. Sister. Before Xiang Hang could respond, Cheng-Yi interjected sharply, the icy glare in his eyes instilling a profound sense of despair in Shen Miao. Presently, Cheng-Yi held evidence of Shun Tingyuan's collusion with the mountain-moving sect. Effectively gripping the very lifeline of the Shen family, she could not dare to oppose him in the slightest. Yet, to bark like a dog? That would be an indignity more painful than death itself. It seems that your sect has a peculiar fondness for the barking of dogs. However, just as Shen Miao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment as she attempted to imitate a dog's bark, a gentle laughter unexpectedly emanated from a nearby tavern. Upon hearing the sound, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, yet only Chang'e furrowed his brows, a fleeting glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" Xiang Hang inquired coldly, turning to regard the white-clad figure approaching with a measured pace, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Although he did not sense an overwhelming aura of spiritual power emanating from the youth, the depth of his inky black eyes instilled a sense of fear and insignificance akin to being scrutinized by a demon. Meanwhile, on either side of the street, the disciples of various sects appeared entranced, with some of the female disciples instinctively covering their lips, clearly mesmerized by Chu Xiao's striking appearance and demeanor. Clad in white as pure as snow, with hair elegantly styled, he resembled an exquisite gentleman, unparalleled and radiant as jade. Brother Chu Xiao. Strangely, as Shen Miao beheld the suddenly materializing youth, her underlying anxiety dissipated. Yet, a faint sense of guilt began to take root within the heart of this proud daughter of the sword sect. Chapter 73. Hatred to the bone. Chu Xiao. You are Chu Xiao? Upon hearing Shen Miaoyi's words, a flicker of resentment clearly crossed Xiang Hang's face. As early as half a month ago, he had heard whispers of the upheaval within the Western Chu dynasty, as the sole bloodline of the royal family to have joined the Ban Mountain sect. His animosity towards Chu Xiao was palpable. "What are you barking like a dog for?" Chu Xiao's gaze was sharp as he stepped in front of Shen Miaoyi, positioning himself between her and Xiang Hang. This seemingly trivial act caused Shen Miaoyi's heart to tremble, intensifying her resentment towards Chang'e. "How fortuitous it is that you presented yourself before me," Xiang Hang scoffed. Although he had heard of the great Yong Crown Prince's affiliation with the Sword Inquiry sect, he was astonished that he would be eligible to enter the Spirit Ancient Secret Realm. Yet, even now, the Sword Inquiry sect's young master Chang'e had yielded to him. How dare a mere youth from Great Yong put on airs before him? "Shen Miao, you need not mimic a dog. If you kneel before me and bark 3 times, I shall let this matter rest," Xiang Hang declared, glancing at Chang'e and pointedly ignoring Chu Xiao's presence. However, for some unknown reason, he seemed to perceive a hint of discomfort on Chang'e's face. "Senior brother Xiang, perhaps. It would be better if Shen's senior sister were to learn instead." "What?" Xiang Hang's expression froze, a look of confusion evident in his eyes. Had Chang'e's disposition shifted during their time apart? "Xiang?" Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, slowly nodding, as if he had already begun to speculate. "Young master, this is Xiang Hang, the second disciple of the Ban Mountain sect. Second only to the prodigy Lu Qi." Shen Miaoyi quietly informed Chu Xiao, a revelation that deepened the darkening expression on Chang'e's face. Back in the valley, he had harbored suspicions. How could Shen Miaoyi, with her cultivation, have failed to control her strength, inadvertently snapping a branch and drawing the attention of the fiery beast? Witnessing the intimate interaction between the two at this moment, Chang'e realized with clarity that this seemingly harmless Qinsong had likely been covertly aided by Chu Xiao. "Young master." At this point, the faces of the Ban Mountain sect disciples fell into a state of bewilderment, turning to Chang'e. Wasn't the young master of the Sword Inquiry sect Chang'e? When had it changed to this seemingly lowly youth? "Humph. I shall repeat myself. Kneel and bark like a dog, and I may spare your life today, otherwise." Xiang Hang's brow furrowed slightly. Though he was unaware of the turmoil within the Sword Inquiry sect, how could a youth from a backgroundless dynasty instill fear in him? Buzz. Just as his words faded, a figure clad in white suddenly advanced, uttering not a single superfluous word, drawing his sword and charging towards him, seeking death. At that moment, Xiang Hang could sense that the youth's aura was merely at the Danci level. PFF. A Danci youth dared to draw his sword first? Buzz. Xiang Hang gripped his hands tightly, his blood surging forth. In the next moment, he extended his palm, and a magnificent aura descended, intending to intercept Chu Xiao's sword momentum. However, just as his hand made contact with the ancient sword, the disdain on Xiang Hang's face abruptly solidified. Then, before the astonished eyes of all present, the ancient sword pierced through layers of crimson light, severing his arm at the shoulder. A pungent scent of blood immediately permeated the air, followed by a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated through the surroundings. Before Xiang Hang could retreat, the ancient sword in Chu Xiao's hand was already pressed against his brow. Mere moments away from penetrating his skull, the world fell silent. All faces were etched with profound shock. Unable to comprehend how someone of Xiang Hang's caliber could be so easily vanquished by a mere youth from the Danci. At that moment, the spiritual waves awakened the unconscious Xiangzhan. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, this prodigy of the mountain-moving sect discreetly buried his head in the nearby grass and dirt, feigning unconsciousness. Since your mountain-moving sect has such a fondness for dogs, let us begin. Kneel and bark like a dog, and perhaps I shall spare your lives, Chu Xiao said with a gentle smile. Yet his words sent a shiver down everyone's spine, instilling an inexplicable chill. Particularly, his deep, jet-black eyes resembled those of a demon, rendering others unable to meet his gaze. Amidst this tension, it seemed as if an incredibly sharp sword intent was howling above them, poised to mercilessly eradicate anyone who dared to defy it. Humph. Even if I die as a disciple of the mountain-moving sect, I will never. Woof woof woof. Before Xiang Hang could finish his sentence, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted behind him. His expression gradually turned blank, lips trembling, as he slowly turned to look. Before him, all the disciples of the mountain-moving sect were kneeling on the ground, barking fervently. What will you not do? Chu Xiao's expression remained indifferent. His gaze fixed on Xiang Hang's face. The second prodigy of the mountain-moving sect felt a chilling sensation rising from his feet, causing him to collapse at Chu Xiao's feet. Woof, woof, woof. The onlookers' eyes flickered, particularly as they observed Xiang Hang's tongue, which was wagging in a manner so lifelike, it seemed he was well versed in the ways of dogs. At that moment, Chu Xiao struck down with his sword, piercing through Xiang Hang's skull. You didn't say. I said they could live, but I never said you could. To insult the sword inquiry sect is to invite death. Chu Xiao's indifferent words echoed as he slowly withdrew the ancient sword, splattering a spurt of crimson. As they watched Xiang Hang slump to the ground, eyes wide open in death, everyone swallowed hard, their gazes toward Chu Xiao a blend of curiosity, reverence, and, above all, fear. Ruthless and formidable. Who could have imagined that the distinguished second prodigy of the sword inquiry sect would meet his end so swiftly upon his entrance? At this moment, Chu Xiao didn't even cast a glance at Shen Miao, instead striding towards the center of the city. Brother Chu Xiao, wait for me. Shen Miao pressed her crimson lips tightly together, disregarding the somber expression on Chang Yi's face, and strode forward with determination. Cheng Yi had lost both his master and his wife. It seems that the awakening of the Linggu secret realm was destined to be anything but tranquil. The crowd shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Cheng Yi before gradually dispersing into the distance. Chu Xiao. Once the throng around him had receded, Cheng Yi took a deep breath, his palm gradually clenching into a fist, feeling increasingly grateful for the restraint he had exercised at the sword sect. In retrospect, it was evident that Chu Xiao's prowess could not merely be gauged by his realm. Fortunately, he had acquired the treasured armor left by the Grand Elder. Even if Chu Xiao's swordsmanship were transcendent, he could not easily shatter it. As long as he could seize a fleeting opportunity, he would undoubtedly bring this youth to his knees beneath his blade. Cheng Yi inhaled deeply once more, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. The pressing matter at hand was to locate El Qi and confer with him regarding the strategy within the secret realm. Given recent events, it was likely that this young master of mountain moving would harbor a profound hatred for Chu Xiao. Chapter 74. Cheng Yi's scheme within the ancient city of Linggu. Atop an ancient building, a graceful figure clad in white stood before the window, observing two silhouettes walking side by side into the city. Her exquisite visage betrayed little emotion. Given Gu Qingtong's temperament, it was implausible for her to feel jealousy over a youth. Moreover, based on her understanding of Chu Xiao, who could meticulously unearth the culprits behind the massacre of 8,000 dragon riders, it was unlikely he would easily trust Shen Miao. Whether within the Wanjian sect or in the intimate display at this moment, it all seemed excessively contrived. This youth likely intended to exploit Shen Miao to achieve certain objectives. The presence felt near yet distant, leaving one to ponder whether it resided within this secret realm of Linggu. Gu Qingtang gazed at the distant sky, a hint of melancholy shadowing her delicate features. If she continued to linger in Qizhou, there was a genuine risk she might never return. Meanwhile, at the temporary residence of the Banshan sect, a figure cloaked in black, shrouded beneath a conical hat, navigated through the throng, making a beeline for the top-floor chamber. Is senior brother El inside? He inquired, lowering his voice as his footsteps halted. Enter, came a cold and indifferent voice from within. The figure in black glanced around to ensure he was unaccompanied before stepping inside. Who are you? And what urgent matter do you wish to discuss with me? Inside the room, a robust young man draped in a crimson robe sat at the table, indulging in his drink. Upon hearing the inquiry, the figure slowly removed his hat, revealing a cold and sinister countenance. It was Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi? El Qi's eyes widened in surprise, his blood rushing as he realized that the person he was to meet was none other than the former young master of the Wanjian sect. Cheng Yi. Given the current animosity between their sects, how dare he approach alone? Noticing the astonishment on Elchi's face, Chang Yi's gaze flickered, and a trace of confusion welled up within him. According to the Grand Elder, he had reached a consensus with the fourth elder of the Banshan sect to collaborate with Elchi and eliminate Chu Xiao. Yet, Elchi's expression suggested he was taken aback. Could it be that Elder Yuanhe had not informed Elchi of their plan? You dare to come see me? Elchi scoffed, hurling his wine cup with force, sending a wave of overwhelming power crashing forth. Chang Yi furrowed his brow, his body enveloped in sword patterns that shattered the oncoming waves and the cup into fragments. Senior Brother El, I am here today to propose an alliance. Chang Yi's gaze was sharp as he brushed the spilled wine from his garments and approached the table to take a seat. An alliance with me? Elchi's eyebrows arched, his countenance growing increasingly ominous. You would join forces with me? Did Elder Yuanhe not inform you? Our Grand Elder has already met with Elder Yuan to clarify the situation. Elder Yuan has yet to return to the sect, and I was just about to ask you what your sect has done to him. What? Upon hearing those words, Chang Yi's expression subtly tightened, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Consequently, he dared not conceal any details and recounted the entire sequence of events to Lu Qi. So, you wish to join forces with me to eliminate that youth named Chu Xiao? Lu Xixiang remarked, indeed, do not underestimate him. He is the only one in a millennium from my Wanjian sect to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path with the cultivation of the Dan Hai realm. And just moments ago, he slew Xiang Heng with a single strike at the city gate. I cannot place my trust in you, Lu Qi shook his head, unmoved by Chang Yi's words. With the imminent opening of the Linggu secret realm, all disciples from the four sects were adversaries. Should Chang Yi lay a trap and lure him in, even with Lu Qi's formidable combat prowess, calamity would surely follow. How can I earn your trust? Chang Yi sighed softly, evidently anticipating the current predicament. Unless you assist me in eliminating someone. A flicker of depth flashed in Lu Qi's eyes as he dipped his finger in the wine and inscribed two characters on the table, Yun Quan. Chang Yi's gaze trembled. Confusion etched across his face. Lu Xixiang and I. Many years prior, he had leveraged his sister's reputation to seize one of his concubines. Lu Qi sipped his drink, seemingly indifferent to the matter of one or two concubines. However, like Chu Xiao, Yun Quan's actions were tantamount to slapping the face of this young master of the mountain-moving sect. In truth, even if Chang Yi had not appeared today, Lu Qi had no intention of sparing Chu Xiao. Yet, Yun Quan was different. He stood backed by the most formidable prodigy of the four sects, Yun Xian of the Yunlan sect, as the only individual to have entered the Linggu secret realm and returned unscathed. The extent of Yun Xian's strength remained a mystery to all. It was said that in recent years, she had undergone a profound enlightenment, mastering numerous ancient texts of the Yunlan sect. Even Lu Qi dared not openly confront her. Now, with Chang Yi presenting himself, it seemed fortuitous to leverage him to eliminate Yun Quan, thus alleviating his own grievances. Of course, even if Chang Yi ultimately failed, Lu Qi would not suffer any losses. He could use this to threaten and manipulate Chang Yi. Very well, as long as Lu Xixiang is willing to ally with me, I shall aid you in killing Yun Quan. To Lu Qi's surprise, Chang Yi did not hesitate long before nodding in agreement. Although Yun Quan exhibited a domineering disposition and an insatiable appetite for women, his cultivation was not far removed from Chang Yi's, resting at the third level of Lingyuan. Should the two engage in combat within the city, any significant commotion would undoubtedly attract Yun Xian's attention. Could it be that Chang Yi harbored other hidden cards? Agreed. Lu Qi did not dwell on the matter further, raising his cup to clink with Chang Yi's, both revealing a sinister smile. However, once Chang Yi exited the tavern, a contemplative expression immediately crossed his face. With his current strength, few opponents within the same realm could rival him. Although Yun Quan's realm was substantial, it was largely bolstered by the use of medicinal elixirs. Moreover, with that Dao artifact armor protecting him, who could truly harm him within the Lingyuan? Nevertheless, Yun Quan could perish, but it must carry significance. For instance, what if it were Chu Xiao who delivered the fatal blow? Chang Yi's gaze was profound, and within his heart, a resolution had already formed. Given Chu Xiao's temperament, it was evident that he would not easily fall into a trap. However, he had a dog named Su Jibua who had followed him from Dayong. In recent days, Chang Yi had taken special notice of Su Jibua's disposition and preferences. Aside from his pretentiousness, it could almost be said that he was utterly lacking in merit. Yet, he shared a common trait with Yun Quan, a penchant for carnal pleasures. But beyond this, his most fatal flaw was his unwavering loyalty. Young Master Yun Quan, please hold your step. On the ancient streets of the city, A young man dressed in blue, exuding an air of arrogance, was meandering about with a bag of wonders dangling at his side. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind him, causing Yun Quan to furrow his brows and glance back. "Who are you?" "I am Liu Ban, the steward of Longue Fong. Here specifically to pay my respects to the young master." "Liu Ban? I do not recognize you." Yun Quan waved his hand dismissively. During this descent from the mountain, his sister had expressly instructed him not to stir up trouble. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have swiftly dealt with the meddlesome old man. Haha, of course. The young master does not know me, but the renowned courtesan, Miss Lan Hua, has long admired you and wishes to extend an invitation for a meeting. Liu Ban mysteriously produced a bag of wonders from his bosom and offered it to Yun Quan. "What is this?" "This is a collection of spirit stones gathered by Miss Lan Hua herself. There will be an auction for the courtesan tonight, and she has expressed a desire to form a close friendship with you." "Oh?" At these words, a look of surprise crossed Yun Quan's face. Over the years, as he traversed the realms of pleasure, he had encountered countless enchanting women. None had sought to drain his spirit stones and energy quite like this. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a direct advance, and curiosity stirred within him. "Return and inform Miss Lan Hua that, out of respect for her earnestness, I shall certainly attend tonight." Chapter 75. Everything is prepared in the shadowy alleys of Linggu City. Lu Zhuo bowed deeply before a figure cloaked in black robes. "Young master, everything has been executed as per your instructions. The 5 spirit stones you promised me." Suddenly, a flash of sword light descended, piercing through his heart and extinguishing his life. His face retained a semblance of a smile. Unable to react in time before he perished, the figure in black collected his lifeless body into a spatial bag and proceeded toward Longue Fong. Meanwhile, within Longue Fong, a disciple from the Wanjian sect rushed in, panic etched across his features. His gaze swept across the patrons before settling on 2 figures. "Elder Liu, something has happened." No matter the gravity of the matter, I shall wait here for Miss Lan to appear." Zhao Baiji, with bleary eyes, clinked cups with Su Jibua, seemingly indifferent. Noticing this, the Wanjian disciple leaned close to Zhao Baiji and whispered a few urgent words, causing the elder's inebriation to dissipate, replaced by a look of alarm. "Is that true?" "Indeed. The body is currently displayed in the sword pavilion, specifically requesting your presence." Zhao Baiji pondered for a moment, retrieving a spatial bag filled with spirit stones from his robes and handing it to Su Jibua. "Jibua, do not return to the sword pavilion tonight. Enjoy yourself here." "On my account." "Elder, what has transpired?" Su Jibua queried, his plump face showing surprise. But Zhao Baiji merely shook his head and exited with the disciple from the Wanjian sect. As Su Jibua stood to follow, a woman approached from the distance, seizing his arm and drawing him into her embrace. "Oh, young master, since you've arrived, how could you leave without seeing Miss Lan?" Su Jibua hesitated, but just then, a commotion erupted within the tavern. A woman, dressed lightly and possessing striking beauty, cradled an ancient zither as she ascended the central platform and sat down gracefully. Her bare, delicate feet and slender waist captivated everyone's gaze. "Young master, you are fortunate. Today it is Miss Lan's turn to perform, and the highest bidder shall win her favor." "Oh?" Su Jibua's interest piqued as he looked up at the woman on the platform, who indeed possessed a mesmerizing allure. "Moreover, I recently heard that young Master Yun Quan of the Yunlan sect has declared that even if the heirs of the 3 sects were to attend, they would merely be spectators tonight, particularly the young master of the Wanjian sect, who supposedly emerged from a dynasty and might not even have encountered spirit stones before." "Huh. Young master, which sect do you belong to?" "I am from the Wanjian sect," Su Jibua replied, his gaze sharpening, a flicker of anger crossing his face. If young Master Yun Quan had insulted others from the Wanjian sect, or even Su Jibua himself, he would not have been as incensed. However, to insult him directly was tantamount to courting disaster. Oh, I was merely jesting. Young master, please do not act impulsively, or this little woman may find herself in dire straits." He remains utterly ignorant of spirit stones. Su Jibua let out a cold snort, only to see the performance of Orchid conclude as she gracefully bowed to the audience, then quietly positioned herself to the side. Behind her, a middle-aged woman with a swaying waist approached, her presence commanding attention. My goddaughter intends to select one among you talented youths to share a delightful evening. I wonder who among you would be willing to part with some spirit stones to fulfill her modest desire. I offer 3 spirit stones." 3 spirit stones? You dare to speak so boldly?" "I offer 10. 10. Upon hearing this, many disciples from various sects were momentarily taken aback. shaking their heads in disbelief. As mere ordinary disciples, they received only 1 spirit stone per month from their sections. 10 stones would suffice for a year of cultivation. They began to withdraw. 50 spirit stones. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly echoed from below the platform, garnering numerous astonished glances. It is young Master Yunquan. No wonder. It seems we have no chance tonight. The disciples sighed, clearly aware of Yunquan's illustrious reputation. 100. Yet, just as Yunquan basked in the adoration of the crowd, a mocking voice emerged from a corner. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yunquan's face abruptly froze. Even if he were extravagant, 100 spirit stones was not an insignificant amount. If his sister were to learn that he had squandered such a sum on frivolity, he would likely face severe repercussions. Young man, you would do well to consider your actions carefully. A hint of menace flickered in Yunquan's eyes, while Su Jibwa fearlessly shook his head, stating that without spirit stones, one should refrain from boasting and embarrassing oneself. Yunquan sprang to his feet, but was restrained by 2 disciples of the Yunlan sect beside him. Junior brother, the senior sister has instructed us not to cause trouble. We shall settle this once the secret realm opens. Just wait until we are in the secret realm. You will regret it. Grinding his teeth, Yunquan turned to leave the pavilion. Although he had a sister who was a favored disciple, he had squandered all his spirit stones long ago. He could scarcely afford 100 spirit stones. Had it not been for the 50 stones previously gifted to him by Lu Yin, he would not even have the standing to bid. Observing the disgruntled figure departing, the disciples exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with sympathy towards Su Jibwa. You may revel tonight, but once the secret realm opens, you may find yourself in dire straits. Congratulations to this young master. Miss Orchid is yours for the evening. Upon hearing this, Su Jibwa immediately wore a triumphant smile, entirely dismissing Yunquan's threats, with the treasures and techniques bestowed upon him by the young master. Even a prodigy from the spirit origin realm could not threaten his life. As he watched the plump figure sway toward the 2nd floor alongside Orchid, the woman who had been drinking with Su Jibwa promptly turned and exited the pavilion. For mere mortals like them, spirit stones were a monumental blessing. They remain utterly oblivious to the roles they play in this intricate game, even less aware that some spiritual stones cannot be seized at will. The humiliation inflicted upon me by him is intolerable. I shall keep a vigilant watch on him. Once the secret realm is unveiled, I will personally shatter his ambitions. As Yunquan scolded and grumbled, he made his way toward the tavern. However, as he traversed a secluded area, the sudden sound of footsteps echoed ominously behind him. Yunquan, junior disciple. The voice startled Yunquan, causing his brow to furrow slightly as he beheld a figure approaching with measured steps. Yet before he could discern the identity of the newcomer, a gleam of sword light surged forth like turbulent waves of the ocean, striking with fierce intent. Yunquan's eyes quivered in fear as he hurriedly summoned a crescent moon blade, swinging it downward toward the approaching figure. To his horror, that silhouette showed no inclination to evade. It allowed the ancient blade to cleave through its form. The azure ancient sword pierced the darkness, conjuring a mist of crimson. Gasping for breath, Yunquan clutched his throat in terror, staggering backward, unable to emit a sound. The remaining 2 disciples of the Yunlan sect were rendered utterly limp, their heads severed by a single stroke of the black-clad figure's sword. Chu Xiao, it is now your turn. Shenqi tilted his head, gazing at the tattered remnants of his clothing that revealed a glimmer of golden light beneath, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Following this battle, he was even more convinced that with the protection of this divine weapon, no one at the spirit origin realm could breach his defenses. Chapter 76. The opening of the secret realm. The following day, as dawn broke, the entire Linggu city was engulfed in an astonishing clamor. Su Jibwa emerged from the Longue Fong, his steps unsteady, humming a light tune as he made his way toward the sword pavilion. I come from the mountains, capturing orchids. The orchids are truly marvelous, waiting for me. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Not good. Yunqian, the brother of Yun Xian from the Yulan sect, has been killed. In an instant, Su Jibwa's expression turned to one of shock, a deep terror washing over him, as if he might soil himself in fright. Yunqian, dead? A sense of unease blossomed within him, a faint whisper of conspiracy in the air. Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jibwa hurried towards the sword pavilion. You mean to say that you had a conflict with Yunqian over the courtesan last night at Longue Fong? Chu Xiao spoke calmly, holding an ancient scroll without even glancing at Su Jibwa. Yes, my lord. It was that maid who said Yunqian insulted you, calling you a mere dog from the dynasty, and I. Su Jibwa's voice dwindled as he recalled something. It was her. She deliberately provoked me. As he spoke, a surge of anger crossed Su Jibua's face, and he turned to stride out of the sword pavilion. No need to go. If others have set a trap, they would not leave a flaw to exploit. Chu Xiao shook his head, placing the scroll down, his gaze piercing through Su Jibua. Strangely, under the gaze, Su Jibua felt a chill sweep through him, his heart racing. Loyalty is commendable, but you must learn to be cautious. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual brilliance surged forth, sending Su Jibua flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth, his chest feeling as though it had collapsed inward. Yet, rather than harboring resentment, his face relaxed completely. Given his lord's temperament, having already punished him, there would be no further blame. Remember, you have also been ambushed today. At these words, Su Jibua's eyes narrowed, a dawning realization taking hold. If someone sought to frame him, then why not strike back directly? Although he had not perished, he was gravely injured. As long as Yin Xian was not a fool, she would understand. This was a scheme directed at both the Sword Pavilion and the Yulan sect. My lord, your strategy of turning the tables is truly masterful. Thank you. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Yunlan sect, several disciples stood before a woman clad in blue. Their faces etched with fury, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This woman was strikingly beautiful, her skin as smooth as cream, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her long, deep-set eyes revealing little emotion. Senior sister, what are you waiting for? I have gathered all the information. The conflict with junior brother Yun Qian last night was instigated by none other than Su Jibua of the Sword Pavilion. Su Jibua is backed by the newly appointed heir of the Sword Pavilion, a ruthless individual who yesterday killed Xiang Hang of the Banshan sect. I have examined the bodies of 3 junior brothers, each was slain with a single sword strike. In the gaze of the 4 sects, none possess such mastery of the sword path as that of Chu Xiao. There exists no other. Indeed, senior sister, let us seek justice for junior brother Yun Quan at once. Hold on. Yun Xian's voice rang out sharply, halting the steps of the crowd. Remember, our purpose here is to acquire the supreme creation at the heart of the spirit origin secret realm. Securing it will undoubtedly elevate Yunlan sect to the pinnacle among the 4 sections. However, there is no however. Without my consent, no one is permitted to leave the inn. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless demeanor. With that, Yin Xian offered no room for rebuttal, striding into her chamber and not re-emerging. Alas, you have not perished within the secret realm. Time passes. Following the demise of Yun Quan and Xiang Hang, the entire spirit ancient city succumbed to a stifling atmosphere. Yet, surprisingly, given Yun Xian's temperament, she did not seek out the sword-asking sect to identify the murderer of Yun Quan. Instead, she forbade the disciples of Yunlan from venturing out freely. Concurrently, a secret regarding the spirit ancient secret realm began to circulate quietly. It is said that at the center of this realm lies an unparalleled divine object. Whosoever obtains it shall truly ascend as the foremost among the 4 sections. Upon the dissemination of this news, the entire spirit ancient city was thrown into turmoil. Countless disciples from various clans exhibited glimmers of greed, clearly coveting the title of the first. On the 3rd day, when a beam of radiant light suddenly erupted from the ancient mountains outside the city, the once quiet city erupted into a cacophony of excitement. All disciples, led by the elders of their sects, swiftly soared toward the mountains. As their figures materialized before a portal of spiritual light in the depths of the mountains, their expressions gradually grew grave. Through the ethereal glow, they could faintly discern that beyond the portal lay towering peaks and mighty rivers. A vast, unfathomable aura enveloped them, shaking their very souls. Remember, once you enter the secret realm, all shall depend solely on your own capabilities. Zhao Baiji regarded the disciples of the sword sect before him, his visage displaying a rare solemnity. This spiritual portal restricts entry based on lineage and age. I can only wait for you outside. If you feel the situation is untenable, do not rashly proceed into the depths of the secret realm. With those words, his gaze subtly shifted toward the locations of the other 3 major sects. Sensing an unsettling coincidence in the news that had circulated within Spirit Ancient City over the past few days. Clearly, someone was deliberately luring the disciples of various sects toward the center of the secret realm. What secrets lie hidden there? Even Zhao Baiji could not discern. Go forth. With a gentle wave of his hand, the disciples began to enter the spiritual portal, their figures vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao and Su Jibo stood at the rear of the crowd, watching Gu Qingtang, Cheng Yi, and the inheritors of the 3 sects step into the secret realm before they too took their leave. Buzz, a resonant hum echoed through the heavens and earth. The disciples of the four sects streamed out in succession, gradually disappearing from view. The previously lively ancient forest fell into an eerie silence. Only the elders of the four major sects remained, their expressions indifferent, standing in the woods, ignoring one another. Simultaneously, beneath the mountain-moving sect, a disheveled beggar, leaning on a cane, approached slowly from a distance, his face obscured by grime, yet a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Asked the sword sect, Shun Ting Yuan, I shall ensure you accompany our master in death. Halt! Who is this beggar? At the foot of the mountain, two disciples of the mountain-moving sect shouted angrily, barring the way of the limping figure. I am Li Kuei. Take me to see the sect leader at once. As Li Kuei produced a golden ancient token from his bosom, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. What? Brother Li? Quickly, send word. Brother Li has returned. In an instant, shadows flitted throughout the mountain-moving sect. Countless elders and powerful figures emerged from their seclusion, converging towards the Grand Hall. Chapter 77. The future is long amidst the secret realm. As the figures of the group touched the ground, expressions of astonishment and shock began to manifest upon their faces. At this moment, they beheld a landscape reminiscent of an otherworldly paradise, where ancient forests flourished and spiritual essence thrived abundantly. Yet, amidst the towering mountains and ancient woods, numerous dilapidated pavilions and palaces were faintly discernible, crumbling, and withered. Even after countless ages, one could still perceive the former splendor and clamor of this secret realm. Chu Xiao. Where shall we go now? Shen Miao approached Chu Xiao, her delicate face adorned with an expression of admiration. In contrast, Gu Qintang cast a cold glance at the pair before abruptly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi and several disciples of the sword sect opted for various directions, forming small groups to embark on their own journeys. At that moment, Chu Xiao distinctly sensed two icy gazes directed towards him from afar. One belonged to a burly figure clad in red robes, bearing an indifferent demeanor, resembling a fearsome beast of flesh and blood, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was unmistakable that this was the young master of the mountain-moving sect, El Chi, a prodigy at the 5th level of spirit essence. The other figure was a woman in blue robes, her flowing hair cascading elegantly, her countenance gentle. Her figure was striking, accentuated by her blue dress, and her allure seemed almost boundless. With a single punch, would it not shatter the heavens? Both individuals gazed at Chu Xiao with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Young master, that fool is El Chi, at the 5th level of spirit essence. It is said that his bloodline is quite formidable, allowing him to unleash his blood power instantaneously, contending against the pinnacle of spirit essence. The youthful beauty beside him is Yun Xin. Ever since the last venture into the secret realm, no one has witnessed her in action. Her level remains uncertain, but according to my experience, she should be quite formidable, Su Jibo whispered to Chu Xiao. In Su Jibo's perspective, neither the bloodthirsty El Chi nor the captivating Yun Xin could possibly compare to the young master. What is a ceiling? He shines brighter than fireworks, and his combat prowess is unparalleled. Oh? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, nodding slowly. In recent days, he had awaited the arrival of Yun Xin, the heir of Yulan's sect, only to find that this proud woman seemed to have seen through the machinations behind Yun Quan's fall, choosing to remain hidden. Thus, from where did her animosity stem? It appeared that this spirit ancient secret realm was indeed fraught with peril. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, noticing Shen Miao biting her crimson lips, her gaze somewhat entranced. Xiao, no matter how perilous it may be, Miaoyi is willing to accompany you. Let us go and uncover the treasures concealed within this secret realm, Chu Xiao declared, his eyes following the departing figure of Gu Qintang, filled with contemplation. Since arriving at Spirit Ancient City, he sensed that this sword sect goddess was intentionally avoiding him, as though she wished to venture alone. Could it be that within this Spirit Ancient secret realm lay treasures that piqued her interest? Young Master Chu Xiao. As Chu Xiao stepped forward, intent on delving deeper into the secret realm, a clear and melodious laughter suddenly resonated from behind him. Upon hearing the sound, Su Jibo's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. He clenched his palm tightly, releasing an aura of the Danhai realm that spread forth, positioning itself directly in front of Chu Xiao. However, upon laying eyes on the newcomer, a look of surprise crossed his plump face, and he awkwardly retreated to stand beside Chu Xiao. Is it Feng Chong, the disciple of the Xin Dao sect? This young man's appearance was remarkably handsome, even possessing a somewhat androgynous charm. Yet, his strength was genuinely formidable, placing him among the elite of the contemporary era, particularly skilled in the art of formations and talismans. Rumor had it among the disciples of the four major sects, Better to provoke Yunxin than to speak of Fang Chang. Though his cultivation may not rival that of the Yulan disciple, his methods were notoriously cunning and terrifying, capable of taking on multiple opponents single-handedly. I did not expect the young master Chu Xiao to be so youthful. I have heard much about you. I am Fang Chang, as in the days to come are long. Fang Chang reached up to smooth a stray lock of hair from his forehead, his narrow eyes betraying a hint of allure. Particularly unsettling was the way his Adam's apple moved, evoking an indescribable sense of discomfort. Even Shen Miaoi dared not speak, fearful of inciting the animosity of this young master of the Xiandao sect. Do you have business here, Master Fang Chang? Chu Xiao's gaze remained indifferent. Had it not been for the multitude of onlookers, he would have been unable to restrain himself from eliminating this effeminate individual. Hee. It seems that young Master Chu has many adversaries in this Linggu secret realm. Why not join forces with me to explore the central region? Fang Chang suggested. His lips pursed. Surely you have heard that there lies a fortuitous opportunity in the central area, one that could grant one dominion over the world. It is said that only one person from the 4 sects has ever entered the Linggu secret realm. Do you not find such a rumor curious? Chu Xiao waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the heart of the secret realm. Everyone, we shall meet again. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly faltered, and he shook his head in resignation. Ah, are you concerned that I might fall into someone else's trap? Young Master Chu, do not depart. Let us discuss your last remark. Leave me be. Without glancing back, Chu Xiao, alongside Shen Miaoi and Su Jibua, stepped into the ancient forest, swiftly vanishing from sight. Young Master, you wouldn't happen to have an interest in that Chu Xiao, would you? A group of disciples from the Xiandao sect gathered around Fang Chang, grinning mischievously. They were already accustomed to Fang Chang's temperament and whims, finding it hardly surprising. How annoying, Fang Chang replied with a delicate smile, playfully swatting at those around him. Yet, a faint chill flickered in his eyes. From the moment he entered the secret realm, he sensed an extraordinarily peculiar fluctuation of formations. Even with his profound understanding of formation arts, he was unable to pinpoint the source of that energy. Clearly, this Linggu secret realm was far from straightforward. Considering Chu Xiao's situation, he had anticipated that the young man would unhesitatingly choose to ally with him. Yet, to his surprise, he had declined. How intriguing. It appears that this young master of the sword sect possesses considerable confidence in his own abilities. Young master, where shall we go now? Let us first split up and search this outer region to see if there are any remnants of elixirs or treasures. Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to communicate with me using the spirit sound talisman. As he spoke, Fang Chang also stepped into the ancient forest, vanishing from sight. However, at the very moment his figure disappeared, 3 silhouettes abruptly emerged from within the woods, none other than Chu Xiao and his companions who had just departed. Brother Chu Xiao, you cannot possibly be interested in that androgynous individual, can you? Shen Miao exclaimed, covering her red lips tightly, her pretty face reflecting a look of astonishment. No wonder. Despite her enticing attempts over the past few days, Chu Xiao had always maintained an air of indifference. It turns out he, hissing, let us go. Chu Xiao uttered coldly, his footfall leading him toward the departing disciples of the Xiandao sect, his eyes harboring a chilling and sinister glint. Chapter 78. The eerie blood pill. Shall we depart, my lord? Are we not men ahead to the heart of the secret realm? Su Jibua's expression faltered, clearly taken aback. The secret realm appeared rather modest, consisting solely of an ancient mountain and a few dilapidated ancient halls scattered within. If Chu Xiao hesitated any longer, the treasures of that central domain would likely be seized by Lu Qi and his companions. Patience, Chu Xiao replied, shaking his head. If his suspicions held true, the fortuitous opportunities in that central region would not present themselves so readily. Before that, he needed to stir the waters of these 4 sects thoroughly. Compared to the disciples of these sects, the elders must surely possess a more exquisite flavor. Observing the coldness in Chu Xiao's eyes, Su Jibua suddenly felt a rush of clarity. Although he was unaware of his lord's true intentions, it seemed that the disciples of the Xiandao sect were in grave peril. However, Su Jibua turned to glance at Shen Miaoi, a look of confusion on his chubby face. Given his lord's temperament, it was implausible that he would involve an unrelated person. Could it be that in such a short span, Shen Miaoi had managed to win over his lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Su Jibua appeared to contemplate another possibility, his gaze sharpening. Chu Xiao, what purpose do we have in following these Xiandao disciples? Shen Miaoi blinked her innocent eyes, feigning simplicity. The Xiandao disciples are adept in the art of formations, and their sensitivity to the fluctuations of the formations within this secret realm may lead us to some remarkable opportunities. Chu Xiao smiled nonchalantly, instantly captivating Shen Miaoi, causing her legs to feel as though they were tightening. Truth be told, such a scheming man was undeniably fascinating. Being by his side, Shen Miaoi had no need to ponder her actions. She was bound to soar to new heights effortlessly. As time flowed on, the group soon arrived before a crumbling ancient hall, their faces adorned with expressions of astonishment. Senior brother Qin Li, look. There are fluctuations of formation patterns on the hall. Perhaps there is a fortuitous opportunity within. At the forefront of the crowd, a young man clad in blue, handsome in appearance, narrowed his eyes and abruptly waved his hand to retrieve several spiritual talismans, affixing them to himself. Be cautious. Once we enter the secret realm, no one will concern themselves with our identities as disciples of the Xiandao sect. With that, Qin Li wasted no time, leading his fellow disciples into the ancient hall. As they ventured deeper, they discovered that this ancient hall was remarkably vast. The dim stone walls were embedded with faintly glowing spiritual jade, casting eerie shadows of the group. At that moment, deep within the grand hall, a group of disciples from the Banshan sect, clad in crimson robes, watched the three shabby-looking rogue cultivators before them with mocking expressions, their lips curling slightly. In the center of the ancient hall stood a pill furnace, shrouded in dust. Yet an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy emanated from within. It was evident that something lay inside that furnace. Brother Xiong, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Three wandering cultivators turned pale, exchanging glances with one another. They were well aware of the formidable reputation of Xiongzhan, particularly in recent times, as his name had soared to prominence in Linggu City. His provocation of Jianzong's Shun Miao resulted in the shattering of his arm, which not only led to the death of the boastful disciple from the Ban Mountain sect at the hands of Chu Xiao the following day, but also caused numerous disciples of the Ban Mountain sect to kneel on the street, barking like dogs, inciting the entire ancient city's canines to howl throughout the night. Ultimately, when they found Xiongzhan, he was shamefully buried headfirst in the earth. Why are you barking like a dog? Hurry and scram. Xiongzhan snorted coldly. Yet he noted that the expressions of the three wandering cultivators grew increasingly grim. Brother Xiong, surely there must be a sense of order to this matter? This ancient hall was discovered by the three of us. If each of us could receive a single elixir, we would gladly relinquish the rest to you. How does that sound? Sense of order? Xiongzhan sneered, exuding an air of dominance. Who among you witnessed that they arrived first? What a joke. When did the path to immortality become a marketplace for bargaining? Fortune is naturally claimed by the strong. You. The three wandering cultivators turned ashen, particularly shaken by the overwhelming aura of Xiongzhan's surging vitality. Well said. However, just as Xiongzhan finished speaking, a round of applause echoed from the entrance of the ancient hall. I was initially concerned that seizing it outright might be impolite. But Brother Xiong's words have truly enlightened me. Who is it? Xiongzhan's gaze trembled, turning to see Qin Li striding in confidently. Accompanied by a throng of disciples from the Xiandao sect, his expression abruptly tightening. As the most talented disciple of the Xiandao sect, second only to Feng Chang, Qin Li's cultivation was at the fourth level of Lingyuan, far beyond what Xiongzhan could contend with Xiong Heng having been slain by Chu Xiao in the streets. The Ban Mountain sect was already weakened. Provoking the Xiandao sect would surely lead to dire consequences. It is Brother Qin. Xiongzhan managed a strained smile, his earlier arrogance evaporating. Brother Qin, perhaps we could discuss this? Scram. Qin Li offered no words of preamble, merely waving his hand lightly as numerous spiritual talismans levitated into the air, transforming into axes, halberds, and divine mountains, encasing the entire hall. Qin Li, you had best not be too arrogant, or my sect's young master will not spare you. Xiongzhan gritted his teeth, especially incensed by the mockery evident on the faces of the three wandering cultivators. Arrogance? Brother Xiong, you truly are a dog, aren't you? I believe your kind should be termed as double standards. Qin Li shook his head with a smile, not offering a single word of hesitation. As he thrust out his palm, suppressing Xiongzhan, with a thunderous roar, countless streams of spiritual light cascaded downward. Fearsome formations outlining a myriad of strange phenomena that crashed down violently. Surrounding Xiongzhan and his companions, their vitality surged chaotically as they attempted to obstruct the formations. However, he was already no match for Qin Li, and with the barrier of the formations in place, he found it nearly impossible to approach the disciples of the Xiandao sect. Consequently, as the formations descended, the disciples of the Ban Mountain sect were sent flying, blood spraying from their mouths. Qin Li, you will pay for this. As the words fell, Xiongzhan no longer hesitated and turned to flee outside the hall. Qin Li, however, let out a cold snort and cast a glance at the three scattered cultivators. Thank you, senior brother Qin, for your assistance. The treasures within this alchemical furnace shall be regarded as our tribute to you. The three individuals, their faces pale, bowed deeply and prepared to dart towards the exit. It is wise of you to recognize your position, Qin Li remarked with a faint smile, stepping forward to open the alchemical furnace, his eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. A wisp of ethereal brilliance began to rise, and a soothing aroma of elixir instantly permeated the entire hall. However, the colors of these pills were not the usual lustrous jade hue they were accustomed to. Rather, they exhibited a faint blood-red shade, exceedingly bizarre. Wait, Qin Li suddenly exclaimed, halting the footsteps of the three scattered cultivators. My Xiandao sect is different from the Banshan sect. We are a righteous sect. Since these pills were discovered by you, I shall grant you one to consume. The three exchanged glances, yet dared not defy Qin Li. One among them, a cultivator of the 7th level of the Dan Si, accepted the pill from Qin Li's hand and gently placed it in his mouth. In the next instant, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual power surged forth from within him. Astonishingly, his skin turned crimson in an instant, his face gradually contorting into a hideous grimace as black blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Then, a scene more terrifying unfolded. His entire body grotesquely hunched over, limbs twisted, emitting eerie howls akin to those of a demon. Before Qin Li and the others could react, he audibly snapped all his bones, collapsing limply onto the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Li and his companions were rendered speechless, an inexplicable chill suddenly creeping into their hearts. Meanwhile, in the depths of the hall's darkness, a shadow flashed by, silent and unseen. Chapter 79, Total Annihilation. How unfortunate. I have encountered that scoundrel, Qin Li. Outside the ancient palace, Xiongzhan snorted coldly, his expression dark and foreboding. The gazes of the disciples from the mountain-moving sect upon him seemed to be laced with subtle mockery, intensifying his sense of humiliation. Let us seek out the young master. I shall ensure these disciples of the Xiandao sect pay dearly for their insolence. Xiongzhan took a deep breath and propelled himself toward the heart of the secret realm. However, just as he took his first step, a faint sound of slicing air suddenly reached his ears. Before he could react, he felt a ripple of power descend from above. Clang! With a muffled thud, darkness enveloped Xiongzhan's vision, his entire body rendered numb. What the? Who struck my head? Stumbling, he nearly fell to the ground. Yet, at that moment, he saw a gleam of sword light unfurl gracefully, penetrating his chest without affording him a moment to respond. You. Xiongzhan's lips parted in shock as he gazed upon the serene and indifferent countenance before him, his eyes trembling slightly. The remaining disciples of the mountain-moving sect gasped in astonishment and turned to flee into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Within the ancient forest. Another ray of sword light ignited, descending from the heavens and blocking their escape. At this moment, Shen Miaoi's face was marked by a palpable chill of resentment. She recognized these disciples as the very ones who had humiliated her in Linggu City. Previously, Shen Miaoi had hesitated within the ancient city. Yet now, in this secret realm, she no longer feared the wrath of the mountain-moving sect as strong. With the sound of the sword's song echoing, waves of sword intent surged forth. The several disciples at the Danhai realm were swiftly severed of their life force, their heads severed cleanly. Dispose of their bodies and find a place to wait for me. Chu Xiao turned to Su Jibua, his gaze profound. Yes, my lord. Su Jibua bowed deeply, his eyes following Chu Xiao as he vanished into the depths of the ancient palace. Junior brother Su, is it possible that Chu Xiao is deliberately seeking vengeance for me? Can you enlighten me about his past in the Dayong dynasty? Shen Miaoi inquired with a playful smile, leaning closer to Su Jibua. Senior sister, in truth, the young master has someone he cherishes. Su Jibua sighed softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Shen Miaoi's face as she lowered her head in silence. Why don't you inquire whether the person he cherishes is you? Could it be me? Shen Miaoi's gaze flickered, suddenly filled with regret for her earlier actions against Chu Xiao. Particularly, the image of Qing Yi's actions that day, coupled with Chu Xiao's gallant stance as he shielded her, had begun to instigate thoughts of betrayal within her heart. No. Su Jibua shook his head, causing Shen Miaoi to freeze in surprise, nearly drawing her sword right then and there. Suddenly, she turned around, suppressing the fury within her heart, and walked towards the lifeless bodies of the disciples from the Sister, you have returned. If the young master had no one he favored. A glimmer of hope flickered once more in Shen Miaoi's originally dim eyes. He would not fancy you. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Shen Miaoi unsheathed her ancient sword, clearly unable to contain the rage boiling within her. Hey, Sister Shen, Why are you in such a hurry? Surely, you have seen the young master's prowess? I believe that whether one is liked or not is inconsequential. By pleasing the young master, he can elevate you to the heavens. Su Jibo's eyes glinted with a sinister light, as if he could already foresee Shen Miaoyi's fate. Is it really that formidable? I haven't witnessed it yet. Shen Miaoyi's crimson lips trembled, her gaze becoming unfocused, and suddenly she shivered, her grip on the sword faltering. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient temple, a group of disciples from the Xiandao sect gathered around the body of the scattered cultivator, exchanging puzzled glances. Brother Qin, what is happening? I do not know. Qin Li shook his head, a hint of relief evident in his eyes. Earlier, having noticed the blood patterns swirling around the pill, he had suggested that the young scattered cultivator test its efficacy, only to discover it was a poison pill. Collect these pills carefully. Yes, Brother Qin. However, just as the disciples of the Xiandao sect reached out to store the poison pill in their Qinkuan bags, a surge of power shattered the spiritual orbs embedded in the stone walls of the Grand Hall. Darkness enveloped them, causing their eyes to tremble with an inexplicable terror. There are ghosts! Ghosts! Suddenly, one disciple pointed towards the entrance of the stone hall, exclaiming in fright. In that moment, they beheld a shadow stepping forth from the depths of darkness, accompanied by a series of heavy footfalls. Who is it? Who is playing tricks? Qin Li inhaled deeply, summoning a spiritual talisman that, like a cage, surged toward the shadow. Yet, before the talisman could descend, the shadow unleashed a punch that shattered the ethereal brilliance contained within. Through the brief flicker of light, they discerned a figure enveloped in blood energy. Blood energy? Is that you, El Qi? A sudden realization struck Qin Li, his eyes widening in disbelief. Among the four sects, he could think of no one else capable of cultivating blood energy to such an extent. So soon? Just as Xiongzhan and the others fled, the young master has arrived? Young Master El, we shall not take these pills. We must depart. A malicious glint flickered in Qin Li's eyes as he led the others to flee. Yet, just as his figure appeared before the blood-soaked shadow, the latter extended an arm and struck, unleashing a thunderous force. Boom. Suddenly, divine mountains manifested within the realm, pressing down upon them. The overwhelming and terrifying power caused the faces of the disciples from the Xiandao sect to change drastically. It truly is you. Qin Li bellowed in fury, his hand weaving intricate seals that transformed into a series of spiritual talisman imprints, charging towards the ethereal mountain shadow. At this moment, the blood shadow uttered not a single word, and with a swift motion, it surged forth like an ancient beast of prey. As its fist struck out, all disciples of the Xiandao sect standing in its path were obliterated, their bodies erupting in a grotesque display. The air became thick with the scent of blood, and Qin Li's complexion turned ashen. Flee, he bellowed, invoking a talisman to confront the blood shadow. A brilliant aura erupted into the void, forming layers of spiritual barriers to impede the advance of the blood shadow. Though he was no match for El Qi, he believed he could hold him at bay for a moment. Observing this scene, the disciples of the Xiandao sect hastily retreated towards the outside of the hall. However, before they could escape too far, a chilling sound of shattering bones echoed from behind. Their eyes widened in horror as they turned to behold the blood shadow standing before Qin Li, a single arm piercing through his chest in a gruesome spectacle. You. Qin Li's lips trembled, his gaze filled with profound terror. Run. The disciples of the Xiandao sect, their spirits shattered, fled in panic. The blood shadow, indifferent, discarded Qin Li's lifeless body and pursued them relentlessly. The once silent ancient hall was suddenly filled with the ghastly sounds of bones breaking, akin to demons feasting upon flesh, instilling an overwhelming dread. Chapter 80. Scheming against Chang'e at the entrance of the ancient hall, Chu Xiao quietly observed as two disciples of the Xiandao sect fled, vanishing into the distant ancient forest, his expression betraying little emotion. Since the day he executed the fourth elder of the Banshan sect, Yuan he had glimpsed some techniques of the Banshan formula within his soul's memory. Such advanced methods were within his grasp, requiring no deliberate cultivation for him to wield. Now, with Qin Li and the other Xiandao disciples annihilated here, the news would inevitably provoke conflict between the two sects should it reach Feng Chang or the Xiandao sect leaders' ears. Yet, it was not enough, far from it. Chu Xiao's demeanor remained indifferent as he glanced down at the severed head of a Xiandao disciple in his hand, a flicker of soul light igniting in his eyes. No. Please. With a sudden surge of force, Chu Xiao crushed the head, devouring the blood and spiritual essence. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened as he turned and entered the grand hall. The instant he stepped into the ancient hall, he beheld the tragic remains of a fallen rogue cultivator on the ground. It was evident that this was not the work of the Xiandao sect. From the sole memory of the Xiandao disciple, he had already discerned the sequence of events. Elixirs. But what sort of elixir could transform a person? Into a ghost? Returning to the hall, Chu Xiao picked up a crimson elixir and held it to his nose for a gentle sniff. A hint of surprise flickered across his face, his eyes deepening with intrigue. Within this elixir, he sensed not only a trace of vengeful spirit energy but also the essence of human innards. Someone was using humans to refine elixirs? How fascinating. Manifesting strands of demonic patterns from his palm, Chu Xiao began to refine and consume the blood elixirs before heading towards the hall's exit. Given the timeline of this secret realm's activation, it was clear someone was manipulating events from the shadows. Otherwise, why would it open every 60 years on its own? Moreover, based on his alchemical expertise, it was evident that these blood elixirs had been concocted in less than 60 years. In other words, within this secret realm, someone was present. It appeared they were using disciples from the four sects as materials to concoct these ghost elixirs and testing their efficacy on these sect members. Ghost elixirs. Flesh materials, such sinister practices were hardly the hallmark of the righteous path. The day of the celestial god. In an instant, a realization struck Chu Xiao. His gaze growing ever colder. My lord. It was not until Chu Xiao exited the grand hall that Su Jibua and Shen Miaoi revealed themselves from the ancient forest. Particularly, Shen Miaoi's eyes reflected hesitation as she looked at Chu Xiao, her demeanor suggesting she was at a loss for words. Let us go. With an impassive expression, Chu Xiao stepped into the ancient forest, heading towards the center. The immediate priority was not to uncover the secrets hidden within this secret realm, but rather to eliminate the lurking threats nearby. With Shen Miaoi in tow, certain matters could not be too overt. Suddenly, Chu Xiao's body trembled, and blood spewed from his mouth. This scene caused Su Jibua to freeze momentarily, his complexion turning ashen. My lord, what has happened to you? He stepped forward, directly seizing Chu Xiao's arm, his plump face a mask of shock. The invincible young master in his eyes had actually been injured? Absurd. He must have been poisoned. Chu Xiao shook his head and turned his gaze towards a distant, desolate valley, seeking a place to rest. From what he understood of Shenting Yuan, the reason the elder had allowed Shen Miao to stay by his side could not be without purpose. She was likely waiting for him to succumb to the poison, ready to coordinate with Chang Yi for a treacherous strike. Whether it was Su Jibua being framed or Chang Yi's restraint when facing the disciples of the Moving Mountain sect, both had given Chu Xiao insight into the schemes of this former young master of the sword sect. Thus, his forceful elimination of Xiang Heng was, in truth, a means to pave the way for Chang Yi. Only by witnessing Chu Xiao's formidable strength could Chang Yi be further emboldened to ally with El Qi. In this manner, the golden silk jade armor he wore would find its significance. Su Jibua's gaze was grave, his lips pale with fear. If the young master were to perish, given the enemies he had incurred in this spirit-ancient secret realm, he would surely be shredded to pieces in no time. As the three entered the valley, they soon spotted a dark, profound cave entrance. You two guard the entrance. I will first use elixirs to suppress the poison. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply and stepped into the cave. Observing his unsteady gait, Shen Miao's hesitation gradually dissipated. With her grandfather's ruthless nature, he would never allow Chu Xiao to live. Initially, she had been torn between betraying him and allowing Cheng Yi and her grandfather to ascend to the heavens. But now, it seemed futile. Chu Xiao had already succumbed to the poison and would likely not survive for long. Regardless of her reluctance, she would not risk herself for a corpse. Junior brother Su, do you think the young master can suppress the poison within him? Shen Miao's delicate face displayed a hint of worry as she whispered. I'm not boasting, but the young master's expertise in both alchemy and poison surpasses your imagination. Previously, a woman in Dayong was poisoned, and after searching for renowned physicians to no avail, the young master merely entered her chamber for a brief moment and resolved the issue. Su Jibua replied with a proud smile, casting a meaningful glance at Shen Miao. Although he did not know when the young master had been poisoned, he could clearly perceive Shen Miao's anxiety. This woman seemed on the verge of betrayal. Oh, is it so urgent? Shen Miao's expression grew increasingly alarmed. If Chu Xiao managed to suppress the poison, her grandfather's plan might very well unravel. Moreover, Elder Lu had previously remarked that this young master was unparalleled in alchemy, perhaps even capable of finding a solution to the curse. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Junior brother, I must go in and check on the young master. Shen Miao did not provide Su Jibua an opportunity to refuse and boldly stepped into the cave. A strand of spiritual radiance quietly blossomed around her, flowing entirely into a piece of spiritual jade in her palm. Meanwhile, within the ancient hall, Feng Chang bent down to examine the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Before them, the disciples of the Xian Dao sect lay in disarray, their physical forms shattered by divine forces, their deaths a harrowing sight. Among the four sects, only the Shan Mountain sect excels in the mastery of physical prowess, capable of so easily eliminating those of spiritual essence. Have you discerned the truth? Could it truly be the doing of El Qi? Yet, a lingering confusion gnaws at Feng Chang, even if El Qi sought to seize the treasures within the hall. Why would he pursue total annihilation after Qin Li relinquished the elixirs? Something feels amiss. Indeed, young master, it must be El Qi. We witnessed him employing the Shan Mountain technique to subdue Brother Qin. The two disciples of the Xian Dao sect, fortunate to have escaped, swallowed hard. Their faces still pale with trepidation. You shall wait at the entrance to the secret realm. If I do not return, inform the sect master of this matter. I shall seek out El Qi for verification. Feng Chang rose slowly, retrieving two spirit talismans from his bosom and handing them to the pair. These talismans will conceal your presence and appearance. Change your attire and be cautious in your concealment. Understood, young master. Chapter 81. A single punch to obliterate Chu Xiao. How are you? Please don't frighten me. Within the cavern, upon witnessing Chu Xiao's pallid visage and the incessant blood flowing from his lips, Shen Mao's heart quivered with alarm. Was he truly this formidable? Before the onset of the poison, Chu Xiao had even slain numerous disciples of the Xian Dao sect. To her astonishment, within such a brief span, he had become this wretched state. However, despite this, Shen Miao dared not act against him, fearful of provoking a desperate counterattack from Chu Xiao. Time passed. After half a day, a sudden flurry of swift winds echoed from outside the valley. Chu Xiao, with his eyes tightly shut, abruptly opened them, a fleeting glimmer of malevolence flashing within. Then, to Shen Miao's astonishment, she beheld him wiping the blood from his mouth and gradually rising to his feet. Young master, are you all right? I am not dead yet. Chu Xiao's face broke into a gentle smile, his gaze towards Shen Miao imbued with an inexplicable depth. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease surged within her, as if he could see right through her. Young master, perhaps I should step outside to see who has arrived? Shen Miao's body tensed, longing to flee from this place. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xiao grasped her delicate hand firmly and shook his head slightly. Do not worry, senior sister. As long as I am here, anyone who approaches shall meet their demise. Ah! Shen Miao's lips quivered, and she forced a smile, walking alongside Chu Xiao towards the cave's entrance. Once they emerged, they caught sight of Cheng Yi and Lu Qi standing at a distance, their expressions icy as they regarded Su Jibo. Behind them trailed three disciples of the mountain-moving sect, their auras resonating at the 8th and 9th levels of the Danai. Cheng Yi's face displayed a look of surprise upon seeing the approaching Chu Xiao and Shen Miao. No matter how he scrutinized, he could discern no signs of poisoning in Chu Xiao. In fact, even the aura emanating from him surged with formidable strength, showing no hint of weakness. Suddenly, a realization struck Cheng Yi, and his eyes widened in astonishment. They had encountered each other before, and he had sensed something peculiar about Shen Miao outside the ancient city. With her strength, how could she have possibly failed to manage her strength and broken a tree branch? Clearly, this was intentional. She had likely been compromised by Chu Xiao. Cheng Yi, is this what you referred to as an excellent opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiao? Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Although he bore no fear of a mere Danhai individual, he felt an unsettling sensation as if he had been deceived into a trap. How could this be? The earlier murder of Yun Quan was evidently linked to Cheng Yi. How dare he scheme against me? Senior sister Shen, what is happening? Cheng Yi's gaze turned cold, fixating on Shen Miao, who appeared hesitant, her lips trembling. Senior brother Cheng, there is no need for pretense. We can engage now. Chu Xiao, with a smile and a simple statement, caused Lu Qi's expression to shift dramatically. In accordance with the principle of preemptive action, Lu Qi did not afford Cheng Yi the opportunity to explain himself. With a powerful punch, he struck directly at Cheng Yi's chest. Although Cheng Yi was acutely aware that his relationship with Lu Qi was merely one of mutual benefit, devoid of any trust, he could not help but be intimidated by the overwhelming force at such close proximity, his face paling in fear. With a resounding boom, even though Cheng Yi reacted swiftly, he was still struck by Lu Qi's fist, his garments torn to shreds. In the next instant, Lu Qi's expression suddenly froze. Disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at Cheng Yi. Brother Lu, he is deliberately sowing discord. Why don't we join forces to eliminate Chu Xiao first? And I shall explain everything afterwards? Cheng Yi's demeanor remained impassive, a radiant golden light emanating from his chest, his eyes reflecting a chill. Indeed, With this divine armor shielding him, I am invincible beneath the 5 elements. Is this the golden silk jade armor of the 4th elder? At that moment, the remaining 3 disciples of the Banshan sect widened their eyes in astonishment, as if a revelation struck them, their lips trembling slightly. Damn it! The 4th elder has indeed perished at your hands. Lu Qi wasted no words, his blood surging, his body seemingly swelling in size. What? Cheng Yi's eyes narrowed as he glanced down at the golden armor adorning him, confusion flooding his expression. He knew of the 4th elder, but what was this jade armor? This armor was clearly meant for him by Shenting Yuan. Hiss. Shenting Yuan. Strangely, a wave of intense dread surged within Cheng Yi, and he abruptly turned to Shen Miaoi, evidently having pieced together a conjecture. Were these two plotting together to ensnare him? It was entirely possible that Shenting Yuan had never allied with Yuan He, but instead had killed him beneath the banner of the Wanjin sect, then seized his protective jade armor, intentionally handing it over to him, thus allowing Lu Qi and Chu Xiao to eliminate him with ease. In an instant, a chill of trepidation coursed through Cheng Yi, and he swallowed hard. With a thunderous roar, Lu Qi bellowed, "Banshanju, 3,000 divine mountains." He resembled an enraged beast, his fists thrusting forward, the terrifying force rippling as if 3,000 divine mountains were collapsing simultaneously. Damn it! Cheng Yi gritted his teeth. Having no time to explain, he drew his ancient sword, unleashing a brilliant sword intent. In the moment of collision, that sword intent was instantly shattered into fragments. While Cheng Yi's figure was hurled backward by the overwhelming blood energy, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet, astonishingly, even before his form touched the ground, he harnessed this divine power to surge wildly towards the valley's edge. Observing this, Lu Qi's mouth fell slightly agape, his eyes quivering as he turned to Chu Xiao. At that moment, the young master of the sword sect wore a gentle smile, showing no intention of obstructing Cheng Yi. Only Shen Miaoi stood there, dazed and lost in confusion. The Wanjin sect has slain my Banshan elder. Today I shall collect some interest first. Lu Qi exchanged glances with the remaining 3 Banshan disciples, and together they advanced towards Chu Xiao. In the next moment, he clenched his palm tightly and stepped forward, exuding the formidable force of 3,000 divine peaks, delivering a punch that seemed to suppress all. The terrifying vitality and divine power shattered every blade of grass and tree in the valley. A tempest arose, manifesting waves of power that pressed down from the heavens. Even Shen Miaoi's face turned pale at this sight. Before the imprint of that fist could descend, she felt as though her very bones and flesh were on the verge of disintegration. Meanwhile, beside her, Chu Xiao stood as if petrified, rooted in place and utterly motionless. Was it as she suspected? Shen Miaoi bit her crimson lip, suddenly realizing something. Perhaps Chu Xiao had deliberately feigned a position of strength to intimidate Cheng Yi and El Qi. He had already been eroded by poison, at the end of his tether. But just as Shen Miaoi steeled herself to draw her sword, she witnessed Chu Xiao unexpectedly extend an arm, attempting to contend with El Qi in a test of physical strength. A gasp echoed among the onlookers, especially among the 3 disciples of the mountain-moving sect, who wore expressions of derision. The intellect of the sword-seeking sect's young master was indeed peculiar, daring to challenge El Qi in a contest of raw power. Yet, at the moment their fists collided, the expressions of the crowd suddenly turned blank. Chapter 82. Dining out suddenly, a blood-curdling cry echoed from the heavens above. In that moment, the expressions of all present turned to shock, their mouths agape in terror. They beheld a scene where, at the instant when El Qi and Chu Xiao's fists collided, their invincible young master's entire arm was obliterated. A thick mist of blood erupted forth, and El Qi was sent reeling backward, crashing into the valley below. You. Shen Miao pressed her delicate hand against her ruby lips, a chill creeping into her heart. He was not poisoned. Have you ever seen anyone poisoned and yet turn rigid? Moreover, at this moment, Shen Miao harbored a foreboding sense that the reason Cheng Yi had managed to escape was entirely due to Chu Xiao's deliberate act of letting him go. Although she could not comprehend Chu Xiao's motives, it was evident that Cheng Yi's fate would likely be far more tragic than death itself. You. El Qi struggled to rise from the ground, his face ashen. With his physical prowess, no one among the 4 sects of this generation could possibly rival him. Furthermore, the sword sect heir before him was merely at the Danci level of cultivation. Yet, at the moment their fists met, he distinctly felt an incomprehensibly vast and terrifying force that nearly penetrated his entire arm. Had he not retreated swiftly, that punch could have easily crushed his flesh. How terrifying! This force transcended El Qi's understanding, utterly beyond his ability to resist. I had no intention of provoking trouble. It was your Ban Mountain sect that repeatedly challenged me. Chu Xiao inhaled deeply and stepped toward Elchi. You, don't come any closer. Elchi staggered backward, realizing he had likely fallen into Cheng Yi's trap. That wretched scoundrel had somehow managed to kill the fourth elder of the Ban Mountain sect and intended to use Chu Xiao's hand to eliminate all Ban Mountain sect disciples who entered the Ling-Gu secret realm. In doing so, he could shift all blame onto Chu Xiao, thereby concealing the incident of Elder Yuan He's demise. Flee. With this thought, Elchi dared not hesitate for a moment, shouting furiously. The three Ban Mountain sect disciples fled without looking back, sprinting toward the valley's exit. Buzz. In the next instant, Elchi's skin erupted with blood vessels, accentuating his muscles, making him appear even more formidable. From a distance, he resembled a humanoid beast, instilling an inexplicable dread. Chu Xiao. I too have been schemed against by Cheng Yi. Why not join forces to eliminate him? I assure you, I shall never turn against you again. Elchi clenched his teeth, feeling more insulted than ever before. Just before descending the mountain, he had boasted of slaying every sword sect disciple he encountered. Yet, with a single punch, Chu Xiao had shattered the very foundation of this Ban Mountain young master's resolve. Why should I need your assistance to kill Cheng Yi? Chu Xiao smiled faintly, and as he stepped forward, a haze of chaos began to rise around him. Without uttering a single word of preamble, he unleashed a punch aimed to subdue Elchi. You. This is your doing. Elchi Miu's gaze trembled with astonishment as the blood vessels beneath his skin suddenly burst forth. A thick, metallic scent of blood immediately permeated the entire valley. Within his eyes, an eerie mist of blood began to swirl, filled with an indescribable ferocity and brutality. Mountain shifting technique, heaven opening seal. With a fierce roar from Elchi, the imprint of his outstretched fist erupted in layers of sanguine light. An overwhelming wave of power shattered the surrounding cliffs and ancient trees with a visibly terrifying force. Even Shun Miaoi felt her heart quiver under this surge of energy, instinctively retreating several steps. Boom. Just as Elchi's fist imprint descended, his entire body bizarrely exploded into a cloud of blood mist, as if even his bones and blood had been shattered by Chu Xiao's physical might. What followed was an even more horrifying scene for Shen Miaoi. She beheld Chu Xiao's hand extending forth, unleashing an uncanny black demonic radiance that directly consumed the blood mist into nothingness. You. At that moment, a chill surged through Shen Miaoi, as a warmth slowly trickled down between her legs, pooling at her feet. Come out for a meal. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chu Xiao summoned the figure of little Yu, who promptly emerged from the universe ring, stretching her skeletal form with a series of cracking sounds. She then placed her hands on her hips, gazing at Chu Xiao as if reproaching him for not releasing her for a joyride sooner. Eat quickly. You can stay outside for the next few days. Chu Xiao smiled and shook his head, as he spent more time with the little skeleton. She no longer appeared timid and reserved, gradually learning to express her emotions. Thud. Watching the petite skeleton, so exquisitely formed of jade-like bones, as she sat cross-legged in midair, devouring the remnants of souls and resentments, Shen Miaoi felt herself collapse onto the ground, her face ashen, devoid of the strength to flee. Ever since the arrival of Cheng Yi and Elchi in the valley, she had felt a vague sense of malaise and disorientation, as if she were unwell. Initially, she thought it was merely her anxiety. Yet now, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. Senior Sister Shun, do not be afraid. This is just a little pet raised by the young master. Su Jibwa chuckled, glancing at the yellow stain beneath Shun Miaoi's white skirt, a look of disdain flickering in his small eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Upon hearing this, little Yu immediately turned to glare at Su Jibwa, her tiny mouth chattering as if scolding him. Senior Sister Shin, what's wrong? At that moment, Chu Xiao turned to look at Shen Miaoi, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. Yet, the more he smiled, the colder she felt. Her lips parted, but no sound emerged. At this point, she had begun to suspect that everything unfolding before her was part of this young man's intricate game. Perhaps he had long foreseen all the schemes, turning the tables to ensnare her, Cheng Yi, and even her grandfather, all without their awareness. Furthermore, both the methods employed by Chu Xiao and the summoned skeletal figure exuded an unmistakable aura of malevolence. It is evident that beneath the youthful facade of righteousness, this boy conceals something profoundly sinister. Oh, I nearly forgot. At this moment, my senior sister must be experiencing an overwhelming sense of fatigue and confusion. Her body weary and spirit dulled. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, approached Shun Miaoi, and gradually bent down to grasp her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze. The effects of the chaos heart goo must be rather unpleasant, I presume. I beseech you, do not take my life. I am willing to be your servant. To comply with your every whim, I have unlocked numerous positions upon hearing this. A broader smile spread across Chu Xiao's face as his hand reached out to gently caress Shen Miaoyi's head. In response, a look of bliss emerged on her face. Her little tongue peeked out, resembling a docile puppy seeking to please its master. Crack. However, just as Shen Miaoyi's mind began to relax, Chu Xiao's grip suddenly tightened, crushing her skull with brutal force. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed forth, while Shen Miaoyi's eyes widened in shock, slowly fading into lifelessness. Sigh. Beside her, Sujibo let out a soft sigh, his eyes reflecting a trace of regret. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Ancient Palace. Chu Xiao furrowed his brow as he completely absorbed Shen Miaoyi's blood and essence, his power instantly transcending the 8th threshold and subtly brushing against the 9th realm. At this moment, his indifferent gaze fell upon Sujibo, causing the latter's heart to tremble, nearly leading him to disgrace himself on the spot. Young master, next time, allow me to handle such filth. I fear it might tarnish your hands. This statement was not solely directed at Sujibo, but also at little Yuer. During his 50 years in Kunxu, the 6 masters imparted to Chu Xiao but a singular truth: on this immortal path, it is preferable to err in killing than to show mercy. Chu Xiao turned his attention towards the depths of the secret realm, his eyes reflecting profound depths. From Shen Miaoyi's memories, he found no information regarding the former young master of the Wangjin sect, Yuan. Clearly, despite her being the direct descendant of the Grand Elder, she possessed little knowledge regarding the last opening of the secret realm. However, upon glimpsing the blood elixirs, Chu Xiao's heart began to form conjectures. Perhaps Sujibo was indeed correct. Yuan had likely not perished but was instead trapped within this secret realm. As for the disciples of various sects venturing into the realm, they appeared more as a continuous source of spiritual materials. How intriguing. It was evident that someone was deliberately utilizing the elixirs within this secret realm, luring disciples from the 4 sects to pursue some ulterior motive. Yin Xian, as the only individual from the 4 sects who had ventured into the heart of the secret realm and returned unscathed, must harbor some hidden secrets. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Chu Xiao was lost in contemplation, little Yuer suddenly pointed towards the center, displaying a look of alarm. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow, observing as she pointed at herself and then at the distance. Are you saying there exists a presence there akin to the ghostly essence that envelopes you? Crack, crack, crack. Little Yuer nodded earnestly, her small hand tightly clenching into a fist, her large, expressive eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Fear not, nothing will befall you. Chu Xiao gently ruffled her hair, his gaze calmly directed towards the distant sky. Ghost cultivators, you say? If this spirit ancient secret realm truly serves as a gathering point for the Sun Heaven sect, then this time he was likely to encounter some genuinely formidable figures. Nevertheless, given Yuer's disposition, she would not be overly perturbed by these concerns. What truly occupied her mind was likely her own origins. Even now, she remained oblivious to her true beginnings, or who had delivered her into Kai Jier's care, transforming her into this ambiguous state of neither human nor ghost. The Sun Heaven sect was the only clue connected with her mysterious past. Rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I shall assist you in uncovering your lineage. A gentle smile graced Chu Xiao's face, and little Yuer looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Let us proceed. Chu Xiao took a step forward, heading towards the ancient forest in the distance, while little Yuer transformed into a wisp of mist, following closely behind him. Soon, as the figures of the 3 appeared in the central area, they could see a throng of disciples from various sects frantically fleeing towards the entrance. Their faces were deathly pale, clearly indicating they had encountered something exceedingly terrifying. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Sujibo. The latter immediately understood, reaching out to stop a blue-clad female disciple. What has happened? He inquired. Get away, you ugly fool. The blue-clad woman retorted coldly, attempting to push Sujibo aside, only to be halted by the emergence of another figure clad in white from the ancient forest. Her expression of impatience instantly freezing in place. What has transpired? Chu Xiao inquired with a gentle smile, causing the blue-clad woman's face to flush slightly, her demeanor suddenly transforming into one of warmth. Young master, there are ghosts in this secret realm. I advise you not to proceed further. Many disciples have already been dragged away by these apparitions. Dragged away? Chu Xiao's brow furrowed lightly, a hint of demonic intent swirling in his eyes. He felt no fear towards the specters, for his 6 masters were likely more formidable than any ghostly entity. However, for these ordinary sect disciples, the notion of malevolent spirits still instilled a degree of trepidation. Indeed, even the corpses on the ground have vanished. It is utterly terrifying in an instant. They simply disappeared. The blue-clad woman's complexion was ashen, her gaze trembling, unable to suppress a shudder. Yet, at that moment, as her words fell, Chu Xiao abruptly extended his hand, placing it upon her head. Before she could react, he plunged his soul consciousness directly into her. Soul see. Ah! The blue-clad woman let out a pained cry, her eyes gradually losing focus, as her corporeal form was devoured by Chu Xiao, vanishing from sight. Indeed, there are ghosts. Chu Xiao sneered coldly. He had gleaned several occurrences from the woman's soul see concerning the central area of the secret realm. Just as she had stated, there stood an ancient palace at the heart of the realm, vast and imposing. All disciples who entered were disappearing one after another, with some vanishing before their very eyes. This bizarre spectacle instilled a profound sense of dread among the onlookers, prompting them to retreat from the grand hall. "Young master, what are the ghosts she spoke of?" one asked. "I do not know. Let us investigate," Chu Xiao replied succinctly, bending to retrieve the woman's spatial pouch from the ground and heading towards the central area. Along the way, they witnessed numerous sect disciples fleeing in panic, evidently terrorized by the so-called specters. Chu Xiao also noted that these fleeing disciples generally possessed cultivation levels below the 5th stage of Danhai, likely not yet having met the requirements for pill refinement. Until they halted, where they beheld an ancient, dilapidated grand hall standing atop a desolate mountain. The entire structure was pitch black and square-shaped. From a distance, it resembled a colossal coffin resting atop the peak. To Chu Xiao's astonishment, he sensed a faint wisp of fiery energy emanating from the hall. With his pure phoenix bloodline, his sensitivity to the power of flames was naturally extraordinary. The might contained within this flicker of flame seemed far more terrifying than the ordinary fire of alchemy or the flame of the Tao. Suddenly, Chu Xiao seemed to grasp why this secret realm had been chosen by the ghostly cultivators as a focal point for alchemical concoction. In terms of timing, this secret realm inherently possessed barriers that the older generation of powerful beings could not penetrate. In terms of location, the aura of this spiritual fire was a rare fortune that any alchemist would crave but seldom encounter. As for the human element, since the materials for this individual's alchemy comprised the blood, bones, and organs of living beings, could there be anything more precious in the northern domain than the disciples of the 4 sects? "Young master, why does that ancient hall appear like a coffin?" Sujibua's lips quivered, his heart increasingly gripped by trepidation. After all, he had only just stepped into the realm of alchemy, and before the true prodigies of the sect. He felt somewhat insignificant. The ancient hall before him was far too eerie. Not only was it haunted, but it also resembled a coffin. "You should not enter this ancient hall. Instead, wait for me at the entrance of the secret realm." With that, Chu Xiao did not hesitate and, accompanied by the young girl, ascended towards the mountain peak. Sujibwa hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not dare to contradict him and turned to leave. Given his current strength, he truly found it challenging to assist the young master, rather than accompany him as a burden. It would be wiser to seek out useful intelligence for the young master, such as whether Feng Chong, the heir of the Xin Dao sect, had arrived or departed. Chapter 84. Mutual probing at the summit of the ancient mountain in the heart of the secret realm, the figure of Chu Xiao descended from the sky. Before him stood an ancient stone door, slightly ajar, yet his expression remained largely unperturbed. With his capabilities, no one at the first level of spiritual essence could pose a threat to his life. Moreover, with the 3 divine soul incarnations gifted to him by his second master, it was unlikely that anyone in the entire 9 provinces, let alone the northern region of Qishou, could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Crack, crack, crack. Little Xiao Er pointed towards the depths of the stone hall, her large eyes filled with a solemnity that did not go unnoticed. Chu Xiao nodded slightly. His tone calm as he advised, "You remain hidden in the shadows and exercise caution." Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the hall door and stepped inside. Buzz. In an instant, Chu Xiao was engulfed by an overwhelming heat that assailed him. His bloodline and spiritual energy surged violently, flowing like a raging inferno. Indeed, was this the essence of the heavenly spirit fire? The intensity of the aura caused a flicker of foreboding in Chu Xiao's eyes as he advanced further into the grand hall. Previously, his 6th master, Huang Ruch, had mentioned that by merging with the true phoenix bloodline in human form, he was inherently different from the demon race and thus could not evolve his bloodline through the same means as they could. However, there exists a flame in the world known as the heavenly spirit fire, an extraordinarily scorching force capable of incinerating all things, each possessing its own peculiarities. Amongst the mortal realm, those who could command even a single strand of spiritual fire and integrate it into their being were undoubtedly the true paragons of strength. If Chu Xiao sought to evolve his bloodline, the most effective method would be to merge with the heavenly spirit fire. Yet, this fire is a natural phenomenon. Not only fearsome in power, but also capable of developing sentience. Thus, its integration would not be a trivial endeavor. Chu Xiao was taken aback to discover that within this seemingly inconspicuous northern secret realm, there existed a strand of heavenly spirit fire. Guided by his bloodline sensitivity, he easily discerned the source of the fire's aura and hastened towards the far end of the hall. Along the way, Chu Xiao noted the vastness of the stone hall, resembling a labyrinth with its intricate complexity. He could faintly sense the presence of disciples from other sects navigating through its depths. Nevertheless, the aura of that spiritual fire was evidently the greatest treasure within this secret realm. If he could refine and merge with it, he would undoubtedly draw all others in and eliminate them without mercy. Soon, as Chu Xiao's figure emerged before an ancient bronze door, a grave expression crossed his face. He could sense that the aura of the spiritual fire lay just beyond this ancient portal. This, it seemed, was where all the secrets of the Linggu secret realm were concealed. Crack, crack, crack. Behind him, little Xiao Er reached out her small hand, resting it on Chu Xiao's shoulder, shaking her head slightly. Was there something inside? Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow and gently stroked her little head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." He then lifted his hand to touch the ancient door, and to his surprise, the long-sealed bronze portal suddenly illuminated with a myriad of resplendent divine patterns. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xiao heard the hurried sound of wind slicing through the air from afar. Without hesitation, he pushed open the ancient bronze door and stepped inside. A resonant hum echoed through the air, revealing a vast hall behind the door. At its center stood an alchemical furnace, emanating an intense, scorching heat. Another furnace. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Xiao was about to advance when a sudden chill swept across his face. In an instant, his hand shot up, seizing the shadow that extended from the hall ceiling and pulling it with force. A sharp crack resounded, and the shadow emitted a haunting, eerie wail as it plummeted to the ground. Curious, Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes at the mass of black vines on the floor. This cluster harbored an overwhelming aura of death and malevolence. As it was severed by his grasp, it transformed into a puddle of black blood, releasing a noxious stench. Slowly, he raised his gaze, his eyes widening in alarm. Above the hall, an intricate web of black vines sprawled like the tentacles of a malevolent specter, silently writhing and twisting. Among those vines, he could vaguely discern the skeletal remains of those who had previously trespassed into the hall, their flesh devoured. At the end of every vine loomed a grotesque face that morphed incessantly, fixating its gaze upon Chu Xiao, viscous drool dripping from its maw. A chilling and sinister aura enveloped the entire hall. This was the ghost vine, a creature adept at stealth, feasting on the flesh and blood of the living. Once it set its sights on a target, even those of the five elements realm would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. As Chu Xiao pondered this grim reality, a sudden, cool voice echoed from outside the hall. Startled, Chu Xiao's expression turned steely, and the figure of little Yu concealed herself silently in the shadows. He turned to see a graceful figure in white approaching, shaking his head slightly. "I thought you would continue to hide from me." "Hiding from you? Why would I do that?" Yu Qingtang replied coolly, her gaze fixed upon the ghost vine. Its cultivation was nearing that of the five elements realm, having likely consumed more than 1,000 lives. "So, does this mean we are undoubtedly doomed? Senior sister, I am genuinely moved that you have come to my side without hesitation." Chu Xiao feigned a look of terror, retreating slightly behind Gu Qingtang. Just as he spoke, countless tendrils of the ghost vine surged toward them. The speed of their approach caused even Gu Qingtang's gaze to flicker with trepidation. With a swift motion, she drew an ancient sword from the air, slashing down with fury. A torrent of sword energy descended, cleaving the dense vines into pieces. Yet, despite this, the damage seemed trivial compared to the vast, imposing form of the ghost vine. Gradually, their figures became ensnared by the multitude of vines, imprisoned as if within a cage. Furthermore, compared to ordinary spirit origin cultivators, the ghost vine possessed an exceptionally pure essence of wood, having seemingly reached the threshold of the five elements level. "Are you not going to make your move?" Gu Qingtang turned her gaze towards Chu Xiao, a fleeting chill flickering in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she could distinctly sense that the object of her relentless pursuit was concealed within this ancient palace. However, for reasons unknown, that aura appeared intermittently, ethereal and perplexing. To confront danger is to embrace death, yet dying alongside her senior sister would be worth it. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, though a profound intensity lingered in his eyes. He had long been intrigued by the celestial power that emanated from Gu Qingtang. with both of them ensnared in a predicament. Perhaps this was an opportune moment for him to unravel Gu Qingtang's secrets. Ordinarily, given Chu Xiao's disposition, he would have simply eliminated Gu Qingtang to peruse her soul's memories with greater expedience. Yet the overwhelming celestial essence sealed within her was far too formidable, lacking absolute certainty. He was reluctant to sever ties with her completely. "I know you wish to compel me to unleash that celestial essence," Gu Qingtang suddenly declared. Her gaze fixed on Chu Xiao, tinged with an icy resolve. Despite the brief encounters since his return, she could sense that he now carried an abundance of secrets upon his shoulders. Strangely, as she observed him, a profound sorrow welled up within her. Reminiscent of her own lost innocence and carefree days, each individual harbors their own enigmas, yet with Chu Xiao, I harbor no malice towards you. Perhaps one day I shall simply vanish from your existence. Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow and slowly nodded. In the next moment, he unexpectedly drew Gu Qingtang into his embrace, an aura of intense heat radiating from him. The ghostly vines that had been advancing towards them recoiled as though confronted by something terrifying, retreating to the upper reaches of the grand hall. Gu Qingtang's delicate face froze momentarily as she looked up at his calm, indifferent visage, her confusion deepening. At that instant, she realized that this boy, once perceived as insignificant in her eyes, had unexpectedly grown to a stature that demanded her admiration. Although Gu Qingtang's current prowess could not compare to her peak, vanquishing the ghostly vine would still not be a trivial task. Yet, this young man had merely exuded a trace of his presence, compelling the vine to withdraw. In that fleeting moment, a sense of absurdity blossomed within her, particularly in light of the strange comfort she derived from his protection. Why have you come to Dayong, Senior Sister Gu? Chapter 85, The Land of Creation. I am searching for something. Gu Qingtang lightly pursed her crimson lips, particularly feeling the profound gaze of Chu Xiao, which instinctively deterred her from harboring even the slightest concealment. At this moment, she experienced an illusion that if she were to utter a falsehood, this youth would undoubtedly perceive it. Searching for something? Chu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded slowly. In the next instant, before Gu Qingtang could react, he stepped forward, drawing long yin, and struck down towards the eerie visage of the ghostly vine. With his spiritual perception, he could naturally sense that Gu Qingtang had not lied. In the vast expanse of the Dayong dynasty, there was perhaps only one object worthy of her pursuit, the Chaos Celestial Embryo. Previously, the Grand Sacrificial Priest had mentioned that this divine object was sought after for countless years by a predecessor of the Chu clan, an ancient holy body. And even the three great imperial families might not be aware of its existence. Despite Gu Qingtang's mysterious origins, it was unlikely that she could fathom such a secret, unless her constitution was somehow linked to this celestial embryo, enabling her to sense the chaotic aura within. In this case, the sealed celestial power within her could be comprehended. After all, anything associated with chaos in this world was undeniably formidable. Thus, above the void, the sword intent surged. Unlike the Kanglan sword technique of the Sword Inquiry sect, the sword technique employed by Chu Xiao appeared ordinary, lacking in elaborate maneuvers. Yet, the murderous intent imbued within it left Gu Qingtang in a state of trepidation. Roar! As the sword intent descended, an expression of furious malignance appeared on the ghostly vine's face. Countless drops of black blood mixed with viscous fluid fell, transforming the entire great hall into a bloody mire. Gu Qingtang furrowed her brows delicately, stepping forward, her entire being radiating with ethereal brilliance as she dashed alongside Chu Xiao towards the ghostly vine. The great hall was suffused with sword intent, and as the ancient swords in their hands struck down, innumerable tendrils fell away. Although the ghostly vine had reached a level approaching the five elements realm, under the combined efforts of Gu Qingtang and Chu Xiao, it could only desperately thrash its appendages in a futile attempt to ensnare and devour them. In fact, its eyes now displayed a clear hint of panic. Seemingly intimidated by the aura emanating from Chu Xiao, "Chu Xiao, sever the soul crystal at its brow." Gu Qingtang suddenly cried out amidst the myriad of tendrils and phantoms. With a decisive step forward, she drew the ghostly vine's attention. Upon hearing her command, Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly hurled long yin. A beam of sword radiance pierced the void, cleaving through all the tendrils in its path before embedding itself into the brow of the ghostly visage. Roar! In the next moment, a soul-wrenching howl echoed throughout the great hall, shaking the very core of one's being. The countless tendrils writhed and twisted, ultimately subsiding into stillness. Boom! As the body of the ghostly vine plummeted from above, Gu Qingtang and Chu Xiao also descended into the great hall. Although with their combined strength, they could annihilate this ghostly vine by revealing their hidden trump cards, it would undoubtedly complicate matters. Just moments ago, their hands united in a fierce battle, devoid of hesitation, as if an inexplicable harmony had emerged between them. Well done. A faint smile graced Gu Qingtang's face, only to be swiftly replaced by determination as she dashed toward the alchemical furnace in the hall. Observing this scene, Chu Xiao displayed no hint of surprise. He simply watched her approach the furnace with an amused smirk. If, indeed, there resided a strand of celestial fire within that furnace, given Gu Qingtang's current cultivation, it would be impossible for her to assimilate it. The notion that this woman could seize fortune from him was evidently a fantastical delusion. Did you see? On the path to immortality, there is little room for mutual affection. Here, it is all about the pursuit of destiny. With a hum, as Gu Qingtang's delicate hand lifted the lid of the furnace, a wave of terrifying heat instantly enveloped her. To her astonishment, a cloud of pink mist suddenly billowed from within the furnace. This is the soul-entrancing fragrance. Gu Qingtang's gaze trembled, and retreat was no longer an option. Especially under the searing influence of this spiritual fire, the mist infiltrated every crevice, spreading with alarming rapidity, swiftly engulfing the entire hall. Cursed be it. Gu Qingtang whirled around, and, indeed, saw the playful smirk on Chu Xiao's lips, her anger intensifying. How could she not discern that Chu Xiao likely anticipated the treachery of the furnace, deliberately allowing her to probe it? Scoundrel! The horrifying potency of the soul-entrancing fragrance sent a wave of panic across Gu Qingtang's delicate features, prompting her to flee wildly toward the exit of the hall. At this moment, her skin had begun to flush subtly, a rosy allure, and even her gaze bore signs of becoming entranced. Considering Gu Qingtang's beauty and grace, one could only imagine how captivating this appearance must be. Yet, at this juncture, Chu Xiao did not impede her escape, nor did he seize the opportunity to pursue her. Instead, he stepped forward to the alchemical furnace, gazing intently at the flickering white flame within, his eyes narrowing slightly. If his memory served him correctly, this flame was the Bone Ling Heart Flame, ranked 7th on the list of spiritual fires, possessing unparalleled terror, capable of incinerating one's very soul. However, the birth of such a spiritual flame must have occurred amidst a mountain of corpses and bones, requiring a continuous consumption of souls and blood essence to grow. Could it be that this secret realm concealed a true resting place for the dead? Chu Xiao's eyes pondered deeply as he reached out, grasping the bone fire in his hand. In an instant, a wave of dreadful heat surged toward his soul sea, causing the flickering flame to dissipate immediately. Clearly, this was not the true essence of the Boneling Heart Flame, merely a fragment of its fiery power. Intriguing. Chu Xiao glanced at the corpse of the ghost vine, contemplating briefly before allowing a strand of phoenix flame to descend from his hand, sealing it anew within the alchemical furnace. Then, he collected the ghost vine's corpse into his spatial ring and slowly exited the hall, making his way into the darkness beyond. Soon, the disturbances within the hall attracted numerous figures. Moreover, those who still lived were none other than the true prodigies of the 4 sections. Look, there is a door over there. In the grand hall, figures darted in haste, pushing open the bronze doors to re-enter. A damned furnace. Here lies the essence of creation. Immediately, cheers erupted, and greed illuminated the faces of the crowd. It was rumored that at the heart of this mystical realm lay a source of creation, from which one could fathom the path of immortality. The aura emanating from the damned furnace before them was overwhelming and terrifying, clearly not an ordinary object. Young master, we have found it. This creation belongs to our Xiandao sect. The disciples of the Xiandao sect were invigorated, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Feng Chong. However, Feng Chong furrowed his brow, observing the black bloodstains beneath him, seemingly lost in contemplation. Too simplistic. Normally, such treasure-laden sites would be guarded by spiritual beings. Yet this hall was exceedingly peculiar, having seen numerous disciples from various sects vanish without a trace, their fates unknown. Although Feng Chong, with his formidable cultivation, was considered invincible in the northern region of Qingzhou, the lurking dangers of the unknown instilled a sense of unease. The damned furnace. At that moment, another wave of exclamations echoed from outside the hall. Yun Xian, surrounded by a throng of Yunlan disciples, entered the hall. Sister Yun? A gentle smile graced Feng Chang's face. Yet his eyes grew increasingly wary. Previously, he had contemplated allying with Chu Xiao to confront El Qi of the mountain-moving sect and the present Yun Xian. But the young master of the sword sect had declined his proposal. Nonetheless, Chu Xiao's words had stirred an inkling of realization within Feng Chong, hinting at some concealed secrets behind this mystical realm. The Dan furnace before him might indeed represent the ultimate creation of the Lingu's secret realm, destined to lure disciples from all four sects, thereby unveiling the true conspiracy. However, what puzzled Feng Chong was the apparent disappearance of El Qi. This renowned prodigy, celebrated as the strongest in physical prowess among the four sects, had not been seen since he had slain numerous Xiandao disciples. Even now, with the creation manifesting, El Qi's presence remained elusive. Given his character, it was improbable that he would be deterred by mere tales of specters. His prolonged absence suggested that he had likely met his demise. In an instant, a chill surged from Feng Chang's feet, nearly lifting the crown of his head. Chapter 86. Destiny is in my hands. Yun Xian gently nodded, her gaze equally fixed upon the alchemical furnace. However, she did not act impulsively. Instead, she maintained a certain distance from Feng Chong, seemingly lost in contemplation. Hadn't senior sister Yun previously ventured into this central realm? Could it be that she had never encountered this furnace before? Feng Chong smiled faintly, his eyes locked onto Yun Xian, as if attempting to discern any signs of deception on her face. No, this is my first time discovering this ancient hall as well. Yun Xian replied with an indifferent expression, disregarding Feng Chang's suspicions. If Feng Chong had no interest in this furnace, she would gladly claim it for herself. As she spoke, she stepped forward, intent on approaching the furnace. Wait, this furnace was first discovered by my Xiandao sect. Senior sister wouldn't think to claim it for herself, would she? Feng Chong shook his head with a smile. Given his strength and the current number of disciples in the Xiandao sect, he could not possibly contend with Yun Xian. Thus, he deliberately delayed, awaiting the emergence of an unforeseen variable. It must be said that on the path of immortality, anyone who could ascend to the position of a sect's young master was undoubtedly a master of schemes. At the very least, they should not resemble a reckless fool, blindly courting death. Oh, does junior brother Feng truly believe that the treasures within this secret realm belong to whoever lays eyes upon them? A hint of surprise flickered across Yun Xian's face as she lightly waved her hand, prompting a group of disciples from the Yunlan sect to step forward, surrounding Feng Chong and the others. Hee, it seems brother Feng has encountered a predicament, a mocking voice echoed from outside the hall just then. The figure of Qingyi appeared, a playful glint in his eyes. Qingyi? Upon seeing him, Yun Xian's brow furrowed slightly, and a look of vigilance crossed her face. Brother Qingyi, your arrival is quite timely. If you were to join forces with me, how about we split the treasures within the furnace between our two sects? Feng Chong felt a wave of relief wash over him. His previously tense body began to relax. Compared to Yun Xian, Qingyi was alone, making him easier to manipulate. Moreover, his strength was among the very best of the four sections. If the two of them collaborated, Yun Xian would undoubtedly have to exercise caution. Brother Feng, sister Yun, this furnace has yet to be opened. To engage in a fierce battle over it seems rather counterproductive. Why not first see what lies within? Qingyi smiled, shaking his head. Given his current situation, if he carelessly intervened in the conflict between the two sects, he would certainly become cannon fodder, meeting an untimely demise. He needed to ascertain whether the treasures within the furnace were worth the risk before making a decision. Of course, if Yun Xian offered a substantial reward, he would not mind taking his fair share and departing. You make a valid point, Feng Chong mused for a moment, glancing at Yun Xian. Yet, at that moment, the descendant of the Yunlan sect wore a mask of indifference, offering no response. To ensure caution, shall I be the one to open the furnace? Qingyi said with a radiant smile as he stepped forward and, using his ancient sword, pushed open the lid of the furnace. In the next instant, a wisp of crimson flame surged forth, transforming into the ethereal silhouette of an ancient phoenix, standing majestically above the grand hall. This spectacle caused the countenances of the sect disciples to shift dramatically, their eyes reflecting not only trepidation, but also a profound greed. Spirit fire. It is widely acknowledged that every manifestation of heavenly spirit fire in this world is regarded as a supreme treasure. Whoever can integrate it into their being is destined to possess unparalleled combat prowess that surpasses their peers. Moreover, this spirit fire encapsulates the true laws of flame, offering boundless insights for their future breakthroughs into the five elements realm. Yet, just as the expressions of the onlookers fluctuated and their minds began to calculate, the divine phoenix fire suddenly lowered its gaze towards Qingyi. In that fleeting moment, the visage of this prodigy from the sword sect turned ashen, a chill enveloping him, as though he were being scrutinized by a malevolent entity. Buzz. Under the astonished gazes of all present, the crimson flames erupted, engulfing the expanse and enveloping Cheng Yi's form, seeking to penetrate into his very being. Ah! A cry of anguish reverberated through the air, causing the elite disciples of various sects to instinctively retreat several paces. Their expressions etched with horror as they beheld the figure now wholly consumed by flames. Yet, astonishingly, after a brief struggle against the torment, a look of ecstatic joy suddenly illuminated Cheng Yi's face. At that moment, he realized that this celestial spirit flame did not intend to incinerate him. Rather, it sought to merge with his flesh and blood. Ha ha ha, destiny is on my side. Cheng Yi roared to the heavens. The frustrations of the past few days seemingly released in that instant. He slowly turned his gaze towards Feng Chang and Yun Xian. An eerie crimson glint reflected in his eyes. Now, you either submit to me or perish. Cheng Yi, since the spirit fire has chosen you, we have nothing further to discuss. Let us go. Feng Chang's brow furrowed deeply, yet Cheng Yi shook his head. He still harbored an unfulfilled desire, the extermination of Chu Xiao. Only with the demise of this sword sect heir could he hope to reclaim all that was rightfully his. Furthermore, the spirit fire is a treasure of the human realm. Once news of his fusion with it spreads, it will undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. While none in these four sects may be able to slay him, the vastness of Qingzhou is immense. Should those truly formidable forces become aware of this matter, his fate would surely be dire. Thus, within this grand hall today, only one shall emerge alive. He, Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, do not be excessive. Buzz. Just as Feng Chang's words fell, Cheng Yi suddenly extended a hand, conjuring a towering sea of flames that enveloped all the disciples of the Xiandao sect. Ah! A chorus of anguished wails erupted, as some disciples at the Danhai level were utterly consumed by the flames, reduced to nothingness. You. His gaze trembled, his hands weaving intricate seals. One by one, spirit talismans soared into the air, transforming into axes, halberds, and various implements, along with the spirit mountain's treasured cauldron, descending upon Cheng Yi with fury. Rumble. A magnificent aura descended from the heavens, yet Cheng Yi merely drew his sword, wielding a blazing curtain of fire that effortlessly countered all incoming assaults. What are you waiting for? Advance. Yun Xian's gaze was icy as she waved her delicate hand. Behind her, a throng of Yunlan disciples, imbued with the dual energies of Yin and Yang, surged forward towards Cheng Yi. However, given their prowess, they were no match for him. Waves of fiery sword intent swept through, reducing numerous disciples to mere fragments. Damn it! Feng Chang exclaimed, unleashing another palm strike. A golden divine talisman materialized in the sky, cascading down myriad rays of brilliance that ensnared Cheng Yi in place. Senior brother Feng Chang is magnificent. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of Xiandao sect silently raised their thumbs in admiration towards him. It was their moment to shine. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions turned to one of bewilderment. Feng Chang was seen dashing towards the temple's exit without looking back, even attempting to slam the door shut. What the? The crowd's eyes trembled as they turned to behold Cheng Yi, enveloped in divine flames, swallowing hard in trepidation. Can you escape? Cheng Yi scoffed, as he swung his ancient sword, resembling a tumultuous river of divine flames, slicing through the void towards Feng Chang. However, just as the fiery sword light was about to descend upon Feng Chang, the spiritual flames inexplicably dissipated. Nonetheless, the overwhelming tide of sword intent still struck between Feng Chang's legs, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. The young master of Xiandao did not pause for a moment, vanishing at the far end of the grand hall. What just happened? Unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease crept into Cheng Yi's heart as he cast a cold, penetrating gaze at the ajar temple door, his eyes narrowing sharply. Chapter 87. The one behind. As an eerie footfall echoed from beyond the hall, Cheng Yi's expression of fury abruptly froze. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that the fiery divine intent within him seemed to dissipate, as though it had been wrenched away. Feng Chang's escape implied that not only could the inhabitants of this grand hall not leave alive, but the entire secret realm was now shrouded in doom. Otherwise, Cheng Yi's path to immortality would devolve into a desperate flight for survival. However, amidst these thoughts, the footsteps behind the ancient bronze door reverberated hauntingly within the depths of everyone's minds, sending chills down their spines. Particularly, the ancient hall had long been steeped in tales of malevolent spirits. Could it be that the demons had truly come seeking them? Buzz. Until at last, the heavy bronze door was pushed open once more, revealing a gentle and serene visage before the crowd. The tension that had gripped the hearts of the disciples began to ease, and relief washed over them. Goodness, is that not Chu Xiao? The young master of the sword inquiry sect? You nearly scared me to death. I almost soiled my pants. Everyone exhaled in relief, only to see Chu Xiao abruptly turn to close the hall door, a look of confusion flickering in his eyes. What was he up to? Only Cheng Yi's gaze quivered, and the unease in his heart intensified. The very presence of Chu Xiao here signified that Lu Qi was likely no longer among the living. At this moment, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shinting Yuan and Shen Miao, convinced that they had betrayed him and orchestrated his and Lu Qi's downfall. Yet, Cheng Yi had been chosen by the spirit fire and stood as an invincible force within the realm of spiritual essence. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, his countenance hardened once more. Chu Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Cheng Yi inhaled deeply, a sinister smile creeping across his face. In the next instant, he did not afford Chu Xiao a moment to react. He stepped forward, flames erupting around him like a tempest. From a distance, Cheng Yi appeared as a fiery demon, his entire form ablaze with an intimidating crimson hue. As he advanced, the very ground of the hall was consumed by the searing flames, fissures erupting like terrifying chasms. Die! With a single stroke of his sword, 100-foot wave of flames surged forth, aiming to obliterate the heavens. However, astonishingly, Chu Xiao displayed no sign of distress in the face of the impending infernal onslaught. In fact, he exhibited no inclination to evade. He merely extended his palm with serene composure. Buzz. To the astonishment of all, they beheld the fiery sword intent descending from the heavens come to an inexplicable halt. Cheng Yi's expression of hatred gradually morphed into one of sheer terror. You, how is this possible? Cheng Yi's lips quivered as he looked down at the celestial spirit fire draining from his body, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment. This is utterly absurd. The spirit fire he had fused with now seemed to be flowing into that youth's body. Does senior brother Cheng intend to? Chu Xiao's gaze was gentle, his face adorned with a faint, serene smile. Then I shall return it to you. As Cheng Yi regained his composure from the shock, he suddenly beheld a phantom of a divine phoenix materializing above Chu Xiao's head. A wave of crimson flames, 100-fold more terrifying than before, surged forth towards Cheng Yi. In the blink of an eye, the former heir of the Wenjian sect, whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of Ling Yuan, found his face grotesquely contorted. Then, in the horrified eyes of numerous disciples, his physical form eerily began to dissolve, as if devoured by some unseen force. Gulp! The grand hall plunged into an eerie silence. Even Yun Xian's expression was marred by profound shock, mingled with a hint of absurdity. What manner of monster are you? The remaining disciples trembled, helplessly watching as Chu Xiao collected the golden-threaded jade armor that had fallen to the ground, swallowing hard. Buzz. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xiao uttered not a single word, and as he stepped forward, he vanished from sight. With a single punch, a disciple of the Xiandao sect, whose cultivation was at the 9th level of Danai, was utterly obliterated into a mist of blood. Chu Xiao, undeterred, consumed his blood and bones and moved towards another disciple, with cries of despair echoing in the air. In mere moments, all the disciples in the grand hall fell victim to Chu Xiao's ruthless onslaught. A faint fluctuation of Ling Yuan began to emanate from him, indicating that he was on the cusp of ascending to a higher realm. So, Feng Chang was deliberately let go by you? In the vast emptiness of the hall, Yun Xian furrowed her delicate brows, her expression a complex tapestry as she regarded the seemingly gentle yet ruthlessly bloodthirsty youth before her. At that moment, she found it difficult to discern who among them was the true fiend. Chu Xiao's methods seemed to have transcended her understanding, akin to a true demon, consuming all in the shadows without leaving a trace. Sister Yun, it appears we are the only two left. There is no need for pretense. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, his gaze icy as he regarded Yun Xian. From the time they had met in Linggu City, he had sensed that this heir of the Yulan clan did not seem overly concerned about her brother's fate. Her earlier hostility towards him at the entrance of the secret realm had also struck him as peculiar. If Chu Xiao's intuition was correct, her venture into the Linggu secret realm was not merely for treasure, but rather to lead everyone into this grand hall to fulfill some ulterior mission. Oh, it seems you have unraveled my intentions. Yun Xian arched an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. Confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance can lead to peril. With that, Yun Xian suddenly approached the alchemical furnace, her hands gently rotating. Rumble! The entire grand hall began to tremble ominously. At the end of the hall, a dark portal slowly emerged from the stone wall, shrouded in ghostly mist. Through the haze, Chu Xiao could faintly discern a pair of crimson eyes, fixated intently upon him. As expected, Chu Xiao's expression remained indifferent, devoid of surprise. Long before he laid eyes upon those crimson pills, he surmised that there must be malevolent specters lurking behind this secret realm. Now, it appeared evident that the reason Yun Xin had managed to escape the Lingu's secret realm 60 years ago was likely due to her becoming a pawn, utilized to lure in more disciples from various sects who would unwittingly march to their doom, becoming fodder for their alchemical practices. The crafting of pills from the essence of human blood and bones was a method documented in the Xianyuan pill canon. However, such blood pills offered little benefit to ordinary cultivators, yet for the malevolent spirits, they were undoubtedly a tremendous boon. Could it be that a formidable being of the ghostly race stood behind this secret realm? Just as Chu Xiao pondered this, a chilling roar, akin to that of a demon, suddenly echoed through the layers of ghostly mist. Simultaneously, a look of trepidation manifested on Yun Xin's face as she slowly retreated into the distance. Chapter 88: The unveiling of the mystery. A sudden wave of ghostly energy surged through the grand hall, shrouding everything in an impenetrable darkness. Chu Xiao cast a glance at the figure emerging from the swirling mist, his eyes betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. He then stepped forward, drawing his ancient sword with a resounding roar, and launched a fierce strike towards Yun Xin. Yun Xin's delicate features tightened, clearly taken aback that at such a critical moment, this young man still had the audacity to attack her. With a thunderous rumble as Yun Xin's hands transformed, strands of black and white ethereal light ascended, coalescing above her into a magnificent yin-yang mirror, radiating myriad hues of brilliance. The mysteries of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, seemed to flow within this mirror. Her aura had reached a terrifying level, equivalent to the 7th layer of spiritual essence. Evidently, compared to Chang'e, Lu Qi, and others, this Yunlan disciple was the most formidable presence among the 4 sects of the present age. However, at the very moment Chu Xiao's ancient sword descended, Yun Xin distinctly heard a deafening dragon's roar reverberate through the air. As the sword's intent surged forth, a sinuous azure dragon shadow emerged, exuding an overwhelming ferocity that struck terror into the heart. With a fierce roar, the dragon shadow unleashed a wave of pressure that obliterated the surrounding spirit light. At that moment, Chu Xiao's ancient sword finally struck the surface of the yin-yang mirror. An instant later, a shattering sound echoed ominously. Yun Xin, with a face full of dread, watched in horror as the supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the yin-yang mirror, was cleaved in two by Chu Xiao's sword. Damn it, why aren't you making a move? Yun Xin's voice trembled with fear as she staggered backward. Meanwhile, the figure that had emerged from the ghostly mist fully revealed itself. It was a person, or rather, a shadow of a person ensconced in ghostly energy. The being was devoid of any spiritual essence or vitality, emanating instead an overwhelming aura of death and despair. Even its face was obscured by layers of ghostly patterns, constantly shifting, as though it were a collage of hundreds of sinister and grotesque visages, striving to break free from the bindings of the ghostly seals. Within its eyes, there was no spark of intellect, only an infinite well of murderous intent. Clearly, this was a cultivator consumed and controlled by ghostly energy, reduced to a mere shell. A specter of the terror spoken of by the living. With a hum, as the figure took a step forward, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, reaching an unimaginable speed. A terrifying gust of wind accompanied by a stench of blood assailed the senses, casting the entire hall into utter darkness at the appearance of this ghostly figure. A sinister smile crept across Yun Xin's face as she turned to flee towards the exit of the hall. Yet, what she could never have anticipated was that Chu Xiao, unfazed by the looming ghostly shadow behind him, continued his pursuit of her. Behind him, a golden divine aura surged, illuminating the heavens and blocking the shadow's advance. Suddenly, a profound sense of unease blossomed within Yun Xin. Grasping a golden seal in each hand, she hurled them at Chu Xiao in a fit of rage. At that moment, she clearly observed the young man sheathe his ancient sword and lowered his fists. An indescribable surge of power erupted from the imprints of his fists. At this juncture, Yun Xin saw his arms radiating a terrifying divine light. A chaotic aura permeated the air, colliding violently with the ancient seal in her hand. Crack! In the astonished and terrified gaze of Yun Xin, the dual ancient seals of yin and yang shattered completely. Along with them, her outstretched arms were obliterated, exploding into a mist of blood. A piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Yun Xin's figure was thrown back several yards, crashing against the bronze ancient door before finally coming to a halt. Crack! At that moment, It seemed that every bone in her body had been utterly fractured in the collision. Blood mixed with her internal organs spewed from her mouth, her blue attire in tatters, revealing astonishing patches of crimson and pure white. Yet, before Yun Xin could recover from her shock, she saw Chu Xiao hurling forth a dragon scream, piercing directly through her brow, nailing her firmly to the bronze door. The once struggling form of this Yunlan disciple gradually slackened, hanging limply upon the blade. Chu Xiao stepped forward, extending a hand to grasp the very essence of her unfeeling path. In the next instant, demonic runes began to rise, and Yun Xin's corporeal form rapidly withered, decaying, and ultimately dissipating into nothingness before the naked eye. This scene, if witnessed by disciples from other sects, would undoubtedly leave them bewildered. Who truly is the demon? After accomplishing all this, Chu Xiao finally turned his gaze towards the ghostly figure ensnared in golden light, his eyes narrowing suddenly. At that moment, he noticed a hint of bewilderment reflected in the crimson eyes of the ghost. With a gentle sigh, Chu Xiao's gaze deepened. From the instant he caught sight of the ghost's visage, he had an inkling of its identity. The heart confusion goo. Much like the poison Shen Miao had previously used on him, the ever-shifting face of this ghost was a result of the heart confusion goo's effects. Thus, he must be Yuan, the young master of the sword sect who had gone missing 60 years ago after entering the spirit ancient secret realm. Chu Xiao had deliberately summoned this divine barrier to verify his suspicions. However, why he was still alive and how he had descended into this pitiable state, neither Chu Xiao could ascertain. From Yun Xin's memories, Chu Xiao had glimpsed the conspiracy hidden behind the spirit ancient secret realm. As he had surmised, a group of ghostly cultivators lurked behind this secret, just beyond the ghost gate. When Yun Xin had ventured into this place, she mistakenly consumed the blood pill and did not perish. Instead, she was selected by them to become a pawn. Over the years, Yun Xin had been tormented by the ghostly essence within the blood pill, enduring a fate worse than death. Her entry into the secret realm this time was to lure disciples from various sects to their demise, in exchange for an antidote. According to Yun Xin's recollections, these ghostly cultivators had concealed themselves here to refine blood pills, devour blood souls, and fulfill their grand ambitions of revival. In the guise of Yunxin, she remained uncertain about the true nature of this so-called grand revival. What she did know was that the ghostly cultivator behind this secret realm possessed a cultivation level equivalent to the 9th layer of spirit essence, rivaling that of the elders from the 4 sections. Brother, is that you? A glint of malevolence flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes as he stepped forward, approaching Yuan. At that moment, the ghostly figure seemed to regain a glimmer of clarity, reaching out to touch the golden divine barrier before him, revealing a contemplative expression. However, as Chu Xiao drew nearer, that fleeting clarity dissipated once more, transforming into an embodiment of extreme ferocity. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a pair of clawed hands, covered in black fur and sharp armor, which forcefully tore through the radiant glow of the divine barrier, reappearing before Chu Xiao. A wave of foul and eerie ghostly energy enveloped the surroundings as his ghastly claws unhesitatingly lunged towards Chu Xiao. Brother, I am a disciple of the sword-asking sect. I can assist you in dispelling the poison. Chu Xiao's gaze remained sharp and unyielding, showing no haste to strike. At that moment, a bold idea suddenly sparked within him, and Yuan's current state appeared quite suitable to be a pawn in his game. Chapter 89, The Underground Palace of the Dead Kill Me. Upon hearing the words Wen Jian sect, a wave of bloodlust flickered in Yuan's eyes. At that moment, he clearly struggled to suppress his demonic nature. Yet his ghostly claws involuntarily lunged toward Chu Xiao in a furious strike. An overwhelming aura of ghostly energy surged forth, tinged with a sinister blood poison, exuding an eerie chill. Clang. Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened as he extended both hands to collide with Yuan's ghostly claws. No. Don't. It's toxic. Yuan's features twisted in a grotesque manner as he emitted a series of beastly roars. However, Chu Xiao remained unfazed, firmly grasping Yuan's ghostly claws, his eyes shimmering with a soul-like light. Senior brother Yu, hold on for a moment. I shall dispel the poison for you. As he spoke, demonic runes began to swirl in his palms, and a terrifying force of absorption surged forth, flooding into Yuan's body. For him, whether it was the heart confusion goo or the ghost mist blood poison, neither posed a threat. All would serve as nourishment for the devouring demon art. Roar. Yuan's body tensed, attempting to break free from Chu Xiao's grasp. Yet, even in his ghostly form, his physical strength could not contend with the primal divine power. As a veil of chaotic mist gradually enveloped Chu Xiao, the crimson hue in Yuan's eyes began to dissipate, revealing a rare clarity. Thud. Ultimately, Under the might of Chu Xiao's devouring demon force, Yuan's body suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. However, compared to his previous ferocity, although he remained ensnared by ghostly energy, his wits had begun to return. Senior brother Yu, what on earth transpired here? Ordinarily, Chu Xiao, with his disposition, would have no regard for camaraderie and would have directly devoured Yuan's physical form and soul to uncover all the secrets hidden within the Lingyu secret realm. Yet, if Chu Xiao's conjecture was correct, the ghostly cultivators within this secret realm were likely entangled with the Sun God sect as well. To unravel the true motives of this sect, he needed to place a pawn deep within their ranks. Yuan was the most fitting candidate. Being the master of the Lingyu secret realm, the ghost Taoist. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly rose, his gaze still laced with trepidation. He had refined elixirs using the bodies of cultivators, seeking the path to immortality, and had transformed some individuals into ghostly forms for his own use. Now, beneath the secret realm, there were already 300 ghost soldiers, capable of obliterating an entire sect at any moment. Oh, senior brother Yu, have you ever heard of the Sun God sect? Chu Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. A ghostly cultivator pursuing immortality was evidently not the answer he sought. The Sun God sect? No, but I once heard that old Taoist mention a superior being above him, who rescued him from the forced sects long ago. Oh, is that superior being within the Lingyu secret realm? Chu Xiao's gaze trembled, revealing a hint of profound intrigue. I do not know. Very well, senior brother Yu. I must trouble you to take me to meet that ghost Taoist. Junior brother, you must not. At his words, a look of terror instantly crossed Yuan's face. Although he sensed the terrifying physical prowess of Chu Xiao and held a considerable apprehension towards his methods, it was still a folly to believe he could single-handedly contend with 300 ghost soldiers and a ghost cultivator nearing the Five Elements realm. The old Taoist not only commanded the 300 ghost soldiers, but could also manipulate the power of spiritual fire. Even one versed in the 5 elements might not stand a chance against him. Junior brother, you should kill me and then leave. My physical form has already been eroded by ghostly energy, and I know not when I shall lose my sanity. Rest assured, senior brother, I would never just with my own life. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, admiring Yuan's pure disposition. Yet, it was precisely this quality that made him more susceptible to manipulation along the path of immortality. But, senior brother, even if I were to kill you, I would still be unable to escape this secret realm. Do you truly believe that ghostly Taoist would let me go? It would be wiser to strike first while he remains unaware. A chilling intensity flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes as Yuan's lips quivered, ultimately refraining from further persuasion and nodding slowly. As long as Chu Xiao remained within the secret realm, evading the ghostly Taoist's relentless pursuit would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, it seemed more prudent to take a bold gamble. At this moment, Yuan had resolved that even if it cost him his life, he would do everything in his power to safeguard Chu Xiao's safety. Junior brother, that old Taoist is exceedingly cautious. Aside from his 2 elixir servants, he rarely meets anyone. Therefore, it matters not. With the opening of the secret realm, he has gathered such an abundance of corpses, he must be preparing to refine elixirs. Chu Xiao scoffed. If he intends to concoct elixirs, he will require flesh materials. I merely need to infiltrate among them to confront this ghostly Taoist. Indeed, junior brother, have you truly contemplated this thoroughly? Let us proceed, senior brother. Until this malignant tumor is excised, we cannot fathom how many disciples of various sects will perish. Chu Xiao's demeanor remained serene, yet his words instilled a profound reverence in Yuan. In that instant, it was as though he glimpsed a beacon of light. Enveloped in warmth, as the last remnants of his hesitation dissipated entirely. Let us go. The two advanced side by side into the ghostly gates, making their way towards the subterranean palace. As they progressed, Chu Xiao discerned that the so-called palace was merely a series of crudely carved rock caves, exuding a palpable aura of foreboding. Even the stone path leading underground was exceedingly narrow and winding, barely accommodating a single person. Until suddenly, Yuan halted. Turning to Chu Xiao with a gesture for silence, his face once again shrouded in a veil of ghostly energy. At this moment, Chu Xiao could see a pitch-black portal at the end of the stone path, inscribed with 3 large characters, Ghostly Taoist Palace. Flanking the grand entrance stood 2 gaunt young men clad in Taoist robes, who, upon seeing Yuan, immediately displayed expressions of reverence. Senior brother. Yuan paid the 2 no heed, guiding Chu Xiao directly into the courtyard, where they vanished from sight. With the secret realm now open, Yuan's mission was to procure suitable flesh materials for the ghostly Taoist's elixir crafting. Thus, they harbored no suspicions regarding Chu Xiao's identity. After all, who would be foolish enough to voluntarily present themselves to be refined into elixirs? In that fleeting moment upon entering the gates of the underworld, Chu Xiao beheld a multitude of figures weaving through the subterranean stone hall. Yet, upon their faces lingered an expression of numbing indifference, their skin pallid, a clear indication of their prolonged seclusion from the light of day. Junior brother, that stone hall is where the flesh is stored. Each day at noon, the ghostly Taoist dispatches his alchemical servants to fetch the materials. Yuan whispered to Chu Xiao, I will confine you within. Exercise caution, as many inside have succumbed to madness. Understood, Chu Xiao replied with a subtle nod. Given the intricate layout of this underground palace, he was determined not to alert the ghostly Taoist before making his move. As he pushed open the door to the stone hall, an eerily sinister atmosphere immediately enveloped him. Within, he could discern a dozen figures imprisoned, their appearances disheveled and minds dulled. Most bore physical afflictions, some were covered in festering black sores, oozing blood and pus with the slightest movement, while others exhibited skin as white as snow, their eyes an unsettling shade of pale pink. Upon noticing Chu Xiao, the individuals merely raised their heads in a dazed manner before retreating once more into their corners. The ambience was stifling and despairing. The entire hall resembled a true necropolis, devoid of any semblance of life or hope. Chapter 90. The Great Serpent of Bones. Chu Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd, and he discerned that among the more than 10 individuals present, the strongest was merely at the initial stage of spirit origin. To meet the ghostly Taoist without alarming him, Chu Xiao realized he had to be chosen as the sacrificial offering to be taken to the alchemy chamber. Given Chu Xiao's formidable strength, the so-called alchemical servant would pose no challenge. However, the tactics employed by ghostly practitioners were treacherous. If the sacrificial offering bore any restraints, it would inevitably alert the ghostly Taoist. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to eliminate all the sacrificial offerings. Once Chu Xiao became the sole offering, he would undoubtedly be selected by the alchemical servant. With this thought in mind, Chu Xiao hesitated not for an instant. He clenched his hands fiercely, crushing the skulls of the 2 individuals beside him with brutal efficiency. This gruesome spectacle plunged the stone hall into an eerie silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the white-clad youth who approached with an ominous air. Their lips quivered as if they had forgotten how to utter a sound. Before they could even gasp in horror, Chu Xiao was upon them, each punch capable of effortlessly shattering a skull. In mere moments, the grand hall was enveloped in a miasma of blood. The sacrificial offerings lay lifeless. Chu Xiao then seated himself amidst the carnage, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Until noon arrived, a low thudding sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Only then did Chu Xiao rise slowly, his gaze sharpening at the frail figure that pushed open the door. It was a boy, his face smeared with powder, pale and ghostly. Yet his lips and cheeks were painted a vivid crimson, resembling a ceremonial puppet from a humble household. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the floor, the boy let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide with terror as he trembled in fear. In response, a radiant smile unfurled across Chu Xiao's face. An eerie sight amid the pool of blood. Madness, true madness. You have slain all the sacrificial offerings. Your master will not spare you. Prepare to be flayed alive. The alchemical servant glared at Chu Xiao with fury, suddenly producing a black chain that he brandished, transforming it into a wisp of ghostly fog that coiled toward Chu Xiao's wrist. Today is your misfortune. The master is merely one furnace away from his blood elixir. Otherwise, once the master attains enlightenment, he might have spared you. Throughout their journey, the young alchemical servant chattered incessantly, leading Chu Xiao through the underground palace to the innermost stone hall. Upon arrival, Chu Xiao found no other souls in sight, save for a similarly adorned girl waiting outside, as if she had been anticipating them for quite some time. Ghostly boy, why have you taken so long? The master has already inquired once. It was all his fault. The ghostly boy trembled, fear evident in his eyes, his already pale face growing even more ashen. What are you staring at? Quickly, enter. He then shoved Chu Xiao forward into the stone hall. At that moment, Chu Xiao observed that this stone hall bore little difference from the previous one, the only distinction being the immense alchemical furnace standing majestically in the center. Beneath the alchemical furnace lay a dark and profound abyss, from which a chain as thick as a man's arm extended, seemingly binding some dreadful entity. Master, the sacrificial flesh has arrived. With a bow from 2 attendants, a slightly stooped figure emerged from the depths of the stone hall. Upon that face, marred by festering sores, a chilling malevolence was evident. His hair was sparse, revealing patches of skin scarred as if by flames, rendering him hideously grotesque. Why the delay? Master, the flesh has gone mad and killed the others. Ah, the ghastly figure nodded, suddenly grinning at Chu Xiao. Today is a fortuitous day. Whether I achieve enlightenment depends on you. Congratulations, Master. We rejoice for you. Surely you shall open the celestial gates and ascend to the heavens today. The two attendants quickly bowed, their faces alight with astonishment. You two have served me loyally for so long. Today, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune, allowing you to ascend with me. As the words fell, two ghostly chains erupted from the figure's sleeves, instantly ensnaring the attendants, dragging them toward the abyss beneath the furnace. Ah, Master, please, no. Their faces contorted in extreme terror as their forms were engulfed by the darkness. In the next moment, Chu Xiao could distinctly hear an eerie sound of chewing and the cracking of bones echoing from the abyss, abruptly silencing their screams. Simultaneously, a wisp of ghostly white flame erupted from the entrance, enveloping the furnace. It turned out that the two attendants had become mere fuel for the fire. My boy. Now it is your turn. The ghastly figure regarded Chu Xiao with keen interest, waving his hand as the furnace lid flew open, releasing waves of ghostly energy. Even more unsettling was the sensation of life stirring within the furnace, akin to a living being. I have refined you for countless years. Today's outcome hinges on this singular moment. Will you enter willingly, or shall I personally usher you in? Suddenly, as the figure's words echoed, the shackles binding Chu Xiao shattered. A surge of sword light erupted, tearing through the void and striking towards the furnace with fury. Boom! In an instant, the entire furnace exploded, releasing a viscous black substance. Oh no, my precious! The ghastly figure exclaimed, a look of anguish crossing his face as he rushed to cradle the black mass in his hands. You little wretch, you nearly thwarted my path. In the next breath, he abruptly waved his hand, tugging at the black chain that connected to the depths below. A serpentine sound reverberated, an indescribable wave of terrifying heat quietly permeating the entire hall. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, yet his face betrayed no sign of disturbance. From the moment he stepped into the grand hall, he sensed the terrifying aura of death emanating from the cave entrance, mingled with an essence of flames. If his intuition served him well, what was ensnared here by the ghostly Taoist was none other than the legendary heavenly spirit fire, the Bone-Ling Heart Flame. A low hum resonated through the air, as two eerie flames suddenly flickered to life within the cave, resembling the eyes of a malevolent creature, gradually revealing themselves in the hall. Before him lay the elongated shadow of a skeletal serpent, stretching dozens of feet, causing Chu Xiao's gaze to sharpen momentarily, only to be replaced by a glimmer of astonishment. The spirit fire had taken form. It was evident that this serpentine specter was the manifestation of the bone flame. Ranked 7th on the spirit fire list, should he manage to fuse with it, Chu Xiao's true phoenix bloodline would undoubtedly be elevated. However, as the colossal skeletal serpent emerged, its gaze fell upon the ghostly Taoist. You wretched beast, I have nurtured you for thousands of years, feeding you countless souls, yet you still wish to consume me? The ghostly Taoist scoffed, producing a bronze bell which he gently shook towards the bone serpent. With a roar, the black chain binding the serpent at its midsection erupted in layers of spiritual radiance, transforming into myriad talismans that surged into its body. The skeletal serpent writhed in agony, exhibiting a semblance of torment. This scene sparked a realization within Chu Xiao, leading him to surmise the origins of the bone flame. It was likely born from the ghostly Taoist long-standing practice of hunting spirits and delving into the art of ghostly pills, cultivated from the resentment of countless souls. Yet, with the ghostly Taoist strength, it was improbable he could merge with it. Hence, he had sealed it in layers during its infancy, keeping it confined in this place. What are you waiting for? Capture him, but alive. With the ghostly Taoist's furious command, the gaze of the bone fire turned towards Chu Xiao, radiating an aura of dread and ferocity. Chapter 91. The Master emerges suddenly. Within the grand hall, fierce flames surged upward, igniting intricate fire patterns all around. Beneath this overwhelming heat, even the stone floor beneath Chu Xiao's feet shattered into countless cracks. At this moment, any disciple of the sect would have been incinerated by the searing flames. Yet, Chu Xiao remained unfazed, his eyes flickering with flames, his very blood seeming to boil. In the next instant, he stepped forward, dashing toward the bone flames under the astonished gaze of the ghostly Taoist. This action was no less than a provocation to the sentient spiritual fire. The flames, roaring with fury, opened wide, attempting to engulf Chu Xiao entirely. With a thunderous crash, as the two forces collided, Chu Xiao's bones radiated a luminous aura. Wisps of chaotic mist gradually rose, coalescing into a fist imprint that descended upon the head of the bone serpent. A terrifying gust of wind erupted, shattering the surrounding stone walls. Miraculously, The bone serpent was struck down by Chu Xiao's fist, sprawling on the ground. Before it could rise again, Chu Xiao's hand shifted to form a seal. His voice cold as he declared, "Great Wilderness Prison Sky Seal." With a resonant hum, the essence of the wilderness permeated the air. Under the ghostly Taoist's astonished gaze, Chu Xiao struck down with the seal, shattering the bone serpent's skull into fragments. Even the ghostly Taoist, with his hardened heart, could not suppress a gulp, staggering backward while clutching the black spirit in his arms. Suddenly, amidst the shattered remnants of the bone serpent, a wisp of icy white flame burst forth, enveloping Chu Xiao entirely with its prison-like might. "It's over. The bone-ling heart flame has emerged. We are doomed." In that moment, the ghostly Taoist's true fear was not Chu Xiao's formidable combat prowess, but rather the seal his ancestors had placed on this bone flame being shattered by a single punch. This signified that the celestial spiritual fire before him was now entirely unbound and free. Such an entity was far beyond the capabilities of any spirit element or 5 elemental practitioner to resist. It was unfathomable what calamity would befall the northern region of Qixou once it escaped the secret realm. Lives would be utterly devastated. With this thought, a ruthless glint flashed in the ghostly Taoist's eyes. Lowering his gaze to the spirit in his grasp, he unhesitatingly consumed it. Crunch, crunch. As the sound of chewing echoed, dark liquid trickled from the corners of the ghostly Taoist's mouth. His aura began to surge at a visibly rapid pace, an endless fog of spirits erupting around him. Sinister, terrifying ghostly markings swirled across his skin, reminiscent of demonic tendrils eager to tear him apart. As the ghostly essence invaded, the ghostly Taoist's visage contorted into a fierce grimace, his entire body twisting grotesquely in a bizarre transformation. Meanwhile, amidst the bone flames, Chu Xiao's expression remained devoid of any turbulence. Instead, he seated himself calmly. Surrounding him, a crimson phoenix flame unfurled, countering the might of the bone flames completely. In the next moment, amidst the flames of the phoenix, strange demonic patterns began to swirl, transforming into a black vortex that enveloped the body of Chu Xiao. As if sensing something, the bone fire that had originally surrounded him emitted a piercing shriek. Yet, before it could struggle, the devouring vortex slowly rotated, swallowing all the flames within. The once clamorous hall fell into an eerie silence. Both Chu Xiao and the ghostly figure sat quietly, refining the power within themselves. Time flowed on, until the bone flames surrounding Chu Xiao dissipated entirely, and he opened his eyes wide. With a hum, the void trembled as 2 fiery divine patterns erupted, reducing everything before him to nothingness. Even the surrounding space began to shatter and vanish beneath this fierce blaze. A gentle smile finally graced Chu Xiao's face. At this moment, he could sense a transformation occurring within his true phoenix bloodline. The originally red blood flames began to intertwine with strands of golden radiance, the eternal phoenix flames. Furthermore, with the breakthrough of his bloodline, Chu Xiao comprehended an additional innate divine ability of the Phoenix clan. When Huang Rouge had bestowed the phoenix blood upon him, he awakened the first bloodline talent, the true phoenix wings. These wings, swift as the wind and lightning, were incomparable to any sacred artifact or treasure. Now, what he had grasped as the second bloodline talent promised to be even more formidable. I did it. I have succeeded. The ghostly figure, previously shrouded in mist, also let out a joyous cry. He stepped through the fog, reappearing in the hall, his body covered in ghostly patterns, resembling a true specter, utterly bizarre. Chu Xiao could perceive that his realm seemed to have ascended to the level of the 5 elements. This level required the fusion of a trace of the power of laws to truly step forward. Previously, when he had encountered the sword master of the sword sect, Chu Xiao had sensed a ripple of water laws emanating from him. Yet the ghostly figure had comprehended not the ordinary power of the 5 elements, but rather the principles of yin and yang, life and death transformed, unending and eternal. Ha ha ha, heaven aids me. I have succeeded. The ghostly figure, with a face of madness, held towards the sky. After 200 years of scheming, having deceived countless disciples of various sects and refining numerous blood pills, he had never touched that trace of the power of laws. Yet today, after consuming a spirit forged from the souls of hundreds of disciples, he unexpectedly grasped a thread of the yin and yang laws, completely crossing the threshold of spiritual essence and entering the realm of the 5 elements. In this northern domain, this realm was truly supreme. From this moment onward, he would no longer have to hide in this secret realm, evading the pursuit of the 4 sect masters. I shall turn all 4 sect members into my ghostly servants, ha. Ha. However, just as the ghostly figure's ambitions soared, envisioning the unification of the northern domain. A sudden daze fell over his expression. At that moment, he beheld in the center of the grand hall a figure clad in white, silently observing him. With eyes harboring a shade of greed more sinister than that of a specter. Gulp. The ghostly figure staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. How was this possible? He had presumed that the youth had been reduced to ashes by the boneling heart flame. How did he survive, and where has that bone flame vanished? The elder seemed to have rejoiced prematurely. Chu Xiao smiled indifferently, stepping forward towards the ghostly figure. Humph. Seeking death. The ghostly figure scoffed. Though he was unaware of how the youth had subdued the bone flame, with his mastery at the five elements realm, could he truly fear a contemporary youth? Even if the leaders of the four sects were present today, they would have to kneel and call him grandfather, as I decree. Buzz. With a flick of the ghostly figure's hand, a wisp of yin-yang ghostly energy materialized, transforming into a pitch-black ghostly seal that was hurled angrily towards Chu Xiao. Yet, in the face of an assault from a five-elements powerhouse, Chu Xiao displayed no inclination to evade. Instead, he advanced towards the ghostly seal. This scene instilled an intense sense of unease within the ghostly figure. Immediately, he clenched his hand, causing a bronze bell to reappear, gently swaying it in the void. Ding ding, ding ding. Chapter 92. The emergence of conspiracy. Suddenly, a clear sound of a bell resonated through the silent underground palace. Outside the palace, all the Dayong ghost warriors turned pale, hastily kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. Within the dust-covered grand halls, eerie footsteps echoed ominously. With a thunderous noise, the palace doors swung open, revealing countless pale-faced, expressionless specters that slowly emerged, rushing towards the source of the bell's chime. At the same time, in the astonished gaze of Gui Daozi, golden flames began to swirl around Chu Xiao, swiftly forming into an ancient and magnificent battle armor that enveloped his body. The surging flames radiated an overwhelming divine power, reminiscent of an ancient demon gradually awakening. The undying phoenix armor. This was the second divine gift of the phoenix lineage that Chu Xiao comprehended after fusing with bone flame and breaking through his bloodline. According to Huang Ruj, the power of this phoenix flame armor would grow stronger alongside the enhancement of his bloodline. In other words, it did not possess a fixed rank but would evolve with Chu Xiao's own growth. Just then, a ghostly seal, forged from the forces of yin and yang, finally descended upon Chu Xiao. To Gui Daozi's terror, the armor merely rippled with a flicker of flames, effortlessly repelling the seal's formidable might. This scene once again sent shivers down Gui Daozi's spine, leaving him feeling utterly chilled and unable to escape. Chu Xiao's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he wielded the longing sword. A beam of ethereal light descended from above, the sword's energy slicing through the air towards Gui Daozi. At that moment, he sensed a sudden rush of wind from beyond the grand hall. Clearly, despite possessing an absolute advantage in realm, Gui Daozi had still summoned the ghostly beings he had refined. Killing the Taoist would not be an easy task. Gritting his teeth, Gui Daozi thrust his hands forward. Layers of ghostly energy surged forth, transforming into a yin-yang seal in front of him, attempting to block the sword's intent. However, as the ethereal light flashed by, the seal shattered into pieces. Gui Daozi's outstretched arm was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground and spilling a pool of dark blood. Though he had entered the five elements realm, his foundation was not yet solidified, preventing him from truly harnessing the power of the five elements. Meanwhile, protected by the phoenix armor, Chu Xiao had no lingering concerns. This slaying immortal sword technique radiated unfathomable sharpness, far beyond what the northern domain's formidable warriors could withstand. My lord, please stop. I surrender. Gui Daozi, enduring the pain of his severed arm, suddenly knelt before Chu Xiao. He found it incomprehensible how this young man could possess such strength. Yet, that single sword strike had already shattered his resolve. For years, Gui Daozi had hidden here, avoiding the world and cherishing his life. Now that he had finally stepped into the five elements realm, he was naturally unwilling to perish so easily. Oh, Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow as the phoenix armor transformed into radiant flames cascading down. His silhouette approached like an ancient fire deity, striding through the endless flames. However, as he stood before the ghostly figure at a distance of about 10 feet, a sinister glint suddenly flickered in the eyes of the ghostly cultivator. With a thunderous motion, his remaining arm thrust forward, black fingertips shimmering with the duality of yin and yang, aiming to pierce through Chu Xiao's heart. Just as his palm made contact with Chu Xiao's flesh, a look of bewilderment overtook his sinister expression. He stared down in a daze at the ancient sword that had penetrated his chest, his lips quivering slightly, particularly at the tip of his fingers. The sensation, as hard as celestial gold, evoked a sense of confusion in the ghostly cultivator's gaze. At that moment, he harbored a vague illusion that even if Chu Xiao did not employ the flame divine armor, he might still be incapable of breaching the defenses of this young man's corporeal form. 3 paces away, the sword was swift. Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, a contemplative glint flashing in his eyes. He could easily unleash the devouring heaven demon technique, consuming the corporeal form and bloodline of this ghostly cultivator who had just stepped into the realm of the 5 elements. His own cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to the spiritual origin level, marking him as one of the foremost figures in the northern domain. However, should he proceed in such a manner, Yuan would inevitably find himself in a passive position in the subsequent plans. With his strength at the 9th level of spiritual origin, he was inherently supreme among the 4 sects. Yet, for Chu Xiao to infiltrate the Yaishan divine sect, it seemed far from sufficient. Thus, before Yuan departed from the Lingu's secret realm, it would be best for him to truly attain the 5 elements realm. This way, he could seamlessly exit the northern domain, guided by the strong within the Yaishan divine sect to a more central location. You dare to kill me? My master behind me will not spare you. Just as Chu Xiao was lost in contemplation, the ghostly cultivator suddenly opened his mouth, bellowing furiously. In the next instant, a blood flame mark seemed to appear at his brow, erupting with an unparalleled wave of soul power. Chu Xiao's gaze trembled, his soul light swirling as the primordial soul seal manifested, successfully countering the overwhelming soul pressure. Gulp. The ghostly cultivator gaped in disbelief as Chu Xiao extended 2 fingers and forcefully pried off the mark from his brow. The excruciating pain contorted the ghostly cultivator's face. And in that moment, Chu Xiao's soul consciousness surged into his soul sea. Crack. Before Chu Xiao could delve into the memories within the ghostly cultivator's soul sea, blood suddenly erupted from the cultivator's 7 orifices, vitality dissipating. Junior brother, run. At that moment, a startled cry echoed from outside the grand hall. Yuan burst into the hall, witnessing the ghostly cultivator sprawled on the ground. Hiss, hiss. Even with Yuan's temperament, he was utterly bewildered. Initially, upon seeing countless corpse puppets and ghostly entities rushing towards this location, he believed they had been summoned by the ghostly cultivator. Yet, to his astonishment, his concerns were entirely unfounded, for Chu Xiao had effortlessly slain the ghostly cultivator who had tormented him for 60 years. Senior brother, you have arrived. Chu Xiao bent down to pick up a bronze bell from the ground, giving it a slight shake. The countless phantoms that once pursued Yuan suddenly came to a standstill, standing solemnly outside the grand hall. These so-called specters were mere puppets, controlled by the ghost master after consuming blood elixirs. A fragment of their lingering souls had been infused into this bronze bell, thus rendering them susceptible to its influence. Master, junior brother, has the ghost master perished? Yuan's gaze flickered, and he remained rooted to the spot, as though his very essence had been deflated. His corporeal form